Calm down, you little fool.
Shut up, Mr. North.
Be careful, Jerry.
Listen to her, Mr. North. She's making a lot of sense.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Diamond Noose. Apartment 4B, 24 St. Anne's Place, New York, is occupied by Mr. and Mrs. North. Mr. North is a publisher. Apartment C, in the basement of the same building, is occupied by Samuel Ryan and his son Skip. Mr. Ryan is a janitor. An apartment on the 6th floor and an apartment in the basement. A publisher and a janitor. How could the life of either of them ever affect the other?
Pam!
I'm almost ready.
Oh, darling, the Wilsons are expecting us at 6, and it's nearly that now.
Zip me.
Where?
Back.
Oh.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How do I look?
Oh, peachy keen. Come on, now let's go.
I need something.
A hug and a kiss?
And must my dress.
Just a kiss, then. No hug.
And smear my lipstick. I know.
What?
What I need. The necklace Aunt Harriet gave me.
Oh, but it's in the safety deposit box at the bank, dear.
I brought it home when I went to the bank this morning. Will you get it out of my jewel box for me?
Okay, but we've got to get going.
Oh, stop fretting. We'll be at the Wilsons in plenty of time.
Pam?
What?
It isn't here.
The necklace? Well, it'll be silly. Of course it is.
Well, see for yourself.
But I distinctly remember putting it... Oh, no.
Oh, no, what?
Well, I took it out later to try it on. Now, let's see. What did I do with it?
Oh, Pam, that necklace is worth...
I wanted to see how it looked in the soft light, so I went to the mirror in the hall. Then the telephone rang. It was Ethel Wiley, dear. She's just back from Europe.
Pam!
She had a wonderful trip. Italy, France,
Aunt
England...
Harriet's necklace, Pam. Where is it?
On the telephone table in the hall.
Oh, Pam, dear, let's not be so casual about it, huh?
I'm sorry, Jerry.
Okay, now, come on. After all, that necklace is the closest thing we have to an annuity.
It's perfectly safe. See? Here it is right... Jerry, it's not here.
Nope.
But,
Well, you put it down somewhere else, Pam.
Well, no,
Oh, now, you must have. Now, think. After you talked to Ethel Wiley, what did you...
Jerry, the necklace was right here.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
What?
Darling, it's been stolen.
It couldn't have been.
But it has.
Has there been anybody in the apartment today?
No.
Well, then it's...
Wait. Yes, there was someone in here. Mr. Ryan.
Ryan? The janitor?
While I was out at the grocery store, he let himself in to fix the faucet in the kitchen. Well, at least the faucet wasn't fixed when I went out, and it was when I got back.
Oh, but Ryan, he seems like such a nice old guy. Oh, I can't believe that he'd... Oh, now, Pam, you must have put the necklace somewhere else.
But I didn't, Jerry. Darling, if that necklace isn't right here on this table, Mr. Ryan took it.
Well, then I suppose the only thing to do is call the police.
I guess so.
Okay, now... Oh, no, now, look, there's something wrong. I just don't think Ryan would do a thing like this.
Well,
and before I call the police, I'm going down to his apartment and talk to him.
How about it, Hody? What do you think it's worth, huh?
Oh, I don't know, kid. A couple of bills, maybe.
200? That all?
I'll say 3 on the outside. Where'd you say you got it?
One of the apartments in the building. 4B. People named North. Pa made me go up with him to help him fix a faucet. I saw the thing. It was just laying there, so... Gosh, Hody, you sure we can't get more than 200 or 300?
Why all of a sudden such a big urge for dough, Skip?
I want to get out of here, Hody. Get a joint of my own like you did. I can't stand it anymore, the way Pa's always yammering at me. Go to school, study hard, make something of yourself.
Don't be a bum like your brother.
You know what it's like, Hody. Pa put you over the same jump.
Yeah.
Look, Hody, would you let me move in with you?
Now, hold it, kid.
Just for a little while, Hody. Just till you and Jackie get married.
You want a 99-year lease, huh?
What?
Skip it, Skip.
No, wait. What's the matter with you and Jackie?
Nothing's the matter with me.
Ain't you getting married?
Not that I know of.
But when I saw her over at her old man's store the other day, she talked like
What
you...
Jackie talks like and what I do is 2 different things. Now, let's drop the subject, huh?
Sure, Hody.
Okay. Now, about this necklace. Let me take it and see what I can do. Duck the necklace.
Take it.
Skip!
In here, Pa.
Skip, did you sweep down the back step? Well,
Hiya, Pa.
what are you doing here?
Skip called me and asked me to come over.
Skip, go to your room.
Oh, Pa.
You heard me.
But
Go on, kid.
See you later, Hody.
Sure.
I thought I told you that you're not welcome here.
So I'm going.
Out the back way. I put all the garbage out the back way.
You're getting to be a real humorist, ain't you, Pop?
Hody,
Yeah?
I'm telling you for the last time. Stay away from Skip. Leave him alone. You're dirt. You're scum. When you make dirt and scum out of everybody you touch.
If you weren't my old man, I'd beat your ears off.
You draw the line at beating your father? This surprises me.
Ah.
Hey, Hody.
Jackie. What are you doing here?
I was over in my father's store. I thought I recognized your car.
What do you want?
Want? You haven't called me for over a week. I haven't seen you for 2 weeks. What do you think I want? I want to know why
Look, we can't talk here.
Why not?
I got something to do.
Then where can we talk and when?
Well, how about my place in, say, an hour, huh?
All right, Hody. Your place in an hour. And this is one date with me you'd better keep.
You must be mistaken, Mrs. North. The necklace must be in the apartment somewhere.
I know it isn't, Mr. Ryan.
And you're the only other person who was in the apartment today.
But I let myself in the back door, and I was in the kitchen all the time.
What's the matter, Mr. Ryan?
Skip,
Skip?
my boy. He was helping me, and I left him there for a few minutes while I came down. Skip!
Yeah?
Come out here.
What do you want now?
Come here!
Okay.
You rotten little...
What's the idea?
Mr. Ryan.
Take it easy, Mr. Ryan.
Let go of me.
Where's the necklace?
I ain't got it. Let go. Let go. Stay where you are, Pa.
What?
Stay where you are or you'll get hurt.
A gun.
Yeah, a gun. And it's loaded. Now get away from that door, Pa.
Skip!
Move!
Look, you little fool.
You shut up, mister.
Be careful, Jerry.
Listen to her, Mr. North.
Skip!
So long, Pa.
Skip! Oh. Skip!
Hody, this is Skip.
Oh, hi, kid. How's everything?
Hody, I'm in a jam.
Oh?
The necklace. The people I stole it from came to Pa.
What'd you do?
Well, I kind of lost my head. Pa started slapping me around, and I had to pull a gun to get away.
You picking a rod?
Yeah. Look, Hody, I gotta have some dough. Do you know somebody who'll give you something on that necklace fast?
Well, yeah. Where you calling from, Skip?
A drugstore.
Okay, give me a couple of hours.
It's 6:30 now.
Then make it 9.
Where? Your place?
No, not up here. Paul know you might come to see me.
Yeah, you're right. Well, look, you know that beer joint over on First Avenue called the Garden Spot?
Yeah.
You remember you used to hang out there a lot when you lived with Pa and me?
Yeah, I remember.
At 9.
On the nose.
Please, Mr. North, I know it's a lot to ask.
Well, it certainly is. Your boy steals a $4,000 necklace, pulls a gun on us, and
He's
you...
a good boy, Mr. North.
Huh.
Jerry.
He is Mr. North. Or he was until last winter when he started hanging around with a bunch of young toughs in a saloon called the Garden Spot. And then Hody started coming around.
Hody?
My older boy. He's bad. Hody's always been bad. He's just 25, and already he's been in reform school twice and prison once. He's the one who's given Skip these ideas, who's trying to make a thief out of his brother.
And it looks like he's succeeded.
No, Mr. North, he hasn't. Skip will be all right. I know he will. If you let me find him and talk to him, let me tell him that you won't go to the police if he'll return the necklace and promise never to do anything like this again.
Oh, let's do it, darling.
Please, Mr. North.
Well, all right.
Thank you, Mr. North.
We'll give you until tomorrow morning. And if you haven't found him by then, or if you have found him and he won't do as you ask, I'm going to the police. Understand?
Yes, sir, yes.
All right. Come on, Pam. Oh, I ought to have my head examined.
I don't think so.
I hope you're right.
Well, we'd better get upstairs and call the Wilsons and explain that we'll be late.
We're not going to the Wilsons, Pam,
Oh, why not?
because we're going to follow Mr. Ryan. If he finds that kid of his, I have a hunch he's going to need someone who can yell for help.
Relax, Jackie. Relax, will you? It's not like that at all.
Then how is it, Hody? You keep standing me up. You don't telephone.
I've been busy.
What's her name?
It's not anything like that. Oh, Jackie, you know how I feel about you.
Maybe you'd better remind me.
Come to Papa.
No.
Baby.
No, that's too easy.
Sure. Nice and easy.
Hold it.
Come here, you.
Oh, Hody. Hody, why do you treat me like this?
I'm sorry, baby.
You love me, Hody. You do, don't you?
I'm mad about the girl.
Oh, you're... Oh, never mind.
Now, that's better. Hey, let's do something tonight, huh? What'll it be? The Colony, Stork, 21?
Hody.
Okay. Smiley's beer stube. It'll be them.
Hody.
Yeah?
I'll settle for the City Hall in the morning.
Now, Jackie.
Why do you keep stalling, Hody? You said 3 months ago we were going to be married.
It takes dough, Jackie, a lot of dough. And that's why I haven't been seeing you lately. Honest, Tony, I've been working like a dog trying to get a little ahead so we can do it up brown when we take the plunge.
I'd like to believe that, Hody.
It's the truth. Oh, baby, I don't like this waiting around any more than you do, but be a little patient, huh?
All right, Hody.
That's better. Now, you go home and get yourself dolled up, and I'll meet you at Smiley's.
Usual time?
Usual time.
All right.
And wear that pink dress of yours. The one that's cut... You know.
All right.
Yeah?
Jigger Stokes, Hody, you telephoned me?
Yeah, Jigger. I got a necklace I'd like you to take a look at.
Okay, bring it around in the morning.
I got to see you tonight, Jigger. Right now. I'll be over in about 10 minutes.
Why the 5 o'clock rush?
I'm leaving town tonight.
Well, look, friend, if your merchandise is that hot, I
It's
don't...
not that. Look, Jigger, the necklace is worth $3,000 easy. 4 maybe. And I'll give it to you for 1.
I don't like guys who want to hurt to do me favors, Hody. Where'd you get the merchandise?
My kid brother lifted it. And this is cool ice, Jigger. Believe me.
Then why the rush to unload?
It's a dame.
Ah.
She's breathing down my neck about City Hall.
Uh-huh.
I'll be easy to do business with, Jigger. Can I come over?
Okay, Hody.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Please, you don't understand.
Stanley Hotel, 316. Okay.
Please, Hody Ryan is my son.
I don't care if he's your grandfather, Pop. He's checked out. He's gone. I don't know where he went. Now beat it, huh? Leave me alone.
What are you so anxious to find Hody for? From what he said, you two weren't planning to go to a father and son banquet together.
I don't care about Hody. I'm looking for Skip, and I'm sure he's with Hody. Now, please, Miss Williams, if you know where Hody is...
If I knew, I'd tell you, but I don't. Now go away. Will you leave me alone?
Now, look, mister. If the kid's only 17, he ain't never been in here. I don't serve to minors.
But he hangs around here all the time.
You're mistaken. No kid 17 is allowed in here. Now move along and leave me alone.
Oh, brother, what a sightseeing tour this has turned out to be. We trailed Ryan to 1 hotel, 1 pool hall, 1 apartment house, 5 public phone booths, now to this place. What's it called?
The garden spot.
Looks as though it should be called a garbage dump.
Yeah, well, since it was your idea to follow Mr. Ryan, you haven't much room for complaint, Jerry.
No, maybe not, dear, but who was it that wanted to call the police when the kid... Oh, brother. Here we go again.
Oh, no.
There's Ryan getting in his taxi. The Yellow Cab Company's certainly going to be in the black when Ryan settles up with that meter. Well, that's...
Oh, Jerry, wait.
Hmm?
Darling, look.
Where?
Going into that beer parlor.
Skip Ryan.
And if Father doesn't see him, oh, Jerry, what'll we do?
I don't know what you're going to do, darling, but I'm going to call a friend of ours who happens by a comforting coincidence to be a police officer.
Bill?
Bill.
But Harry,
I'm telling you, kid, and for the last time, get out of here. I don't want no customers with fathers who come snooping around.
But it's after 9. Are you sure Hody ain't been around?
If he'd been around, I'd seen him. Now, will you?
Okay.
The door's that way.
I'm gonna wait out back. Oh, Hody, where the devil are you? Don't you...
Skip.
Hody, where are you?
Over here.
Where? I can't see nothing. This alley's as black as...
Here. Just past the door. Over here.
Where? Hody, I can't see... Hody, what's the matter?
Take a look at my back, kid. I got a knife in it.
You suppose the Ryan boy's still in there, Jerry?
You didn't see him come out, did you?
No.
Well, then. Oh, where the devil is Bill? He should be here by now.
I still say you shouldn't have telephoned him. After all, you did promise Mr. Ryan.
I called Bill Wygant
as a friend, not as a policeman, I know. But that's drawing a rather fine distinction if you're asking
Oh,
me.
here he is.
Bill?
Yeah, that's his car pulling up across the street. Come on, let's go.
Here we are, Bill.
Hello, Pam.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, Jerry. Well, what's this all about?
Well, it's like this, Bill. A boy named Skip Ryan, the son of the janitor in our apartment building, stole a necklace of Pam's. He's sitting there at the bar now.
Where?
Well, right. Hey, what the...
Jerry, he's gone.
But he was right there just a second ago. Come on.
Now, look, will you two tell me
hurry,
what
Bill.
Bartender.
Yeah?
The boy, the one that was sitting here, where is he?
What boy?
He was sitting right here a minute ago.
Oh, you know who we mean. Now, come on.
Look, who are you people to come busting in here?
This is who I am, fella.
Oh, sorry, Lieutenant. Well, when I wouldn't serve him, he left out the back way, the door to the alley.
Well, that's better. Come on, Pam and Jerry.
What happened, Hody? Who did it?
Jackie.
Jackie?
Huh? Oh, I should have closed the transom before I talked to Jigger.
Huh?
Jackie heard me tell Jigger I wanted to run out on her. And she followed me, and...
Someone's coming out of the beer joint. I'll tell him. But Hody,
Golly, it's dark.
Like the inside of a pot. And the kid's probably 6 blocks away by this time.
Hody, let me...
Shut up.
Come on, let's go back inside, and you two tell me what this is all about.
They've gone. Hody, you're hurt. You should have let me tell them.
I got other plans.
But...
Listen.
What?
The necklace. I got $1,000 for it.
1,000? But you told me you couldn't get more than 2.
So I got more. But listen. Now listen to me. I don't have it now. Jackie took it. Now let you and me go back and get it, huh?
But you can't walk this...
It's only a couple of blocks.
I know it, but you...
So if I can't walk, I'll crawl. I'll keep this date with Jackie if I have to get there on my hands and knees. We're doing okay, huh, Skip?
Yeah.
Sure. We're doing fine. Another block.
Hody,
What?
up ahead. At the corner. The cop on the beat.
Back against the building.
Hody, you can...
Get me back against the building.
Come on.
Okay. Now, speed us and leave in a minute. We go around the block.
You'll never make it.
Think so. Watch me, kid. Just watch me. We're almost there, kid. Let me put my arm around your shoulder, huh?
Sure.
Hey, Mark. Hey, look. Hey, what's the matter, kid? Your pal take on too much ballast?
Yeah.
Want some help?
No, he's okay.
Suit yourself, kid. Come on, Wise Daddy.
Oh, good boy, Skip. Well, Jackie, here we come. Made it, Skip. Made it. Ring the bell. Now that gun you got, gimme.
Why?
Gimme.
What do you want it for?
To collect $1,000.
Oh, okay, Hody.
Hello, Jackie.
Hody.
What's the matter, Jackie? We had a date, didn't we?
Darling, it's ridiculous to go cruising around this neighborhood anymore.
Jerry's right, Pam. Now, look, why don't we
Skip Ryan went into that bar for some reason, not just to have a drink.
But the fact remains that we've lost Skip Ryan and Mr. Ryan. So why don't we...
Jerry, stop the car.
Pam, what
Stop.
Okay. Now, will you tell us what...
That apartment house.
Oh, what about it?
It's the one Mr. Ryan went into while we were following him. And you said he apparently called on someone in apartment 905.
To which I must reply, so what?
So maybe Mr. Ryan got some information from apartment 905 that would be useful to us, dear.
Are you proposing that we go in there and...
Yes.
Oh, Bill, for Pete's sake.
She's your wife, Jerry.
Coward.
Hody, please, in the name of heaven.
Squirm, baby, squirm. I love every minute of it.
Hody.
And you'll excuse me if I don't sit down, honey. But the knife in my back makes reclining in the easy chairs a little uncomfortable, you know.
The dough, Hody. That's all we came for.
That's all you came for.
It's there in my purse. Take it.
Hody, please.
You heard the lady. Take the dough and beat it.
No.
I wouldn't have done it if you'd played square. I wouldn't have. I loved you, Hody.
Give me that gun, Hody.
Stay away from me, kid.
Don't let him do it, Skip. He tried to double-cross you just like he did me.
You shut up.
He collected $1,000 on the necklace and was going to give you
I
all
said shut up. I'm not going to let you kill her like this, Hody.
Now, don't come any closer, Skip. I wouldn't want... What's that?
Answer it, Jackie.
Stay away, you dirty little...
Give me that gun. Drop that gun, Hody. Drop it.
Don't, Skip, don't!
All right. Break it up. Come on, break it up. Get the gun, Jerry. I've got it, Bill.
Why didn't you let me do it, Skip?
Oh, Jerry, look.
Good Lord. A knife in his back.
Why, Skip? Why didn't you?
I don't know, Hody. Hody.
He can't hear you, son. He's dead.
Okay, Bill. Thanks for calling. Well, that does it.
What, Jerry?
Jackie Williams has confessed.
Oh.
She admits following Hody Ryan to the fence and then to the beer hall where she killed him. Oh, and they've arrested Jigger Stotts, too.
Well, it's about time. Oh, Jerry, when can we get Aunt Harriet's necklace back?
Well, not for quite a while, I'm afraid.
Well, why?
Well, it's been impounded as evidence.
They can't do that.
It's the law, Pam.
Well, I don't care. Jerry, you know how Aunt Harriet is. If she ever found out that I'd been so careless with something she gave me, she'd... Well, I wouldn't be her favorite niece any longer. She'd cut me out of her will.
Pam, your Aunt Harriet's way out in Wyoming.
Well, yes, but what difference...
So how will she ever find out about the necklace? Now, just relax. I'll get it. Yes, what is... Pam?
Jerry, what in the world is the matter?
Look who's come to visit.
Aunt Harriet.
Next week, more adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Darling, that was a gunshot.
Yeah.
Well, what would anyone be shooting at?
A screech owl, maybe.
No! Darling, that was no screech owl.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, No Vacation from Murder. Pam North stands in the center of the room, tense, expectant, waiting, staring at her husband.
All set?
Yes.
Pam's eyes move to the shiny 50-cent piece between Jerry's thumb and forefinger. Suddenly, the coin is catapulted into the air, flips over and over, then falls back into Jerry's hand. Quickly, he slaps his other hand over it, then slowly uncovers it.
Tails, I win.
So you do, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry.
Sorry. Why?
Well, I know how much you wanted to go to the mountains.
Oh, but you want to go to the seashore.
Well, not really. It doesn't make that much difference to me. Besides, I couldn't enjoy it if I thought you weren't happy.
No, I'll be happy, Pam.
No, you had that cabin all picked out.
Oh,
and they
forget
say
it.
there's such good fishing in that lake.
But, darling, you won the toss. We're going to the seashore.
I'd really like to see that lake.
Now, it's all settled, Pam. We're going to the seashore.
Oh, Jerry North, honestly, you can be so stubborn sometimes.
Oh, but, Pam, you won the toss.
So I get my choice, and I chose the mountain lake.
But you want to go to the seashore.
Not if you don't.
But I do, darling.
Oh, you're just trying to be a good sport about it, but I know that you really...
No, really, Pam. I'd almost as soon go to the seashore.
Anyway, I don't think it's fair. One toss. We ought to at least do 2 out of 3.
Well, why? We agreed. 1 toss, and you won.
I think it should have been 2 out of 3. Toss again, Jerry.
Oh, but Pam...
I wouldn't feel right about it otherwise, Jerry. Please.
All right, Pam. Do you want tails again?
Uh-huh.
Right. Here we go. Tails again. Well, that does it. You win again, darling. 2 out of 3. So let's not discuss it anymore. The seashore it is.
Golly, Jerry, isn't this mountain lake pretty?
Yeah, it sure is.
And we practically have the whole island to ourselves. In fact, except for David Whitley and us, there's no one else on the island, is there?
No, there are no cabins on the other side.
Well, it ought to be nice and restful then. What's that?
There's somebody on the lake.
A canoe turned over there, see?
Yeah, come on.
There's David in his speedboat.
He's headed for her. Well, he'll get to her before we can do anything.
If only she can stay up. Oh, yes, there. He's reached her.
I wonder if he's going to need any help.
Oh, I don't think so. He's pulling her into the boat.
David, is there anything we can do?
No, thanks. I got everything under control.
Okay.
Gosh, Jerry, it certainly was lucky for her he was so near when she turned over.
Yeah, and from what I can see of her from this distance, I'd say it was lucky for him, too.
You feeling better?
Yes, thank you. Much better.
Let me pour you another brandy.
Oh, no. Please, I am fine.
You sure?
Positive.
Mind if I ask a question?
Well, I would have to hear the question first.
Well, your accent, it's French, but your name
Drake.
is not French.
No, it was my husband's name.
Was?
He was an army officer. I met him in France during the war. He brought me to this country. He was killed in Korea.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. What are you looking at?
You? In my bathrobe?
I'm afraid it's not very becoming.
No, on the contrary.
And my clothes must be dry by now, so I had better be going.
Go? Oh, not yet. Wait. Look, stay for lunch, huh? Roy and Betty will be here in about an hour.
Roy and Betty?
Roy's my cousin. Betty's my fiancée.
You are engaged?
Yeah. Well, how about it, huh? I'm a pretty good cook.
Oh, you?
Don't laugh, young lady.
No, really, I cannot stay. My clothes...
Well, I've got an iron. You can press them. Come on.
Well, all right, Mr. Whitley.
David.
David, then.
You know, I'm awfully glad that canoe of yours wasn't one of those non-tippable numbers.
Oh,
Dave! Come on in, Betty.
In a minute. I wonder what's keeping David.
Maybe he's brushing up on his French.
You're a real card, Roy.
Oh. Relax. Ooh, boy. Felt good. Oh, I was just joking, Betty.
I don't like that kind of joke.
Beware the green-eyed monster.
Shut up.
Temper, temper. You'd better watch that famous temper of yours.
I'm going back to the lodge and see what's going on.
Well, Dave said he'd be right along.
That was 15 minutes ago.
Hello. Here he is now.
Well, it's about time.
How's the water?
Oh, great.
We didn't think you were coming.
Eloise insisted on doing dishes, so I helped.
What a domestic little scene that must have been.
What?
Oh, nothing.
No, wait. What's the matter with you?
This appears to be a case where three's company and four's a crowd.
Why don't you go drown yourself?
Your wish is my command, fair lady. Goodbye, cruel world.
Oh, now, come on, Betty.
Oh, let me alone.
By crying out loud, you're acting like a child just because some girl has an accident.
A very convenient accident, if you ask me.
What are you trying to insinuate?
Insinuate? She turns her canoe over right in front of your speedboat.
You think she...
Yes, I do. And I'll bet she knows your bank balance right down to the last $2 million.
Oh, that's not fair.
Oh, so sue me.
If I'd known you were going to act like this...
I haven't done anything. She's the one who stayed for lunch.
Because I invited her.
Well, lunch is over, the dishes are done, so get her out of here.
Betty!
Get her out. Either she goes or I go, and I mean it.
Who is it?
David.
Oh, come in.
Roy, I'll be back with the speedboat in a few minutes to take you to the hotel.
I'll go down to the dock and wait for him. Thank you, David, for, well, everything. Rescuing me, lending me your robe, giving me lunch. It's been the nicest accident I ever had.
The pleasure was all mine.
Goodbye, David.
Eloise.
Yes?
I've been thinking about what we were talking about in the kitchen.
Oh, I'm afraid I must have bored you terribly. What do men care about dress design?
No, you didn't bore me at all. In fact, I was very interested. Especially your plans for opening your own place.
Not plans, David. Just dreams.
Would this help them come true?
Oh, what's that?
Take it.
A check for $5,000? I don't understand.
It's got your name on it.
But I cannot take money from you.
Why not? Don't you think a shop of your own is a good investment?
I do, yes, but you... Well, you hardly know me.
That's my lookout.
Oh, no, David, I cannot take this money.
Well, I want you to.
No. Thank you, but it's not right. You'll take it back.
No.
Then... I don't want to seem ungrateful, but... What are you laughing at?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Goodbye, David.
Oh, wow.
There's a difference.
Yes. Yes, I know.
Golly, Jerry. Look where we are. Way over by the Whitley Lodge.
Yeah, tired?
Yes.
Well, then, let's swim into Whitley's dock and walk back.
All right.
Here we are. Come on, darling. I'll boost you up. Oh, there.
Whew. Oh, my. I'm dead. Let's just sit here a minute.
Okay.
Jerry.
Someone's on the other side of the boathouse.
Sounds like an argument.
Yeah, maybe we'd better get...
Listen.
Maybe you've got David fooled, but not me. You thought you played it real smart a few minutes ago, didn't you?
I don't understand you.
Carrying up that check.
You were listening to David?
Yes. And you put on a great act. But why not? With the Whitley fortune at stake, why sell out for a measly $5,000?
Pam, dear, let's get out of here.
I'm being exactly what you are. A cheap little gold digger.
Don't you talk to me like that.
Oh, why, you...
Jerry.
Come on, Pam.
Stop it. Leave me alone. I'll kill you.
Not today, lady. Come on. Cut it.
Stay out of this.
Now let go. Break it up. There.
You get off this island and stay off. Or if you try to see David again, either here or in New York, I'll kill you. You hear me? I'll kill you.
Hello?
Hello, Eloise?
David. David, is that you?
Yes.
You are in New York?
Yes, I just got in and I want to see you and apologize for the way Betty behaved.
That is not necessary.
Maybe not, but have dinner with me, huh?
What about Miss Benson?
What about her?
Have you forgotten you are engaged to her?
No, Eloise.
Neither have I, David.
Betty called again while you were out, Dave.
What did she want this time?
Among other things, whether or not you were going up to the Lake Lodge this weekend.
Yes, but I'm going alone.
All alone?
All alone.
Okay. But you're going to have to make up your mind between Betty and that little French war widow.
I already have.
Jerry,
Yes, dear?
isn't it peaceful just sitting here in the dark?
Mm-hmm.
Not saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry,
Yes, dear.
did you ever see so many
Hmm? So many what?
stars? What did you think we were talking about?
Well, I didn't know we were talking about anything. I thought we were just sitting in the dark, not saying anything.
And we are. So did you?
Did I what?
Oh, Jerry, did you ever see so many stars?
Not since I bumped my head on the medicine cabinet.
Jerry North, do you have to take the romance out of everything?
I'm sorry, darling.
It is peaceful, isn't it? Just sitting in the dark, not saying anything.
Well,
Golly, Jerry, that was a shot.
yeah.
What would anyone be shooting at? Oh, Jerry!
I'll get the flashlight.
It's on the table next to the door. Did you find it?
Oh, wait till I find the light switch. Oh, here we are.
Have you got the flashlight?
Yeah. All right, Pam. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, Jerry.
What is it?
I hear someone running. I think they're coming this way.
Hey, you're right. I'll flash on the light.
It's that girl, Mrs. Drake.
Yeah.
Mrs. North.
What is it?
Oh, Mrs. Drake, what's wrong?
Please. Please come quickly. It's David. He's been shot. There he is.
Mm-hmm.
If we carry him to the boat, we can take him to the mainland to a doctor.
I'm afraid it's too late for a doctor.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Here, you better sit down on these steps. That's it.
Thank you. It's so hard to believe. He went outside just for a few moments and then the shot.
Don't talk about it now.
It's so awful.
Is there a phone in the lodge?
No.
No, I was afraid of that. There's none in our cabin either.
Well, there must be one on the island somewhere.
Well, David Whitley's lodge and our cabin are the only two houses on the island.
We've got to get to the police, and we'd better take Whitley's speedboat. It's faster than the outboard.
How about the keys?
David always left them in the boat.
Then let's go.
I wonder what happened.
One thing's sure, Pam.
What's that?
He didn't shoot himself. There was no gun near him.
Well, then it's...
Yes, it's murder. And whoever murdered him is probably still on this island.
Wait a minute, Jerry.
What is it?
Look, isn't there a boat out there on the lake?
Hey, you're right, darling.
Hello. Hello out there. Hey, you in the boat. Hello.
Oh, why doesn't he answer?
I don't know, but I think we'd better get out there and find out.
Hello.
Oh, hello, David.
That's Roy. Who? David's cousin. It's Eloise Roy and Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh.
It is funny. David was not expecting Roy this weekend.
He wasn't?
No.
Didn't you hear me calling before, fellow?
No, when?
A few minutes ago. When you didn't answer, we came out to see what was wrong.
Oh, well, I didn't hear.
Well, how come you aren't using the motor?
It's stalled. I can't get it going.
Oh, well, just a second. I'll toss you a line and we'll tow you.
All right, thanks.
Ready?
Gotta go.
Here you are. Catch.
Got it?
Jerry, here comes another boat.
Good. Maybe I can signal them with my flashlight.
Why do you want to do that?
Well, maybe they can save us a trip. Oh, he cut his engine.
Ahoy.
Hello there. You going over to the town?
Yeah, why?
Well, you can do us a favor. Will you call the police?
Police?
Yes. Tell them to come over to this island right away to David Whitley's lodge. There's been an accident.
Okay.
Accident?
What do you mean? What happened?
David's been shot.
What?
That's right. So we better get back there and wait for the police.
Shall we go inside the lodge, Mr. North?
All right, but... Hey, wait a minute. Where's Pam?
I don't know.
I don't think she came up from the landing with us.
Well, I thought she was right behind us.
What's that?
It sounded like someone in those bushes. Pam?
Better shine your light in there.
Yeah.
Someone's trying to get away.
I'm going to see who it is. Hey, wait a minute, you. I said stop.
Let me alone.
Well, Benson, what are you doing here?
You'll never believe me. That's why I didn't want to be found.
North, who is it?
Miss Benson.
Betty, what are you doing on the island?
As if you didn't know.
Me? I don't know what you mean.
Well, come on back to the lodge and maybe we can get this straightened out. Hey, what's that?
It's a boat.
Yeah, down at the landing, but who... See, I wonder if that little imp...
It stopped.
I have an idea what it was. Don't you, Roy?
What gives everybody the idea that I know so much?
Well, here's the path. Now we'll find out. Pam?
I'm coming, Jerry. Well, Jerry, did you hear it?
I certainly did,
That
darling.
was the motor on Roy Whitley's boat.
Uh-huh.
He said it didn't work.
Well, it didn't.
I didn't have any trouble starting it.
Well, it wouldn't work before.
Perhaps not, but... Miss Benson, where did you come from?
That's what we'd all like to know.
I've been here since this afternoon.
Well, how did you get here?
The water taxi from the hotel.
We didn't hear you come.
You were out on the lake in your boat.
But that was early this afternoon. What did you do all day?
I came in the lodge and waited for David. I fell asleep, and the shot woke me up.
Oh.
What was the idea of coming out here? David told you he didn't want you around anymore.
I got a message from him asking me to come.
Oh, that's not true. You could not have.
Then what's this? Read it.
Turn the flashlight over here, Jerry. Mr. Whitley called and asked you to come to the Lake Lodge sometime this weekend, preferably Friday.
The desk clerk at my hotel took that message late last night.
I hope you can prove that.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, that message could be a fake. You could have written it yourself.
All right, yes. Yes, I could have written it myself. Or someone else besides David could have given it to the desk clerk. Someone like you, for instance.
Well, why would he do a thing like that?
To get me out here. Then he could kill David and I'd be blamed.
That's insane.
Oh, is it?
Well, why would you be blamed for David's murder, Miss Benson?
Because David broke his engagement to me last Tuesday. Roy knew it.
Why would I want to kill Dave? I had no reason.
You had $3.5 million worth of reason. You're David's closest relative. It's obvious. So obvious that you had to find someone else to put the blame on. So you picked me.
Oh, this is fantastic. I wasn't even here when Dave was killed. Mr. and Mrs. North know that.
Correction. We don't know whether you were coming to the island or leaving it when we saw you.
I was on my way here.
Do you expect anyone to take your word for it?
You seem to expect everyone to take your word about that message.
About that message? There's one thing we seem to be overlooking.
What's that, Pam?
Well, if David did leave it for Miss Benson, it would imply that he was going to make up with her.
So?
So I was just thinking, wouldn't that make Mrs. Drake a little bit angry?
You think I killed David?
I didn't say that. I merely...
Well, you are wrong. He was not going to make up with Miss Benson.
How do you know, Mrs. Drake?
Because my name is not Mrs. Drake. Not any longer. It is Mrs. Whitley.
What?
Mrs. David Whitley. We were married this afternoon.
Married?
You're lying.
There's a copy of the marriage license on file in New York City, Miss Benson.
You won't get away with it.
With what?
With David's money. I'll contest the marriage. You tricked Dave into it. He only knew you a week.
It was long enough for us to know we loved each other.
And you even met him by a trick.
If you want to believe this...
It's the truth. You know it is, but I'll show you. I'll take you to court.
That won't be necessary. I do not wish to cheat you. I'll see you get a fair share.
Oh, you'll see, sure. You want to be the one to decide. Another one of your tricks. So I'll settle for whatever you say. It won't work, sweetheart. I'm getting a lawyer and a detective. Maybe I'll even prove you're the one who killed Dave.
All right, that's enough, mister.
Thank you, Mr. North. It is more than enough. I married David because I loved him. I certainly do not want to fight about his money.
I understand.
Jerry, come here.
What is it, Pam?
Shine your light here, will you? I think I found something.
What? Oh, where'd you find that?
On the path leading down to where David is lying.
What is it, Mrs. North?
What? It's just a pebble.
A pebble?
Yes, a pretty pink one. I saved them for my aquarium at home.
May I see it?
Oh, it's just a pebble. Come on, let's go inside. It's getting chilly out here.
Yes.
This is a funny time to be interested in pebbles.
Well, the fish like them. Jerry.
Yes, Pam?
I'm going to put the pebble in this ashtray. Don't let me forget it when we leave.
Oh, all right.
Because... Oh,
What's the matter?
didn't you hear something outside?
No.
I'm sure there's someone right outside.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, I didn't either.
Oh, I guess you imagined it, darling.
No, I'm sure it sounded like it was right outside this window.
Well, just a second. I'll look.
See anything?
No, it's dark out here.
Oh, you can't see anything out there with the light on in here. We'd better turn it off.
I'll do it. There.
Well, North?
No, I still don't see anything.
Jerry,
Yes, darling.
click on your flashlight and shine it on the table where I left the pebble.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I thought so. What are you looking for, Miss Benson?
I was just looking at the pebble.
Uh-huh. And it is just a pebble, isn't it? But you were afraid it might be a clue, something you might have dropped after you killed David.
No.
Just looking to see a pebble wouldn't be so important to you if you weren't guilty. All right, Mrs. Drake? I beg your pardon, Mrs. Whitley. You can turn the light on.
Yes.
It's all a trick.
Yes, Miss Benton. As far as you're concerned, everything is a trick. You and Roy are both so full of suspicions you never can believe anything. So I knew if either one of you had killed David, you'd be sure I'd found a clue if I said I'd found a pebble. Must have been quite a shock when you learned he actually married someone else. Enough of a shock to make you kill him.
You can't prove it. Not by just a pebble.
You being so interested in the pebble proves a lot, and I think the police will be able to prove a lot more when they get here, especially when they find the gun. It must still be on the island.
It is, Mrs. North. It's right here. Oh. All right, Mr. North, let's have the keys to the speedboat and hurry up.
You might as well give them to her, Jerry. She won't get very far. Hear that boat coming in?
That's right.
And it's almost certainly the police. So I don't think Miss Benson is going anywhere except to jail. Jerry?
Yes, dear.
Peaceful, isn't it?
Oh, don't say that, Pam.
Why not?
Well, every time you do, something terrible has happened.
We won't anymore. The lodge is closed up. In fact, now that everything will be quiet over there, it's a shame this is our last day. Wouldn't it be fun to stay another week?
And rest up from our vacation? Oh, it sure would.
Let's.
Oh, darling, I can't.
Oh, please, Jerry.
I have to get back to the office.
But just one more week, you could arrange it.
Oh, I shouldn't.
But you could. Oh, it would be such fun.
No, I'm sorry, darling.
Let's toss a coin for it.
Well, all right. Under the same conditions.
What conditions?
If you win, we still do what I want.
All right.
Yeah, I'm glad you're so willing. But in that case, why toss?
Why, Jerry, no. Don't tell me you wouldn't be as nice to me as I am to you. Go ahead and toss. I might be lucky and lose.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Bertie! Bertie, it's Pam!
Darling, she isn't here.
Jerry, she is. I know she is, and we have to get in there. Something's happened to her.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery Die Hard. September is a time of many things, of turning leaves and returning vacationists, of homes suddenly grown quiet, and schoolyards and campuses come back to life. And September is a nostalgic time, a time just made for a person like Pam North to revisit a place like Colfax College.
Jerry, listen. The chapel bells. O Colfax, we love thee, thy towering trees, thy hallowed halls, thy fields of golden flax.
Flax?
Golden flax, Colfax, it rhymes.
It does.
O Colfax, we love our alma.
Oh, Pam. Darling, what's the matter?
That song, I never hear it but what I cry.
Well, I don't wonder. That song's enough to unnerve anyone.
Jerry.
The music I can stand, but those lyrics...
It's not what the lyrics say, it's what they mean.
Okay, darling. Now, what do we do?
Well, let's see. We've seen the stadium, the dorms, March Hall, Edwards Hall. Now to the library.
The library? Oh, now, Pam, you're not going to have time to read.
Oh, I'm not going to the library to get a book. I'm going to see Bertie.
Bertie?
Bertie Twigg.
Who?
Twigg, Twigg.
Oh, you're kidding. There really isn't anybody named Bertie Twigg, is there?
Oh, yes, there is.
Well, then let's go. This is a person I want to meet.
No, Nancy. No, dear. I'm sorry.
But jeepers, Miss Twigg.
Very sorry, but a rule is a rule. After all, that's why rules are made.
Yes, but...
Adult books are for adults. Children's books are for children. That's the rule, dear.
But I'm not a child. I'm 13.
13? Yes, I know, but... Well, a book like this, oh, my. Why, I haven't read this even at my age. You run along, dear, and... Oh, Mrs. Turner, good afternoon.
Oh, hello.
Are you, looking for someone, Mrs. Turner?
What? Oh, no.
Well, if there's anything I can help you with...
Thanks.
The new fiction is over by the...
I know.
She sure hangs around here a lot all of a sudden, don't she?
What?
Mrs. Turner, she comes in here almost every day.
Oh, yes. Yes, she does.
She sure must take out a lot of books.
As a matter of fact, she never... No, it can't be.
What's the matter, Miss Twigg?
But it is. It is Pamela.
Hello, Bertie.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Pamela Saunders.
Oh, not Saunders anymore, Bertie. North.
North? Yes, of course. North. And this is your husband.
Jerry, this is Bertie Twigg.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Twigg?
What a wonderful, wonderful surprise.
Guess I'd better go now, Miss Twigg.
Put that book back, dear.
Okay.
Now, you two come right into my office where we can have a nice long chat. I want to hear all about... No, wait. Here's someone you must meet. Oh, a professor.
What? Oh, yes, Miss Twigg.
Professor, I want you to meet Mr. and Mrs. North. Pamela, Jerry, this is Professor Markham.
Nice meeting you, Professor.
Pamela is a graduate of Colfax, Professor.
How nice.
Of course, that was before your time.
Oh, my goodness, Bertie, you make me sound ancient.
No, dear. I didn't mean that. My goodness, no. It's just that Professor Markham is one of our newest, and I might add, most brilliant young professors. Are you, looking for someone, Professor?
Oh, no. Well, I'm happy to have met you, Mr. and Mrs. North. I'll go back to the stacks and browse around, Miss Twigg.
The new fiction is over by the...
Bertie.
Oh, Pamela,
Is there anything wrong, Miss Twigg?
Wrong? No. At least I don't think there is.
late, aren't you, Paul?
You said 3 o'clock.
I'm talking about last night.
Oh.
Why didn't you meet me?
We can't talk here.
Where were you, Paul?
We can't talk here, Mildred.
Then let's go somewhere where we can.
Well, I have to be back on the campus in a few minutes.
Quit stalling.
Keep your voice down.
I'm not going to go on like this.
Now, Mildred, please.
I'm going to tell Cliff about us.
No. Mildred, listen. Something's come up that makes it absolutely imperative that no one find out about us temporarily.
What's the excuse this time?
I had dinner last night with Peter Carlisle. He's chairman of the board of trustees for the college.
Well,
That's why I couldn't meet you.
go on.
Well, Carlisle told me, in the strictest confidence, that the presidency of the college may be vacant within a month or two, and that there's a very good chance that I may get the appointment.
You?
But I'd never be considered if you asked Cliff for a divorce now. The publicity would...
Hello, Mrs. Jervis. Hello, Professor Markham.
This is too risky. Can you meet me tonight?
Yes.
8 o'clock?
Pilot Rock?
Yes. I'll go out first.
All right.
And you remember Tommy Lawson, Pamela? Well, he... Oh, excuse me.
I'd like to take out this book, Miss Twig.
All right, Professor. The Psychology of Murder.
What?
The title of the book. The Psychology of Murder.
Oh, so it is.
Well, you picked up the wrong book and want to change it.
No. That's all right. I'll take it. It might be very interesting.
Did you really like Bertie, Jerry?
Yes, she's a bit fluttery, but nice. Oh,
What's the matter?
this food.
It isn't very good, is it?
Oh, there must be a better restaurant in town than this.
Oh, there is. Several.
Well, why did you want to come here?
Well, I just wanted to see the place again. When I was in school, this used to be called the Icebox. It was just a soda parlor then. It didn't have a cook.
It still doesn't. Look,
Will
ma'am,
there be
let's...
anything else?
No, thank you. Just the check.
Yes, sir.
Come on, finish your coffee, Clam, and let's go.
Anybody out front, Mildred?
Couple in number 2. They're just leaving.
They're slow tonight.
Yeah. I'm going home, Cliff.
Going home? What are you talking about? It's only 7:30.
We won't be busy tonight. You can handle the front. Please, Cliff, I've got a nasty headache.
You're lying. You don't have a headache any more than I do. And you're not going home.
What's the matter with you?
I'm sick of this. That's what's the matter.
Sick of what?
Who are you meeting?
What?
You heard me.
No, for crying out loud.
Stop lying.
Stop yelling. Those people out front can hear.
Let them. Answer.
Let go.
Who have you been meeting? Who is he?
No one. Now let go of me. Let go.
Hey, you come back here. Mildred.
I'm leaving. I'm through.
I'll find you. You hear? And when I do, I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Golly, Jerry.
Come on, darling. Let's just leave some money and get out of here.
When I went out the door, Cliff was yelling, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you."
Sounds like a delightful little scene.
It was horrible, but... Well, I'm glad it happened.
Oh?
Cliff had to find out sometime.
You said you denied meeting anyone.
I did, but Cliff knows I'm lying. Paul, we've got to tell him the truth.
And get ourselves killed?
No, Cliff didn't mean that.
Well, how can you be sure?
I know, Cliff.
Perhaps. But I'd hate to go to him and then have you discover that you don't know him as well as you think you do. But aside from that, you seem to have forgotten what I told you this afternoon in the library.
About the presidency of the college? I haven't forgotten. In fact, I've given it a lot of thought.
Good.
You haven't heard what I've been thinking.
Then maybe you better tell me right now.
For a little while this afternoon, you had me fooled.
Fooled?
But not for long. After I left the library, I went over to the college and walked around the campus for a little while, daydreaming. Thinking about what it was going to be like when I was Mrs. Paul Markham, wife of the president of Colfax College. Me, Mildred Turner, graduating from slinging hash in a greasy spoon to serving tea at a faculty reception. I thought, now for a dame that didn't even finish high school, I'm going a long way. And then it hit me. Wham! Right between the eyes.
What?
That people don't travel that far that fast. Not people like me. And you know it.
Well,
And you knew it this afternoon in the library.
It was just another stall. Another excuse. Like all the other stalls and excuses.
Mildred.
But this was the last one.
What are you going to do?
Divorce Cliff and marry you. Okay, so I won't be the wife of a college president. So I'll settle for being just a Mrs. Professor.
I'm not going to marry you, Mildred. I don't love you, and I'm...
Isn't what you said the other times we met here at Pilot Rock?
Well, nevertheless, I'm not going to marry you. This whole thing has been a mistake.
Maybe so. But there are some mistakes you can't correct, Paul. And this is one of them.
I don't think so.
Paul.
I can correct it.
Paul! Paul, no. No, please, please, Paul, no. I can't breathe.
Here we are. Gollies, I'd almost forgotten how beautiful it was up here.
Oh, I've got to sit down, Pam.
Oh, doesn't Pilot Rock have a lovely view?
Yeah, so do picture postcards. And you can get them in a drugstore.
Oh, you. Complain. I warned you when we planned this weekend that I was going to do all the things I did when I was in college.
Yeah, well, you certainly are. Thank heavens you weren't on the football team.
Oh, come on, you old grouch.
Oh, where now?
Down the road.
Road? Oh, how did anyone get a road up here? With parachutes?
Well, it's not very steep on the other side.
Oh. Pam.
Jeff?
Pam, dear. No, I won't ask that question.
What question?
Well, why, if there's a road, we didn't drive up instead of climb?
Oh. See, here's the road.
Yeah, and a very good road.
Uh-huh. Jerry, what's that down there in the grass?
Hmm? Where?
Well, there, it looks like a book.
Oh, let's see.
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah, The Psychology of Murder.
Just imagine such irresponsibility, such... Oh, where did you say you found it, dear?
Up on Pilot Rock.
Well, I never...
Do you remember who took the book out?
No, but we'll find out from the files right now.
I'd better not wait, Bertie. Jerry's outside in the car.
Oh, of course. Oh, and don't forget, you and Jerry are coming to dinner tomorrow night.
We're looking forward to it.
Fried chicken with Jimmy's gravy.
Wonderful. Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye, dear. Bye. Well, now, I'm going to find out who... Wait, I remember. Professor Markham. He seemed like such a nice young man. Just goes to show you never can tell about...
Hello?
Professor Markham, this is Miss Twigg at the library, and I'm shocked at you.
Well, what's the matter, Miss Twigg?
You apparently do not recall what you did with The Psychology of Murder by G. Emerson Pierce, which you took out of the library yesterday. Well, it has been found.
Found?
And returned to the library.
Where was it?
Right where you left it, Professor. Up on Pilot Rock.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes. Yes, I did drive up to the rock yesterday in the afternoon for some fresh air. I must have knocked it off the seat of my car without noticing it. I'm sorry, Miss Twigg. Terribly sorry.
Well, I suppose we all make mistakes, don't we? Even professors.
Yes, even professors.
Well, I'll forgive you this once.
Well, thank you, Miss Twigg.
And the book is here if you want it.
I'll pick it up this evening. And, Miss Twigg.
Yes?
I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to anyone. I wouldn't want to get the reputation for being an absent-minded professor.
Dear, I hadn't thought of that. That is all funny, isn't it? Well, don't worry, Professor. This will be our secret. Just ours. Goodbye. Well, now he's probably a nice young man after all.
Afternoon, Miss Twigg.
Hi, Sheriff Conway. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, Miss Twigg.
Why, certainly, Sheriff. Of course. What about?
Do you know Mrs. Mildred Turner? Her husband runs that Turner Cafe in Clover Avenue.
Why, yes, I know Mrs. Turner.
Was she in the library last night? Any time after 7:30, say.
Last night? No, Sheriff, she wasn't. Why?
She's missing.
Missing?
Her husband says she didn't come home at all last night. He's afraid something's happened to her.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hello, Dan.
Find out anything?
Nothing. Been all over town, everywhere. Even to the library. No one saw her. Mr. Turner go home?
A few minutes ago. But there's a Mr. and Mrs. North waiting for you in your office.
What do they want?
Didn't say.
Well, you better go out and have your dinner, Dan.
Okay.
You folks want to see me?
Sheriff Conway?
Yeah.
We're Mr. and Mrs. North.
We heard over at the hotel that a Mrs. Turner, the wife of the man who owns the Turner Cafe, is missing.
Do you know anything about Mrs. Turner?
Well, nothing that you may not already know, but we thought we'd better tell you anyway.
You see, we had dinner at the Turner Cafe last night, and we overheard Mr. and Mrs. Turner having a pretty heated argument.
What about?
Well, from what we heard, it sounded like Mr. Turner was accusing his wife of meeting some man.
And Mrs. Turner finally went storming out with Turner yelling that he'd kill her.
What time was this?
About 7:30.
Well, I wouldn't take it too seriously. Oh, I'll ask Turner about it, of course, but now that I know about this fight, I figure Mrs. Turner just went off somewhere in a huff. Turner will probably be hearing from her in a day. Oh, excuse me. Conway speaking. Yes, Phil. What? Where? Yeah. Okay, I'm on my way. Well, looks like I was wrong.
Wrong? About what?
About not taking Mr. Turner's threat seriously. She's dead.
Murdered?
Yeah. Bill Bates found her body lying in the underbrush up on Pilot Rock. She was strangled to death.
Public Library. Miss Twigg speaking.
Bertie, this is Pam.
Pamela, dear. I was just thinking about you. Yes, I was.
Bertie.
I was just remembering how much you liked my popovers when you used to come to my house. But
Bertie, please, I've got to talk to you.
is something wrong, dear?
Have you heard about Mrs. Turner, Bertie?
Mrs. Turner? As a matter of fact, I have, yes. Sheriff Conway came into the library this afternoon and...
Bertie, she's dead. She was murdered.
Murdered? But that's impossible. Why, just yesterday she... Murdered? Oh, my...
Bertie, listen. The book that Jerry and I found and returned to the library.
Yes?
Well, it may be a clue to who murdered Mildred Turner.
What?
Well, Jerry and I aren't sure. We haven't even told Sheriff Conway about the book yet, but...
No, dear, you're wrong. Why, it's unthinkable.
Bertie, will you please... Bertie!
Good evening, Miss Twig.
Bertie!
Good evening, Professor.
Bertie!
Pamela, dear, I'll have to call you back.
But,
goodbye, dear.
I came to pick up the book, Miss Twig.
Book? Oh, yes, book. Now, let's see. Where did I... Oh, here we are.
Oh, thank you. And again, my apologies.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Professor. Oh, my goodness, look at the time. 8 o'clock.
Closing time?
Yes.
Well, I won't detain you since I seem to be the only one here. Good night, Miss Twig.
Good night, Professor.
Oh, Miss Twig, about the book being lost. It's still our secret, isn't it?
Oh, indeed, yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, my, yes. Miss Twig. Hi, Professor.
Oh, jeepers, Miss Twig, have you heard about Mrs. Turner?
That's it, dear.
She's been murdered. Honest, she was strangled to death. Strangled. They just found her just a little while ago up on Pilot Rock.
Nancy.
She was under some bushes, absolutely dead, with her eyes wide open and her...
Nancy.
And Mr. Turner's been arrested, and... Oh, isn't that exciting? Jeepers, I better go home and tell Dad and Mom before someone else does. Bye, Miss Twig.
Nancy.
Bye, Professor.
You know, don't you?
No.
The book and Mrs. Turner, both found on Pilot Rock. That's why you're so nervous.
I don't know what you...
Give me your keys.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to close up for you. Give them to me.
Oh.
Thank you. Now it's... Don't touch that phone. Let it ring.
She just doesn't answer. Jerry, there's something wrong.
Now, Pam.
There is. I know there is.
Just because she doesn't answer the telephone?
But she answered it a couple of minutes before.
All right. So in a couple of minutes, she closed the library and left.
What time is it?
8:05.
No.
No what, Pam?
No, Bertie hasn't closed the library and left. The library closes at 8, but Bertie never leaves before 8:30.
Oh, Pam.
It's true I worked in that library for 2 years, Jerry, I know. Darling, we've got to get down there and find out what's wrong. Bertie, it's Pam.
Darling, she isn't here.
Bertie!
You can see for yourself that the place is pitch dark.
Come on.
Where are you going?
There's a side door. Hardly anybody knows about it. I want to see if it's unlocked.
Pam, if the front door's locked, then the side door will be locked.
Here.
All right, try it. You'll see for yourself that it's unlocked.
Come on.
Hey, it's dark in here.
All the light switches are over by the main entrance.
Oh, but Pam, what would Bertie Twigg be doing sitting around here in the dark?
Jerry, believe me, there's something wrong. Bertie would never have gone off and left that side door unlocked. Why, Bertie is the most... Jerry, look.
Where?
Over there on the floor.
Holy...
Bertie! Bertie! Oh, Bertie.
I'll get the lights.
Jerry, she's... Jerry.
I heard it.
It came from over there. There's someone back in the stack.
I'm going to take a look. You telephone the sheriff.
I want to go with you.
No, Pam. Telephone the sheriff.
Oh, all right, but be careful, darling.
Yeah.
Hello? Sheriff Conway? Sheriff, this is Mrs. North. I'm calling from... Jerry! Jerry!
I'm all right, Pam.
Well, what happened?
Somebody jumped me. A man. Didn't you see him?
No.
You would have if he'd gone out the side door.
He must still be in here.
Unless he got out a window.
There aren't any, not on the first floor, except small ones up above the stack.
Now, let's get some lights turned on.
Here are the switches.
Okay, now let's close the side door and he won't be able to...
Jerry!
What?
Look, climbing up that bookcase.
He's the one Bertie introduced us to.
Professor Markham.
He's trying to get out that window.
Jerry, the bookcase is tipping over.
His weight's pulling it over. Markham, look out!
It's falling!
Get back, Pam! Come on, Pam.
Pinned under the bookcase.
And we'll never be able to move it. A steel case like that must weigh a ton. Markham!
Jerry!
Oh, there's no hurry about getting him out. He's dead.
Oh.
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like... Bertie! Bertie! Oh, Jerry. Darling, she's alive. She's all right.
And he was choking me, and then I heard you, Pamela. Oh, have some dumplings, dear. Pounding on the door and calling my name. More chicken, Jerry. And then, well, I just don't remember a thing.
You fainted.
Exactly, that's exactly what I did. Potatoes, anyone?
And Markham must have thought you were dead.
Oh, that man, that horrible, horrible, horrible man. Do you know what he was going to do? He told me himself.
What?
Pass it, Jerry the Gravy, dear. That book you found up on Pilot Rock.
What about it?
Well, after he killed me, he was going to take the book and destroy the record of it in my files.
So it could never be traced back to him.
Exactly, dear, exactly. Do have another pop-over, Jerry. He was actually going to steal that book. Well, when he told me that, I saw right then and there what kind of a man he was.
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry!
That came from inside.
Try the door.
It's locked.
Oh, darling, we've got to get in there somehow.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, House of Hate. The house near Dublin Square in Washington Heights is a gingerbread monument to a day gone by, a day of gaslight and hansom cabs, to a day when $1 was $1 and the Lansing family had its share of them. From that era, only Sarah Lansing survives to rule the gingerbread house from the big front bedroom where she has lain for 16 years.
Yes?
Robert, Mother.
Oh, come in, darling. Off to work, dear?
Yes, Mother.
So early?
Well, I have a big day ahead of me.
Oh, you work so hard, Robert, dear. So terribly hard.
Oh, nonsense, Mother.
Well, you do. Oh, but didn't I warn you to be like this when you had a wife to support?
Let me give you a kiss now, and then I have to run.
All right, darling. And have a nice day.
Mother.
Oh, my back.
If it's still bothering you, I'd better call Dr. Stone.
No, I've already called him, dear. He's coming today at 1. There's little he can do when Ella refuses to fix my pillows the way I... Oh, but there, I mustn't blame Ella when she has so much to do.
Nothing is more important than taking care of you properly. Oh, by the way, Mother, one thing. I had a letter from Sylvia. She'd like to spend the weekend here at home soon.
But, Robert...
She says that Miss Phillips, her house mother, thinks it would be good for her to come home oftener.
Sylvia's my daughter, Robert. I think I know more about what's best for her than this Miss Phillips.
Yes, of course, Mother. You're right. I'll drop her a line today. Now, goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, dear.
See you this evening, huh?
Oh, Robert, will you take my breakfast tray on your way, dear?
Oh, of course. Oh, Mother, you didn't eat a thing.
Ella fixed me eggs. I can't imagine why. She knows I dislike them. Oh, well, she must simply have forgotten.
After 3 years, that's hardly likely.
Oh, Robert, dear, don't say anything.
Why Ella does things like this, I'll never...
Is something wrong, Robert?
Oh. Ella, I thought you were down in the kitchen. Ella, why did you do this?
What?
This. Serve Mother eggs.
I serve them because she asked for them.
Nonsense. You know that she hates them.
Are you calling me a liar, Robert?
All I'm saying is that if Mother had asked for eggs, she would have eaten them.
All right, Robert. Have it your way.
What do you mean, my way?
Please, Robert, let's not argue. Just give me the tray and let me fix your mother something else. I have a lot to do before I go downtown.
Downtown?
I'm having lunch with Pam North.
At what time?
I'm meeting at the Corsair room at 1.
At 1, but you can't.
Why not?
Because Dr. Stone is coming to see Mother at 1.
Today?
Yes. Mother called him and...
When?
What?
When did she call him?
I don't know.
Well, then I'll tell you. She called him after I told her I was meeting Pam.
Now, why would she do it?
To keep me here when she knew I wanted to go out. She knew if Dr. Stone was calling, you'd insist I stay home.
Are you suggesting that Mother...
I am not suggesting. I'm telling you. She did this deliberately.
Ella!
Oh, Robert, how can you be so blind? Can't you see what she's trying to do? What she's been trying to do ever since you brought me into this house? First thing she did was convince you I should take care of this mausoleum all by myself. Cook and scrub and be her nurse at the same time.
It was a question of money. We can't afford...
Who says we can't afford it? She does.
It's her house. It's her money.
And her son. You, her darling, doting little boy. She won't be happy until she has you all to herself again.
You're out of your mind.
For 3 years, she's lain in there thinking of ways to make my life miserable. Hoping someday I won't be able to take it anymore and slam out of this house and out of your life. Disappointment with the doctor's part of it. These stupid eggs are part of it. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not about to slam out of this house. I'm not going to take this much longer, but she's not going to drive me out. She's not. She's not.
Oh, now Now, what the devil happened to them? They were here in the closet the other day. Pam?
Yes?
Where are my golf shoes?
What did you say, Jerry?
My golf shoes. They're not in the closet.
But I saw them. They're just... Oh, no, wait. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I know where they are.
Oh, where?
In the kitchen.
The kitchen?
I brought them out here to polish them for you.
Oh, Pam, darling, you didn't have to do that.
I didn't.
Oh.
I discovered we didn't have any brown shoe polish, and I was going to put them back in your closet, but I couldn't find the nutcracker.
The nutcracker?
Your shoes are in the cupboard under the sink, Jerry.
Thanks, but what have my golf shoes got to do with the fact that you couldn't find the nutcracker?
I used your shoes to crack the walnuts for the Waldorf salad last night.
Oh.
Oh, golly, look at the time. I have to hurry.
Are you going out?
I'm having lunch with Ella Lansing.
Ella Lansing, huh?
I told her she telephoned the other day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Where'd you say they were?
The Lansings? Oh, why, they're right on... in the...
My golf shoes.
I'll answer it, dear. In the cupboard under the sink.
The Lansing?
Your golf shoes. Hello?
Hello, Pam. This is Ella.
Oh, Ella.
Pam, I hate to do this, but I have to cancel our lunch date.
Oh, Ella, why?
Well, I just found out that the doctor's coming to see Robert's mother, so I'll have to be here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was looking forward to seeing you.
And I wanted to talk to you.
Ella.
Pam, I have to see you. I simply must talk to someone, or I don't know what I'll do.
Well, what is it, Ella?
Could you possibly come out of here, Pam?
Well, of course.
Oh, wonderful.
Will, 2 o'clock be all right?
Anytime.
I'll see you at 2 then.
Thanks, Pam.
Pam? Hey, Pam, dear, Pam, darling, what's the matter?
What?
Was something wrong?
I'm not sure.
Who was that on the phone?
Ella Lansing. She can't meet me for lunch, but she wants me to come to her place. She said she had to see me.
Oh, well, what's the matter with her?
I don't know. But I do know this. Jeb Moffat's back in town.
Jeb Moffat?
Ella went with him for years. They were engaged, and then something happened. No one ever knew just what, and she married Bob Lansing.
Oh.
Jeb Moffat's a colonel in the Air Force. He was in Korea and just got back. I read it in the paper. You can drop me off at Ella's on your way to your golf date.
I'm not sure I can keep my golf date, dear.
Why?
No shoes.
Well, didn't you find them in the cupboard under the sink?
All I found in the cupboard under the sink was the brown shoe polish.
The brown shoe polish?
And this.
Well, what do you know? The nutcracker.
Hello?
Colonel Moffat reporting, ma'am.
Jeb!
The lady remembers.
You're back.
Don't tell me you didn't know.
No.
Well, it was in the papers. I'm a hero. If you don't believe it, ask the New York Times. Hello, Ellie.
Oh, Jeb, it's wonderful to hear from you.
If that's a proposal, I accept. We'll run away to Afghanistan and raise sheep. I got a 2-week furlough. Hey, speaking of sheep, how's your husband?
Robert's fine.
Oh, too bad. Look, when are you going to divorce him and marry me?
Oh, Jeb, stop joking.
Joking? Ellie, darling, I was never more serious in... What was that?
What?
Sounded like someone else on the line.
Oh.
Don't tell me your husband's had your phone tapped. I heard of one who did that to his wife once.
Jeb, I'd better call you back.
What? Wait.
Where are you staying?
The Algonquin.
I'll call you.
Ella, dear, Why, Ella, is something the matter?
So now you've started listening to my phone calls.
Listening to your phone calls? I don't understand.
You're a liar. Ella, you were listening on the extension.
How dare you speak to me this way?
I'm warning you. I've stood just about all of this I can stand.
Get out of this room.
You don't leave me alone. I'll kill you.
Get out.
Get out. I mean it a lot. I'll kill you.
Well, here we are, darling.
Oh, golly, Jerry. It's such a gorgeous day. I wish I were going out to the club with you.
I wish you were, too.
Just look at that old house. Did you ever see anything so gloomy?
Not outside of the cemetery.
Well, Come on.
Come on. Hey, what do you mean? I'm going to play golf, remember?
But, Jerry, you have to stop in for a minute
Why?
to say hello.
But, Pam, I'll be late.
Well, you certainly won't be any earlier if you sit and argue.
Oh, all right. I'm just going to say hello, how are you, goodbye.
That's all you have to do.
I don't want to be dragged upstairs to pay my respects to old Mrs. Lansing.
You won't be.
All she ever talks about is Robert. Robert this, Robert that. You'd think she was the only woman in the world who ever had a son.
I know. And never a word about Sylvia.
Sylvia? Oh, yes, her daughter.
Mm-hmm. Ring the bell, Jerry.
Got it. Hey, where do they keep her? Locked up in the attic?
Well, practically. In a boarding school. Apparently she has some psychological problems. Jerry!
What?
That came from inside.
Yeah.
Try the door.
Locked.
We've got to get in there, Jerry. Ella! Ella!
Someone's coming.
Ella!
Pam, Jerry, come quickly.
Ella, what happened? We heard a scream.
It was Robert's mother. She must have been trying to get downstairs. She fell. There.
Oh, Jerry.
I'll call the doctor.
Wait a minute, Ella. A doctor can't help. She's dead.
And it is therefore the finding of this inquest that the death of Sarah Lansing resulted from a fall which was wholly and entirely accidental.
Ella? Come in here.
Were you asleep? No, dear. I was just resting. Robert just got home, Ella.
Oh?
You are going to talk to him, aren't you?
Of course, Sylvia. I promised, didn't I?
And you will make him understand.
I'll do my best, dear.
Ella?
You go to your room and wait there, Sylvia.
All right.
Ella.
I'm in here, Robert.
Where's Sylvia?
In her room.
She packed.
Not yet.
Why not? A train leaves in an hour.
Yes, but she's hoping that she won't be taking it.
What?
Robert, let her stay.
Stay here? Permanently?
Yes.
That's impossible.
Why?
She's in school.
Well, she could go to school here.
No, Ella. I made it perfectly clear to Sylvia that she was merely coming home from Mother's funeral, not to expect...
Robert, please.
Sylvia is going back to school. She needs the special attention she gets there.
She doesn't need special attention there or anywhere else. All she's ever needed from the moment she was born is a little love and affection. A little of the love your mother stole from her to give to you.
That's enough.
Oh, Robert, please. Sylvia wants a home. She needs a home.
She's going back to Fallbrook. That's what Mother would have wanted. That's what she's going to do.
In the name of heaven, Robert, is your mother going to go on running our lives even from her grave? Your mother's dead. Dead. Look.
Because you killed her.
What?
Oh, you didn't think I knew, did you?
You what?
Mother didn't fall down those stairs. You pushed her.
That's a lie. Robert, you can't believe that.
But I do believe it.
But then why didn't you go to the police? Why didn't you say something at the inquest?
I'll tell you why. Because I want to keep you here, right here in this house. You hate this house, Ella. You hate it as much as you hated my mother.
She hated me.
You're going to want to run away. You're going to want to get away from this house so badly it'll drive you out of your mind thinking about it.
You're insane.
But you'll never be able to leave, because the only place you can go from here is straight to the electric chair. Now go tell Sylvia to get packed. I'll be waiting downstairs to take her to the station. Oh, one thing more. We're giving a dinner party.
A dinner party?
Tomorrow evening. I'm inviting Pam and Jerry North. And Jeb Moffat.
Robert. Ella. Oh. Sylvia, darling, I'm sorry, but Robert...
I know. I heard.
Everything? Yes. Sylvia, it's not true about your mother. I didn't kill her.
I believe you. But I wouldn't care if it was true. I'm glad she's dead. I hated her. And I hate Robert. I wish he was dead, too.
get out of here. We've had old Mrs. Lansing's favorite cocktail. We've had her favorite dinner. Now we've spent 2 hours listening to her favorite records. Has Lansing jumped his trolley completely?
Oh, that's just beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, very, but I think we'd better be going, don't you, Pam?
We really should.
Oh, no, please. Not yet. There's one more record I want
Robert,
you to...
it is getting late.
This won't take but a minute. Listen, please.
Sweet and low, wind of the western sea. Blow, blow, breathe and blow, wind of the western sea.
Well, how about that, eh? Mother made it for me years ago on one of those public recording machines. You know, the kind you drop a quarter
Robert,
in.
stop it.
Why, Ella, dear, what's the matter?
Stop it, please, Robert.
But, Ella...
Stop it!
Ella, what is it? What's the matter?
Make him stop it, Jed, please. Make him stop it.
Oh, brother, what an evening.
It was hideous.
What's the matter with Lansing, anyway? Something is certainly eating him.
And Ella, it's as if that whole house was sick. As if everything you touched was diseased.
Hey, now, hold it. Let's not get morbid.
Oh, I'm sorry, but, well, that's the way it affected me.
Well, let's go to bed and forget it, huh? Tomorrow the sun will be shining.
It will not. The weatherman said rain.
The weatherman is going to be wrong, as usual.
How do you know?
My left ear isn't twitching.
Oh, Jerry.
Now, that's a sure sign of clear weather. My left ear is like a divining rod. It can detect water. I'll get it. Hello.
Hello, Jerry.
Well, Bill.
Bill Wigan?
Yeah. Well, what do you know, Bill?
I know you were at 124 Linden Street tonight.
124 Well, that's the Lansing house.
That's where I am. And you'll have to get back up here on the double.
Bill, what's the matter?
Robert Lansing has been murdered.
All right, Mrs. Lansing, go on.
Well, after Jeb and Pam and Jerry had left, Robert and I had an argument.
What about?
You better tell him, Ella.
Well, Mrs. Lansing?
Robert believed that his mother's death wasn't an accident. He thought I killed her.
So that was it.
Was what, Pam?
Why Robert was behaving the way he was this evening.
And how was that?
Well, he hardly said a dozen words all evening that didn't concern his mother.
It was his way of torturing me.
Why did your husband think you'd killed his mother?
She hated me.
And you hated her?
Yes.
But you didn't kill her?
No.
Or your husband?
No.
This argument, Mrs. Lansing, what was it about specifically?
Robert accused me of being in love with Jeb. I admitted it and begged him to give me a divorce. He refused, and we argued.
And then?
I ran out of the house. I just had to get away. I went to the drugstore on the corner and telephoned Jeb.
And he met you at the drugstore?
Yes, I met her there.
And you both returned here to the house to have it out with Lansing and found him dead?
Yes.
How long was it from the time Mrs. Lansing telephoned you at your hotel until you met her at the drugstore, Colonel Moffat?
Why? What difference does that make? What are you getting at?
I want to know if you had time enough to come here, kill Lansing, and then meet Mrs. Lansing at the drugstore.
I didn't kill him. I might have if I'd had the chance after I found out what he was doing to Ella.
But you didn't have a chance?
No.
Mrs. Lansing, do you know of anyone besides yourself and Colonel Moffat who had a motive to kill your husband?
No.
Well, that's not true, Ella. You told me that Sylvia...
Jeb.
Ella told me that Sylvia wished her brother were dead.
But Sylvia's at school in Vermont.
Are you sure, Ella?
Well, of course. She went back day before yesterday.
Well, then I'm afraid you're going to have to come with me, Mrs. Lansing. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
On what charge, Lieutenant?
Suspicion of murder.
She didn't kill Lansing.
I think she did.
Well, you're wrong.
What?
Who's that?
Sylvia.
Who are you?
Sylvia, what are you doing here?
I've been here for a couple of hours, up in the attic, hiding. How do you know Ella didn't kill your brother? Because I'm the one who killed him. And from Grand Central, I took the subway out here. I don't have a key. I've never had one. This was supposed to be my home, but Robert and Mother would never let me have a key.
Mm-hmm. Then how'd you get into the house without your brother hearing you?
I broke a cellar window, one of the large ones in back.
Go on.
Well, I tiptoed up the back stairs to Robert's room. I knew he had a gun. I knew where he kept it. I got it, and I came downstairs to the living room and shot him.
What'd you do with the gun?
I hid it. It's in the attic,
Where?
behind some boxes on the shelf by the stairs.
Go get it, Donahue. We'll be going down to headquarters in a few minutes, Mrs. Lansing, so will you get Sylvia a coat?
Yes.
I'll go with you, Ella.
I'll get Sylvia a coat from
Ella,
Yes, ma'am?
I want to talk to you a moment.
What about?
Sylvia, let's go outside, huh?
Outside? Why?
I'll show you.
But, Pam, why can't...
Come on.
Why do you want to go out there?
I want to see the cellar window.
Cellar window?
The one Sylvia broke to get into the house.
Why?
Here. Oh, no, this isn't the one. This one hasn't been broken. But it is one just like this, Ella?
Well, yes, but I don't...
Good. Now, is there a rock around here? Yes, here, this'll do.
Pam, what in the world are you doing?
Proving to myself that Sylvia didn't kill Robert.
What?
She didn't, did she, Ella?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You killed Robert.
No.
Don't lie about it, Ella.
I'm not lying.
You are. I watched you every minute Sylvia was telling her story. You knew it wasn't true, and when Sylvia told how she got into this house by breaking a cellar window like this, I knew it wasn't true, too. You would have heard her.
She must have broken the window after I left the house.
Then Robert would have heard her, if he'd been alive. I think Sylvia entered this house after Robert was dead.
Why would she confess to a murder she hadn't committed?
To protect you.
No.
You were the only one in this house who ever showed her any attention and love. And a child like Sylvia would do anything, say anything to repay you. But you can't let her do it, Ella.
She killed Robert. She admits it. You can't prove differently.
I know I can't. If Sylvia wants to take the blame, there's probably no way of stopping her. Not unless you tell the truth.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Come on, listen. You think you're free of Robert, free of the way he was torturing you about his mother. Maybe you are. See, if you think you can marry Jeb and be happy, you're wrong. You'll torture yourself far worse than Robert ever tortured you. Tell the truth, Ella, please.
No. No.
Ella, come back here, Jerry, Bill.
Ma'am, what is it? What's going on?
Hurry. It's Ella. She killed Robert.
How do you know?
Never mind now. Quick, where did she get to?
There, crossing the street.
Bill. Oh, Jerry, that truck. Ella, let go.
Okay, Bill. Thanks for calling.
What did Bill say, Jerry?
Well, he was calling from the hospital. Ella's going to be all right. And she's given Bill a statement. You were right. She killed Bob Lansing.
Oh, poor Ella.
Oh, come on, darling. Cheer up. Oh, just look outside. Not a cloud in the sky. Just as I predicted. I tell you what never fails. My left ear twitches, it rains.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't twitch, doesn't rain.
It's uncanny.
Well, it is a talent not very many people have.
Jerry.
Hmm?
Darling, don't go to work today.
Oh, Pam.
Please, Jerry. Let's go for a drive in the country. Up the Hudson, maybe. Oh, the leaves are turning. It'll be beautiful.
But, darling, I can't.
You promised we could take a day off soon. I'll pack us a picnic lunch.
Pam, dear, I have to go to work.
Sorry, darling. Not today. I made up my mind. There's no way out for you. Now I'll fix a wonderful lunch while you... Jerry.
What?
Your left ear. It's twitching.
Listen.
It sounded like thunder.
Holy smoke, it is thunder.
Jerry North, you did that deliberately.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
That came from upstairs, Bill.
Yeah, come on.
No, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Mr. and Mrs. North. Starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Brother Danny. A police car cruises down Burgess Street. Riding in it are Detective Sergeant Marty Lucas and his partner Harry Maddox. Lucas and Maddox of the 42nd Squad. Burgess Street, Lime Park, Stuyvesant Circle is their beat, and they know every inch of it. They were born here, raised here, and still live here. From every blazing neon sign over every shabby store to every shadow in every dark corner, they know it all.
Oh, 11 o'clock. Man, isn't this shift ever going to end?
Who cares?
Boy, oh boy, aren't you doubled over with laughter tonight. What's eating you anyway, Marty?
Nothing.
You need a little nightlife, boy. Hey, look, how about having a couple of beers when we knock off?
No, thanks.
Ah, come on. I'm going over to Helen's and count the wedding presents. You should see the loot, and the wedding's still a week away. Come on, how about it?
No, thanks, Harry.
Marty?
What?
Hey, you're not sore about anything, are you? I mean, sore at me or Helen?
What makes you think that?
I don't know. You've been clouding up terrain for the last month.
Oh, for crying out loud, Harry, will you please stop? Hey, wait a minute, Harry.
Huh? What's the
Pull
matter?
up. Nightlight's out in Bruner's garage.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look.
Maybe it just burned out.
Maybe. Now, here's the office door.
Hey, didn't burn out. Look.
Yeah, Jimmy. Come on.
I'll grab the light.
Okay. Hey, a window.
Yeah, out in the garage.
Come on, let's get him.
There he is, Marty. Going out the side window.
Hold it, you. Stop or we'll shoot.
He's gone.
Come on.
Hey, Marty, there's another one in here.
Where? Hey, you might be back.
Careful, Harry. Watch yourself.
Oh, don't go yet, Bill. It's just a little after 11.
Yeah, let me at least fix you a nightcap, Bill.
Well, all right, but make it a short one.
I'll do it, Jerry.
You? Oh, Pam, dear, you've never mixed a drink in your life.
Well, that doesn't mean I can. You stay there and talk to Bill.
Well, okay. Now, as I was saying, Bill, this manuscript I'd like you to read was written by a retired police captain in the little town of... yes, Pam?
Which glasses do I use?
The ones on the middle shelf there. Well, this police captain had written a terrific...
Jerry?
Yes, dear?
Do I put the ice in first or last?
First. Now, as I was saying, this police captain wrote...
Jerry?
Yes, dear?
Do I put in one jigger or two?
One. Oh, now, where was I? Oh, yes, this police captain has written about two guys...
I told you I could do it. Now, what were you two talking about while I was gone?
I was telling Bill about the police captain who... Oh, well, it isn't much of a story anyway. Hello. Lieutenant Wagon? Just a minute.
Thanks, Jerry. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. Who? Where? Yeah. Yeah, I'll get right down there.
Oh, what is it, Bill?
A detective on the 42nd Squad was killed breaking up a robbery in the garage on Burgess Street. Now, look, Jerry, I came over in a cab. Could you run me down there?
Well, of course, Bill.
Did you know the man who was killed, Bill?
Well, slightly. His name was Harry Maddox.
And we thought the guy getting away through the window was the only one, Lieutenant, but there was another one behind us. Over there on the other side of the garage.
You're lucky you didn't get it in the back, too, Lucas.
Yes,
Hey, Bill.
What? Well, Jerry, I thought Pam and you had gone.
Well, we were just leaving when a Miss Chandler arrived.
Helen, here?
Yeah, and someone from your station called her. She's in the office.
I want to see her.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. We asked her if she had anyone she wanted us to call to be with her, you know.
Well, she hasn't anyone here. She's only been in town a few months.
So she said, and she shouldn't be alone, so Mrs. North and I suggested she come home with us.
Well, that's swell of you, Mr. North.
Well, come on, let's go see her. See you later, Bill.
Right, Jerry.
Helen.
Oh, Marty. Oh, Marty, they won't let me see him.
He's gone now, Helen.
I'll bring my car around to the door, Sergeant.
I'll come with you, Jerry.
Car's down this way. Well, come on down.
I'm sorry.
What in the world were you thinking about so hard?
The way Sergeant Lucas looked at Miss Chandler.
Hmm?
Darling, he's in love with her.
Oh, Pam.
He is, Jerry. I'm sure of it.
Ma, will you leave me alone? I said I don't want any breakfast.
But you can't go to school.
Leave me alone.
Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. I'm just not hungry. Marty isn't home, huh?
No, and I'm worried. He usually calls.
Forget it. He's a big, brave cop.
Danny, Marty's your brother, and you
Sure, I know. Blood's thicker than water and all that stuff. Well, here comes New York's finest now. I gotta blow. I'm going out the back way. See you later, Ma.
Marty?
Yeah, Ma.
Where you been all night? I've been worried.
I'm sorry, Ma. I should have called. Got some coffee?
Yes.
Thanks. Ma,
Yes?
Harry Maddox was killed last night.
Killed. Oh, Marty.
Now, look, Ma, don't use this to tee off on me again about quitting the force. I know the speech by heart. Look what happened to Dad. It might have been me last night instead of Harry, and some night it will be me instead of the other guy.
And it will, Marty.
Please, Ma, let's not go through it again. Not now.
For 15 years, I spent every day waiting for your father to come home, wondering if he would come home. I'd watch him put his revolver in this drawer. And then one night I had to put it away for him.
It's been cleaned.
What?
Dad's gun, it's been cleaned, and just recently there's oil in the barrel, still fresh.
Well, Danny must
He was
have...
told not to monkey around with Dad's gun.
Yes, I know. I'll speak to him again.
I'll speak to him myself.
All right, Marty. Now, please, let me fix you some breakfast. Just a bite.
Okay, Ma, I'll go wash.
I'll have it ready in just a minute.
Ma,
What?
Danny go out to the movies again last night?
Red, it's me, Danny.
Come in.
You seen the newspapers?
Yeah, I seen him.
Every cop in town's looking for us.
Including your big brother, I suppose.
Why'd you do it, Red? Why'd you plug him?
Shut up.
You could have gotten out of there without killing him. I shouldn't have let you have the gun. I should have...
Shut up. Now listen, you little punk. You gotta hang on to yourself. You understand? You gotta do just like I say.
Okay, Red.
Put the gun back.
Yeah.
Cleaned?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're going to school today.
I can't, Red.
Shut up and listen. You're going to school and I'm going to work. Just like nothing happened. Just like it was yesterday or last week or last year.
Maybe we ought to get out of town, Red.
Don't be a sap.
But if they'll send us to the chair.
Not me, they won't. No cop's ever going to take me. Not alive. If they come after me, I'll take a few of them with me before I go.
Red.
I mean it. I got nothing to lose. Not a thing.
Come in, Sergeant. I'll tell Miss Chandler you're here.
Thanks.
Sergeant Lucas is here, Miss Chandler.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Norris.
I'll be in Mr. North's study if you want anything.
All right.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Marty. It was nice of you to come.
I thought maybe there was something I could do for you.
No. No, there's nothing. Is there any news? Have they found the men who...
No, but they will.
In a way, I hope they don't.
Why?
I think if I ever saw those men, I just got a glimpse of them in jail or in court or somewhere, I'd kill them if I could.
Helen, don't talk like that. You don't mean it.
I think I do.
Well, you've got to think of yourself, Helen. You still have a life to live.
What kind of a life is it going to be now?
A good one. It can be a good one, Helen. Look, I know it's a little too soon to say this, but, well, I want you to know that Harry wasn't the only one in love with you.
Oh, Marty.
Someday I...
Marty, please don't.
All right, Helen. I won't say any more right now.
I'll answer it. Hello? What? Why, yes, he is, Bill. Just a moment. It's for you, Sergeant. Lieutenant White.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Lieutenant.
Lucas, the temporary assignment to homicide you asked for has been okayed.
Good.
On one condition.
Yes, sir.
You're a cop, Lucas, and you don't forget it. What you do forget is that Maddox was your friend. That you ever knew him or saw him or talked to him. There's nothing personal about this. This is a murder case.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Okay.
Lieutenant, is there anything new?
Just one thing about the gun that killed Maddox. Ballistics hasn't finished running its tests on the slugs yet, but we know this much. They came from a .38 caliber police special.
Marty?
Yeah.
Did Lieutenant Wygan get in touch with...
Danny here.
Why, yes, in his room. Marty, there's something...
Danny,
What?
come out here.
What do you want?
Come out here.
Marty.
Okay. What's the...
Come on.
Hey, what's the idea? Let go.
Move. In the kitchen.
Let go of me.
Keep moving.
You gone nuts or something? Let go.
All right, get in there.
Martin, what are you doing?
You'll find out. Now, open that drawer, Danny. Open it. Now, pick up that gun.
No.
Pick it up.
I won't.
What's the matter, you rotten little... You afraid?
Let go of me. Let go.
Okay.
What is this all about, Martin?
He killed Harry Maddox.
Kill.
With Dad's gun.
Danny.
No, I didn't do it, I swear.
Stop lying.
No. Stop it, Martin. Stop it. Danny, tell the truth. Did you kill Harry Maddox?
No.
I want the truth, Danny.
I was at Bruner's last night, yeah, but...
Danny.
I didn't shoot Maddox. It was Red.
Red?
Red Dublin.
I know Dublin. How'd you get tangled up with him?
I met him hanging around Murphy's joint on Burgess Street.
Oh, Danny.
Okay, Danny, get your coat.
What are you going to do?
I'm taking him in.
No.
Ma.
If he says he didn't kill Harry Maddox, I believe him.
Whether he's the one who actually shot Harry's beside the point. He was robbing Bruner's.
He's
just
my son. My son. That's all I care about. Will arresting Danny bring Harry Maddox back? No. And if it would, Martin, you wouldn't arrest him.
What?
You're glad Harry Maddox is dead.
Glad?
Because of Helen Chandler. You love her and want her, and you always have, and now maybe you can have her. And that's why you're glad Harry's dead.
Ma, you're crazy. Harry was my friend.
And Danny's your brother. But go ahead, Martin. You can prove I'm wrong. That down inside you're not glad Harry's dead. You can prove it very easily. All you have to do is arrest Danny. Well, Martin?
Thanks, Ma.
Don't thank me. I didn't do it for you. I did it for all of us. What's left of us?
Well, Bill, come on in.
Oh, thanks. Oh, glad I found you home, Jerry.
Pam, it's Bill.
Bill, what are you doing here?
Looking for Marty Lucas?
Oh, he left here hours ago. What did you want to see him about?
We know whose gun it was that killed Harry Maddox.
Oh, and you arrested the man?
Oh, no, Pam. The man who owned the gun has been dead 12 years.
What?
He was a policeman. Marty Lucas's father.
Father?
Yes. Lucas's father and a man he was trying to arrest killed one another in a gunfight. And as a matter of routine, a ballistics test was run on Lucas's gun. Now, the slug taken from the man Lucas's father killed matches the slugs that killed Maddox.
Well, do you know what happened to the gun?
Well, I understand it was returned to Mrs. Lucas.
Gollies.
Oh, what's the matter, Pam?
Do you think it's possible that Marty Lucas killed Harry Maddox?
Oh,
Well, he could have been carrying his father's revolver instead of his own for days or weeks, maybe, waiting for the kind of situation where he could kill Harry Maddox.
But why would he want to kill Maddox?
Well, I don't know, except, well, he's in love with Helen Chandler.
Now, you're just guessing at that, Pam.
Last night I was, but today I heard Marty Lucas admit it to Miss Chandler. I didn't mean to listen, but...
But you did.
Well, not exactly.
Oh, darling, for a woman who never exactly listens, you hear an awful lot.
Is Miss Chandler still here?
Yes.
Well, I want to talk to her.
Oh, this is fantastic, Bill.
Well, perhaps, but it won't do any harm to ask Miss Chandler a few questions.
Miss Chandler? Miss Chandler? Well, that's funny. Why doesn't she answer?
Well, let's find out.
Well, she isn't here.
Well, she was just a few minutes ago, and she couldn't have gone without us seeing her.
Oh, yes, she could, dear.
The window.
Right. Out the window, across the balcony, and down the fire escape. But why?
I think I know. Come on, we've got to get over to Marty Lucas's right away.
Oh, here we are, Jerry. Pull up. Well, this may be a wild goose chase. I was here about an hour ago, and no one was home. Lucas lives here with his mother and younger brother. Upstairs, second floor rear.
Golly, as I hope...
That came from upstairs, Bill.
Yeah, come on.
Wait, listen.
It's Miss Chandler.
Miss Chandler, what is it?
It's Marty. He's dead. He's been stabbed to death.
And then when nobody answered the bell, I tried the door. It was unlocked, and I came in, and I saw Marty.
And then you screamed and ran out of here and bumped into us.
Yes.
Mrs. Lucas, when was the last time you saw your son?
About 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I see. And where were you this evening?
I went for a walk.
And you, son, were you here when your brother got home?
No, sir.
Miss Chandler, why did you sneak out of the North's apartment?
I heard you and Mr. and Mrs. North talking.
I gathered that.
When I heard Mrs. North say it might have been Marty who killed Harry, I came over to find out for myself if it was true.
Why?
I don't know why.
Well, then maybe I can tell you, Miss Chandler. You came here, hid your suspicions from Marty Lucas, and then when the opportunity arose, you took a knife from the kitchen and stabbed him in the back.
Oh, no, that's not true.
And then when you started to leave, you heard Mr. and Mrs. North and me, and to try to divert suspicion from yourself, you screamed, pretending you'd just seen Lucas's body.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Mrs. Lucas, do you know of anyone aside from Miss Chandler who had a motive to kill your son?
Well, Ma?
No, Lieutenant. No one.
Oh, Pam, I'm so tired. I can hardly wait to get to bed.
Well, we have to take Miss Chandler's things to her. We promised.
Yeah. Well, then let's get the bag packed, get it down to headquarters, and get home. I'm dead.
Come on.
Hey, where is her bag?
In the closet.
Well, I'll get it.
Open it up on the bed.
Okay. Well, there we are, Pam. Well, hey, what have we got here?
What?
Hey, look on the suitcase.
Well, for heaven's sake, a gun.
Yeah, one of the cutest snub-nosed, pearl-handled automatics I've ever seen. Miss Chandler obviously didn't believe in traveling light.
Jerry, is it loaded?
Let's see. Oh, like the 5 o'clock subway.
Darling, this proves it.
Proves what?
That Helen Chandler didn't kill Marty Lucas.
Whoa, now wait a minute.
It does. If Helen Chandler had gone to see Marty Lucas with any intention of killing him, she certainly would have taken this, wouldn't she?
Pam, I think you're right.
Well, darling, we have to tell Bill about this.
He sent Miss Chandler down to headquarters with Sergeant Donahue, so we may still be at the Lucas apartment.
Well, on our way, let's stop there first. Come on, darling, and bring that gun.
Danny? Danny?
Come in, Mom.
Were you asleep, Danny?
No, I was just lying here, thinking.
I've been thinking, too, Danny.
You can't do it, can you, Ma?
How did you know?
I could tell. Even when you were lying to the lieutenant for me, I knew you couldn't go on lying very long. And even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. That's what I've been thinking about.
Oh, Danny.
I shouldn't have let you stop Marty from taking me in. I'm going to give myself up, Ma.
First your father, and then Martin. Now you.
Oh, don't cry, Ma.
Oh, happened to us?
It's my fault. I kept thinking how you had to work, how we never had nothing after Pa died, and how we never would. You'd never get rich being a dressmaker, and neither would Marty being a cop. I figured it was up to me. But that was just an excuse. I wasn't thinking of you or Marty or anyone except myself. But look, Ma, I didn't kill Marty. I wouldn't have done it. You gotta believe me.
I believe you, Danny. I wouldn't have lied for you if I didn't.
Come on, Ma. I'll telephone Lieutenant White.
Put down that phone, Danny.
Red.
Put it down.
How'd you get in here?
First time I picked the lock on the back door. This time I used the key.
Martin's key.
I see you got yourself a gun of your own now, Red.
Put that phone down, Danny.
Why'd you kill Marty?
I found out he was looking for me. Maybe to arrest me. Maybe just to kill me. I don't know. But I had to do something, so I came up here and waited for him. It's either him or me.
What do you want now?
I just came up to see what the cops had to say.
It doesn't make any difference what they say, Red. I'm giving myself up.
No, you're not, Danny.
He is.
You want him to go to the chair?
He won't if he gives himself up.
You can't be sure of that.
I'll take my chances.
You're not getting any chances, Danny. Remember what I said. I got nothing to lose. You pick up that phone and you're dead. Well, I don't see Bill's car around, Pam.
Well, let's check the Lucas apartment anyway.
Yeah, okay. I'll get the door.
Thank you.
We probably should have telephoned and found out.
Jerry!
A gunshot.
It came from upstairs.
Come on, Pam, let's...
Jerry, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Pam, turn off that light.
All right.
What the...
Jerry, it's a man. I can't see him, but...
Yes, and he can't see us. Shh.
Who turned off that light?
Get Helen Chandler's gun out of your purse, Pam.
All right.
Come on. Who is it?
Here, Jerry.
All right, now get back behind the stairs.
What are you going to do?
Quiet, Pam.
Listen. Whoever you are down there, get out of my way. I got a gun.
What do you think I've got?
You're cops.
That shot went into the ceiling, fella, but the next one will be on the level.
Jerry, he's going back upstairs.
You stay here, Pam.
No, I'm coming with you.
Stay where you are, Red. And drop that gun.
Danny.
Drop it, Red. I got Marty's gun. I'm just itching to use it on you.
Pam, listen.
That's Marty Lucas's brother.
Don't shoot, Danny. There's cops downstairs. Don't shoot.
Then drop that gun.
All right, there.
Come on, let's get up there, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, Danny, you're hurt.
No, I'm okay. Red here doesn't shoot very good unless he's shooting a guy in the back.
What do you mean?
Go telephone Lieutenant Wigan. You'll hear all about it when he gets here.
You think it'll go hard on Danny Lucas, Bill?
Well, it won't go easy, Jerry. Reformatory until he's 21, probably, and then a few years of probation. Yeah, it'd have been a lot tougher for him if he hadn't turned against Red Dublin and actually risked his life to give himself up. Hey, gosh, look at the time. I'd better go.
Oh, wait, Bill. Do you have any plans for dinner?
Well, no,
Well,
but
then stay and have it with us.
Hey, that's a swell idea. And look, I'll be the chef.
You?
Well, what's the matter?
Well, I don't like to say this, darling, but you're not a very good cook.
Oh, no? Oh. Well, Bill can tell you differently. Remember the meals I stirred up on our hunting trip last fall, Bill?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, I'll make another of those hunter stews I cooked up. You remember that stew, Bill?
Oh, yes, very well. We had it for dinner our last night out.
Oh, that's right. Gosh, that was a swell trip. You know, it's too bad you got sick and we had to cut it short. I wonder what it was that hit you the way it did.
Well, I can't imagine.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
At the window.
She's going to try to jump to the roof of the next building.
Now, don't be a fool, Mrs. Rogers. You'll never make it.
Stay away from me! Stay away!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery Masquerade. Bleecker Street is the heart of the village, and the heart of Bleecker Street is a small cafe called Muldoon's. Here, where the atmosphere is dim, the drinks are mellow, and the food is hearty, trouble finds no welcome. And yet it is there this evening, the uninvited guest at the table of Pam and Jerry North.
How about another cocktail before we eat, darling?
Oh, gollies, no. Let's order.
Okay. Waiter, menu, please.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my, this is a wonderful place. I never get tired of it, do you?
Nope.
I remember the first time I ever came here. I was in college then.
You mean you knew Muldoon's when it was a speakeasy?
Jerry.
I was just kidding, dear. Muldoon's couldn't have been a speak while you were in college, could it?
No.
Of course not. That was before Prohibition.
Jerry North, when you get off on one of these kidding kicks, I could...
Oh, what's the matter, dear?
It is.
It is what?
Not what, who?
Who?
Jeff Williams.
Jeff Williams.
The man sitting over there, at the table nearest the bar. See him? The one with the mousy little blonde.
Yeah, I see him, but who is he?
I knew him in college.
Oh?
Excuse me a minute, Jerry.
Oh, but Pam...
I'll be right back. Jeff Williams, of all people. What a surprise.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, you don't remember me. I'm Pam North, only my name was Saunders in college.
Saunders? College?
Modern European History, Professor Blair's class.
I'm afraid there's some mistake.
Mistake?
Apparently you had me confused with someone else.
You're not Jeff Williams?
No.
You must be joking.
My name is Wayne, Vincent Wayne. This is my wife.
How do you do? But this is impossible.
Do you think I'm lying to you, Mrs. I don't believe I caught your name.
North.
As far as I know, Mrs. North, I've never seen you before in my life.
Well, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Jerry, let's get out of here.
Get out? Why?
Never mind. I want to go right now.
But, darling, we haven't eaten. What's the matter?
Well, that wasn't Jeff Williams.
Oh, so that's it. And you're embarrassed.
Well, yes. No, I'm not embarrassed. I just can't understand why he'd lie, that's all.
Lie?
Yes. I've changed my mind. That man is Jeff Williams.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Pam. Just because he happens to resemble this old school chum of yours
He doesn't just resemble him. No two people in the world could look as much alike. I don't care who Vincent Wayne says he is. I know he's Jeff Williams.
Yes, Connie.
It's awfully late, Vince.
Yeah, I'll come to bed in a minute, honey. I just want to finish this cigarette.
What is it, Vince?
What's what?
Worrying you.
Nothing, Connie.
It's that woman who came to our table in the restaurant.
Connie.
Vince, she was just mistaken, wasn't she?
Of course.
But she seemed so certain.
Now, look, Connie, people make mistakes like that all the time. It doesn't mean a thing. So don't start imagining things.
I'm sorry, Vince. But sometimes I get so frightened.
Frightened?
I guess it's because I love you so much. And yet I know so little about you.
You know all there is to know.
That's not true, darling. I don't know anything, really. It's as though your life just began when you met me.
It did, honey. Isn't that the way it should be?
No. Everyone comes from somewhere, Vince. They have to, in order to be going anywhere. And that's what frightens me about you, about us. We're not going anywhere.
Connie, please.
It's as though you feel that each day may be the last one, and you don't want anything left over. But it's those things, Vince, the things that are left over that go to make a life together. Oh, Vince.
Connie, darling, please don't.
Oh, Vince, I love you so.
And I love you.
Don't let anything happen to us, Vince.
I won't, Connie. Nothing's going to happen to us. I promise.
I'll get it, Pam.
Special delivery for Miss Gerald North.
Oh, thanks. I'll take it.
What is it, Jerry?
Special delivery for you.
Oh, good. Is it a large envelope?
Oh, it looks more like a package.
From Colfax College. That's what I've been waiting for.
What is it?
The last yearbook from the College Alumni Association. I couldn't find mine, so I wrote for another one.
What do you want another one for?
Well, there was a picture of Jeff Williams in it, and I was determined...
Oh, Pam, for crying out loud, can't you forget Jeff Williams?
The other night you said I was crazy that Vincent Wayne couldn't be Jeff, and I'm going to prove to you that he couldn't be anyone else if it's the last thing I do.
All right, but if Jeff Williams has changed his name, why wouldn't he admit it?
I don't know, and I don't care. I know it's the same boy. Now, let's see.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I wish you'd stop referring to that guy as a boy.
C-Q-W-W Warner.
If he was in college at the same time you, sir, he certainly isn't a boy anymore.
Watkins Williams. George, Harry... The telephone's ringing, dear.
I hear it. And if the guy hadn't been so good looking, she wouldn't care if he were Jeff Williams or Napoleon III. Hello.
Mrs. North, please.
Well, she's pretty engrossed right at the moment.
Never mind. Is this Mr. North?
Yes.
Well, this is Mrs. Vincent Wayne.
Mrs. Vincent Wayne?
I wish you'd tell your wife that I saw her watching our apartment house this afternoon.
What?
And though I don't know what she's up to, I want her to leave my husband and me alone. Completely alone, or she's going to get into trouble.
Oh, now, just a moment, Mrs. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Jerry, darling, I want you to look at this picture.
Pam.
What?
Were you snooping around Vincent Wayne's apartment house this afternoon?
Well,
Well,
I wasn't snooping exactly.
then what were you doing exactly?
Well, I just went over there to see if I could get another look at Jeff.
Once and for all, Pam, Vincent Wayne is not Jeff Williams.
Who says so?
He says so, and I say
well, look
so.
at this alumni yearbook. Here's Jeff's picture, and I ask you, is that or is that not the man who calls himself Vincent Wayne?
Holy smoke. Darling, you're right. That is Vincent Wayne. It couldn't possibly be anyone else.
You see? I told you, Jerry.
But, Pam.
What?
Didn't you read the caption under the picture?
The caption? Why, no, why?
Listen. Jeffrey Williams, class of 41, born June 12th, 1920, married August 7th, 1945, to Thelma Stone, class of 43.
Thelma Stone, I remember
Pam,
her.
that's not all.
Well, go on.
Died.
Died?
Yes. Died March 18th, 1949. Pam, dear, Jeff Williams has been dead for over 4 years.
Good evening, Lloyd.
Huh? Evening, Thelma. Aren't you up later than usual?
No, Lloyd, it's just you're home earlier than usual this evening.
Well, I gotta watch that, because I was having a good time.
I'm sure you would.
A great time.
Who was she this evening? Same one?
Which one's the same one? Have a hard time keeping track.
Must be a terrible problem for you.
This one tonight, a nice kid. Hat-check girl at the, I forget the name of the place. Her name was, well, it doesn't make any difference. She said she wouldn't go out with me anymore anyway.
You better go up to bed, Lloyd.
Yeah, guess I've been around you too long, Thelma. Knowing you, I thought she'd be interested in a rich man.
But perhaps she's not interested in you because you're married.
Now, that's possible, I suppose. But I tell them all I'm married, and I tell them all about you, Thel. Everything. Oh, well, I'll find someone else.
It'll be a waste of time, Lloyd.
A waste of time? You don't know the girl I've got in mind, Thel.
You've already given me more than sufficient grounds for a divorce, if and when you make it worth my while to get one.
Good Lord, Thelma, don't you have 1 ounce of pride in your whole body? I've shamed you and humiliated
and
you.
as your patient and dutiful wife, I want to be compensated for that shame and humiliation. It's worth $250,000 to me now.
Price has gone up since the last time, huh?
And it'll go up the longer you wait.
Thelma, you'll never get a cent out of me.
We'll go on as we have been. I'm comfortable. I don't mind. You're the one who really wants the divorce.
And I'm going to get one.
On what grounds?
I don't know. But you'll give them to me, Thel. A woman who hates a man as much as you hate me can't go on posing as a model wife forever. You'll make a slip someday, and I'll have my divorce. For nothing.
Good night, Lloyd. Sweet dreams. Hello?
Thelma?
Yes.
Thelma, this is Pam North. Pam Saunders when I was in college. Do you remember me?
Pam, well, of course I remember.
Well, look, Thelma, could my husband and I come over and see you? We could be there in a few minutes.
Well, all right.
I want to tell you about something that's happened. Something very curious.
And I could have sworn this Vincent Wayne was Jeff, Thelma. I was absolutely convinced of it.
But then we saw his picture in an alumni yearbook and read that he was dead.
Yes, Jeff was killed in an accident.
What kind of an accident?
An airplane crash. Everybody on the plane, 30 people were killed.
I see.
Mrs. Rogers, is there any possibility that your first husband could have survived without your knowing it? I was thinking if he were suffering from amnesia...
But there's no chance of that, Mr. North. I identified Jeff's body after the crash.
Oh. Well, I guess that's that. We'd better go, Pam. It's pretty late.
Yes. Well, good night, Thelma.
Good night, Pam.
I'm sorry we bothered you, but this whole thing was so strange I had to tell you about it.
Well, I'm glad you did, Pam. Good night, Mr. North.
Good night, Miss Rogers.
Wayne. Vincent Wayne, here.
Hello?
Jeff.
Hello?
Jeff.
Pam, are you still awake?
Uh-huh.
Oh, now, Pam, don't tell me you've been lying here in the dark all this time thinking about that Wayne guy.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I know it's silly, but I just can't get him out of my mind.
But you never laid awake this long thinking about me.
But you don't happen to look like someone who's been dead for 4.5 years.
Well, I should hope not.
Jerry. What's the name of that newspaper friend of yours, the one who works on the Chronicle?
You mean Pete Dillon on the copy desk?
Yes. I'm going to go see him in the morning.
Why?
Well, I want him to dig into the files and get me the stories about that airplane crash. I want to know just a little more about how Jeff Williams died.
Mr. Wayne?
Yes?
My name is Rogers, Lloyd Rogers. I'd like to talk to you, if I may.
What about?
Thelma. May I come in? Thank you.
What do you mean you want to talk to me about Thelma? Who's Thelma?
The name means nothing to you?
No.
It should.
Why?
You're married to her.
Married to... There's some mistake, Mr. Rogers. My wife's name is Constance.
Oh, you mean you have two wives? Well, that must be rather complicated as well as illegal.
What are you talking about?
Stop bluffing. Your name isn't Vincent Wayne any more than mine is. You're Jeff Williams.
Now, look.
Now, you look. I've seen pictures of you, and I overheard a woman named Pam North tell Thelma she recognized you. Then I heard Thelma make a phone call and put down the phone mumbling Jeff. She obviously telephoned here, recognized your voice.
You're crazy. Now, listen, there was a woman named North who mistook me for someone named Jeff Williams. It happened in a restaurant the other night. But as for anyone named Thelma, I've never even heard of her, much less been married to her.
You were married to her, and you still are.
Get out of here.
I don't know how or why you made everyone think you'd been killed in that plane crash, Williams, and I don't care. What I do care about is that legally Thelma is still your wife.
Get out.
Now listen to me, Williams.
Are you getting out, or do I have to throw you out?
All right, Williams, I'm going. But I'll be back with the police.
Ma'am, dear, I suppose I should have made more sense out of what you said, but I'm still not sure what we're going back to see Thelma Rogers for.
Well, I'm not either, I guess. But after reading the clippings Pete Dillon got out of the files for me, I'm positive Vincent Wayne is Jeff Williams.
Well, I don't see what those stories about the plane crash prove.
Well, they prove Thelma was lying. The stories said any identification of the victims after the plane crashed and burned was impossible.
Okay, so Thelma was lying. That doesn't
Oh,
prove
here you are,
it.
Jerry. Oh, Jerry.
What?
Look, that crowd down there in the alley. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, let's go down and see.
Come on, after him, boy.
Jerry, look who's here.
Well, for the love of... Bill Wigan.
Come on.
Excuse me. Pardon us, please. Oh, excuse me. May we get through? Thank you.
Bill!
Well, Pam and Jerry, say, what are you doing here?
Why, we were... Oh, Bill, what happened to that man over there?
His body was dumped out of a window on the 10th floor.
His body?
Yeah, someone hoped to make it look like suicide, but the guy was dead before he went out the window.
Who is he, Bill?
Well, he's been identified as a man who lived in the building, a man named Rogers. Lloyd Rogers. Now, please, Mrs. Rogers, I know this is hard for you, but I must ask you a few questions.
But I don't understand. Why are you so certain Lloyd was murdered?
The medical examiner could tell in several ways, Mrs. Rogers. For one thing, he sustained a blow on the head, a blow that was fatal, but which he couldn't have gotten in a fall.
But who would do such a thing?
Well, that's my job to find out. But first, I'd like to know why you told Mr. and Mrs. North that you'd positively identified your first husband's body after the plane crash in which he was killed.
Well, what has that to do with this?
Well, it's possible, from what Mr. and Mrs. North have told me, that this Vincent Wayne is your first husband.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, how can you be so sure, Thelma, when you haven't seen Vincent Wayne?
Well,
Or have you seen him, Mrs. Rogers?
No.
He's being brought here to your apartment, Mrs. Rogers, so if you'd be kind enough...
Jeff is dead. He was on that plane. It crashed. Everyone, including Jeff, was killed.
Did you actually see him get on the plane, Mrs. Rogers?
What are you getting at?
Lieutenant Wigan means that a name on a passenger list and a person on a plane are two different things.
What is this? What are you trying to do? Lloyd's been killed, but all you can do is talk about Jeff and this fantastic idea that he may still be alive.
Lieutenant.
Well?
Stevens and Blake have Vincent Wayne out here, and Mrs. Wayne.
All right, we'll be right out. Okay. Vincent Wayne's here, Mrs. Rogers. Will you step in the next room with me? Oh, Pam, Jerry.
There he is.
Well, Thelma?
Hello, Jeff.
Oh, Vincent.
Now, take it easy, honey. Is this the woman I'm supposed to have been married to, Lieutenant?
You know perfectly well it is.
I've never seen this woman before in my life.
Now, look, Mr. Wayne.
Wait a minute. There's one way to settle this once and for all.
Oh, Mrs. Rogers.
Jeff had a scar, a bad scar from a shrapnel wound on his right forearm.
Mm-hmm. Will you pull up your sleeve, Mr. Wayne?
Very well.
Oh, Jerry. Darling, look.
Yeah.
His arm doesn't have a mark on it.
Well, now are you satisfied?
The resemblance is really incredible. I can understand why you were so certain Mr. Wayne was Jeff, Pam. But without a scar on his arm, he couldn't be.
I guess we owe you an apology, Mr. Wayne.
Looks that way, Mrs. North.
Donahue, have someone take Mr. Wayne and his wife home.
Okay, Lieutenant.
That won't be necessary, Lieutenant. Come along, Connie. I'll ring for the elevator.
All right.
We'll catch a cab.
I'm not going home with you, Vincent.
What? Why not?
Because there's nothing to go back to.
Connie.
This is why we've been living a day at a time. And today was the last one.
You think that I'm...
Jeff Williams. Yes, I know you are. Maybe you and Thelma Rogers fooled them, the police, Mr. and Mrs. North. But you didn't fool me. I could tell you were lying. I don't know much about you. But I know enough to know that.
Okay, Connie.
So goodbye, Jeff.
Connie.
I'm sorry you didn't keep your promise about not letting anything happen to us.
What do you think I was trying to do?
I don't know, but whatever it wasn't right.
What should I have done? Told the truth?
Yes.
And given that lieutenant a good reason to think I might have killed Lloyd Rogers to keep him from exposing me?
Did you kill him?
No.
Then what were you afraid of?
People can be sent to prison for bigamy. Oh, Connie, please listen to me. I didn't want it this way. I didn't plan it like this.
Does anyone?
You can't imagine what it was like with Thelma. It wasn't just that she wanted money, more money than I had or could possibly make. She gave nothing in return, and yet she could make me feel if I did just a little more for her, that'd be it. That I'd have a wife and not just a woman who shared my home.
Jeff, it doesn't make
Please,
any...
Connie, listen. And one day I found myself trying to figure out a way to embezzle money from the company I worked for. I realized what would happen to me if I didn't get away from her. But I couldn't divorce her, and she wouldn't divorce me.
Jeff, can't you understand? I don't care now. It doesn't make any difference. Not now. You're telling me this 3 years too late.
Connie, I love you, and you still love me. Vincent Wayne or Jeff Williams, I'm still the same man I was an hour ago.
No, you're not. When you walked out that room a moment ago, you changed. Everything changed. Here's the elevator.
I'm not taking it. So I decided to run away. Just disappear.
Go on, Williams. How'd you get out of that plane crash alive?
I wasn't on the plane. I had a ticket. My name was on the passenger list, but just before it took off, I found out that Thelma knew where I was going, so I got off. When I read it had crashed and I was listed as one of the victims, I changed my name to Vincent Wayne.
You fool. You spineless idiot.
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Rogers.
Why did you have to come back here and ruin everything? You always did have as much backbone as a slug. Well, you've cost me Lloyd's money, but you've just sent yourself to the electric chair.
How do you figure that, Mrs. Rogers?
He killed Lloyd.
That's not true.
It is.
How do you know, Thelma?
Because I was here in the apartment in the next room when he killed him.
I didn't kill him.
You said before that you didn't get home until after your husband was dead.
And that was the first you knew of his death.
That was a lie. I got home just a few minutes before Lloyd died. I heard him arguing with someone. I realized it was Jeff. Lloyd was trying to persuade him to admit publicly that he was really my husband.
To give him grounds for an annulment of your marriage?
Yes.
I didn't kill Lloyd Rogers, Lieutenant. I was here, yes.
It's taking a long time to get the truth out of you, Williams.
All right, but you're getting it now, all of it. I was here, Rogers and I argued, but I left.
You left after you beat Lloyd with a poker and pushed his body out of the window.
Oh, you saw the murder, Mrs. Rogers.
What do you mean?
From the next room, through a closed door, you saw Williams pick up the poker, strike your husband, then push him out the window.
Well, no, I didn't actually see it.
Oh, yes, you did, Mrs. Rogers, but not from the other room. From in here. You saw the whole thing because you killed him.
No,
How do you know, Bill?
Because she knows something that even the medical examiner I don't know. That Lloyd Rogers was beaten to death with a poker.
Bill.
She's getting away, Bill.
Stop her.
She must have gone down this hallway.
Come on,
It
come on.
must lead to the kitchen.
Well, she can't get out that way. There isn't a back door.
Bill, Jerry, look at the window.
Stay away from me. Stay away.
She's going to try to jump to the roof of the next building.
Now, don't be a fool, Mrs. Rogers.
Stay away.
You can't make that jump, Mrs. Rogers.
Thelma, please.
There she goes, Bill.
Good Lord.
Oh, Jerry.
Come away from the window, Pam. Don't look down there.
Jerry. Jerry, do you know where the... Jerry, what are you laughing at?
I was looking for something in the closet, and look what I found.
Why, that's one of my old school yearbooks.
Yeah, the one for the year you graduated from high school.
Let me see.
Oh, some of these pictures are a riot. Look at this one of the girls' club.
Oh, my goodness. I haven't looked at this in years. Oh, there's Donna Peterson.
What's she doing now? Haunting houses?
She was pretty awful looking, wasn't she?
Yeah. Oh, but here's my favorite.
Where?
Look, the babe in the first row. Third from the right, here.
Oh, that one?
Oh, what a goon. Who is she, Pam?
Well, if you'll read the caption, Jerry, you'll see that the girl in the first row, third from the right, that goon, as you call her, is me.
Uh-oh.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
receptionist isn't here, Jerry.
That's strange. Wonder where she...
Jerry!
That was from the inner office, Pam. Come on.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Runaway from Murder. The office of the president of the Gordon Electrical Appliance Company is a large and cheerful room. But the man who sits behind the desk in that office has little in common with his surroundings. He is neither large nor cheerful. He's a small man. Small, tired, worried, and frightened.
Yes, Miss Nichols?
Mr. Schaefer of the Seaboard National Bank calling, Mr. Gordon.
Oh, yes. Put him on. And would you come in, Miss Nichols?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Greg. What's the news? Only 30 days. But I asked for a 3-month extension. I know, but... Yes, I understand, Greg. I see. Well, thanks for calling.
Is something wrong, Mr. Gordon?
The bank is giving me only 30 days more on my loan instead of 90. You don't have $100,000 you could lend me, do you, Miss Nichols?
I wish I did, Mr. Gordon. You could have it.
Thank you, Marjorie.
What are you going to do?
Oh, I'll raise it somehow. Has that production curtailment order gone out?
Yes, I distributed it first thing this morning. You look terribly tired, Mr. Gordon.
I am, a little.
You should try to get away for a few days.
That's impossible right now. I was hoping I could run up to Syracuse for my class reunion. I haven't attended one in 10, 12 years. Would you believe it, Miss Nichols? When I was in college, the one thing in the world I wanted to do was write.
Why didn't you?
Don't get me started on that, or I'll be telling you my life story. You're much too easy to talk to, Miss Nichols.
Maybe that's because I like to listen to you talk.
Thank you. Mind if I quote you to my wife and children?
Oh, by the way, Mr. Gordon, Mrs. Gordon called while you were out. Asked me to remind you to send a check for $500 to Howard's for the coat she bought for your daughter.
500. All right, Miss Nichols. That'll be all.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Good afternoon, Miss Nichols.
Mr. Harris, I didn't see you.
My uncle in.
Why, yes,
Thank you.
I don't think he wants to be disturbed.
Well,
Hillary.
Hello, Uncle Russ. I just got back in the office and I found this on my desk.
The curtailment order?
Yes. What does it mean?
Just what it says, Hillary. I can't afford to throw any more money into heavy appliance production.
Am I being transferred to another department?
No, you're going to be laid off, just like the rest of the people in your department. I'm sorry.
Does Aunt Frida know this?
I didn't discuss it with her, if that's what you mean. And I doubt if she'd be particularly interested. She's rather involved in planning the autumn festival at the country club.
Ah. Well, if you ask me, this is a pretty rotten thing to do.
Now, look, Hillary. I realize that the prospect of having to go to work for the first time in your life comes as quite a shock to you. But that's it, and I don't want to discuss it. I'm tired, and I have a lot on my mind. And right at the moment, I'm fed to the teeth with greedy, grasping, selfish relatives, including you. Now get out!
Jerry, look at all these wonderful books. Do you think Mr. Gordon really wants to get rid of all of them?
No, I don't think he wants to get rid of any of them, Pam, but from what he tells me, he has no choice. His business has been going badly, and, well, he needs every cent he can get.
But all these beautiful editions. It must have taken years to collect them. And when I think how hard I worked to raise those chrysanthemums.
What chrysanthemums?
In back of the house.
Huh? What on earth are you talking about?
Chrysanthemums?
Oh, stupid of me, isn't it? I thought we were talking about rare books.
We are.
Good. Oh, for a minute there, I was afraid I was getting confused.
All that work for nothing, and you don't even remember.
Remember what?
The chrysanthemums in back of the house.
What house?
See what I mean? In Connecticut.
Hmm?
Don't you remember that summer we rented a house in Connecticut, and I spent months babying those mums, and then we moved back to the city before they bloomed. I never got to see them bloom.
Mm-hmm.
It nearly broke my heart. That's how Mr. Gordon must feel.
Why? Has something happened to his chrysanthemums?
No, Jerry, these books.
Oh.
He spent years collecting them. Now he has to give them up.
Yeah, before they ever even bloomed.
Oh, Jerry, you know what I mean. You think I'm being silly.
Yeah, and I could kiss you for it. But now let's look over the rest of these chrysanthemum books. I promised to tell Gordon what I think he can get for them, so I'd better get to it.
Come in.
Have the Norths gone?
Yes.
What did Mr. North say about the books?
He says I can get $25,000 for them.
25. But you paid a lot more for them than that.
Jerry knows the rare book market, Frida. And on a forced sale, that's all I can hope to get.
Then where's the rest of the 100,000 coming from?
From the liquidation of the heavy appliance division, sale of the machinery, inventory. I've already made a deal with American Electric.
This is almost like starting all over, isn't it?
We'll pull through it. Have you talked to Hillary?
He telephoned, but I made it clear to him that I wouldn't try to influence your decision.
Well, thank you, Frida.
I'm sorry you can't make a place for him in the company, but if you can't, well, we have to look out for ourselves.
Frida.
Yes?
What you said a moment ago about starting over, it will be, in a way, in the work I'll have to do. And
What, Russell?
I don't think I can do it.
But you just said we'd pull through.
And we can, if we want to. But I don't. I'm tired, Frida. I want to quit.
Quit?
Let the bank foreclose. Let it have the company. I hate it. I've always hated it, really.
But what would you do?
I wouldn't do anything if I didn't feel like it. We could get by. We'd have $6,000-7,000 a year.
6,000 or 7,000 a year. We couldn't live on that.
Not the way we're living now, no. But we could sell this house and a place in Southampton, get rid of the servants and one of the cars, and buy a little place.
Have you gone completely out of your mind?
Is it such a crazy idea?
It's insane.
Why?
This is our life.
And what kind of a life is it?
A good one.
Good.
Yes, Russell, a very good life. I like it, and so do the children. I'm sorry if you've decided you don't, but it can't be helped.
Frida.
And after 25 years of asking me to expect one thing, you can't suddenly change your mind and ask me to take something else.
But
You've grown almost to hate me, Russell. Yes, and the children, too, because you think we're selfish. Well, what do you call this preposterous idea of yours? You're 50 years old, Russell. You're not a child, and our life isn't a toy you can toss aside because you're bored and tired.
All right, Frida. Forget it.
Where are you going, Russell?
Nowhere, Frida. Nowhere at all. Except to bed. Is Miss Nichols in, Miss Rogers?
She's in your office, Mr. Gordon. Good morning, Mr. Gordon.
Good morning, Miss Nichols.
I was looking through your desk for the copy of the contract with American Electric.
It's in the lower right-hand...
I found it. And I found this.
Give me that.
What were you going to do with it?
Give me that gun.
No. Not until I know what it was doing in your desk.
That is none of your business.
I'm making it my business.
All right, Miss Nichols. I bought it with the idea of using it on myself.
You're a fool.
Perhaps. But now that you know why the gun was in my desk, may I have it, please?
Take it.
Thank you.
You won't use it.
Won't I?
No, Mr. Gordon. You're not the type. You haven't the nerve. All you like to do is think about killing yourself. It excites you. It excuses your mistakes. It convinces you that you're all alone and misunderstood.
I hired you as a secretary, Miss Nichols, not as a...
But you're not alone or misunderstood.
No?
No. Russell, not if you don't want to be.
I think perhaps you'd better go, Miss Nichols.
All right. But let me tell you something, Russell.
I don't...
Just one thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you will use this gun. But if you're that desperate, why don't you live instead of die?
What do you mean?
You have $50,000 from the sale of machinery to American Electric.
Yes, but...
And you'll get 25 more from the sale of your library. $75,000.
Are you suggesting...
I'm suggesting we take that money and go away.
We?
We, Russell, yes. You and I.
But Frida...
Oh, don't think about Frida. Think of yourself. Think of me, Russell. Look at me and think about me. I can give you life, Russell, life.
Marjorie.
And what can Frida give you? Oh, she'd love it if you'd use this gun. She'd have your insurance. You wouldn't be around to annoy her. Use it and she'll dance on your grave. But come with me and
But
I'll...
money, it isn't mine, really.
But nothing is yours unless you take it.
Where would we go?
Oh, anywhere. Everywhere. It's a big world, Russell. It's a wonderful world.
Marjorie.
Oh, Russell, you'll never regret it, I promise you.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Jerry.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you before you left. I want to change our date.
Oh, Jerry, you can't make it?
No, darling. We'll still have lunch, but instead of coming to my office, can you meet me at Russell Gordon's office? He's in the Harwood building.
Well, I guess so, Jerry.
Good. I have a certified check for him for the books, and he asked me to bring it over and have lunch with him. He wants to talk to me.
What about?
Well, he didn't say. Why?
Well, I just wondered if I'd be in the way.
Why, darling, how can you think that?
I don't, but I was just wondering.
Yes, Miss Rogers?
A Mr. and Mrs. North to see you, Mr. Gordon.
Mr. and Mrs. North?
Oh, yes. Tell them I'll be right out.
Well, what are they doing here?
I'm having lunch with them.
But it's nearly 12:30.
It's all right. I'm all packed. I have the bags and briefcase right here. I'll take the Norths down to the cafe in the building.
Did you have to make an appointment for today?
Yes. Jerry found a buyer for my books.
Oh.
He got a certified check, and he was going to mail it. The only way I could get it today was to suggest lunch.
All right, Russell. I'll meet you at the airport. The plane leaves at 2.
I'll be there.
For your sake, I hope so.
Hello, Miss Rogers. Is my husband in?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Gordon. No, I don't think he's back from lunch, but I'll... Oh, excuse me a minute. Gordon Appliances, good afternoon. Mr. Gordon? Who's calling, please? Consolidated Airlines? Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon isn't in. Can I take a message?
Airline? Here, let me take that.
One moment, please. All right, Mrs. Gordon, you can use the phone on the desk. I'll connect you.
Hello. This is Mrs. Gordon speaking. What is it? What? What reservations? Today? I see. Well, Mr. Gordon isn't here. He's the only one who can confirm it. I'll tell him when he comes in. Goodbye. They wanted to confirm 2 reservations for the 2:00 plane today. What do you know about this, Miss Rogers?
Nothing. Mr. Gordon didn't say anything about going away. Could it be a mistake?
It certainly could. But I don't think it's the airline who made it.
And how's Mrs. Gordon? I haven't seen her since... Mr. Gordon?
What? Did you say something, Mrs. North?
Well, I just asked about Mrs. Gordon.
Frida. Yeah, she's fine. Well, I've got to be going.
But I thought you wanted to talk to me.
It'll keep, Jerry. Thanks again for helping with the books.
Oh, I was glad to do it.
Now, I really must get back to the office. But you folks finish your lunch. Don't let me interrupt. Don't get up, Jerry. Thanks again. I'll be in touch.
Jerry, what on earth's the matter with him?
Business worries, I guess.
Oh, Jerry, look.
What?
He forgot his glasses, left them on the table.
Oh, yeah. Well, his office is in the building. Let's finish our lunch, and then we can take them up to him.
All right. You know, Jerry, it's strange.
What is, darling?
Well, a man who makes as much as Mr. Gordon does having to worry about money.
Well, it doesn't matter how much you make if more goes out than comes in.
But why should it? Look at you. You don't make nearly as much as Mr. Gordon, and still you can eat your lunch in peace.
Well, maybe that's just because we spend everything I make, not more. We'll just leave the glasses. No use going in to see Gordon since he's so on edge.
All right, Jerry.
Maybe we won't after all. There doesn't seem to be anybody here.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You'd think there'd be somebody at the reception desk.
Well, maybe she just wanted to get a drink of water.
Well, I'll take
Gollies.
it. That was from the inner office.
Oh, look, somebody's coming from Mr. Gordon's office.
Holy...
What's the matter with her?
She's fainted.
Oh, Jerry, we better go in and see what happened.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Jerry, it's Mrs. Gordon.
Yeah.
She's all bloody. Is there anything we can do for her?
Let's see. I'm afraid not, Pam. She's dead.
Oh, here comes somebody. Wait, it's Mr. Harris, Mrs. Gordon's nephew.
Mr. and Mrs. North, what are you...
Aunt Frida. Don't touch her, Hillary. She's dead. She's been murdered.
Good Lord.
Jerry, you'd better call Bill Wygand.
And as you came into the building, you saw your uncle getting into a cab.
Yes, Lieutenant, he was carrying a suitcase.
Have any idea where he was going?
No, none.
Bill, Mr. Rogers is feeling better now.
Oh, the receptionist? Oh, that's good. Come along, Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
Miss Rogers, this is Lieutenant Wygand.
How do you do?
Just a few questions, Miss Rogers.
It was so awful, so horrible. I went into Mr. Gordon's office because the light on the switchboard wouldn't go out. And there she was.
Yes, she fell against the phone and knocked it off the hook. That's why the light flashed. Now, Miss Rogers, Mr. Harris tells me he saw Mr. Gordon leave the building and get into a taxi carrying a suitcase. Do you know where he was going?
No, but Margie, Miss Nichols might.
She isn't here.
Not here? That's strange.
What makes you think Miss Nichols might know?
Well, she may have made the reservations.
Reservations? What reservations?
With Consolidated Airlines. They called earlier to confirm 2 reservations.
2 reservations? Bill, do you suppose that could explain where the secretary is? Could she be with him?
It could be, Jerry. Miss Rogers, are you sure the airline didn't say what plane the reservations were for?
I don't know where it was going. Mrs. Gordon took the message.
Oh?
But she did say what time the plane left. 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Let's see, it's 2 now. Pam.
Yes, Bill?
Get to the switchboard. Get Consolidated Airlines on the phone right away.
What are they waiting for? Why don't they take off?
For heaven's sakes, Russell, relax.
We've been sitting here for 10 minutes. Where's the stewardess? I want to ask her. Oh, we're starting. It's about time.
Everything will be all right.
I hope so. Wait a minute. We're not taking off. We're turning around.
Maybe they're going to use a different runway.
Let's see. No, we're taxiing back to the loading gate. What is this?
Darling, don't worry.
Do you think... do you suppose it has anything to do with us?
Well, how could it? Who'd be checking with the airline so soon?
You never know. That call Frida got. Maybe it started something. Why did she have to come to the office today anyway?
What?
Nothing. Oh, we're stopping.
Well, now, just sit tight. It might have nothing to do with us.
But they're rolling out the steps. Look there.
Where?
There's a police patrol car out there. And here come 2 policemen up the steps.
Russell, maybe we can...
Give it up, Marjorie. They're coming for us. We're too late, that's all. 25 years. Too late.
Quite a while since the police phoned that they took Mr. Gordon and his secretary off the plane, Jerry. I wonder when they're going to get here.
Well, it takes at least half an hour to get in from the airport, even in a police car, Pam.
Well, it's been a half hour.
Jerry, you say you know Gordon. Did you know of anything between him and his secretary?
No, I'm afraid not, Bill, but maybe... Oh, here they are at last. Hello, Russ.
Oh, hello, Jerry. And Hillary. What are you doing here?
I just came to pick up my things.
Russ, this is Lieutenant Wygand of the police.
Look, Lieutenant, you have no right to hold me. The money from the books belongs to me. As for the rest of it, there's no proof I wasn't going to repay the bank. Frida's just trying to make trouble.
What?
Oh, of course, I realize how things look.
No, wait a minute. What'd you say about your wife trying to make trouble?
Well, isn't she? Isn't that why you're here? Because of her?
Yeah, that's why we're here. But what's this money you're talking about?
Well, didn't she tell you?
She didn't tell us anything.
I don't understand.
Well, I'm not so sure I do either. Now, suppose you answer my question. What's this money you're talking about?
Company money.
What'd you do with it?
Well, it's right here, in my briefcase. I was taking it with me. Here. It's all in...
What's the matter?
Well, it's not here.
What?
The money, it's not here.
Russell.
Look.
The briefcase is just stuffed with old papers.
Yeah.
Russell!
Mr. Gordon. All right, Gordon, that's enough. Now stop it.
Where's Frida? I want to find out what she did with the money. She must be the one who took it.
When?
While I was at lunch. When I came back, she was in my office. I thought she acted strangely. When I told her I was going away on an overnight business trip, she didn't even ask why I hadn't told her about it. She knew I was lying. She knew I was running out, but she didn't care. She was happy to get rid of me, I suppose.
So you saw your wife after lunch?
Yes.
And when you left, was she still alive?
Of course she was still alive.
She's been murdered.
Murdered?
Russell, you didn't...
No.
Miss Nichols, when did you leave the office today?
12:30.
And you didn't come back again?
No.
Oh, Bill.
Yeah?
Would you come over here a minute? I'd like to tell you something.
Sure. What is it?
Mrs. North, you both must know that I wouldn't... No. How could anyone know?
We'll do what we can for you, Mr. Gordon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gordon. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you and Miss Nichols to go down to headquarters with me.
Jerry, what did you tell him?
Never mind that. Let's go.
Can't I even call my lawyer?
From headquarters.
All right. Let's get it over with. Come on.
Do you want me to go too, Lieutenant?
No, Mr. Harris, you can stay here. But I expect you to be available if I want to talk to you again.
Of course, Lieutenant.
Let's get going. All right, Gordon, Miss Nichols. Wait right here till I come back. And then I advise you not to try to leave. Now, Jerry, you and Pam come with me, and we'll see if you're right.
Okay, Bill.
Where are we going?
Around to the side corridor.
Jerry has an idea the murderer will give himself away.
Well, after all, he didn't have much time to hide the money.
What?
Here, we can hide here and see around the corner if we hear the door open.
Right.
You see, Pam, Mr. Harris told us that when he was coming in the building, he saw his uncle getting in a taxi.
That's right.
Well, that was 1:45, but Mr. Gordon was on the 2 o'clock plane, and it takes at least half an hour to reach the airport from here. You said so yourself.
Uh-huh. Well, so he couldn't have been here at 1:15.
That's it, Pam. So Mr. Harris was lying. I guess what happened was that Mrs. Gordon took the money out of her husband's briefcase while he was at lunch, and then the nephew killed her to get it from her.
And do you think he hid it in the building?
Yes. Then he came right back to the office and pretended to be just arriving, so that if anyone had noticed him enter the building, he'd be able to say he arrived after the murder. He wanted to clear himself and wanted the chance to accuse his uncle.
Oh, there's a door opening.
Stay back.
Is it Harris, Bill?
Yeah. He's going down the hall, stopping by a door. I think it's a storage closet. He's looking for something in there. You know, this could be it. I better go and see.
Come on, Jerry.
Find anything, Harris?
Lieutenant!
Bill, he's trying to get away.
Stop, Harris. Stop or I'll shoot.
Don't shoot again. I'll stop.
All right, Harris, just stay where you are and stop whimpering. Just a warning shot. It didn't come anywhere near you. I'll take that bundle. I have an idea it's going to be a lot more damaging to you than the bullet I just fired. All right, let's go.
Hey, Pam. Come here. See what I brought you.
A present, Jerry? What is it?
Well, remember when we were looking over Russ's collection? Remember what you said?
About how much I like the books? Oh, Jerry, did you buy one of them? Which one?
No, Pam. I didn't buy any of them.
But, Jerry, I thought you said... Oh, Jerry, how lovely.
Right?
Oh, you're a darling. Oh, how sweet. A bunch of chrysanthemums.
Well, that puts the finishing touch on another Mr. and Mrs. North mystery.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Get out of my way, lady.
What?
You heard me.
Well, of all things, who do you think you are pushing people around like, oh, golly, it's a gun?
That's right. Now either move or you'll get hurt.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Hostage. At first glance, it would look like any other car in the light mid-morning traffic. But if you took a second look, you could see the difference, perhaps. And the difference you would see would be in the face of the woman behind the wheel and of the man sitting beside her. Fear is reflected in the face of one and cold determination in the other.
Al, I'm scared. What if...
Watch your driving. Watch out for that truck. That was close. Didn't I tell you to be careful?
Trying, honey. It's I'm so jumpy I can't see straight.
Steady, baby, steady. With us in a stolen car and me carrying a gun, what if it'd been an accident?
Don't talk like that.
Well, we got plenty of time, Kathy. Now just take it easy.
Look, it isn't too late. Can't we call it off?
You kidding?
No, I mean it. We could get rid of the car and go back to where...
No. Joe's waiting for us at the warehouse. It's all set up.
I don't care about Joe Kramer. I'm thinking about you.
This is a big deal, the one I've been waiting for. A chance at some real dough. I'm not going to back out, and neither are you.
Maybe we're better off without that kind of money.
Nah, you're beginning to sound just like your old man. Poor but honest. But where'd it ever get him, huh?
I wasn't talking about my father.
You want me to be just like him, a guy who can't even do anything for his sick wife, a jerk who lives in a rat hole and won't even talk to his own daughter.
Well, it's just that he's...
Oh, shut up. Turn here.
What?
I said turn here, you dummy. All right, now pull up over there. Keep the motor running. Well, we're early. I don't see Joe, but he isn't due to show up until the pay truck pulls up. Have you got your parts straight now?
I think so.
All right, listen while I go over it again. The pay truck always arrives on schedule. We put on our masks. Joe throws the tear gas. I grab the money. You pick us up and head straight for the Greenwich garage.
Straight for the Greenwich garage.
Okay. You ditch this car on St. Anne's Place near the garage while I get that car that I picked up yesterday. I'll meet you at the garage at 5.
All right.
And not 1 minute later, you understand? 5 sharp.
Oh, Al, please, let's...
Oh, now don't start that again.
But there may be shooting. You could get hurt. They might...
Now cut it. There's not going to be any shooting because it's all going to go off like clockwork.
Well, I'm so scared.
Oh, snap out of it, will you? Listen. If you mess this up for me, I swear I'll use this gun on you before I... Hey, what the...
What is it?
Look.
The pay truck?
Yeah, it's early. It's ahead of schedule.
You can't. You'll have to call it off.
I don't know. Now the truck's stopping. Hey, look, there's Joe.
Al, he's throwing the tear gas.
He's going through with it. I gotta get out there.
No, don't, please.
Let go of me.
Al!
Let go of me.
Al, come back, come back. Al!
Hello?
Hello, Pam.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, darling, I was just thinking about you.
Oh?
You asked me to do something today.
Oh, I did?
Yes. Well?
Well, what did?
Well, what was it you asked me to do? Well?
Did I ask you to take my gray suit to the cleaners?
Did you?
No, that was yesterday. But, by the way, did you take my suit to the cleaners?
Don't change the subject.
You forgot.
Jerry, we're discussing what you asked me to do today, not yesterday.
Look, darling, I don't remember what it was.
Oh, Jerry, you're getting terribly forgetful lately.
Pam,
I don't know how you expect me to be of help to you when you can't remember what you asked me to do.
Pam, dear, let's forget it, huh?
That's just it, Jerry. We have forgotten it.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't important.
It probably wasn't. Well, let's see. What was it I called you about?
Oh, darling, you didn't call me. I called you.
You did? Oh, of course you did. I remember. Well?
Well, I have a late afternoon appointment downtown, so it won't be necessary for you to pick me up at the office.
Are you coming home?
No. Listen, why don't you meet me at the garage and we'll take off from there? Hey, wait, I remember.
What?
What you forgot, the check for the garage rent.
Oh, yes, of course that was it. I'll make a note of it right now. Write check to Greenwich Garage for storage.
And you might as well bring it to the garage.
All right, Jerry. What time shall I meet you?
5 o'clock.
All right.
And 1 minute later, understand? 5 sharp.
That you, Tim?
Yes, Anna. Yes. How you feeling, Anna?
Much better.
Good.
Oh, you're tired.
Yeah, a little.
And you didn't find anything again today?
No, but there was one man who said I should come back next week. He thinks surely he'll need some extra help.
Not before next week?
Well, I'll get something else. Don't worry. Come, it's time for your medicine. I'll help you sit up. There.
Medicine's almost gone.
I'll get some more.
How?
I'll manage.
How?
Please, Anna, you mustn't worry.
Mustn't worry.
Here now. Drink this. That's fine.
Was there anything in the mailbox?
No, nothing.
You sure?
Yes, Anna.
I was sure we'd hear something from Kathy today.
I'll put some water on to fix you a cup of tea.
Tim.
Yes, Anna?
You think anything has happened to Kathy?
I don't know.
And you don't care.
Anna.
You don't. Your own daughter, and you don't care.
Did she care anything about herself when she married Al?
That doesn't change the fact that Kathy's your daughter, and
Anna,
you don't...
please. I don't want to talk about it. Now, you stay there, and
who could that be?
I'll go see. You try to rest. I'm coming.
Hello, Pop.
Al.
Get back inside, Pop.
Well, what do you...
Inside. Now lock it.
Why?
Lock
What do you
it.
want?
Okay. Now pull those shades. All right. Now listen to me, Pop.
Who is it?
Well, go on, tell her.
It's him.
Hi, Mama Gentry.
Al. Oh, Al and Kathy, is she?
No. I'm alone.
In trouble.
Yeah.
With the police?
Yeah.
Al, what is it? What's happened? Where's Kathy?
Kathy's... Oh, well, she's all right.
But where is she?
Well, never mind. She's okay.
What are you doing here?
I need help.
Get out.
Now, listen, Pop.
Get out or I'll call the police.
Look, Pop, this jam I'm in, it's not just me. Kathy's in it, too.
Oh, no.
Up to her ears.
I don't care.
Look, you old fool. Do you think I'd come to you if I had any other choice? Me and Kathy are in trouble, bad trouble. Now, you gotta help us.
I wouldn't lift a finger to help you if
And Kathy? What about her?
She's your problem.
Tim, you don't...
Okay. All right. Strictly business, then. I need a job done, and I'm willing to pay for it.
Where'd you get all that money?
From an armored truck that was full of the stuff. 1,000 of it's yours, Pop. $1,000. Now, do you want it?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Think about the money, Pop. Think good. You can move out of this rat trap. You can get the old lady the stuff she has to have to put her back on her feet.
I can take care of my own.
Oh, yeah, sure. You're doing a great job of it, aren't you?
We won't take your money, Al. But if Kathy's in trouble, then Tim must help you no matter what he says.
No.
He takes care of his own.
You're still her father. You can't change that.
I didn't force her to run around with riffraff. I didn't turn her into a thief.
No, and you never gave her anything to live for, to hope for.
You blame me?
Only if you blame her for the places she's had to live, the only friends she could meet, the things she could never have. And if you don't do this one thing to help her, I'll spend the rest of my life hating you.
Anna.
I mean it, Tim.
What is it you want me to do?
All right. There's a car, a gray sedan. The Greenwich Garage off St. Anne's Place in the village. Here's the license number.
It's been a long time since I've driven an automobile.
Oh, you'll make out. Here's a key and a couple of bucks for a cab. When you pick up the car, drive it back here and park it in the alley. Now, you got it straight?
Yes.
All right, come on. I'll let you out. Just a minute, Pop.
Well?
Here. Take a look at this.
A gun?
Keep your voice down. No use scaring the old lady unless we have to.
What do you mean?
I killed one of the guards on that armored truck, and you know what that means if I'm caught. So get this. It's 4:25 right now. If you're not back in an hour, 1 hour and alone, or I'll kill the old lady. Look, I'm giving you my word, Pop. Kill one or a dozen, it don't make any difference. After the first one.
Pam, are you sure you've got the check for the garage rent with you? I want to pay them before we take the car out.
It's right here in my bag, Jerry. Oh, let me see. Shopping list. Recipe for coq au vin. Memorandum, call cleaning woman. Memorandum, write check to Greenwich Garage. Here it is.
Oh, good. I'll give the check to Gus.
I'll get the car.
Okay, darling.
Just a minute. Aren't you in the wrong car?
Cassie.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. In this light, I thought for a minute you were my daughter.
Oh, that's all right. We both made a mistake. For a minute, I thought you were driving off with our car. They're twins, but ours is over there across the aisle. Sorry. Have you had yours for very long?
What? No, not long. Do you know what time it is?
Well, sure. It's just a couple of minutes past 5. I suppose you know that... You'll never get it started that way.
What is it? What's wrong?
Oh, the key. Here, let me turn it. Now, go ahead. There, see how easy it is?
Out of my way, lady.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving with that gun?
But hold it, mister. You got a pass.
But you can't get in here.
This 45 I'm holding says I can.
Jerry!
Now, get us out of here fast or I'll blow you wide open.
Jerry! Hey, stop! Come back here! Oh, golly! Jerry! Jerry!
Darling, what's the matter?
Did you see that car that just went speeding out of here?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, come on. I'll tell you about it on our way.
On our way where?
To wherever that car is going. The old man who's driving it is being kidnapped or something. We've got to follow him.
All right, now just keep it rolling nice and easy and don't forget about this gun that's pointing at you.
Who are you and what do you want?
What do you think?
Are you the police?
Huh? Guess again, old-timer. I'm Joe Kramer.
Joe Kramer?
What's the matter? Don't you read the newspapers? I'm the guy that's worth 10 grand, dead or alive. Me and that guy you're taking me to see.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Just don't get any ideas and we'll get along. Where's Al Collins hiding now?
I can't tell you.
Don't be a comedian, Pop. You're taking this car to him right now, and I'm keeping you company all the way.
But you can't do that. If I don't come back alone, he'll kill my wife.
That's your worry, pal. He's got my money, and I'm going to get my money, and you're going to take me to him.
All right, I'll tell you where he is, but you got to let me see him alone first. You got to...
Yeah, so you can tip him off, and he can set me up like a click pigeon? Not a chance.
I won't tell him about you. I swear I won't.
Yeah? How come? How do you figure this deal anyway? Who are you? What's your angle?
My name is Gentry. Al Collins is my... He's married to my daughter.
You're Kathy's old man.
You know my daughter?
Yeah, she's a good kid. Kind of dumb, maybe, to fall for a guy like Collins, but a good kid. Sorry, Pop.
Sorry?
Well, what happened to her? Collins shouldn't have dragged her along. She wasn't the type.
What are you talking about?
You mean you don't know?
No, what?
About Kathy.
What about her?
She's dead.
Dead?
She got it while we were pulling away from the job. Look, I...
No!
Take it easy.
It isn't true!
Just relax.
I don't believe it. You're lying.
Why should I lie about it? They got Kathy and Al drove off without me. I took out after him, but I lost him.
Al, he knows Kathy's dead?
Sure, didn't I just finish telling you? Hey, look, Pop, I think there's a car following.
He knew that she was dead. He knew it all the time.
Don't look like the cops, but I can't take a chance. Better step on it.
All the time he was asking me for help. He knew that she was dead.
What? Listen, I told you to step on it. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hey, look out, you crazy fool. You're headed back. Hey, look out!
Come on, Pam.
Darling, you drove right into that cement post.
We've got to get them out of there. So, the door's jammed in against the post.
Try this one.
No, here it's moving. There. That does it. They're both out cold. No, wait. The old man's moving.
Is he badly hurt?
I don't think so.
No. I'm all right. Oh, you're the girl I thought was Kathy. How did...
Easy, fella. You've had a rough time. Pam, help him over to our car. The other fellow looks like he's in bad shape.
All right. Come along, Mr.
Gentry. Tim Gentry.
Will somebody call an ambulance, please?
Here. Now lean on me and ease yourself down onto the seat. Oh, there. That's fine.
Hey, wait.
Now,
what time is it? I got to get back. What time?
You just relax.
Tell me the time. I have to know the time. He'll kill Anna.
It's 10 after 5. Who'll kill her? What are you doing? Hey, stop that! Jerry! Jerry!
What is it, Pam?
He must be crazy. He stole our car.
Hey, Donahue.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Where are Mr. and Mrs. North?
Waiting in your car, Lieutenant.
All right. Let me through here, please. Pardon me, man. Hey, let me through. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want to talk to you two.
Well, what about our car, Bill? Do you think that...
I've got something more to worry about at the moment than your car, Jerry.
Then it's true about the man they just took away in the ambulance, I mean.
Sergeant Donahue said he's wanted for armed robbery and murder.
Yes, he and a man named Collins. But Collins is still on the loose. But not for long if what Pam told the officer on the beat is true.
What do you mean, Bill?
You said the old man who was driving the car told you his name was Gentry. Tim Gentry, right?
Yes.
You're sure of that?
Positive.
Then it fits. What fits? After we identified the girl who was killed in that armored car holdup as Collins' wife, we dug up a copy of her marriage license to get her maiden name.
Did you?
Yeah. It was Kathy Gentry.
Gentry?
The old man's name.
He's probably her father.
Lieutenant?
Yes, Donahue?
Headquarters just radioed the Gentry's address.
What is it?
836 King.
Okay, Donahue, get in.
Want me to drive?
Yes, and fast.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing, Pam. You said Kramer had a gun in his hand when he forced his way into the car.
Yes.
Well, we didn't find it on him, and it wasn't any place in or around the wrecked car.
Well, that's odd. What do you suppose happened to it?
Well, I hope I'm wrong, but what, Bill? I'm afraid that the old man has the gun.
What the devil happened to him? Where is he? He should have been here 10 minutes ago.
Em will be here soon. Al, why don't you sit down and tell me about Kathy?
What? Kathy? What about Kathy?
How's she feeling? How does she look? Oh, it's been so long since I've seen her.
She's all right. I tell you, she's all right.
But where is she? Why didn't
Will you shut up about Kathy?
All right, Al.
Listen.
What?
Sounds like a car. No, it isn't. Well, I'm not sticking around here any longer.
Something must have happened to Tim.
Maybe, but I made him a little promise, and before I go, I'm going to keep it.
Tim!
It's about time.
Anna.
Tim.
Get in here.
Anna, are you all right?
Yes, Tim.
I gave you a break, Pop. Is the car in the alley?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're not going to use it.
What?
Tim.
Put up your hands, Al.
A gun. What did you...
Up high.
Okay.
Now, with the left hand, very slowly, take out your gun and drop it on Anna's bed. Slowly.
Okay.
All right. Take your gun, Anna.
What?
Now what are you going to do?
I'm going to telephone the police.
Tim.
Aren't you forgetting something, Pop? If I go to the chair, Kathy goes with me?
Tim, please, you mustn't.
Listen to me, Anna. Don't move, Al. Anna, Kathy she's dead.
Kathy.
She was killed in the holdup, and he knew it. He knew it all along.
No. Kathy. No, she can't be.
And she isn't.
What?
Who told you she was killed, Pop?
Your friend, Joe Kramer.
Joe. Where'd you see him?
Never mind all that.
Well, let me tell you something, Pop. Joe was lying.
Why should he lie?
I don't know, but Kathy's okay. She was hurt. Just a little. And that's why she didn't come with me, but she's going to be all right.
Is this true, Al?
I swear
I
it.
don't believe you.
She's waiting for me right now over at our place in Queens.
Telephone her.
We don't have a phone. Look, Pop, listen. I'm telling you the truth. Kathy's alive. She's all right. Mama Gentry, you believe me, don't you? You gotta believe me. I'm telling you the truth.
You're lying.
No. Look, Mama Gentry, listen to me. Both of you, would you listen to me? Just let me get out of here.
No!
Let me go to Kathy. Just give me an hour. Just 1 hour, and I'll prove Kathy's alive. I'll have her call you right here in just 1 hour, huh? Listen, if the cops take me, they take her, and we go to the chair, both of us.
Tim, we're going to let him go.
Anna.
Put down that telephone.
Anna, you...
Put it down.
She's got my gun, Pop. You better...
Shut up! Anna, you don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do, Tim. Now put that telephone down.
Anna, you can't believe him. Kathy's dead.
I say she isn't.
Anna, can't you see? This is just a trick.
Put that telephone down.
All right, Anna.
Thanks, Mama Gentry. Okay, Pop, give me the gun.
Take it.
Where you going?
I don't know.
Tim.
I'll call your sister, Anna. Tell her you're alone.
Hey, come back here. You're not going anywhere.
No.
You're going to the cops.
Perhaps I am. I don't know.
Send your own daughter to the electric chair.
Yes, Anna. She's still alive, and that's where she belongs.
Wait a minute, Pop. You heard me, didn't you? You're not going anywhere.
And who's going to stop me? You with that gun? Or you, Anna, with that one?
I'm telling you, Pop, you try to go out that door and you're dead.
I am already.
Tim, don't. Please, stay here.
Goodbye, Anna.
Okay, this is the place. Come on, Donahue. Oh, Pam and Jerry, you two stay here in the car. Oh, but Bill, we are...
Bill, Jerry, those were gunshots.
Come upstairs. Let's go. Come on.
What is it?
Police officers, where's Gentry's apartment?
Gentry's one flight up at a stairway, but what's this
Come on.
going on?
Here it is, Bill. Police, open up. Open up in there.
Come in, officer.
Where's Collins?
Right there on the floor, officer. It was Anna, my wife. I tried to leave to go for the police, and Anna shot him.
And I don't get it. It just doesn't make sense. Collins was wounded with his own gun in the hands of Mrs. Gentry. And he had Joe Kramer's gun, the gun Mr. Gentry took out of the wrecked car. I can't figure out how they got switched around like that.
Can't Mr. Gentry explain it?
Probably, but he won't. When I question him, all he says is everybody makes mistakes. And you can forgive a mother for wanting to protect her own daughter.
Protect your own daughter? But Kathy Collins is dead. What's he mean by that?
Yeah, well, you tell me. Oh, well, Collins and Kramer behind bars. I guess that's the main thing.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Gentry, Bill.
Well, talk to him about what?
Well, Jerry has a job for him in his office.
Well, you better find someone else, Jerry. Gentry's in jail.
Jail?
What for? On charge of grand theft. Auto. He stole your car, remember?
Are you by any chance referring to the time Mr. Gentry borrowed our car because of an emergency?
Borrowed your car.
Borrowed our car.
Oh. Well, in that case, I guess Mr. Gentry can start to work almost any time. Well, that concludes another adventure with Mr. and Mrs. North.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
All right, you little busybody. Get on your feet.
Me?
Yes, you. Stand up and be quick about it, or I'll kill you.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Death Comes in Cans. Early evening on the Brooklyn waterfront. The fog hangs like a soggy veil over Pier Number 9. It almost obscures that shack on the pier, the one with the sign that says, Reber's Harbor Service. Diving, dredging, boats for rent.
Well, that place looks as good as any, Pam.
Jerry, do we have to go fishing tomorrow?
Yep. Watch your step there, darling.
Well, why can't we go some other time when the weather clears up?
A true fisherman is never daunted by atmospheric conditions.
Well, they daunt me. This fog is ruining my hair.
Yeah, the fog will be gone by morning.
Hey, you.
Oh,
Where you going?
Do you have to scare us to death popping out of the fog like...
I said, where you going?
Well, just a minute. We're going over there to rent a boat. Is that all right with you?
No more boats tonight.
We want to reserve one for the morning for fishing.
No boats tomorrow either.
Well, don't you have any boats, Mr. Reber? Your sign says that...
I'm not Reber.
Oh. Well, then why are you...
Get your boat someplace else.
Look, if you don't mind...
I do mind.
Come on, Jerry.
George Reber ain't there. Get your boat someplace else.
Come on, Jerry, please.
Okay, Pam. Well, thanks for your hospitality, chum.
Yeah. I'll tell George you were here.
Yeah.
Oh, where you been, honey? It's late. I've been waiting.
The fog, it slowed up the whole harbor.
Here, give me your coat.
It's wet, I'll do it.
I don't mind, honey. I'll hang it up for you. Here, let me help you.
I'll do it.
Gee, something the matter, honey?
I saw Mixer outside, Claire.
Oh.
On the pier.
Well, I was going to tell you, George. He wanted to see you.
On the deal he telephoned about?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him? Answer me.
George, let go.
What'd you tell him?
Let go of me.
Okay. Now, what did you tell Mixer?
What do you think I told him? I told him you'd take his deal.
You?
George, let's wait to hear what he wants.
I don't care what he wants. Didn't I tell you I wasn't having any part of Mixer or his deals?
Yeah, but wait till you...
Then why'd you tell him I would? Why?
Why? Because I don't feel like rotting away in this crummy shack all my life. That's why. I told him you were doing it for me. For me, George, honey.
For you?
Yeah.
You're not on parole. I am. I'm trying to stay clean, stay straight.
George, listen.
I'm trying to get us back on our feet again.
Listen, George, listen. He's got 2 cases of dope on the bottom of the harbor. He needs you to get him out of the water.
Ah, forget it.
Where are you going?
To find Mixer.
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, no?
No. Not if you want me around, you're not.
Look, baby, I took the rap for you once. You know how much I want you around, but this time...
Okay, all right. But if you think I'm going to spend my life scraping barnacles and soaking in bills...
Cut it out, Claire.
I mean it. I'm not wasting any more time in this sewer, not with a spineless ex-con...
Shut up! Shut up!
George!
Shut up, I say. Oh. Claire. Claire, baby.
Let me alone. Let me alone, will you?
I shouldn't have done that, Claire. I just lost my head. I'm sorry, baby. Claire.
Go away. Keep away from
Claire,
me.
please, listen. You're so right that this is no good, not for us. I gotta make it up to you.
Oh, shoot.
I'll go with Mixer tonight.
George.
Yeah, I'll go. Sure, we can use the money. We'll save the dough he pays us.
Oh, there's more dough in it than that, honey. There's a lot more dough in it than that.
Let's keep the deal straight. Just payment for service. We don't want the stuff. We can't afford to fool around with dope. Please, honey. I want to stay out of trouble. For your sake, Claire. Okay?
Sure. Sure, George. That's okay.
Sure this is a spot, Mixer?
Don't worry. Map, compass, everything fits.
Well, you know, with this fog and everything and the tide, sometimes you can be way off the mark.
I said don't worry. You hear?
All right, toss the anchor over, Mixer.
Okay.
Here. Help me with these straps, will you?
Okay, honey.
You going underwater in that outfit?
Sure. It's a skin diving setup, self-contained unit. Perfect for these harbor waters.
Is that tight enough?
Yeah, that's fine. Now,
What am I looking for down there?
2 cases of canned tuna fish.
What?
Canned tuna. The stuff is in the cans.
How'd you get these cases out here in the first place?
Brought it in from Central America on a freighter. The harbor patrol was getting too nosy, so we dumped them here and checked the spot. You ready, Reaver?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Get in the water and start fishing.
Oh, go on, Pam. Time to get up. Come on, darling. Can't keep the fish waiting.
Oh, yes, I can. What time is it?
3:30.
3:30, Jerry.
Come on, it'll be 5 a.m. before we get there.
Do the fish know the difference?
The earlier it is, the hungrier they are. Now, come on, dear.
I'd rather catch the lazy fish, the ones that stay in bed till noon.
Oh, not a chance. Nothing ever happens that late in the day. Come on, up, dear.
Ouch!
Up. Up.
Jerry, ouch!
There's George.
Where?
Oh, over there. He just broke the surface.
Hey, give me a hand.
Okay, George. Okay.
Can you make it? Yeah, pull me up. Grab on. Here we go.
It's cold.
What'd you find, George? Did you locate the cases?
No. Toss me that towel, will you?
No? What do you mean, no?
That's what I said. No, there's nothing down there.
Nothing at all, George. Nothing.
Look, they were dropped right here. 2 cases of canned tuna. They couldn't be anywhere else.
Tell you, there's nothing down there. Go down and look for yourself.
Well, maybe the tide moving around, Mixer. Sometimes that happens.
No, they're too heavy for that. I don't like tricks, Reaver.
I'm telling the truth, Mixer. They're not there.
Well, maybe you did get mixed up in the fog, Mixer. Maybe your markings are off a little.
Shut up.
Maybe.
Get back in the water, Reaver. Go down and get those cases. Now.
Gun won't help a thing, Mixer. There's nothing.
I don't like tricks. I don't want trouble.
I don't want trouble either.
In the water, Reaver. Get back down there or else...
Claire!
Claire, you stupid...
Oh, you were great. George, you were wonderful. You almost had me believing it, honey. You were great.
You killed him.
Now all the stuff is ours, honey. 2 big fat cases. Go on, George. Go on down and get them.
You murdered Mixer
Go on,
for that?
George. Go on.
Claire, I was telling the truth. There's nothing down there.
Nothing.
Nothing. You killed Mixer for nothing.
You're lying. The stuff must be down there. It has to be.
But it ain't, I tell you. Why should I lie about it?
Because you're afraid. Because you're a coward.
All right, have it your way. Even if the stuff is down there, I'm leaving it.
Oh, no, you're not.
I am. We're dumping Mixer's body and getting out of here.
You stay where you are, George.
Claire.
I mean it. Don't you move. If you try to start this boat, I'll...
Claire, please, in the name of heaven.
Will you stop sniveling?
Well, let's leave it alone. Let's forget it. We can do okay.
Do okay?
We can. We are. All I care about is you and me. You're not worrying about cops anymore. If you'd ever been behind bars, you know what it was like. Rotting away.
I'm telling you for the last time, George. Go down and get that stuff.
It isn't there. Can't you understand? It isn't there.
Go down and take another look. And if you come up without it, you might as well not come up at all.
Oh, a life on the sea, singing joyous and free.
No wonder the fish have been ignoring you, Jerry.
Snobs, that's what they are, snobs.
We've been out here since 5 a.m., and I bet the fish are having breakfast in bed, laughing themselves silly.
To be a good fisherman, you've got to have patience.
Right, and fish, too. Hey, easy on those turns.
Oops, sorry, darling.
Where are we going? The shore's back that way.
Yeah, but the fish are out this way.
Oh, there's one.
What?
Wasn't that a fish over there?
Pam, dear, fish don't come up to the surface and...
Jerry, look.
Yeah, I see it.
Man, isn't it?
No, Pam, it was a man.
Mrs. Reaver?
Yeah? Who are you?
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Homicide? What do you...
May we come in?
Well, sure. Sure, I guess so. Come on.
Thank you. This is Mrs. North and Mr. North.
How you doing?
How do you do?
They were out fishing in South Bay this morning and found the body of a man in the water.
Really? Somebody drowned?
He'd been shot, Mrs. Reaver.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Mr. and Mrs. North were down this way early last night to rent a boat from your husband. And the man who was shot was on the pier then.
So? Well, he seemed to know your husband.
Well, a lot of people know my husband.
This particular man has been identified as Mixer West. That mean anything to you? Where's your husband now?
Well, he's out on a job.
Has he been gone long?
Yeah, since 3 a.m. He left at 3 sharp, diving job.
Does he always work such odd hours?
He likes to start while the harbor's quiet, not so much boat traffic. Listen, Lieutenant, you don't think George killed this man, do you?
I don't know. You say he's still at work, but his boat is tied up at this pier. How come?
Well, how do you know it's his boat?
Well, the man in the bait shop at the end of the pier told us.
Wasn't your husband in prison for a while, Mrs. Reber?
Well, sure, for fortunate check. He was broke. He needed money bad. He needed it for me. He did that for me. Does that make a guy a murderer? Does it, Lieutenant?
I don't know, but I intend to find out.
Hey, you.
Huh? Oh, howdy, Mrs. Reber.
What's the idea of getting my husband in trouble with the cops?
George? George in trouble?
Well, you told the cops that was his boat out there, didn't you?
Oh, I see.
Well, you want him to think George is a murderer?
George, a murderer?
Well, that's what they're thinking. I told him George was still working in the harbor, but you told him about the boat.
George Reber, a murderer? Nah. Still, peculiar things are going on around here. Highly peculiar. Too much fog, too much tide, and yesterday, that fisherman catching a net full of tuna.
Tuna?
Yes, sir, tuna. Imagine catching tuna in these waters.
Who caught the tuna?
Oh, one of them fishermen hauled in 2 cases of canned tuna. Best catch round here in years.
Who was he? Who found that tuna, huh? Who?
Well, I don't know exactly. One of them fishermen.
Well, who was he? Which one? What's he look like?
Like a fisherman. They all look alike to me.
Well, he had a boat, didn't he? They all got boats. Which boat is his? Which one, huh?
Oh, it's a foreign name, like that song. Yeah, that's it, La Paloma. Why are you so worried about a bunch of canned fish, Mr. Hey, Mrs. Peculiar. This waterfront's sure getting peculiar.
Oh, la bonita señorita. Buenos días, señorita. Oh, you are, eh?
I want to talk to you.
Bueno, sí. You help Joe fix these nets, see?
I'm coming aboard.
Bueno. Your job, okay?
Okay.
Beautiful boys. Senor Jose Taormina, your service, señorita.
Yeah, okay. Now forget the funny stuff, huh?
Oh, I see. Poor old Joe. My bonita señorita, she wear the wedding ring. Senora, you have broke Joe's
All right. Forget it. You hauled in some cases of canned tuna yesterday, didn't you?
Oh!
All right, what's so funny about that, huh?
Oh, he's the big joke. For weeks I fish, and what I get nothing. Nada. So, yesterday my mates bringing plenty fish, all packing cans.
Yeah. The fish in those cans. I came to buy those cans from you. You named the price.
You buy my cans of fish? I am a fisherman, not a grocery store.
Listen. Will you listen to me? That fish, that canned fish you found, it's no good. It's spoiled. You hear me? It's rotten. It'll poison you if you eat it.
Then why you want to buy poison fish?
I've got a good personal reason for wanting those cans.
Me too. I like tuna fish.
Will you shut up and listen to me?
Say, okay, baby. Why no?
I'll give you anything you want for those cans, Joe. Anything you want, huh? You name the price, Joe. I'll see that you get it. I'm not kidding, Joe. I mean it.
Now I know. The other fishermen, they saying you here to joke with me, huh?
Oh, nobody sent me, you dumbass. I said give you anything you want. What's the matter with you? You're a human being.
Oh, big joke. Hey, baby. Hey, you want some canned fish, no fooling?
You still think I'm kidding you?
You still say you give me anything?
Sure. I meant what I said. I wasn't kidding you. A deal's a deal.
Okay. You go to my house, see?
Okay. Will you meet me there?
No. You tell my wife about that deal. She give you the fish.
Boy, what a place this waterfront is. You ask people about a murder, and they tell you about a fisherman who catches canned fish.
Well, that's more than I caught today.
And that fisherman probably didn't have to get up so early to do it.
Well, I better check in at headquarters. The lab report should be coming through on Mixer's body.
What about this man, Reber, Bill?
Huh? What about him?
Well, if you want my opinion, find Reber and you found your murderer.
I wonder.
What's there to wonder about? Reber knew Mixer West. Reber went out in his boat at 3 this morning.
And you think Mixer West went out with him?
And Reber, for some reason, came back alone.
No, you're probably right, Jerry. Well, can I drive you two back to town?
Oh, thanks, Bill. I've got to return that boat I hired. It's still tied up at Reber's Pier.
Oh, dear. It would have been cheaper to buy it.
I'll drive it back to where I got it.
Okay.
Let us know if you learn anything, Bill. We'll be home tonight.
Right, I'll phone you.
Well, let's get rid of that boat, Pam.
I'll walk with you to Reber's Pier.
I might as well ride the boat to where I turn it in.
Oh, I've had enough boating for one day, Barnacle Bill. You do it. I'll wait for you on the pier.
Hey, I don't like you hanging around here alone.
Don't be silly. Go on. I'm a big girl now.
That's what bothers me.
Excuse me, ma'am.
What? Oh, yes?
Ain't you the lady who was with the police lieutenant?
Oh, yes, Oh, you're the man from the bait shop.
Yes, ma'am. Mind if I use your ear or mic?
Well, oh, no, not at all.
Over here. Just as soon nobody seen us talking.
Well, what's wrong?
It's that Mrs. Reber, ma'am. Now, me, I'm a truthful feller, and I like to see the law get its way. And even though George Reber's a good friend and a bait-buying customer...
What are you getting at?
I'm getting at the peculiar things happening, ma'am. That Mrs. Reber, for instance...
Well, she's peculiar, all right.
Yes, ma'am. Like I say, I like to see the law get its way, and I'm here to tell you, ma'am, that she's protecting that husband of hers, protecting him from the law.
Protecting him? What do you mean?
Well, he's been considered for murder, ain't he?
Well...
Mrs. Reber herself gave me to think that, ma'am.
Now, why would she tell you or anyone something like that about her own husband?
Hard to say, but I'd say she knows more than she's saying.
Is she home now?
Nope. She got all head up about that fisherman who caught the canned tuna.
Canned tuna?
Imagine. Catching canned tuna in these waters, ma'am. Sure is peculiar. Well, where you going, ma'am? Where you going?
Another bonita, senorita. More jokes, eh?
Are you the man who caught the canned fish?
Hey, senorita, I give you canned fish. You give me anything I want, okay? Es bueno?
I beg your pardon?
Come down to the door.
No, thank you. I'm looking for Mrs. Reber. Have you seen her?
Oh?
Mrs. Reber. She's a blonde girl with frizzy hair and a sort of wild look in her eyes.
Oh, see. I send her to my house. It's 112 Bay Shore, my house.
Your house? What for?
She wants some tuna fish. She wants some of my tuna fish more than anything in the world.
Now, look, stop the joking.
Es verdad, baby.
And don't call me baby.
Okay. Your friend should go running to my house. She sure must like tuna fish, that senora. Hey, baby, what do you run? You like tuna fish, too?
Pam, wait a minute.
Oh, Jerry!
Where the heck have you been? I've been looking everywhere
We've
for
got
you.
to get to a phone.
What's the matter?
We better call Bill Wygan. Come on.
Well, wait a minute. What is it?
There's something strange going on. Come on, Jerry.
Well, there's a phone in the bait shop, but what...
That Reba woman.
What about her?
She likes tuna fish. Come on,
tuna-
Jerry. A woman doesn't go running around looking for cans of fish when her husband is... Well, come on, Jerry. I'll explain after I talk to Bill.
Mrs. Tavermina. Mrs. Tavermina. Unlocked. Mrs. Tavermina? Anybody in here?
Hi, Claire. Mrs. Tavermina's gone shopping.
George. George.
You had to show up here sooner or later, didn't you? Stuff in those cans, it attracts you like a magnet.
George,
like a magnet, like honey draws flies, like you attract me.
George, I didn't mean it out there, you know. You know how I get, George. I get crazy. You know, I didn't mean what I did.
You mean killing Mixer or trying to kill me?
George, I don't like it when you look at me like that. George, you know how much I love you?
Yeah, I know. Here, I opened the cases. Here's your real love. This and money. Here, have a can of dope. Go on, pick it up. Here's another. Go on, Claire. A can full of stuff. Lots of money in this. Have some more.
George, stop it. Stop it. You know I didn't mean what I did. I didn't, George. You stop looking at me that way. George, I'm your Claire. I'll make it up, George. I'll be different. I'll be everything you want me to be. George, please.
That's for sending me up the river on your forgery rap.
Please, George, don't.
For getting into that deal with Mixer, doing everything to keep me from going straight to you for killing me. That's for killing Mixer in cold blood. That was for forcing me off the boat with your gun, shooting at me like a duck in the water, leaving me there to die.
George, don't, please.
Hey, what's happening in there?
Come on in. You're finished now, baby. All finished.
No, George, you won't. You won't.
What's all the noise?
Good heavens.
You looking for a killer? There's your killer. Shoot her.
Hey, watch it. She's got a gun.
Oh.
Down. Stay down, Pam.
Okay, so I'm your killer. So I'll show what kind of a killer I am. You, George, stand up. Stand up!
I can't. I got a bullet in my leg.
God, I got more for you.
Jerry, the cans. What
about
it? Your right hand there.
Busy. Why don't you get on your feet?
Me?
Yeah, hurry up.
All right, I will.
Now stand still. Stand still, I said, or...
Throw it, Jerry. Throw it!
Oh, come on, get her gun, Pam. Get her gun.
Okay, I got it.
Nice pitching, mister. Real nice pitching.
Oh, yeah, but... Oh, golly. Jerry, suppose you'd missed.
That's right. Suppose I'd missed.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, Jerry. Don't ever do anything like that again.
What? Oh. 3:30. What? Hey, Pam. Pam.
What? Oh, what's the matter?
Did you set this alarm?
Oh. I said it.
For 3:30 in the morning?
Yep.
What in heaven's name did you do that for?
Just to remind us that we don't have to get up to go fishing.
Oh.
Good night, darling.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry, look. Miss Slade is all out of step and sort of stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, something's the matter with her.
Yes, Jerry, she's falling.
Come on, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Dance of Death. There are hundreds of small nightclubs like the Blue Mirror in New York. Smoky, blatant, garish places by night, lonesome and shabby by day. Like today, like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But there's one difference between the Blue Mirror and the hundreds of other small clubs like it. And that difference is Ruby Slade.
Let's take a break. Harry?
Okay. I'm going to make a phone call.
All right.
Oh, that was swell, Ruby.
Oh, Cliff.
I mean it, Ruby. It was just terrific.
Thanks. You got smoke?
Sure. Yeah.
Light?
Yeah. Look, Ruby, why don't you knock off? We could go for a ride.
I can't, kid. I have to have this new routine ready for tonight.
Well, it's ready. Look, we could drive up the Parkway, up to Terrytown.
No,
maybe.
I'm sorry, but I can't.
Why not? I've got Dad's car.
And where's Dad?
In the office.
And that's your answer.
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, your father told me to have this number ready for tonight. And it isn't ready till he sees it and says it's ready.
But he can't make you work all day and all night, too. The way he drives you makes...
Forget it, kid. I'm going to get a drink of water.
Ruby.
Cliff.
Ruby.
For me. Cliff, look.
Ruby.
Well. You're getting to be a big boy, aren't you?
Ruby, I love you.
Dad!
Oh, Dad.
Come here.
What do you want?
I'm here.
You better go, Cliff.
See you later.
In my office.
Okay. Well?
You little... I told you to stay away from that girl.
Dad!
Didn't I?
Dad, stop it!
Didn't I?
Dad! Stop it! Stop it. What's the matter with you? Have you gone crazy?
I'm sorry, Cliff.
Yeah, sit down.
I'm sorry.
Sit down, Dad.
Yes. All right.
There.
I'm sorry, Cliff. I shouldn't have done that. I don't want any trouble between you and me.
Neither do I, but you...
I'm only thinking of you.
I can take care of myself.
I wonder. I hate to see you get mixed up with that girl, Ruby.
What's the matter with her?
She's no good, Cliff. Believe me, no good. I want you to stay away from her.
Is that an order?
If you don't want me to give her a fast boot out of here...
The way you treat her, that's probably the best thing that could happen to her.
She doesn't think so. Not the way I'd pay her. There's a girl who knows the value of $1, Cliff. Believe me, that's all she's interested in.
I don't get it. If she's so bad, why do you keep her around? Why do you pay her 2-3 times more than she ever asked for?
Never mind.
And then pull a thing like you have today, making her get a whole new routine ready in one day. You seem to enjoy trying to make her just as miserable...
That's enough, Cliff. How I run this club is my business. I'm just telling you for the last time, stay away from that girl. Understand?
Golly, Jerry, did you ever see anything so beautiful?
Yeah, aren't they, though?
Say, what are you talking about?
Her legs.
Oh, I was talking about her dancing. It's so smooth, so easy, so graceful.
Yeah. And that figure.
Maybe I shouldn't have been so eager to come here, but everybody said she's something to see.
How right they were.
A shame.
What?
But she has to be in this little place. She should be in one of the big clubs where lots of people could see her, and a big band behind her instead of just a tinny piano.
Yeah.
I know. Ralph.
Who? What?
He's just the one.
Ralph who?
Whitney. Isn't he producing another musical this season?
Hey, that's right.
Well, why don't we tell him about this girl?
But better still, we'll bring him and show him if he hasn't heard about her already.
Oh, you just want an excuse to come again.
And you gave me one. Oh, that's what I love about you, darling. Always obliging.
Well, I do think it's a good idea. Wait a minute. Maybe I don't.
What's the matter?
Well, she's not doing this number well at all. She's all out of time and sort of stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, Pam, something's the matter with her.
You're right, Jerry. She's falling. Well, come on, Jerry. Gee, I wonder what happened.
I don't know. She just seemed to go limp all of a sudden.
What is it, Ruby?
Well, what happened to her?
I think she just fainted.
Oh, Ruby. Ruby, are you all right?
Yeah, sure, she's all right. All right, folks, if you'll just get back to your seats, please. Stop crowding her off. All right, get up, Ruby. There's nothing the matter with you.
In a minute, Mr. Gross.
Leave her alone. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't pushed her so hard all day.
Dancers are supposed to rehearse.
Not the way you drive her. Every minute, no
That's
let
enough,
up.
Cliff. Now, stop it. You, Ruby, get up, go into your dressing room.
Here, come on, Pam. Let's help her out.
Yes, Jerry.
Thanks.
All right, take her to her dressing room. Ruby, you lie down in there. I'll send in a drink. You can rest until the next show. I want you to be ready when it starts.
She isn't dancing anymore tonight.
Nobody asked you.
I'm telling you, she's through for the night.
Ruby,
Yes, Mr. Gross.
you heard what I said. Go lie down. When the second show starts, you'll be out there.
Come in. Oh, you.
How are you feeling?
I'm okay, Cliff.
You're not going to try to do the next show, are you?
You heard what your father said.
I don't care. I'm telling you, you're not going to do
Now,
it.
look,
I mean
kid,
it.
When you start signing the paycheck around here, you can mean it, Cliff. Until then, I do what Papa says.
Ruby, what is it?
What's what?
Between you and Dad, why does he treat you the way he does?
Ask him.
There must be some reason.
Suppose there is, but you figure it out. I can't. All I know is he hates me.
Well, why do you take it?
Because there's something called money.
It isn't worth it.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Ruby, quit.
Huh?
Tell Dad you're through. That you're not
Are
going to...
you crazy?
Well, why won't you?
Because I can't. I got a contract.
You can break it.
Maybe, but then what? Then what do I do? Do I go to work in some other bandbox for half the money I'm getting here? Oh, grow
You
up.
don't have to go to work anywhere. Ruby, I love
Cliff,
you. And you love me.
Do I?
Yes. Ruby, marry me.
And let your father support us both.
I'll get a job.
Doing what?
I don't know, but I'll
Don't
get...
you think you better find out?
Ruby.
Look, Cliff, don't be a fool. You're a swell kid. I like you. Maybe I love you. I don't know. But I'm not going to marry you. At least not until I know how we pay the rent and buy the groceries.
You'd rather go on here, letting Dad treat you like dirt, wiping his feet on you, making
As
you...
long as he pays as much as he does, I can take it. Now, I better get ready to go on.
Ruby?
Come in.
Ruby, the second show is about... Cliff, what are you doing in here? Didn't I tell you that...
Yes, you told me, and now I'm telling you, Ruby's through for tonight.
Cliff.
The show's starting, Ruby. Get out there.
All right, Mr. Gross, I'm ready.
Stay where you are, Ruby.
Please, Cliff, don't...
Get out of here, Cliff.
I'm through standing around while you act like a little Hitler.
Get out!
Why, you...
Cliff! Oh, Cliff, you shouldn't have.
He's been asking for it. It's time somebody gave it to him.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out of the club. Go home, get your clothes, and get out of my house. I never want to see you again.
That suits me. Ruby, come with me.
Go on. Go with him if you want to. Ungrateful
You
little...
shut up. Ruby, please. Come with me right now.
No, Cliff. I'm sorry, but I can't.
She's good, Jerry. Very good. All that you and Pam said she was, and a little more.
We thought you'd like her. How about another drink?
Oh, fine.
Pam? Pam?
What? Oh, sorry, darling.
Hey, what the devil are you so interested in?
That woman over at the corner table. The way she just sits and scowls into her glass here.
Yeah.
I wonder what's bothering her. She was here last night, too.
Oh, she was?
Mm-hmm. And she sat by herself then, too. It's strange. She seems to have plenty of money. Look how she's dressed. Evening gown, mink stole. But she just sits alone and drinks. One martini after another.
Well, maybe she likes olives.
Look of her, she doesn't like anything.
Well, it's none of our business. Besides, I'd rather watch Ruby. Do you think you can use her, Ralph?
If she'll agree to terms, and I think she will. She can't be making much here.
No.
Well, now we'll see. I sent a note asking her to join us after her number.
Well, I should think she'd jump at a chance of getting a Broadway show.
Yeah, and to get away from here where they work her until she passes out.
Well, I hope you're right. Well, here she comes.
Mr. Whitney?
Yes, I'm Whitney.
Oh.
And you know Mr. and Mrs. Noah.
Yes. Hello.
Sit down, Miss Lane.
Thanks.
Well, we certainly enjoyed your performance.
Thank you.
That's what I wanted to see you about. Might as well come right to the point.
Excuse me, I'm awfully sorry to interrupt, but it'll only I'll only be a minute. I have to talk to Ruby.
What is it, Mrs. Groves?
Jerry, she's the woman who was sitting alone in the corner.
Yeah.
Do you know where I can find Cliff, Ruby?
Yes.
Oh, I thought so. If anyone would know, you see, he had a fight or an argument or something with his father, and he left home. I don't know how to reach him.
He's here.
In the club?
Waiting for me in my dressing room.
Oh, thanks, Ruby. I'll go see him. I gotta talk to him.
Sorry about the interruption, Mr. Whitney. Now, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
I spent the whole day trying to find you, Cliff. I called everywhere.
I'm sorry, Mother. I should have got in touch with you.
What is it, Cliff? What happened between your father and you?
He didn't tell you?
Oh, he won't talk about it. Does it have something to do with Ruby?
What makes you think that?
Does it?
Yeah, we had a fight over the way he treats her.
What difference does it make to you?
A great deal. I happen to be in love with her.
Cliff. Oh, Cliff, no.
What's so wrong with that?
Does your father know?
He should have at least a vague idea by this time.
And Ruby? Is she in love with you?
Yes, she hasn't said so, but she is. I know she is, and she'd marry me, but she's afraid.
Afraid of what?
Of being broke. Of giving up the money Dad's paying her. But I'm going to get a job.
Oh, Cliff, don't. Oh, forget Ruby. For your sake, for her sake, forget her. Something terrible would happen if you married her. I know it would.
What do you mean?
Your father would rather see Ruby dead than married to you.
Mother.
He would. I know your father, Cliff. I know him better than he knows himself.
Then tell me why he hates her.
Cliff.
What is it between them? What's going on? If you know, Mother, you have to tell me, because I swear if Dad does anything to hurt Ruby, I'll kill him.
You don't mean that.
I do.
Oh, you must love her very much.
And Dad hates her, and I want to know why. And if you know, tell me.
Because...
Well?
Because sometimes people hate the things they want and can't have.
Yes? Who is it?
Ruby.
Come in.
May I talk to you a minute?
About Ralph Whitney?
Oh, you know.
I saw you sitting at his table with that couple that was here last night. What did he want?
Well, he offered me a spot in a new musical he's producing.
Oh? What did you tell him?
But I'd take it.
You didn't mention that you're under contract to me?
Well, yes.
And?
I said I thought you'd release me.
What made you think that?
You won't?
No.
Mr. Gross.
Your contract has another 7 months to run.
But if Mr. Whitney would agree to buy it
Your
from
contract isn't for sale.
But he might be willing to pay a lot.
At any price.
Why? Why are you doing this? What do you want? You're never satisfied with the thing I do, but you won't let me go.
Has it ever occurred to you that it might be for your own good?
My good, oh, nothing to switch. You thinking of my good.
If you weren't so blind, you'd know that's all I think about. Oh, all I care about.
What?
I picked you up when you were nothing, when you were nobody. When you could hardly keep from stumbling over your own feet when you danced, but I didn't care about that.
So what did you care about?
For 2 years, not a person that came in here came to see you.
Well, then why'd you keep
me?
me?
But I strung along with you. I paid you more money even when I was losing money. You know that?
Yes, I know it, but why?
I've done everything I could for you, but have you ever shown any appreciation, any gratitude? No. No. No, you hate me. All I am to you is just a fat, ugly old man.
Oh, that's it. You're in love with me.
In love with...
Yes.
You're crazy.
That's why you treated me like dirt. Not because you hate me, but because you love me.
You're afraid to do anything about it. You're afraid I'd laugh in your face.
Get out of here.
It's true, isn't it?
No.
You want me. You want to hold me in your arms. You want to kiss me.
Get out.
Well, here I am, Arnold. Why don't you take what you want?
Oh, Ruby.
This is what you want, isn't it, Arnold?
Yes, Ruby. Yes. Ruby.
You let go of me.
Ruby.
Let go, you pig.
What?
That's all you are. You're a filthy pig.
I'll kill you.
You haven't the nerve.
I will. I'll kill you.
You better go, Miss Slade. Go while you're still enjoying yourself.
Glenn.
I'll kill her. I'll kill her.
Well, Pam, Jerry, thanks again for the tip. That girl's just what I've been looking for.
Gee, I'm glad you like her, Ralph.
Well, we're glad for her sake, too.
Well, now I'd better run. Now, let's see if there's a taxi.
No, wait, we can take you. Our car is right in the next block.
No, it's late and I'm out of your way. Thanks anyway.
Oh, really? We don't mind.
Oh, you've done enough. Oh, there's a cab. Taxi! Well, I'll be seeing you.
Good night, Ralph.
Bye.
Come on, Pam.
Oh, why do we go through that alley alongside the club? Isn't that a shortcut?
Yeah. Goes through to the next street. Right.
Golly, Jerry. She certainly is modest, isn't she?
Miss Slade?
Of course. Who did you think I was talking about?
Miss Slade.
Well, I was, so why did you ask?
Well,
And she is, isn't she?
modest?
Well, naturally. What did you think I meant?
Modest.
Well, I did. You know, she seemed actually amazed that Ralph was interested in her.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think a girl with her ability would know she's good. Well, I guess... Jerry,
That was a shot from inside the club.
what do you think of it?
I don't know. Yeah, but there's a side door. Let's see if it's open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Now, let's see. Here's the hallway.
Yes.
We heard the shot through the alley window, and it sounded like it was close to the window.
That open door down the hall looks like it might lead into a room with a window.
Yeah, come on, let's see.
Jerry, it's Clifford Gross. He's bending over someone lying on the floor.
That's his mother.
Mrs. North.
What happened?
I don't know. I heard a shot. I came running in, and I found Mother lying here.
Clifford,
Take it easy, Mother.
help me up.
Yes.
We heard the shot, Mrs. Gross.
I know. In there. In Arnold's office.
Dad's office?
Come on.
It's Mr. Gross.
Dad.
Oh, Jerry.
We'd better call Bill Wagon, Pam. Gross is dead.
And where were you when the shot was fired, Mr. Gross?
Going down the hall to the alley door.
Mm-hmm.
I came to take Miss Slade home. She was ready, so I was going to get the car and drive it around front.
I see. When you heard the shot...
Well, I turned around, ran into the office. I found Mother on the floor. I thought I heard someone drop out the window in the alley, but I'm not sure.
We didn't see anyone climb out the window, Bill.
Well, maybe we were already inside, Pam.
Go on, Mr. Gross.
Well, then Mr. and Mrs. North came in. They told you what happened after that.
Yeah. Miss Slade,
Yes?
did you hear the shot?
Yes, but at the time, I thought it was just a backfire.
Where were you?
In my dressing room.
Alone?
Yeah, Cliff had just gone for the car like he told you.
Uh-huh. All right. And now you, Mrs. Gross. Where were you when the shot was fired?
In the hall. And when I heard the shot, I ran into the office. See, when I saw what happened, I fainted.
Did you see anyone climbing out of the window?
Well, I think maybe.
You think? You don't know?
Yes, I guess I did.
Aren't you sure? It isn't something you'd be likely to forget.
I'm afraid I was kind of confused. You see, I've been drinking, and
But you're absolutely certain you were in the hall when the shot was fired. You're not in doubt about that.
No.
Then why didn't your son see you?
What?
He said he was down the hall, and when he heard the shot, he turned right around.
But he didn't see you until he got into the office.
Oh, well, I guess maybe I wasn't in the hall. No, come to think of it, I was in the office.
When your husband was shot?
Yes.
Well, then you must have seen who shot him.
Yes, it was a man.
Uh-huh. What'd he look like?
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't see his face. He had his back to me. He shot Arnold, and then I screamed and fainted.
Well, we didn't hear anyone scream after the shot, Mrs. Gross.
Oh, well, maybe I didn't scream. I just thought I did. I don't know.
Mrs. Gross.
Yes, Lieutenant.
If you didn't see the man's face, how do you know he was someone you'd never seen before? Well?
You think I'm lying, don't you?
I think that up to now your story hasn't made very much sense.
I guess you're right, Lieutenant. I should have known you'd trip me up. I'd hoped to satisfy you so you'd let me go without having me searched. Because if you'd looked in my handbag, you'd have found this.
Jerry, a gun.
Yeah. But I'll save you the trouble of searching me. My husband was no good. He deserved to die. Now get away from that door, Lieutenant. I'd hate to have to kill anyone else. You heard me, Lieutenant. Get away from that door.
You're not going anywhere, Mrs. Gross.
I'll shoot you. I mean it.
Mother.
Stay out of this, please.
Don't be a fool, Mrs. Gross.
You can't get away. You're only making things worse.
Give me that gun, Mrs. Gross.
Stay away from me.
Watch it, Bill.
You're not going to use that gun on me.
Stay away.
Bill, be careful.
Any more than you used it on your husband.
What do you mean?
You didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Gross.
I did. I had to. He said he was going to kill Ruby.
Why?
For what she did to him. For the way she humiliated him. He was in love with her. I don't think he knew it. Not really until tonight. Until she taunted him into admitting it. And then she laughed at him, called him names.
Well, then why did you kill him to protect her?
I did it for Cliff.
Mother, you don't...
He loves Ruby. He wants her. He could never have had her if Arnold was alive. And you see, there was nothing left for Arnold and me after what Ruby did to him tonight. So I killed him.
That's not true, Mrs. Gross.
It is. Now stay away from me. If you take one more step, I'll shoot.
Then go ahead, Mrs. Gross. Shoot.
Bill, you...
Mother, no, don't.
Cliff!
I've got to tell the truth. You're right, Lieutenant. She didn't kill my father. She was trying to protect me. I killed him.
Oh, no. Cliff!
Pick up the gun, Jerry.
Okay, Bill.
Cliff, what?
It was either him or us, wasn't it?
Bill,
Yeah, Jerry?
the safety catch is still on this gun.
I know.
You know?
Well, that's how I guessed that Mrs. Gross hadn't killed her husband. She would have known more about guns if she had.
Well, then she couldn't have shot you if she'd wanted to.
No, Pam, no. I wasn't being brave either. I was just using my head and eyes.
Oh, that was a wonderful dinner, darling.
Thank you, dear. Jerry,
Yes, darling.
there's a singer at a little club downtown. I understand she's wonderful. Why don't we go down tonight?
Oh, I'm tired, Pam. A tough day at the office.
But if she's half as good as they say, we might be able to help give her a break.
Now, look, we've done our good deed.
I know, but, well, they say this girl has an amazing voice
Mhm.
and an outstanding personality.
Mm-hmm. How about looks?
Well, I don't know, but she's Ruby Slade's twin sister.
What?
Yes, Jerry.
Well, come on, get your coat, Pam. We don't want to be late.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
No. No, please. You can't go up there.
Why not?
You just can't.
We need a better reason than that, fella.
Our Getty's up there with my wife and kid. If you go up, he'll kill him.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Shoot to Kill. 5 days a week for 18 months, Sam Mercer is ridden a crosstown bus to work and home, to 3 rooms in a cold-water flat, to his wife and baby. But not tonight. Tonight he's making a detour, one that is taking him back to an old life, an old friend, and trouble.
Hey, Larry, mix up some more drinks while I get the door, huh? Okay, don't go to sleep on it. Okay, what's... Well, look who's here, Sammy.
Hello, Art.
Sammy, boy, I can't believe it. Come on in, kid, come in.
Sounds like you got company.
Oh, just some of the gang mooching drinks. Larry Waller, Pete Gore, Kay Miller. Yeah, you remember Kay.
Yeah.
Well, come in, kid.
No thanks, Art. I better not.
Come on.
No, Art, look, some other time. Huh? I just got off work.
So a pal's a pal, even in overalls.
Sure, I know, but, well, Helen will have supper waiting, so I got to get home. Look, Art, could I talk to you private for just a minute?
Well, sure, Sammy, boy, sure. In here.
Thanks.
Well, what's on your mind, kid?
I need some money, Art.
Oh?
Helen's been sick a lot the last 6 months, ever since the baby was born.
Oh, that's too bad.
And I've been able to get a decent job. You know how it is for a guy with a record.
Yeah, sure, I know. Well, how much you need, kid?
About 1,000. Maybe I could get by on $750, Art.
Oh, look, Sammy, I'd like to help you out, but I just don't have that kind of dough. 100 or 2, sure, okay, but $750 or 1,000.
Okay, Art. Thanks anyway.
I'd help you if I could, Sammy. You know that.
Sure.
You know, kid, this makes me a little bit sore.
What do you mean?
I mean you, a good guy like you strapped for dough. Boy, that wife of yours must be something.
Let's leave Helen out of it, huh?
How can you leave her out of it when she got you into it, telling you ought to go straight?
Out of it, will you, Art?
And I want to meet her sometime. I got to see the dame that could put a ring through Sammy Mercer's nose.
Nobody's got a ring through my nose.
No?
No.
You mean you like the way you're living? Working on the docks all day and going home to a wife and a squalling kid every night, packing your lunch in a 10-pail, worrying about bills, trying to decide whether to ride to work or save a dime for a glass of beer?
Look, Art, will you...
Oh, you think you're kidding, Sammy. Look, boy, I knew you when, remember? When you was living in a nice apartment, driving a flashy car, wearing decent clothes, running around with numbers like Kay Miller out there. Well, a guy may stop living that way, Sammy, but you can't tell me he ever stops wanting to.
Why the sermon, Art? You just preaching, or have you got something in mind?
I always got something in mind, Sammy.
Let's hear it.
Well, there's an old guy in the village named Wagner. Owns an antique shop. He don't like banks. Kind of an old miser, you know?
Yeah?
You interested?
Go on.
Well, I hear he's got 5,000, 6,000, maybe more in his safe. It ain't much, but it'll give us some dough to get started again, you know? Give us enough to finance some other ideas I got.
When would we pull it?
Well, the sooner the better. Tomorrow, about 6. Just when the old guy's closing up. How about it?
Okay, Art.
Good boy. Now, come on out and see the gang. Huh? Have a drink.
Okay.
Well, that's better. Hey, gang, look who's here.
Sammy!
Sure, Sammy Mercer. Welcome home, Sammy boy.
What time is it, Jerry?
10 to 6.
Oh, gollies, I hope we're not late.
Relax, dear. We've got
Here's the shop, and there's a parking place.
I see it.
Come on, darling. Hurry.
I'm coming.
Oh, if it's been sold, I'll just... No, it hasn't been. It's still in the window. There.
Where?
Way in the back of the window. See? A genuine Kupferhammer.
A genuine what?
Kupferhammer.
Looks like a bowl with a lid on it.
It is.
Well, then what's a Kupferhammer?
Kupferhammer isn't a what. He was a who.
A who?
Hans Kupferhammer. He was a pottery maker who lived in Bavaria about 150 years ago.
Oh, where did you find out about him?
From Mr. Wagner, the man who owns the shop. He said there are only a few pieces of Kupferhammer left in the world.
Imagine.
And he's asking only $30 for it.
$30 for that?
But he said if we're interested, he might do a little better. Oh, darling, let's at least go in and talk to him.
Oh, but Pam...
Please.
Oh, okay. We'll talk to him, but as far as I'm concerned, we're just asking to be robbed.
My friend, you don't understand. This is a genuine...
Yeah, Kupferhammer, I know. And this is a genuine $20 bill.
But $20... excuse me. I'll be with you gentlemen in just a moment.
Okay.
Take your time.
Now, look, Mr. Lady. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you have this Kupferhammer for $27.50.
Oh, please, Jerry.
Including tax.
Let's take it.
Well, all right.
Good. I'll wrap it up.
Oh, never mind. We'll take it this way. Our car's right outside.
Yeah. Here we are. 20, 25, 27.50.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Jerry, you're a darling.
Well, like I always say, what's a home without a Kupferhammer?
Now, is there something I can show you, gentlemen?
Yeah. You can show us safe.
What?
Lock the door, Sammy.
What is this?
A stick up. Now show us the safe.
No.
Move. Be quick about it.
Take it easier.
The safe is back here. Here.
All right, open it.
Please, you...
Open it. Now, come on. Okay, now, where's the dough?
In this strong box.
Get it, Sammy.
Yeah.
Is it locked?
No.
All right, open it. Wow. Now, look at that, would you? Looks like you're even better loaded than I figured, Pop.
My money.
Let's get out of here.
My money, you can't have it. Give me my money.
Look out, Sammy.
Give it to me. No. I won't let you have it. It's mine. I won't let...
Thanks.
Hey, old coot.
Let's get out of here.
Wait.
We got the dough. Let's go before he comes to.
He ain't gonna come to. Ever.
Art! No! Art. He's dead. You killed him.
Now he'll never be able to identify us, will he? Come on, let's go.
And now back to Mr. and Mrs. North.
I gotta have another drink.
You've had enough.
Another ride, George.
You've had enough. Cancel that, George. Now, look, Sammy, it's after 8. You gotta get home.
I can't go home. I can't face Helen.
You got to.
I can't.
Now, pull yourself together.
You shouldn't have done it.
Oh, shut up.
Shoot an old guy in the back? Kill him like you would?
Shut up. Now, you listen to me. You go on home, understand? Just like nothing happened. And tomorrow I'll meet you at my place and we'll split the dough.
You can keep the dough.
I don't like the way you're acting, Sammy.
That's tough.
I don't like it at all, not a bit.
So what are you going to do about it?
I'm wondering.
Oh, no. Look, Art, I
You're
didn't
making
mean
me nervous, Sammy.
I'll be okay.
I'm not so sure. The condition you're in, you're likely to get the screams and start blabbing your head off. And come on.
Where are we going?
You're going home, and I'm going with you. Till you get over these jumps you got, I'm not going to let you out of my sights.
There. Now let's tuck back down under the covers, shall we? Good night, Jimmy, darling. Sam? Sam, is that you?
Yeah.
Well, darling, where have you been? I've been... Oh, I didn't know you had anyone with you.
Helen, honey, this is Art Gaddy.
Hello, Mr. Gaddy.
Hiya, Miss Mercer.
Art's an old friend of mine.
Yeah. Sammy and I knew each other in the Army.
I happened to bump into him on my way home from work.
So we stopped and had a few beers, you know?
Art's just in town for a few days, honey, so I invited him to stay here.
Stay here?
I know it's a little crowded, but, well, Art doesn't mind.
No, of course not. Now, don't put yourself to no trouble, Miss Mercer. Just give me a blanket, and I'll bunk right here on the couch.
Well, all right, but... Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, sure.
I kept dinner warm, Sam. Will you turn off the oven, huh?
Okay, honey.
So that's Helen, huh? Yeah, she's all right, Sammy. Real all right. It'd be too bad if anything happened to her. Or the kid.
Sam?
I'm in the dining room, Jerry.
Is breakfast ready?
In a few minutes.
Oh, darling, if you don't hurry, I'm going to be... Oh, so that's what you're doing in here. Admiring the morning light on the Cooper hammer.
Do you like it here, Jerry? Or would you like it better if it were in the living room?
I'd like it better if it were back in Wagner's antique shop. Oh, did you bring in the paper?
It's on the table. I'll go fix breakfast, darling.
Okay. Holy. Pam? Hey, Pam, darling, look at this.
At what, Jerry?
The story in the newspaper. Listen, antique dealer slain in holdup.
What? Let me see.
Yeah, there's the story right there.
A Greenwich Village antique dealer was found brutally murdered yesterday evening following the holdup of his 8th Avenue store. The victim, Herman Wagner, is believed to have been shot and killed shortly after 6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Yes. Jerry, it must have happened right after we left the shop.
Yeah.
Darling, those men, the two that came in just as we were leaving, do you suppose...
I was just thinking the same thing.
Jerry, I'll bet they were.
Whether they were or not, I'm going to call Bill Wygant.
More coffee, Sam?
No, thanks, honey.
You better make the sandwiches for your lunch.
You can skip it, Helen. I'm not going to work today.
Oh? Why?
I just don't feel like it, that's all.
Sam, is something wrong?
What do you mean? Can a guy knock off work for one day without...
I heard you last night, Sam. You were out here in the kitchen most of the time.
Crying out loud, Helen, will you...
Sam, who is Art Gaddy? And what's he doing here?
I told you. I knew him in the army.
That's not true.
Helen, will you leave me alone?
You didn't know him in the army. You knew him in prison, didn't you?
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone.
Oh, Sam. Sam, what is it? Tell me.
Here. Read it. It's a story here.
Sam.
We needed the money, Helen. Art said it was a soft touch. I didn't kill him, Helen. It was Art. The old guy went off his nut and jumped me, and Art slugged him, and then he shot him for no reason. He just killed him. I didn't know he was going to pull anything like that. Helen.
Don't touch me.
Helen, I did it for us.
For us?
We couldn't go on like we were.
And now we can live happily ever after, I suppose.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do, Sam?
He ain't going to do nothing. And neither are you. Now come back here and sit down, Miss Mercer. Come back here. Now sit down. Okay. Well, it's just like I figured, wasn't it, Sammy, huh? You just couldn't keep your big mouth shut.
It's all right, Art. Helen won't say anything. Will you, Helen? Will you?
What difference does it make? I don't think Mr. Gaddy is going to take any chances.
That's right, Miss Mercer. I'm not.
Aren't you?
Shut up.
So what are you going to do?
We're going to take a trip. You, me, Sam, and a kid. I'm giving Sam the money to go out and buy a second-hand car. I'm staying here to make sure he comes back. And when he does, we're getting out of town.
And then?
And then, we'll see.
Jerry, what time is it?
11:30.
This week or next?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Are you through with that stack of photographs? Then, here.
Oh, golly. Darling, I can't look at any more photographs. What does Bill Wagner expect anyway?
Well, he expects us to identify the men we saw in Wagner's yesterday, if they have a record and have been mugged. And when we're through with this bunch, we'll only have 25 more filing cabinets left, so let's... Here's Bill now.
Come in, Rollins.
Yeah. Oh, Pam, Jerry, this is Sergeant Rollins.
Oh.
Hi, sir.
Well, have you got anything?
Yeah. 2 pairs of bloodshot eyes. And these.
Those are the ones we've seen so far that bear some resemblance to the 2 men.
3 of them here, huh? Edward White, Jack Stacy, and Samuel Mercer. Check these, Rollins. Okay. Find out where these men can be located, if at all.
Right.
And you 2 keep looking. This is Fremont Street, Rollins. Turn here.
Yeah.
Golly, Bill, I hope this is one of the men you want.
Well, the other 2 we picked out obviously weren't. Not with one dead and the other in prison.
Here's 714, Lieutenant.
You 2 wait here.
Okay.
All right, let's go, Rollins.
Right. I'll get the door.
Okay. Let's check the boxes.
Here we are. Mercer, 201.
Second floor.
Yeah. Shall we go? Lieutenant.
What?
Look, getting out of the blue sedan in front.
Mercer.
Yeah.
Get back. We'll take him here in the vestibule.
Okay.
Mercer? Police. Police? We want to talk to you. To me? Why? What for? Let's go upstairs and we'll tell you.
Upstairs? Want to take a look at your flat.
Come along, Mercer.
No, don't. Now, look here, buddy.
You can't go up there. Please, Art's there. Art?
Art Gaddy.
You're a partner on the Wagner job, huh? Well?
Yes. He's up there with my wife and the baby. If you go up there, if you try to take him, you'll kill him.
Darling.
Don't he ever do nothing but cry? What's the matter with a kid, anyway?
He has a fever.
So what's the matter with him?
I don't know, but I have to call the doctor. Please.
Sorry.
But...
No.
Listen to me.
I said no.
Listen, I promise I won't say anything ever about you.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I mean it. I swear.
Well, I don't know. Maybe for the kid's sake, you would keep your mouth shut.
I would. I promise you. Let me call the doctor.
Yeah, I'll answer it. Yeah.
Art, this is Sam.
Sam. Hey, what happened to you, Sam? Hello. Sam. Sam, where the devil are you?
He's in the drugstore across the street, Getty.
What the... Who's this?
Lieutenant Wigan of Homicide.
Cops.
Now, listen to me, Getty. Getty.
Yeah, I'm listening, copper.
Mercer didn't squeal on you. It wasn't his fault we've got you.
Got me? What makes you think you got me?
We've got every exit of that building covered, Gaddy. You can't get out.
No?
No.
Well, if you want me, copper, you gotta come and get me.
Now, listen, Gaddy. We know you've got Mercer's wife and baby in there, but hurting them will only make it tougher on you. Give it up, Gaddy. You haven't a chance.
Haven't I? Well, you listen to me, copper. Listen hard and remember I mean every word of it. I'm coming out with Mrs. Mercer and that kid.
Gaddy.
And if you want him to stay healthy, there better be a car waiting for me right out in front.
Don't be a fool.
I'll give you 5 minutes to take it over, copper.
No matter what you do to Mrs. Mercer and the baby, we'll get you sooner or later, Gaddy.
Maybe. But I'm in no hurry, copper. No hurry at all.
Donahue, keep those people back.
The 5 minutes are almost up, Bill.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
You think he's bluffing, Bill?
I'm afraid not, Jerry. Rollins, I'm going over to the squad car and talk to Mercer. You go telephone Gaddy. And tell him he wins.
Okay, copper. But there better not be no tricks about this. I'm warning you. All right, go in and get the kid, Miss Mercer. We're going riding.
No.
Get him.
I won't. I'll...
Now get him. Okay, now hold it. Listen. You're going out the front door first. Go right across the sidewalk to the blue sedan. The key's in the ignition. Leave the door on this side open and get the motor started. You understand?
Yes.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. You're going out alone. I'll bring a kid.
Jerry, it seems like there should be something Bill could do.
But what? Without putting Mrs. Mercer and her baby on the spot. Look, Bill's bringing Mercer over here.
Come on, Mercer. I want you to see this. Put your cuffs on him, Rollins.
Okay.
What'd Gaddy say?
He's coming out. But he warned us not to follow him. He said when he's out of town, in the clear, he'll let the woman and baby go.
I'll bet.
Well, we'll have to take his word for it.
Look, the front door's opening.
Helen.
She's alone.
Jimmy, where's Jimmy? What?
Shut up, Mercer.
Gaddy will be carrying the baby.
There goes any chance we might have had of picking him up.
Mrs. Mercer starting the car.
And here comes your pal, Mercer.
Yeah, that's quite a picture, isn't it? A baby in his arms and a gun in his hand.
Too bad you're going to the chair, Mercer. Maybe it'd be harder on you to spend the next 50 years remembering this.
All right, wait!
Shut up!
Art!
What do you want?
Make him let me go, Art!
Why, you rotten...
Please, Art, they'll send me to the chair. You're dealing, Art? You can make him let me go. Give me a break, Art. Give me a chance.
Okay, Sammy, I'll give you a break. Let him go, copper. Let him go.
Let's hang on to him, Lieutenant. We can call his bluff on this one.
You hurt me, copper.
Take the cuffs off, Rollins.
Bill.
He won't sacrifice his protection to help Mercer.
I'm not taking any chances.
Lieutenant.
Take those cuffs off, Rollins.
Okay. All right, you little rat. Run.
Thanks, Art.
I'll ride in the back.
Okay, Art. Get in. I'm right behind you. Right behind you with this.
What the...
Don't turn around. Don't move. Don't even breathe or I'll blow the back of your head off.
Why,
now
you...
drop your gun. Slow and easy, Art. Easy. Just open your hand and let it drop. Do it!
You haven't got a gun. You couldn't have. The cops
Cops
would have...
gave it to me, Art. It belongs to Lieutenant Wygant. Now drop yours. Take the baby, Helen.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy. Oh, my baby.
Okay, Lieutenant. You can come and get him. You can come get both of us.
You took a big chance giving Sam Mercer your revolver, Bill.
It was the only thing I could do, Jerry. Mercer was the only one who could get close enough to Gaddy to disarm him without Mrs. Mercer and the baby getting hurt.
Well, I hope Sam Mercer gets some consideration for what he did.
Oh, he will, Pam. He'll get a lot of consideration. Well, I guess I better run along.
Oh, before you go, Bill, I want to show you something.
Uh-huh.
Isn't this a beautiful old bowl?
Old bowl?
Well, it doesn't look it, but it's an antique. A collector's item, really. And Mr. Wagner practically gave it to us for only $27.50.
Oh, say, that's wonderful. Say, you know, that reminds me. I was talking to a friend of mine in the department the other day. He's on the bunco squad, and he was telling me how many hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent every year on phony antiques.
Oh, I imagine it's horrible the way some people are cheated. Here, hold it a minute, Jerry.
Poor suckers.
Yeah, these racketeers make up the wildest yarns about the stuff being made by people who never existed. Now, for example, one about a pottery maker. Let's
pottery
see.
maker?
He was supposed to have lived in Bavaria.
Bavaria?
Let me see. What did he say his name was?
Oh, brother.
Jerry, you dropped my Cooperhammer.
Cooperhammer. That was the guy. Well, once more, we take our leave of Mr. and Mrs. North.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Grab her, Pam.
Hang on to her.
Me, go! I've got her, but somebody help me.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Death is Forever. The skies are low and sullen, spilling a stinging, icy rain on the city. On days like this, evening arrives in the afternoon. And New York, a city of many moods, is in one of its worst. And somehow it doesn't seem right that a day like this should be anyone's last in the city.
Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Grant. Globe Airways? Yes. Oh, I see. Yes. Well, thank you for calling.
Dr. Thorne speaking.
Oh, Dave, this is Tom.
Oh, Tom, my boy. Where are you calling from?
My apartment. Is Susan there?
Left just a few minutes ago. Are you all packed?
Yeah, but I just had a call from the airline. My flight may be delayed a few hours.
Well, we won't complain about that. Give us more time for our going-away party. Well, by the way, I let Susan take my car so you won't have to worry about a taxi.
Oh, thanks.
But don't you two get so wrapped up in saying goodbye that you forget about your date with Wilma and me.
Don't worry, we won't. Someone at the door, Dave. I'll see you later.
The Colonial Club at 7.
Right.
Hello, Tom.
Wilma.
May I come in?
Well, yeah, of course.
Thank you.
What are you doing out on a day like this?
I stopped by to give you my going-away present.
Aren't you having dinner with Susan, Dave, and me at the Colonial Club?
Oh, yes. And I'll have a present for you there, too. Something less personal. Here, Tom.
What is... Oh.
I thought that since you're leaving, the building management would want you to return all the keys to your apartment. May I have a drink?
Help yourself.
Thank you. Won't you join me?
No, thanks.
I'm surprised you're not taking Susan to England with you, Tom. I thought you'd be married and...
Susan's mother is ill. She doesn't want to leave her.
That's too bad.
At the moment.
She'll join you later?
That's the plan.
I see. I was going to keep that key, Tom. I've thought about it a lot. About how I was going to keep it and what I was going to do with it.
Do with it?
I was going to give it to Susan.
Oh?
As a wedding present.
Now, see here, Wilma.
I can just see her reaction, can't you? You know how she feels about David. He's been almost a father to her. And then for her to find out that David's wife and the man she's just married had had a cheap little affair.
If you ever did anything like that, Wilma, I'd...
What? Kill me?
Yes.
That would be extremely kind compared to what you did do.
Oh, stop it, Wilma, stop.
Stop what? Loving you? I have, Tom. I've thought about that lately, too. At night, lying in bed in the dark. When a woman gets my age, she does a lot of that. Lying awake and thinking about how old she feels. And she hates everything that makes her feel that way. The wrinkles, the gray hair, the men.
Oh, Wilma, will you...
Especially the men. You made me feel old, Tom.
Get out of here, Wilma.
All in one day, in just a few minutes.
Get out.
You turned me into an old woman.
Are you going to get out of here?
I decided I'm going to kill you for doing that to me.
Wilma.
I hate you.
Wilma, don't be a fool.
I hate you.
Put down... Stop!
Wilma. Yeah. Oh. I hate you.
Another cocktail, Mr. North? No, thanks, Walter. You're keeping an eye out for Mrs. North.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll wait until she comes.
Jerry North.
Well, Dr. Thorne.
I can't believe my eyes. Where the devil have you been hiding?
Right here in New York.
Well, so have I. Gave up my practice in Chicago and moved here right after the war.
Well, I wish I'd known. Here, sit down.
No, I can't, my boy. I'm meeting my wife and some friends. A young doctor friend of mine is leaving for England tonight. So we're...
Oh, Pam.
Jerry, darling, I'm sorry I'm late, but I had an awful time getting a taxi.
Pam, dear, this is Dr. Thorne.
How do you do, Doctor?
Well, this is a pleasure, Mrs. North.
Dr. Thorne? Wait, I remember. Oh, you're the doctor who took care of Jerry in the Navy Hospital in Honolulu.
That's right.
Of course. Oh, Jerry wrote me so much about you at the time that I...
Excuse me.
Yes, Walter?
A telephone call for Dr. Thorne.
Oh, for me?
You can take it right over here, sir.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Of course.
This way, Doctor. In the booth, sir.
Thank you. Hello?
Dr. Thorne.
Susan.
Thank heavens I was able to reach you.
Susan, what is it?
It's Tom. He's been hurt.
What?
He's been shot. Someone tried to kill him.
Well, where are you calling from?
The West Side Emergency Hospital. I found him in his apartment unconscious. I called an ambulance.
I'll get there as quickly as I can, Susan.
Hurry, Doctor, please.
Yes, Susan, yes.
When Dr. Thorne told us what had happened and that he didn't have his car, we offered to drive him here to the hospital, Bill.
I see. Now, how long has Thorne been in there with Grant?
We arrived about a half hour before you did.
Have you talked to Grant's girlfriend yet?
Susan Wells? No. I haven't talked to anyone yet except you two. And after she telephoned Thorne, Miss Wells collapsed, was given a sedative, and taken home.
Oh, here's Dr. Thorne now.
Dr. Thorne, I'm Lieutenant Wigan, homicide. How's Dr. Grant?
Well, this isn't a case for your department yet, Lieutenant, but his condition is very critical. I'm having him prepared for immediate surgery.
What are his chances?
Very slight, I'm afraid.
Has he regained consciousness at all?
No.
I see. Well, I won't bother you with any more questions now, Doctor, but if you...
Oh, Wilma, you got my message?
Yes. How is Tom?
Not good. Lieutenant, this is my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Thorne?
And this is Mr. and Mrs. North, Wilma.
How do you do?
I'm going to Grant's apartment, Doctor. I'll leave a man here at the hospital, but I'd appreciate it if you would get in touch with me if there's any change in Grant's condition.
I will, Lieutenant.
Pam and I'll walk out with you, Bill.
Right.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Jerry. Mrs. North.
Good night, Mrs. Thorne.
Good night.
I have to get back to Tom, Wilma. Why don't you
David.
Yes?
Is Tom going to live?
I don't know.
Well, what do you think? What are his chances? You must have some idea.
All I can tell you is that I'll do my best to save him. And now I really must...
David.
Well?
Tom can't live.
Well, he can if I am...
That isn't what I mean. I mean he mustn't live.
What?
If he does, I'll go to prison.
You?
I'm the one who shot him, David.
Wilma, what happened? Why...
Never mind. I shot him, and if he lives, he'll go to the police.
Are you suggesting that
I'm telling you that Tom must never regain consciousness. You have to operate, I know that. But you have to make certain that he dies on the operating table.
Wilma!
You can't save him, David. Do you understand? You mustn't save him. For my sake. For my sake, you've got to let him die.
Let him die?
Yes.
Do you know what you're asking?
Yes.
You're out of your mind.
David, listen to me. You must.
Stop it.
David.
Stop! Now, what is all this? What happened? Why would you want to kill Tom? Answer me.
We were in love.
In love?
At least I was with him.
You and Tom.
And I thought he loved me. I met him secretly for a few months at his apartment. But then he told me he didn't want to see me anymore, that he was in love with Susan, that he'd asked her to marry him. I tried to forget him, but I couldn't. David, please, don't look at me like that. Try to understand.
Understand?
What he meant to me. What any young man would mean to a woman like me. I didn't want to get old. You know that. I've told you. You laughed at me and thought I was just joking or being silly, but I wasn't. I meant it. And that's why when Tom started paying me some attention, Oh, David.
You're a rotten little...
No, David. Don't say that. I'll make it up to you. I was a fool. I know that. But Tom was as much to blame as I. And if he dies, no one will blame you. You could say you tried to save him. You operated. You tried.
I ought to.
Dr. Thorne.
Yes?
We're ready for you.
Coming.
I'll answer it, dear. Well, Bill.
Hi, Jerry.
Come on in.
Thanks.
It's Bill, Pam.
Bill, what are you doing here?
Well, Dr. Grant's apartment's only a few blocks from here, so I thought I'd drop by on my way back to the hospital.
Any news about Grant's condition?
No, not yet.
Would you care for a cup of coffee, Bill?
Oh, no, thanks, Pam. I have to run along in a minute. But I just stopped by to see what you could tell me about Dr. Thorne and his wife.
I'm afraid we can't tell you a thing, Bill.
We met Mrs. Thorne just tonight.
I know. But you knew the doctor in the Navy, didn't you, Jerry?
Yeah, slightly. Just while I was in the hospital.
Uh-huh. Well, how about Dr. Grant? Do you know him?
No.
Yeah, then I guess you can't tell me what I want to know.
What's that, Bill?
I found this in Grant's apartment.
A note.
Mm-hmm. Read it.
Darling, I must see you tonight. W.
W.
Yeah. And Mrs. Thorne's first name is Wilma.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Bill?
The same thing you are, Pam, and I'd hoped you knew enough about the Thornes or Grant to tell me if I was right.
I'm sorry, Bill.
Of course, that W might not necessarily mean the note was written by Mrs. Thorne.
Not necessarily, no, but I know this much. Grant was shot by a woman.
A woman?
And I know the time, 4:45. Grant's next-door neighbor heard Grant and a woman quarreling.
Well, what about?
Well, she couldn't make it out, but it was a woman, and it was an argument. And then the neighbor heard what she later realized must have been a revolver shot. And she's positive about the time, 4:45.
I'll get it.
All right.
Hello? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Bill.
Oh, thanks, Jerry.
Sergeant McCardle calling from the hospital.
Right. Hello, McCardle.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Anything new on Grant?
Yeah, he's a homicide case now. He died on the operating table about 20 minutes ago.
Yes?
I didn't expect you home.
And I didn't know whether I'd find you here, but I wanted to see you.
Why?
Tom's dead.
I know. I called the hospital.
I did everything I could to save him, Wilma. And not just because I'm a doctor and that was my job. I wanted to save him for your sake.
For my sake.
Yes. I hoped I might at least keep you out of the electric chair.
If you'd have wanted to help me, you'd have...
You should have known that I wouldn't do what you asked.
Yes, I suppose I should have. I was a fool, but I was afraid. I should have kept quiet and gambled on the possibility that Tom wouldn't live.
That wouldn't have been any better. You'd have gone through life tortured
You're
by...
a doctor, David. Save lives, not souls.
Wilma, listen. I said things at the hospital I shouldn't have said. You were right about one thing. I should have understood about you and Tom. And I do. But you have only one chance now to save yourself from the electric chair. Give yourself up. Come with me right now to the police.
No.
I'll do everything I can to help you, Wilma.
The forgiving husband standing by the wife who wronged him.
Wilma, don't make me go to the police alone.
You're not going to the police, alone or any other way. And I'll tell you why. Because Tom's dead, and I'll swear that you let him die on the operating table.
No one's going to believe that.
And then you were afraid it might come out?
An autopsy will prove I did all I could for Tom.
Perhaps it will. But you know how those things work, David. The jury might say you're not guilty, but there'll be people, a lot of people, who'll have questions in their minds, who'll always wonder if maybe, just maybe, the jury was wrong. And when that happens, your reputation as a doctor won't be worth a penny. Where are you going?
To the police.
Hello?
Mrs. Thorne, this is Lieutenant Wigan. Is Dr. Thorne there?
David? Why, no.
Well, do you have any idea where he is?
No. Is something wrong, Lieutenant?
He called me and said he wanted to see me. Now, that was about 2 hours ago, and he hasn't shown up. Wigan speaking.
Jerryville. Did Dr. Thorne get in touch with you?
What? How'd you know he wanted to see me?
Well, he called here, said he was calling from home.
From home?
Yeah, he said he
Now, look, Jerry, you and Pam get down here to my office right away.
Okay, Bill, but what's...
Never mind what. Just get down here. McArdle.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
I'm through fooling around on this Grant case. I want a bulletin put out on Dr. Thorne.
Okay.
And then you and Rollins go out and pick up Mrs. Thorne. I want to talk to her. And what time was it that Dr. Thorne called you, Jerry?
Oh, about 10 o'clock, I think, wasn't it, Pam?
Yes.
And you're sure he said he was telephoning from home?
Well, that's what he said.
Okay. Mrs. Thorne, will you step in here, please? Sit down, please. Mrs. Thorne, your husband called Mr. North's apartment at 10 o'clock this evening, thinking that I might be there. And a few minutes later, he reached me at the West Side Hospital.
Well?
Now, Dr. Thorne didn't tell me where he was calling from, but he did tell Mr. North. And he said he was calling from home. Mrs. Thorne, why didn't you tell me your husband had returned home after operating on Dr. Grant?
I didn't know.
Oh?
I didn't get home tonight until 11:30.
Where were you?
After I left the hospital, I went for a drive.
On a night like this?
Yes.
Mrs. Thorne, have you ever seen this before?
Where did you get this?
From Thomas Grant's apartment. Did you write that note? Well?
Yes. And since you know this much, you might as well know the rest. Tom and I were in love.
In love?
And we were going away together. At least I was going to join Tom in England in a few weeks, after I spoke to my husband about a divorce.
But what about Susan Wells?
Well, we understand she was engaged to Dr. Grant.
She was. But Tom was going to tell her that he couldn't marry her. He was going to see her this afternoon.
What time this afternoon?
Tom said she was stopping by his place and that he'd telephone me after he talked to her. He said he'd call about 5, so apparently he was going to see her just before then.
And Dr. Grant was shot at 4:45.
Yeah. McArdle.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
You've got the address of Susan Wells?
Yeah.
Go get her and bring her here. I've got some questions to ask that young lady.
But this is fantastic. Tom and Wilma. I don't believe it.
Then how do you explain a note Mrs. Thorne wrote him?
I don't know.
Pam, dear, let's let Bill handle this.
Where is Wilma?
In the next office, Miss Wells.
Get her in here.
Oh, now, look, Miss
She's
Wells.
lying.
Why would she lie about a thing
I don't know. But I do know that Tom was in love with me.
Miss Wells, you say you arrived at Dr. Grant's apartment at about 5 o'clock.
Yes.
You rang the doorbell, received no answer, and then tried the door and went in, finding Dr. Grant lying on the living room floor.
Yes.
Can you substantiate the fact that you didn't arrive at the apartment earlier than 5?
Why should I have to?
Because we know it was a woman who shot Dr. Grant.
A woman?
With whom he quarreled. And we know that Grant was shot at 4:45.
And you think that
I think it's possible that you were the woman in Grant's apartment.
No!
That Grant told you he was breaking his engagement to you,
that's not
and
true.
in the heat of the argument, you shot him.
I didn't.
Then where were you at 4:45, Miss Wells?
I was on my way to Tom's apartment. I had Dr. Thorne's card. Wait, I can prove that I wasn't at Tom's at 4:45.
Well, how, Miss Wells?
Dr. Thorne can tell you. He knows that I didn't leave the office until 4:30. I couldn't have been at Tom's because it takes at least 20 minutes to drive from the office to his apartment. Ask Dr. Thorne.
We will when we find him, but... Excuse me. Wigan speaking. Oh, yes, Harrison. What? Where? Yes, I see. Yes, all right.
Well, what is it, Bill?
Miss Wells, is there anyone else who knows that you didn't leave Dr. Thorne's office until after 4:30?
No.
Oh, it's too bad.
But Dr. Thorne can tell you.
No, he can't, Miss Wells. He's dead.
Dead?
He's been killed in an automobile accident.
place, Jerry. That looks like a tow truck up ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's Bill's car.
I'd better pull up on the other side of the road. Pam, why don't you and Mrs. Thorne wait here in the car while I find out what's going on?
Huh. May I come?
Wait here, Mrs. Thorne. I'll be back in a minute. Bill!
Jerry! Hey, what are you doing here?
Well, after you left headquarters, Mrs. Thorne insisted on coming out here, so we brought her. Hey, what happened to Thorne, Bill?
Come over here. Take a look down there.
Oh, right.
It's a 150-foot drop to the bottom of that embankment.
How did it happen? He must have lost control of his car coming down that hill, huh?
And gone over the embankment, yeah. At least that's what it was made to look like.
What?
This wasn't an accident, Jerry. It was murder.
Murder?
Thorne was dead before his car went off the road.
Are you sure?
The medical examiner's positive. Thorne was killed by a blow on the back of the head, the kind of wound that couldn't have come from his car going over the embankment.
But who?
Yeah, that's the next question. Who? It must have happened shortly after Thorne talked to me. I took time to make certain of Thorne's identity because this is his wife's car. See, it's registered in her name. His was found parked in front of Grant's apartment house. Susan Wells left it there.
I see. Well, in that case, there must be some connection between... Wait a minute.
What?
Come on.
Huh? Hey, where are you going, Jerry?
Over to my car.
Why? What do you
want? You'll find out. Come on, get in, Bill.
Right.
Bill? Jerry, what...
Hold it, Pam. There's your murderer, Bill.
Murderer?
In the back seat with Pam.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Jerry.
What are
you
you talking about? Yes.
The lie you told in Lieutenant Wigan's office, Mrs. Thorne.
Lie? I don't know what you mean.
You said you were out driving tonight, Mrs. Thorne, and didn't get home until 11:30, after your husband had left the house to go see Lieutenant Wigan.
That's true.
No, it isn't, Mrs. Thorne.
Jerry, what is this all about?
Wait a minute. I see what you're getting at, Jerry.
Well, I don't.
Thorne couldn't have been in his wife's car if she hadn't seen him this evening.
But what
Right.
difference does it... No.
And you'd have no reason to say you hadn't seen him unless you'd killed him.
Dr. Grant?
Dr. Thorne.
Why'd you do it, Mrs. Thorne?
I didn't kill him.
Watch it, Bill.
Grab her, Pam.
Grab her. Get her. Hang on to her, Pam.
Go.
Wait a minute, I got her. Oh, now relax, Mrs. Thorne. Just relax. Good work, Pam.
Well, thanks, Bill, but... Will one of you please tell me what this is all about?
According to her statement to Bill, when Dr. Thorne started out of the house to go see Bill, Mrs. Thorne picked up the poker from the fireplace, ran after him, and hit him with it.
And then put him in the car and wrecked him?
Yeah.
Oh, how horrible.
Yeah. Say, by the way, darling, how are you feeling?
Well, right now I'm beginning to feel the effects of my fight with Mrs. Thorne when she tried to get out of the car. Oh, and that reminds me, will you pick up 3 steaks on your way home?
3 steaks? Oh, is someone coming to dinner?
No.
Well, then why 3 steaks?
Well, I'm going to cook 2 and wear 1.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Talking to him, Bill. I'll crawl around the other side.
Be careful, Jerry. Get down, Jerry. He sees you. Get down.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Man with the Rifle. Sooner or later, everything happens in a city like New York, but it always happens to somebody else, not to you. This happened way downtown on Mott Street first. Then it happened on Girard Avenue in the Bronx. Certainly it would never happen up here in Washington Heights. Nothing like that ever.
Jumping around. I have a cake in the oven.
Mother!
Jenny, darling, what is it? What's the matter, baby?
I saw him, Mother. I looked right at him.
Saw who? Jenny, what is it? What did you see? Now tell me, darling.
On the roof. The man with a rifle.
Rifle? Where?
I was over at Mary's house doing homework.
Yes, dear?
She lives on the 6th floor. That's the top floor in her building. And I was going home waiting for the elevator in the hall outside her apartment. The door that leads out to the roof was open.
Go on, dear. Please.
I just wanted to see what the roof looked like. I went over to the door, and I saw him. He had a gun, a rifle. He was pointing it down into the street. I was so scared, Mother. He shot the gun twice, and then he turned around.
Police department, please.
And he came toward me. He saw me standing there, and he stopped.
He saw you?
His eyes, they looked at me so funny, Mother. So awful.
He saw you watching him, dear. He knows that you saw him shoot that gun?
He saw me in the doorway. He looked scared, and then he ran across the roof, across the other way. I ran, too. I ran down all the stairs, all the way down to the basement. I was afraid to come out. Afraid maybe he'd be waiting for me.
Waiting for you. That's right, dear.
Oh, Mother!
Oh, darling, that's all right. It's just a timer on the oven. The cake must be ready to come out. No. There's nothing to be frightened about, dear. Listen, that cake is for Pam and Jerry North. We've been invited over there for dinner tonight, darling.
No, Mother. No, please.
No? But, Jenny, you always have so much fun with Pam and Jerry.
I don't want to go. Please, I don't want to go anywhere.
But, dear...
The man with the rifle. He must be waiting for me, Mother. I saw him. I know what he looks like.
Jerry, aren't you finished shaving yet, Slowpoke?
I'll be down in a minute, Pam.
Well, hurry up. Esther and Jenny should be here any minute. Oh. Hello?
Pam, this is Esther.
Oh, Esther. Well, hi.
Pam, listen, I can't come over tonight. I know it's awfully late to be telling you, but I...
Oh, well, is anything wrong?
Oh, please, Pam, I'd rather not say it. Well, it's just that something came up rather suddenly, and please understand, Pam. Please.
Well, sure, dear. Don't worry about it, but are you sure nothing's the matter?
Oh, please, Pam, I can't talk now. Not now. Maybe the next time I see you.
Look, if you'd like us to come over there, we could...
Oh, Pam, if you only could. No, maybe not. No, don't.
What is it?
I'll call you later in the week.
Esther, if the... Funny.
There we are. Clean shaven, glowing with health, and... Well, what's the matter, darling?
Esther, she can't come over tonight.
Oh, how come?
I can't figure it out. She sounded so upset.
Well, maybe Jenny has a cold.
No, she said she couldn't tell me now, but she sounded like she wanted us over there, like she needed us.
Oh, Pam, you're getting melodramatic again.
No, Jerry, you didn't hear the way she talked. You didn't hear her voice on the phone. Esther's too level-headed to sound so troubled.
Let's have supper first, then we can
No,
go on...
Jerry.
But I'm hungry, darling.
I think we should go now.
Now? Oh, with that luscious pot roast beckoning to us?
I mean it, Jerry. Let's go there now.
Darling, I love you with a deep and tender passion, but I refuse to let your pot roast play second fiddle to your sense of melodrama. Now, come on. We'll visit Esther later. Let's eat first.
Well, Jerry, she...
Come on.
All right, you're probably right, as usual.
Are you pulling all the shades down, Mother?
Yes, dear. Now, try to go right to sleep, Jenny. It's late and you're very tired.
Why can't I sleep in the bedroom, Mother?
Well, you'll be more comfortable here in the living room than in the bedroom. Good night, dear.
Night, Mother. Mother.
Yes, Jenny?
He can't see me with the shades down, can he? The man with the rifle, I mean?
No. No, dear, he can't. Go to sleep now. I'll be right in the kitchen.
Night. Mother?
Yes, dear?
Do you suppose he'll come looking for me?
Jenny, no. Now stop worrying about it. Go to sleep, Jenny.
Why didn't you call the police, Mother?
Jenny, dear, will you try?
Why?
Never mind why, Jenny.
You're afraid.
Oh, Jenny.
You're afraid that if I told the police what he looked like, he'd try to...
Jenny, stop it. Now stop thinking about it and go to sleep.
Night, Mother.
Good night, dear. Oh, no. Oh. Who is it? Who is it?
Us, Esther, Pam, and Jerry.
Oh, thank you. Come in. Hurry. Come in.
We didn't want to ring the bell. We saw all the shades down. Thought someone might be sick.
Is Jenny all right, Esther?
She's asleep. Come into the kitchen. I'm glad you're here. I'm so terribly glad you're here.
Something's very wrong, Esther. Now, come on. What is it?
I'll tell you about it. Oh, thank heavens I can tell someone about it.
Now, why in the world didn't you tell me about this on the phone? We could have been here in no time.
Look, Esther, you've got to tell the police about this.
Well, I don't know what to do. This sniper might be anywhere, and he knows Jenny saw him.
Exactly. And the sooner she identifies him, the safer everyone will be.
No. Well, if she identifies him, then you'll have even more reason to kill her.
Do you feel any safer not telling the police?
No, of course I don't. But how can I send Jenny out of this house with that madman waiting to put a bullet through her? How can I?
All right, Esther. Now, take it easy.
You don't know he's there, Esther. You're building this way out of proportion.
What time is it, Pam?
9:15.
Look, Bill Wygant is probably home by now. Suppose I take Jenny to see him.
No. What if that killer is waiting?
Our car is right in front of the door. Jerry could have her in it in a jiffy.
Then he'd follow you.
Oh, Esther.
Oh, Pam, for pity's sake, he's killed 3 people in cold blood. Why shouldn't he kill Jenny? Why would he let her tell the police about him?
He'd have no idea we'd be visiting a police officer. How would he know where Bill Wygant lives?
Jerry, I don't like it. I don't like
Well,
it.
do you like this better? Do you like sitting here with all the shades down? Do you like getting goosebumps every time you hear a strange noise?
Esther, if Jenny can identify the sniper, you've got to let her do it. You've got to.
All right. I'll wait for her. Are you sure she'll be safe, Jerry? Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure at all. But she won't be any less safe than she is right now.
You're a mighty brave girl, Jenny, and I'm proud of you for doing this.
I'm still scared, Lieutenant Wygant.
There's no need to be scared now, honey, is there, Bill?
No, of course not. Now, look, Jenny, you're sure this man didn't follow you when you finally went home from your girlfriend's house?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, then even though the man with the rifle saw you, he has no way of knowing who you are and where you live, does he?
Uh-uh.
Jenny, would you know this man if you saw a picture of him?
I think so. Do you have a picture of him?
No, I don't, but there may be a shot of him down at headquarters.
Think it's safe to take her down there, Bill?
I think it's a good risk.
Will it take very long, Lieutenant?
Well, it may take a little while, dear. You sleepy?
No, I'm worried about my mother.
Now, there's no need to worry, honey. Pam is keeping her company, and you heard what Lieutenant Wigan said. The man with the rifle has no way of knowing who you are or where you live.
And the Senator said this matter will be taken up as the first order of business when Congress convenes next month. Now, here in New York, the sniper has struck again, claiming his third victim in as many weeks.
Oh,
the late insurance salesman was slain
that
late
be
this
at this
afternoon
hour?
by the
I'm coming.
who armed with a high-powered rifle is terrorizing.
Well,
Excuse me, ma'am. Are you the superintendent?
superintendent's my husband. He isn't here.
Well, perhaps you can help me.
Well, if you're looking for an apartment, we got no vacancies.
No, it's not about an apartment. I'm looking for a little girl who lives in the building.
Got several little girls living in the building.
The one I'm looking for is about 10 years old, perhaps 11. Blonde hair, wears it long, in braids, and was wearing a red coat with a red and white tam this afternoon.
What you looking for her for?
Do you know the girl I described?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. What you looking for her for?
I was walking behind her in the park this afternoon, and she dropped this book.
Let me see.
It has this address on the flyleaf. Here.
Let's see it.
Could you tell me who the book might belong to?
Might belong to any of them in the building. If you want to leave it with me,
No. I'd prefer to return it personally.
Suit yourself. From your description, I'd say you was looking for Mrs. Maxwell's little girl.
Mrs. Maxwell?
Apartment 514. Little girl's name's Jenny.
What this means, police officials will not venture to guess, and admittedly can do little, but sit and wait and wonder when and where the sniper will strike again and who his next victim will be.
Four.
8.
11.
15 for 2.
Oh, dear.
Seems to me this is the first time I've ever beaten anyone at cribbage.
I guess my mind isn't on the game, Pam.
Well, try to concentrate. I'd hate to spoil my perfect record with a victory.
Shouldn't they be home by now? It's almost 11 o'clock.
There you are, right on cue.
Oh, thank heavens. I was beginning to sleep.
What's the matter?
That buzzer.
Well, it's your buzzer, isn't it?
Yes, but Jenny has a key. She always uses a key.
Oh, you're getting the jitters. Answer the door.
No, Pam, she wouldn't use the buzzer. She'd use her key.
All right, scaredy cat, I'll answer it. Who is it, please?
Police, ma'am.
Police?
Pam, don't open it. It could be anybody. It could be the sniper.
Lieutenant Wigan sent me up here, ma'am.
Oh, well, if Bill sent him.
Pam, it still could be. Pam, please.
Mrs. Maxwell? I'm Patrolman Michael.
Oh, well, I'm Mrs. North. This is Mrs. Maxwell. Note the uniform, Esther.
I see it.
Lieutenant Wigan sent me up to check on things, ma'am. Everything all right?
Yes, everything's fine.
Okay. I'll be within shouting distance if you need me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Officer Michaels. Cribbage, ma'am? All right, I may even beat you now.
How about this picture, Jenny?
No, that's not him.
Well, now, Jenny, are you sure you can recognize this man?
Yes, sir, Wait, let me see that one again.
Uh-huh.
Take a good look, Jenny. He's blonde like the man you saw on the roof. Take a real good look.
That's the one, I think.
When was that mugshot taken, Bill?
Oh, 8 months ago.
It sure looks like him, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. Harvey Bricker, age 26.
What's his record?
Let's see. Did time in juvenile training school for burglary. And before that, ran away from home twice.
Anything since then?
7 months in the Army. Went AWOL once. Medical discharge.
Medical?
Medical. Supposed to be under psychiatric care through the Veterans Administration. He did time for burglary after he was discharged. 8 months ago. Yep, that's when this picture was taken.
I'm sure that's the man, Lieutenant. I get scared just looking at the picture.
Well, now it's Mr. Bricker's turn to be scared, Jenny. I think you can go home now.
7.
12.
15 for 2 more. I suspect you of throwing these games, Esther. You...
Hey, wake up. Oh, Pam, I'm sorry.
I think you'd better get yourself some rest.
No, I'd rather wait up for Jenny.
You can wait just as well in a horizontal position. Come on, get yourself ready for bed.
Well, maybe. I wish you'd get some rest, too.
Well, I'll lie down on the sofa.
Okay. Get you an extra blanket.
Well, don't bother. I won't need it.
No, it's no bother. It's right here in the bedroom. You'll need it if...
Pam! Esther, what's the matter?
Please don't be afraid. I won't hurt you.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Bricker. Harvey Bricker.
Rifle? You've got a rifle?
Really, madam, I promise not to hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone.
How did you get in here?
The bedroom window wasn't difficult to open. I've had experience.
Evidently.
I've been waiting here, trying to think of some way not to startle you.
You want Jenny, don't you? You want Jenny. Well, she's not here. She's not here.
Esther, stop it. Be
the
still.
Police are here, though. The police will take care of you. They'll put you away.
I know the police want me. I know, too, that your little girl can help them find me.
What makes you think that, Mr. Bricker?
Please, madam, I'm being truthful with you. Please don't try to fool with me.
Then, what are you going to do? What do you want us to do?
I really don't know. I've come here to discuss the problem with you. I'd like the 4 of us to be objective about it.
4?
You and your friend, I and my friend.
Your friend?
Yes.
Please put that rifle down.
I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you. All I ask is your cooperation, your help.
How can we help you?
Don't identify me to the police. All I ask of you is a fair chance, a break.
Break? What kind of a break did you give those people you killed?
I couldn't help that. I tried. I swear I tried. But I couldn't help it.
You've killed 3 people.
I tell you, I couldn't help it.
Esther, stop. Now you want to kill my little girl.
I don't. I don't want to kill anyone. After the first time, I even turned on the gas in my room. I thought I had killed myself. But the next thing I knew, I was on a rooftop looking for my father.
Your father?
I killed him once 2 weeks ago. Then I killed him again. Today he was there again, so I had to kill him once more. Every time I think he's gone, I see him again. That's why I shoot. I can't help myself. Don't answer that.
That's probably my daughter.
Don't answer it, I said.
You said you didn't want to hurt us, Mr. Bricker.
I don't want to, but I may have to. Don't answer it, do you hear me? Don't answer the door.
It's funny they don't answer.
Well, they may be asleep, Jerry. Jenny, do you have a key?
She's so sleepy she can hardly stand.
Do you have a key to the door, honey?
Mm-hmm. I always use it so I won't bother Mother.
May we have it, please?
Oh, all right. It's in this... Oh, no, this pocket. There, see?
Thank you, honey.
It's funny, all the lights are still on.
All right, stand still. All of you.
Well, an unexpected pleasure.
Leave the door open and don't move away from it. Please. Don't make me kill you, too.
Jerry, do as he says, please.
Okay, then. Are you women all right?
They're all right. I haven't hurt them. I won't hurt anybody if you'll just let me go. I won't hurt anybody.
That's the man. That's the man on the roof. Mother, that's the man. He's here to kill me.
All right, Jenny. He won't hurt you. Jenny, please, dear.
Go on, Bricker. If you're going out, get out. Look what you're doing to this child.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. I won't hurt you, Jenny.
Don't touch me. Go away. Go away.
Go on, Bricker. Take that gun of yours and beat her.
Really, I don't want the little girl to be afraid of me. I won't hurt her.
Will you get out of here?
I feel terrible about this. If I could only do something to make her understand. Jenny, please, listen to me. I know what it's like to be frightened.
You can reach him, Jerry. Grab his gun.
Jerry, look out!
Hold still, everybody. You're making me do this. You're forcing me to hurt someone.
What did you expect us to do? Play patty cake?
All right. I can't blame you. Just give me a chance. Give me a chance to get away, and I promise there'll be no trouble.
Go on, get out. Get out.
You're a policeman, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Lieutenant Wigan of Homicide.
Yes. You have a gun. May I have it, please?
Well,
No. Stand still. I'll take it from you. Thank you. I'm sorry for all this, but if any of you come after me, you'll be sorrier.
Bill, he won't go into the street with that rifle.
Jerry North, you stay right here.
She's right, Jerry. This isn't your job. You stay here.
And let you go on that roof alone? Don't be silly.
Jerry, you stay here. Jerry North, do you hear me? Don't... Jerry! Oh, Jerry, don't go, please!
Jerry, I wish you'd get off this roof and go on back to the apartment.
2 heads are better than 1, Bill.
Well, not if your head stops a bullet. No telling what that maniac would do.
Bill.
What?
Look.
Where?
Over there near the ledge.
Huh? Yeah. Bricker! Bricker, you can hear me. Now speak up. Better give yourself up, Bricker. You're just increasing the current in the electric chair.
You won't get me now, Lieutenant. I won't let you get me.
Keep talking to him, Bill. I'll crawl around to the other side.
Be careful, Jerry. You'll have a chance if you give yourself up now, Harvey. You'll have your... Down, Jerry. You all right, Jerry? Jerry!
Yeah, I'm all right.
Please, gentlemen, I wish you'd be reasonable. I don't want to shoot anyone. But now, Lieutenant, will you please join your friend over there?
Yeah.
Stay there, Bill. He can't cover both of us while we're separated.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Why didn't you stay there? He can't cover both of us with that rifle.
Shut up.
I'm afraid I have to kill you now, gentlemen. I don't want to do this. Really, I don't. But you've given me no choice. I'm sorry. Goodbye, gentlemen. Got him, Lieutenant.
What the devil happened? Who's that?
Michaels.
Who?
Patrolman Michaels. Didn't you see him come up on the roof?
No.
Neither did Harvey Bricker.
Look out, Lieutenant.
Bricker's making a break for it.
Come on.
Michaels must have just winged it.
Well, there's his rifle.
Stop, Bricker. Stop.
Good Lord, Bill, look. He's going to jump.
Oh, no, he isn't.
Grab him, Bill.
Let me go. Let me go.
Relax, Bricker. Just relax.
Good work, Lieutenant. Here's his gun.
My rifle. My rifle. Don't take my rifle, please.
We'll listen to him. The way he's whining about his gun, you'd think he lost his best friend.
He has, Mike. He certainly has.
More potatoes, Jenny? Jenny?
Jenny, dear. Pam's talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pam. I was just looking at Jerry.
Well, if I were you, young lady, I'd be sorry about that, too.
No, Jerry, you have a nice face.
Well, thank you.
Oh, dear. More competition.
In fact, I would like it very much if I had a picture of you.
Of me? Well, oh, what kind of picture, honey? I have some snapshots.
No, I'd like a double picture.
Hmm?
Double picture?
You know, like the ones Lieutenant Wigan showed me. Profile and full face. Do you have one?
Have some more potatoes, Jenny. Have lots of potatoes.
Well, that puts the finishing touch on another Mr. and Mrs. North mystery.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Listen to me. Put down that gun.
Jerry, be careful.
I'm telling you for the last time, North, get out of the way.
Clark, in the name of heaven, will you...
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Too Late to Die. A man sits at a microphone in a radio studio in Midtown Manhattan. His name is Clint Conroy, and his voice is being heard in thousands of homes throughout New York. In the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. North.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wind up tonight's broadcast with another open letter to Wally Clark. I hope you're listening, Wally, wherever you are. I hope you're listening hard.
And in the Fifth Avenue penthouse of one Victor Bailey.
Dave Largo's in town, Wally. You know Largo, and you know why Vic Bailey and the syndicate brought him in from Chicago. That's how badly Vic Bailey wants you, Wally. He's brought in the #1 gun of the syndicate to get you, to find you, Wally, and to kill you.
And in a cheap hotel in Chelsea Square.
You can't go on hiding forever, Wally. If Vic Bailey and Dave Largo don't get you, the police will. So listen to me, Wally. Give yourself up. Go to the district attorney. Tell him all you know about Bailey's financial setup. Give him the records you took from Bailey's office. Listen, Wally. The district attorney will protect you. Play it smart, Wally. Get Vic Bailey before he gets out.
That guy, why can't he leave me alone? Why does he have to keep after me? Every night for a month, all he's done is... Oh, I'm sorry, Nora. I shouldn't have blown my top like that.
No. Well, you shouldn't drink anymore. Please, Wally.
Oh, okay. A cigarette?
On the dresser. Wally, Clint Conroy's trying to help you.
Help me.
Well, he is. And, darling, he's right. We can't go on hiding forever, living like this. Me in this room and you sneaking around town like a hunted animal, living Lord knows where. Oh, Wally, do you realize that tonight's the first time I've seen you in a week?
I know.
Well, what kind of a life is
Look,
it when...
I couldn't come around because...
Because why?
Look, honey, I don't want to frighten you, but you're going to have to move out of here.
Why, Wally?
Well, I think the dame on the switchboard, a little blonde.
The one they call Gladys?
Yeah. I got a hunch she recognizes me from the picture in the paper the other day.
Oh, Wally.
I'm not sure. I may be wrong, but...
Did she see you come in tonight?
No, she isn't working tonight. Nora, I rented a room in a rooming house for you, up on 81st Street. Now we'll go...
Wally, I can't stand it any longer. You've got to go to the district attorney. Give him Vic Bailey's records and tell him everything you can.
Then go order a coffin?
The police would protect you.
For how long? The rest of my life? They'd have to, because sooner or later Bailey'd get me. It might be a month or a year or 5 years, but he'd get me.
He'd be in prison.
Prisons don't stop guys like Bailey, Nora. Honey, can't you understand? Bailey isn't just one man. He's hundreds of men. Yeah, thousands of them. He's the syndicate. The syndicate. And even if I sent Bailey to prison, it'd get me because there are too many guys like me. Guys who talk. And the syndicate would have to make an example of me.
Well, then send his books and records back to him and...
That wouldn't do any good. It isn't just his books he's worried about. It's the guy who kept them. When the grand jury hung that subpoena on me, it was my death warrant as far as Bailey was concerned. Oh, Nora, honey, listen. We won't go on like this much longer. If I can just scrape together some money, we'll...
We'll what? Go somewhere else and hide? And what happens when the baby comes?
Baby?
Yes, baby.
Nora,
I'm going to have a baby.
Oh, why didn't you tell me?
You've had other things on your mind.
But, Nora,
Don't, Wally, please. Please don't. Leave me alone. I'm through.
Nora.
With you and with living like this. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but I do know this much. Our baby isn't going to be born behind closed shades in some hall bedroom with you there. You with your gun and your fear and... Get out, Wally.
Nora.
Get out right now and don't come back.
The elevator, Pam.
hope Clint's had time to get home from his broadcast.
He said he'd be here at 7, didn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well, he'll probably be here then.
You know, it's funny.
What's funny?
About Clint Conroy wanting you to publish a collection of his columns and broadcasts.
Well, what's funny about that?
I don't know. You'd think a man with a radio broadcast 5 nights a week, a television program, a gossip column in newspapers all over the country wouldn't care about a book that'd sell only a few thousand copies.
It'll sell more than a few thousand.
Well, I hope so.
I know so. Look, Clint Conroy's a big name, and... Oh, here we are. I'll get the bell. And if his book isn't a bestseller, I'll certainly miss my guess.
Pam! Jerry!
Hello, Clint.
Come in. Here, let me take your coat, Pam.
Thank you.
I'll just throw mine here, Clint.
Okay. Come on in the living room, huh? Now stir up some Manhattans. Okay?
Oh, fine.
We heard your broadcast tonight, Clint.
And you're certainly giving this Wally Clark a ride. What's the story there?
Story on Clark?
Yeah.
He's a young guy, a bookkeeper, fairly legitimate, worked for a small outfit called Mammoth Enterprises Incorporated. Dummy outfit that Victor Bailey set up to cover his personal take from the rackets. Here you are, Pam.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Thanks.
Well, about a month ago, the district attorney slapped a subpoena on Clark, ordering him to appear before the grand jury with Bailey's records. Clark took a powder. A rumor has it Bailey figured Clark would melt and run down in his shoes when he went before the grand jury, so we ordered him eliminated.
Killed?
Dead. But Clark was a jump ahead of Bailey. He and his wife disappeared. Now, let's forget about this and have another, huh? Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Clint Conroy?
Yeah?
Wally Clark.
Clark.
Listen, Conroy, I want to...
Hold it. Okay, Clark.
Look, I got a proposition for you, Conroy. I'm willing to give myself up to you.
Go on.
I'll tell you everything I know about Bailey. Let you take a look at the books I have, the works.
What about the district attorney?
I'll talk to him any time you say, after I get $5,000.
5,000.
Cash. The story I can give you is worth twice that much.
I'll have to think it over.
Okay, take an hour.
Where can I call you?
You can't.
But
I'll call you.
Clark.
In 1 hour.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell him.
Well?
Bert Noonan.
Well?
Says Clark stayed in a flop joint in Canal Street last Saturday night.
And?
Left a dirty shirt and hasn't been back since. You're belting that bottle pretty hard, Vic.
Why don't you mind your own business, Largo?
You're getting the jumps, Vic.
You shut up.
Drinking, smashing glasses in the fireplace, yelling.
Shut up, Largo. I brought you here to do a job, not to... I'll answer it.
Sure.
Hi. I'm Gladys Myers.
So?
Is Mr. Bailey in?
Who is it, Dave?
Something wearing a skirt. What do you want, lady?
I want to see Mr. Bailey.
What about?
Wally Clark.
Wally Cook. Come in.
Thanks.
In here.
Thanks. Hi.
What does she want?
She mentioned Wally Clark.
Who is she?
Oh, my name's Gladys. Gladys Myers.
What about Wally Clark?
Oh, you're looking for him, ain't you?
And what if he is?
Well, I can tell you where you can find him. At least where you can find his wife.
Where? Well?
Well, worth anything to you?
Maybe. Talk.
Say maybe $500?
Talk.
Well, is it or ain't it?
Tell me what you know and I'll see. Who are you?
Well, if I tell you that, you'll know where Mrs. Clark is.
So? Who are you?
Oh, $500 ain't nothing to a man like you, Mr. Bailey.
What's stolen?
When I see some money.
Listen, you stupid little tramp. If you know something, you spill it. Now, talk.
Take it easy, Vic.
I'll handle this. No, you little...
Let go of me. You got no right here. Ow!
Now, where's Clark's wife? Talk. You hear me? Now, talk.
You're right. Pontiac Hotel. Chelsea Square.
Okay. Now, you heard her, Largo.
Yeah.
I'll get going.
What about her?
Give her $10 and throw her out of here. I hate stool pigeons.
And don't you think one section of your book should include the columns and broadcasts you did from Korea, Clint? Hey, Clint.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry.
Is something wrong, Clint?
Wrong?
Well, you keep looking at your watch as though it were a time bomb that was going to explode any minute.
Well, in a way it is.
What do you mean?
Well, look, I need some help. You remember the phone call I got just after you two arrived?
Yeah. What about it?
It was Wally Clark.
Wally Clark?
You mean that...
Yeah. He's willing to give himself up.
Oh, golly.
To me.
You? Well, why not the district attorney?
Because the district attorney won't pay him $5,000.
$5,000?
Mm-hmm.
For what?
For his story. For the first look at Vic Bailey's books. After that, he'll go to the DA.
Well, what did you tell him?
I stalled. But I'm going to go for the deal. An exclusive on the story Clark can tell is worth $5,000. But look, I need your help.
How?
Ever since I started this campaign to have Clark give himself up, Vic Bailey's had me followed. Now, Clark will be calling back any minute. He'll tell me where to meet him. Maybe I could shake whoever's been following me, maybe not. So, I want you two to meet him for me and take him to your place. How about it, huh?
I don't like it.
Well, I think it'd be safe, Jerry.
Well, safe enough, maybe, but... Well, the first person Clark should talk to is the district attorney.
But he won't talk to the DA first, Jerry. He wants money. And if he doesn't sell his story to me, he'll sell it to some other newsman.
That's right, Jerry.
That's Clark. Jerry?
Oh, Clint,
Look. If I call this friend of yours on the force, this,
Bill Wagon?
Yeah. If I have him at your apartment while I talk to Clark, would you help me out then?
Darling, let's do it.
Jerry, I've got to answer that phone.
Okay, Clint. Answer it. We'll meet Clark.
Pier 12 is the next one, Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, look. That must be the shed where we were told to park.
You wait here. Keep the motor running.
All right, darling. Oh, but be careful.
Yeah.
North?
Yes?
No, don't turn around. Don't move.
I don't have a gun, Clark.
Okay. Who's that in your car?
My wife. Clint Conroy told you she'd be with me.
I'm just checking. All right, let's go. I'll ride him back.
You drive, Pam.
All right.
Turn the car around, Mrs. North, and go back uptown.
Uptown?
Our place is down in the village.
We're making a stop before we go to your place.
A stop? Where?
In Chelsea Square, the Pontiac Hotel, to pick up my wife. All right, this way.
What's your wife got to do with this, Clark?
Everything.
What does that mean?
Here. I'm doing this for her. She gets the money and protection from Vic Bailey, or there's no deal. Nora. Nora!
She isn't here.
She must be. Nora!
Well, the door's unlocked.
Nora! Nora, where are you?
She isn't here.
And look at this room. It looks as if there's been a
Bailey.
fire. What?
Vic Bailey's got her.
What would he want with your wife?
He's going to use her to smoke me out.
In that case, this has gone far enough. I was a fool to listen to Clint Conroy in the first place.
Hey, who you calling?
The police.
Put that telephone down.
Jerry.
Now, just a minute.
Put it
Clark.
down or I'll use this gun on you. I mean it.
Do as he says, Jerry.
Okay.
Now get over there. Don't move, either of you.
Who are you calling?
Vic Bailey.
Hello.
Hello, Bailey?
Well, Wally.
Yeah.
I had a feeling I'd be hearing from you.
Okay, Bailey, let's cut the talk. You win. Where's Nora?
Where are you?
I'll meet you anywhere you say.
And my books, Wally. Where are they?
You'll get them, Bailey, after you've let Nora go. But if you've hurt her, I swear to heaven...
Relax, Wally.
Where shall I meet you?
You know my place in Scarsdale?
Yeah?
Be there in an hour, Wally.
Okay.
You're a fool, Clark. You should have let us call the police.
If Victor Bailey's holding your wife in his house here in Scarsdale, the police
He didn't
could...
say Nora was there.
Well, then how do you know she's all right? You can't trust a man like Bailey.
I don't. That's why you two are along. You're going to keep Bailey honest.
What do you mean?
Turn here, Nora. Now keep going, but turn off your lights. I'll tell you how you're going to keep Bailey honest. You're going into the house first, North. You're going to make sure there's no one there except Bailey and Nora.
And if there is?
Now pull up here under that tree. If there is, they get out. They leave by the front door so I can see them go. Then I go in with the records and you bring Nora out.
What about you?
I'll stay there with Bailey until I know Nora's safe. Then Bailey can have his books and I'll leave.
Oh, listen to me, Clark. Let me call the police. Bailey wants you almost as badly as he does those records of his.
I know that.
So how do you know some of his gunmen won't be waiting for you outside when you try to leave?
I don't.
They'll kill you.
That's my worry. Now get going, North.
Oh, Clark.
Get going. And North.
Well?
Don't try any tricks to get the police here. I'm protecting my wife. You protect yours.
All right, Bailey. Now, where's Mrs. Clark?
In here. Resting. There.
What's the matter with her?
Not a thing.
I smell chloroform.
Do you?
She's been chloroformed, hasn't she?
Has she? Come on. Well, you've looked over the whole house, North, except for a broom closet or two. Are you satisfied?
No. But Wally Clark will be when your friends leave.
Okay, Largo. Smiley. Blow.
What a sap you're letting Clark play you for.
Beat it. I know what I'm doing.
Look. How do you know the cops ain't waiting outside?
Beat it.
Okay, sucker. Come on, Smiley.
All right.
All right, North, get Wally Clark in here.
Raise the shade on the front window.
Sure.
I'm going in and try to wake Mrs. Clark.
Just one thing, North. You're probably figuring on going to the police after you get Mrs. Clark out of here.
That's right.
Won't do you any good.
Kidnapping is a pretty serious offense, Bailey.
Kidnapping? Who's been kidnapped? Mrs. Clark? She isn't going to complain.
We'll see.
Yeah, sure, North. Okay, we will see. Hello, Wally.
Get inside, Miss North.
Jerry, where's my husband?
And getting Mrs. Clark. You don't need the gun, Wally. All I want's my records.
I'll put them on this table when Mr. and Mrs. North get Nora out of here.
Mr. Clark, don't give him those books.
Shut up.
You don't have to. You've got the gun. We could take the books and your wife.
Maybe you ought to listen to her, Wally. In a way, she's making sense.
Oh, sure. We all walk out of here and let Dave Largo and Smiley chop us down,
You
huh?
saw Dave and Smiley drive away, didn't you?
They drove away, and they could have driven right back. Oh, no, Bailey, I'm not being suckered like that. I stay here with this gun on you till I know Nora's safe. North.
Yeah?
Hurry it up. Come on.
I'm coming.
Jerry, where's Mrs. Clark?
Still in the bedroom.
Well, get her out here.
It's no use.
No use?
Why not?
You were right, Bailey. Mrs. Clark isn't going to complain. She can't. She's dead.
Dead?
Oh, no.
Nora.
Sorry, Clark. Nora, don't go in there, Clark.
How did she die?
Bailey's friends must have used too much chloroform.
You're crazy, North.
Am I?
She isn't dead. She can't be.
Go see for yourself.
I will.
Stay where you are, Vic.
Look out.
Stay right where you are.
No. Just a minute, Wally.
Take it easy.
I'm going to kill you, Vic.
No.
Don't be a fool, Clark.
Jerry, watch out.
If you want to kill Bailey, you're going to have to shoot me first.
Get away from him, Mr. North.
Jerry, darling,
Get away
don't.
from him. You played it square with me. I don't want to hurt you.
All right, then give me that gun.
No, I warned Bailey.
Listen to
if
me,
he
Clark.
hurt Nora,
Listen.
Look, Wally, give me a break, will you? I didn't hurt her. It was Largo. It's Largo's
Be
fault.
quiet, Bailey. Look, Clark. All you'll get out of killing Bailey will be the electric chair.
And the pleasure of watching him die.
Listen, now, put down that gun. Let me call the police. Let Bailey be the one to go to the chair.
I'm telling you for the last time, North, get out of the way.
Clark, in the name of heaven...
Ow!
What?
Gunshot!
Came from outside.
Yeah, Wally. And look.
What?
At this. Oh. All right, get his gun, Pam. Get it.
I've got it.
Give it to me.
Here.
Now, get over there and sit down, Bailey. Hurry up. Move.
All right.
All right, turn off the lights, Pam.
Okay, Donahue, bring him over here.
Jerry, that sounds like... Jerry, it is.
Bill Wigan.
Come on. Look.
A police car.
Bill.
Pam, Jerry, are you all right?
Yeah. Where the devil did you come from?
What was all that shooting out there?
Now, one question at a time. Let's get inside. Clint Conroy and Sergeant Donahue and I followed you from the Pontiac Hotel.
Oh, Clint's here, too?
Yeah. Well, hello, Bailey.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Wigan, homicide.
Oh, there's Wally Clark, Bill.
Well, what happened to him?
Well, I slugged him to get his gun away from him.
What was that shooting about, Bill?
We saw a couple of Bailey's men moving in on the house, Dave Largo and another guy, and they tried to make a break for it when we stopped them.
But how did you get here? How did you know we were at the Pontiac Hotel?
A woman named Gladys Myers, the switchboard operator at the Pontiac, called Conroy and told him Mrs. Clark was there, and we'd better get her before Vic Bailey did. Well, we got there just as you and Pam drove off in your car with Clark, and we followed you. We waited outside until we saw Largo, and then
Wally.
What?
Wow. Who's that?
Oh, Mrs. Clark. Come on.
Mrs. Clark?
Yeah.
But you said she was dead.
What?
You did, Bill.
Well, here she is.
Oh, Wally. Jerry North, why did you say she was dead?
Well, I figured it was the only way to keep Wally Clark from turning those books and records over to Vic Bailey.
But what if those shots from outside hadn't distracted Wally Clark so you could get his revolver away from him? What would you have done?
Well, I would have...
Well?
Come to think of it, what would I have done? Hello, Miss Pennington? Yeah, Mr. North. Look, Miss Pennington, I won't be into work today. No, I'm going to stay home and do nothing but relax. My appointments? Well, cancel them. Oh, and I don't want to take any calls here at home, understand? I'm going to do absolutely nothing but relax.
Jerry?
Yes, dear?
Who are you talking to on the telephone?
The office. I called Miss Pennington and told her that I was going to...
Oh, I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, hello, Sylvia. What? Today? Oh, I'd love to, Sylvia, but I simply couldn't. I have a million things to do today. Jerry and I are having a dinner party tonight, and I have to go to the butcher, the grocer, the florist, cook, clean house from top to bottom, and... What? Don't I have anyone to help? Gollies, I wish I did, but I haven't. All right, Sylvia. Some other time. Goodbye. Sylvia Blaine wanted me to have lunch with her. I'm sorry, dear. What were you saying?
Saying?
Oh, you started to say you called the office to tell Miss Pennington that you were going to something.
Going to... Oh, yeah. I called to say I was going to, be a few minutes late getting to work, but that I'd be there. That I'd very definitely be there.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
it's Rogers.
Rogers! Rogers, look out!
Bill, he's falling!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Background for Murder. A nightclub in the middle of the afternoon isn't a very romantic background, and the man at the piano doesn't sound as if he's serenading his love. Still, the light in his eye as he looks at the fresh-faced young girl seated next to him is unmistakable, and the background becomes unimportant as he woos her in his own special language and with an odd, rather frightening intensity.
I got eyes for you, Judy. You're the greatest.
Stop it, Hip. You just think you're interested in me because I'm something new.
Interested? Judy, baby, I flipped the first time I saw you come into the place.
Fresh from the Corn Belt and really wide-eyed at meeting the great Hip Rogers.
The great Hip Rogers is a no-good heel.
Why, Hip, you mustn't say things like that. I think you're a wonderful person.
That's because you're not sharp, Judy.
Maybe not, but I'm sharp enough to know a nice guy when I meet one.
Sorry, Judy.
That's nice. I like that. What's the name of it?
No name yet. It's just something I play when I'm thinking about you.
Call it Hip Rogers Blues.
Or maybe Trouble in A-flat.
That's almost the title.
Title of what?
Nothing. It just sounded familiar. Where's your friend Mitchell? Haven't seen him around recently.
He's no friend of mine. I wish he'd stop making noises like a spot artist.
A spot artist?
A cop, detective. Always asking questions.
Like, what does Mitchell do for a living?
Yeah, that's all. Put it down.
Translation, it's no good, forget it. You see, I'm learning.
And learn this. Don't go around asking questions about Mitch. It's...
What's the matter?
I thought I heard the door open.
Oh, you're frightened. What is it, Hip?
Take off, Judy. I'll see you later.
But...
Don't you dig me, honey? Cut out. Got work to do.
Sure, Hip. I'll go now.
Hello, Mitch. How long have you been here?
Not long, but long enough. Depends on why you're asking.
Maybe I don't like the way you walk in here like you own the place.
No, Hip. You own it, but I own you, and don't you ever forget it.
How can I?
Yeah, that's better. A few days ago, you were crawling to me on your hands and knees, begging me to keep you from falling apart, begging me to give you...
All right, what do you want?
Some straight answers to some important questions.
Lay it on to me.
What do you know about this Judy Gregg?
Why? What do I have to know about her?
I said I wanted some straight answers. You rented the apartment upstairs to her. You've got eyes for her. What do you know about her?
She's not sharp, but she's George. I rather got eyes for her.
Oh, that's nice. She's always poking that peanut nose of hers into things. I know. I heard her working on you when I came in. She's dangerous.
Judy? You're flipping, man.
Am I? Let's find out.
I don't dig you, Mitch.
Well, she's out now. We're going up and search her apartment.
But we can't do that.
Why not? You're the landlord. You got a pass key. Come on.
Mitch, if you ask me,
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Now get that key while you can still walk.
Right? All right, Mitch.
Yes, Miss Pennington.
Your wife is here, Mr. North.
Oh, have her come right in, Miss Pennington. Well, you're in a gay mood, darling.
And why shouldn't I be? Look.
Hey, the plane ticket.
Uh-huh. Oh, golly, it's Jerry. It's the nicest possible present you could give me. And you know what?
What?
Our reservations are for that new plane American Airlines is flying nonstop, coast to coast. We leave Idlewild at 1 p.m., and we're in Los Angeles at 5:55 in the evening. Isn't that wonderful?
Great.
Honestly, darling, I'm so excited. Oh, Jerry, it's almost 4:30. Couldn't you leave now and we can...
Oh, Pam, I can't possibly knock off now. With Ray Gordon out of town, I have more work than I... Yes?
Excuse me, Mr. North.
What is it, Miss Pennington?
There's a man outside, an elderly gentleman who...
Who what?
Well, he's He's acting so strangely.
Strangely? What way, Miss Pennington?
He absolutely refuses to leave until he sees you. Until you tell him what you've done with his daughter.
What?
His daughter?
That's what he says.
Well.
Pam, what does he mean, what have I done with his daughter?
I don't know.
I haven't done anything with anyone's daughter.
Are you sure, darling?
Pam, please. What's the man's name, Miss Pennington?
Greg.
Greg?
Think hard, darling.
No, Pam, stop.
I can't. You look so wonderfully guilty.
Now, listen.
Therefore, you can't come in here. I told you that.
It's all right, Miss Pennington. You may go.
Yes, sir.
Mr. North, I'm Joseph Gregg, Judith's father.
How do you do, Mr. Gregg? This is my wife.
How do, ma'am?
You do.
Maybe we better talk alone, Mr. North.
I don't think so, Mr. Gregg. I have no secrets from my wife.
Oh, is that so? Well, I put it to you straight. Where's my daughter, Judy?
You'll have to put it even straighter, Mr. Gregg. To the best of my knowledge, I've never even heard of your daughter.
That's your story?
That's the truth. Now, what is all this?
She's disappeared. I can't find her. You've got to tell me where she is. You've got her.
Now, calm down. I know you're upset, but what makes you think I know where to find her?
Well, these letters I got from her. Read what it says. Read it right there.
Don't worry about me, Daddy. Mr. North is the kindest, handsomest, most wonderful man in the world, and he's promised to take care of me until he publishes my book.
Well, and that's only one of the times she mentions you. You want to read some more?
No, thanks. I just can't understand it. It doesn't make sense.
Have you been writing to her, Mr. Gregg?
Yes, twice a week since she left home. But care of the North Publishing Company was the only address I had, and all my letters came back marked unknown at address. Something's happened to Judy. Must have. She wouldn't.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Gregg. There must be some explanation for this. Maybe Ray Gordon, my story editor, has met your daughter. He'll be back in town tomorrow, and I'll see what he has to say about it.
We'll help you all we can, Mr. Gregg. Have you been to the police?
No, I came here straight from the train.
Well, the Bureau of Missing Persons is a very efficient outfit. We could check with them.
And we have a friend named Bill Wygant who's on the force. With Bill behind it, we'll find your daughter in no time.
You're both mighty kind. I'm real sorry about all the fuss I stirred up.
Don't forget it.
Oh, I won't forget it, Mr. North. When I get back home, I'm going to tell all the folks that there's some mighty good people in New York.
Oh, New York's like any other town, Mr. Gregg, only it's bigger. There's some mighty bad people here, too.
Let's cut out of here, Mitch. We haven't found anything, and Judy could be coming back any time now.
Come on over here and give me a hand with this drawer. It's locked.
You're not going to break it open.
Shut up and lean on this. Does it? Now, let's see. Yeah, down here underneath this understuff. Yeah, look at this.
It's a book, a notebook, so what?
Well, read it. Go ahead. Here, right where I'm pointing.
I don't dig this stuff. Why would she write all this down?
For the police, you fool. She's got enough in here to put us both away.
That's salty, man. I won't buy it.
That's just what you might have to do, Hip. You might have to buy all of it.
You mean she's doing this for the loot?
If that's what she's after, she can bleed us dry. She's got us pegged, Hip.
But the stuff in here is just a mess of words. Special talk she picked up here and there around the club.
Is it? You're a soft touch.
I tell you, she probably doesn't even dig half this stuff herself.
All right, let's go along with that for a minute. Let's say that the stuff in here doesn't make any sense to her.
I'd bet on it.
You'd bet what? Your skin and mine, too? Even if she doesn't know what she's got, there's plenty around who wouldn't need a diagram to figure it out.
I don't see what...
Read it! I'm supplying the stuff. You've got to push it for me. The Sapphire Club is our #1 store. It's all there in the book. Go ahead, read it.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to wait here. When she comes in, I'm going to... There she is now. Get over there by the door.
Jack?
Shut up and move. Come in, Miss Gregg.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
Look, Jack,
Stay out of this, Hip.
What is it, Hip? What does he want?
It's about this notebook, Judy.
That's mine. Give it to me.
You'll get it, all right. How much were you figuring on asking for this stuff?
What do you care?
Come on.
No, you're hurting my arm.
Let her talk, Mitch. Tell him, Judy. You got to tell him.
That's notes for my novel.
Oh, that's a new one.
But it's the truth. I'm rewriting the book, and I need this for background material.
Who's printing it for you, the police department?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm hoping the North Publishing Company will take it.
Is that solid, Judy? You're not just jiving?
Why should I lie about it?
She's leveling with us, Mitch. Let her go.
You must be out of your mind.
I'm telling you to let her go.
Get it straight. You're not telling me anything. How long do you think you'd last without me?
Take it easy, Mitch.
You need me like you need the air you breathe. Now step aside.
Hip, stop him.
Judy! Judy, baby!
No! Don't, Mitch!
Jerry, the phone.
What's that?
The phone's ringing. Answer the phone.
Oh, no. Pitch dark. Where's that light?
There.
Hello.
Jerry, this is Bill.
Oh, holy smoke, Bill. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
I know, and I'm sorry, but it's about Judith Gregg, the girl you phoned me about yesterday.
You found her?
Yeah, we found her.
Fast work, Bill. That's very good.
Not so good, Jerry. She's dead.
What?
Suicide, according to the preliminary report. She'd been living in a small apartment directly above the Sapphire Club on 52nd Street, and that's where they found her.
Well, how did it happen?
The gas jets were wide open. She was lying on the kitchen floor. Must have been lying there for some time.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, but the toughest part is still to come, and I'll leave it for you and Pam, if I may.
Well, what is it, Bill?
I'd like you to break the news to the girl's father and then bring him over to the apartment. I'll meet you there.
All right. As soon as possible.
Check.
What is it, Jerry? What's the matter?
Mr. Gregg. Oh, that poor guy.
Is this the place?
Yes. Your daughter's apartment was upstairs, Mr. Gregg. If you don't mind, we'll go in through the nightclub.
Anything you say, Lieutenant.
Rogers.
Huh? Oh. Back again, Lieutenant.
Rogers, this is Mr. Gregg, Judy Gregg's father.
Hello, Mr. Rogers.
Hi.
Rogers owns the building Judy rented from him. He discovered your daughter's body.
That's right.
And this is Mr. and Mrs. North.
North? Your name is North?
That's right.
You, publish books?
Yes.
And Judy was...
Was what, Rogers?
Nothing.
Forget the piano for a minute, Rogers. Rogers.
Okay.
You started to say something about Miss Gregg.
Judy. She, told me she was working on a book.
You didn't tell me this before.
You didn't ask me.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you any idea why she might have committed suicide?
Well, a chick alone in the big city. No friends, maybe no loot. Could be, she says. That's case. I'm going to put it down.
I'm not sure I understand you, Mr. Rogers. But if you really believe that my daughter was the type who could have taken her own life, then you just didn't know, Judy.
I knew her, Mr. Gregg. That chick was... She was the greatest.
Mr. Rogers, my daughter was murdered.
No, take it easy, Mr. Gregg. Rogers, I'd like to have your pass key. We're going upstairs.
The key? It's right here.
Thanks. All right, let's go.
How's it going, Hip?
Lay off.
Why didn't you open up and tell him the whole story while you were at it?
Maybe I should have. Now let me alone.
Don't you ever even think that way, Hip. You were there, and if I go, you go too.
I tried to stop you, and I couldn't.
We're in this mess because you don't know how to keep your mouth shut. You just sit tight where we're in the clear. If you don't, you're not going to like what happens to you, and that's a promise.
I'd know my Judy lived here even if I hadn't been told. She's made it kind of a little home. Judy is... Well, she was good at that sort of thing.
Just take it easy, Mr. Gregg. We won't be here too long.
Oh, don't you fret about me, Mrs. North. I'm all right.
I'll go see what Bill's doing.
All right, Jerry.
Find anything, Bill?
No, not yet. Oh, see if there's anything in that hat box, will you, Jerry?
Okay. No, Nothing but a couple of silly-looking hats. Are you looking for anything in particular, Bill?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, it's just a hunch. I'll tell you if I find it. Incidentally, I've ordered a full investigation and a complete medical report as soon as possible.
Now, that ought to satisfy Mr. Gregg.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. Oh, let's see what's in here. Lingerie, blouses, stockings,
and what?
This.
What?
A hypodermic and a small quantity of white powder.
Dope?
Dope.
Oh, brother.
Look, Jerry, let's don't let Mr. Gregg see this, huh?
I understand. But is this what you were looking for?
Let's say it was a possibility. Come on. All right, Mr. Gregg, we're leaving now.
I'm going to stay here a while longer, if you don't mind, Lieutenant.
I don't think it's the wisest thing for you to do, Mr. Gregg.
Why don't you come home with me? You can have some coffee and relax and even take a little nap.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. North. You're very kind. But I feel close to Judy here, and I'd really prefer to stay alone for a little while.
I really think it'd be better for you if we took you back to our apartment.
I guess I know what you're all thinking, but I wish you'd put it out of your minds. My daughter was murdered, and I intend to live long enough to see the murderer pay for the terrible thing that he did. Until then, I'm not going to do anything foolish.
Yes, Miss Pennington.
Mr. Gordon just came in, Mr. North.
Oh, good. Ask him to come into my office right away, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, now maybe we'll find out a little more about Judy Gregg.
You don't mind if I stay, do you, Jerry?
No, of course not, but I think you'd be better off at home getting some rest.
Oh, I'm all right.
Hi, Jerry.
Hello, Ray. Come on in.
Hello, Ray.
Hello, Pam.
Have a good trip?
So. I have all the figures in my briefcase.
Later, Ray. There's another thing that comes first. Did you know a girl named Judith Gregg?
Judith Gregg. Oh, yeah, of course. She submitted a manuscript entitled Murder in A-flat. I remember her very well.
How is it that I never met her?
Oh, you were busy at the time. Her book didn't strike me as having sufficient possibilities to interest you. It was her first attempt, and it was... Well, I thought it was rather amateurish.
Yeah, what was it all about?
There's a murder mystery. Plot revolved around a narcotics ring that was operating among what they call bop musicians and fans of bop music, if you're familiar with the word.
No, you haven't lost me yet. Go on.
Well, that's about it. Gee, she was a persistent kid. I made some comment about her obvious lack of familiarity with the background she'd used. She called me only last week. Do you know what she said?
What?
Well, she said she was gathering material that would turn her book into a sensational expose and make me eat a large portion of humble pie.
You'll forgive me if I don't seem overly amused.
Huh? Oh, what's the matter? Is there something wrong?
Plenty. Miss Pennington.
Yes, sir.
Get Lieutenant Wiegand of Homicide for me.
Yes, sir.
Homicide? What is it, Jerry? What's the matter?
Judith Gregg is dead.
Dead?
Suicide.
Good Lord.
Golly, Jerry, it looks like Miss Gregg was doing some pretty dangerous research for that book of hers.
Well, that's putting it mildly. It also begins to look like Judy's father may... Yes?
I have Lieutenant Wiegand for you.
Right. Hello, Bill. Look, I think I've picked up some information about Judy Gregg that you should have. My story editor, Ray Gordon, just told me that... What's that? When? Yes, I understand. We'll be waiting for you downstairs in front of my building.
Oh, what is it, Jerry? What's happened?
Well, Bill just got a complete report from the medical examiner. Judy Gregg was slugged and given a stiff dose of chloroform. She didn't commit suicide. She was murdered.
Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Gregg. Step right.
Oh, just a minute.
You here alone?
Yes.
I thought so. Look, I'd like to talk to you.
Oh, sit down.
No, thanks. I'm too jumpy to sit still.
Oh, is something the matter, Mr. Rogers?
Matter? No, nothing's the matter.
What is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Nothing special. I was downstairs in the club below, and I was thinking about Judy. I can't get her out of my mind.
I know. I was just sitting here kind of remembering things about her. Still hard for me to realize that I won't
Stop
ever...
it.
What?
Don't talk like that. Don't talk like that.
What's the matter, Mr. Rogers?
Nothing. I just got the jumps with it, that's all.
What are you afraid of?
Too many things. Look, I'm no good, Mr. Rogers. I'm rotten, clear down to the core, but you gotta listen to me. Judy was... Well, she was the most. I told you that. Now the cops are messing around. They may come up with something about her. That looks pretty bad.
What?
Never mind. Just listen to me. There'll be a lot of jive, and don't you believe it? Judy was a good, clean kid. She never did a thing to be ashamed of.
I know that.
You don't know anything. You don't know what the cops might say about Judy. But don't you believe it?
What are you trying to tell me, Mr. Rogers?
Nothing except nothing.
Mr. Rogers.
What?
Do you believe that Judy killed herself? Well?
No. I know she did.
Then she was murdered.
Yeah.
And you know who killed her?
I'll take it from here.
Mitchell, how did you...
The back...
Who are you?
Sit down, Pop.
Who are you?
The name's Mitchell. Jack Mitchell.
Are you the man who...
Yeah, I killed you, kid.
You?
Then your friend here helped me make it look like suicide.
That's a lie. I didn't help him. I tried to stop him.
What do you think you're doing, Pop?
I'm going to call the police.
That's a lie.
Operator!
Jack!
Skip it, operator.
Jack, you killed him!
No. And I'm not going to. You are.
Me?
Yeah, the old man's going to take a suicide dive out that window, Hip. And you're the guy who's going to start him on his way. You heard me? He's going out this window. Drag him over here.
No.
Bring him over here.
I'm not going to do it.
Why, you little punk.
I'm through with you, Mitchell. I'm through. I mean it.
How many times have I heard that before?
This time, I mean it.
Sure. You mean it every time. But every time you come crawling back to me because you can't live without me.
I can't.
Like I told you this morning, I'm the air you breathe. I'm the blood in your veins. And pretty soon you'll be screaming for me to help you.
No.
Pick up the old man and carry him over to the window,
I'm
Hip.
not going to do it.
No?
And you can't make me do it.
We'll see.
Not even with that gun. I'm going to call an ambulance. Get him to a hospital.
Stay right where you are, Hip.
Get out of my way. I want
You
the
heard me,
telephone. Are you heard me? Get out of the way.
Look out, you crazy fool. If you take one more step, I'll blow a hole right through you.
I said get out of my way.
Roger's place is in the next block, Jerry.
Right.
Look, and when we get there, I want you and Pam to go upstairs and get Mr. Gregg while I find Rogers and ask some questions.
Okay.
What's your theory about that hypodermic needle and dope you found in Judy Gregg's room?
I think the stuff was planted there, but the medical report shows that Judy Gregg wasn't a drug addict. Here we are. Okay, let's go.
You think this man here, Rogers, killed Miss Gregg, don't you, Bill?
I think that Rogers knows a lot that he hasn't told me. That's why I think... Hey, where'd that come from?
Jerry! Bill, look! Up down the window ledge!
Rogers!
Fighting with someone!
Rogers! Look out! We're going...
Golly, Jerry, I'm glad that man Rogers is going to be all right.
Especially since Mr. Gregg says he saved his life. But Rogers was lucky he wasn't killed along with Jack Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Happy?
In heaven.
Well, not quite, but you're 15,000 feet closer to it than you were an hour ago.
Yes, isn't it a beautiful big plane?
Yeah. I was reading the other day that they'll have jet airliners that'll fly from New York to Los Angeles in 3 hours.
3 hours?
3 hours. And because of the time difference, you'll arrive on the West Coast at the same time you left the East. You'll leave at 7 in the morning and arrive at 7. One breakfast in New York and another breakfast in Los Angeles.
Well, let me tell you something, Jerry North. I'm never going to fly in one of those planes.
Well, why not?
One breakfast in New York and another in Los Angeles. Why, I wouldn't think of traveling that fast.
Oh, but darling, those planes will be just as large and comfortable and safe as the one we're on now.
Well, of course it will be.
Well, then what's worrying you?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jerry, I couldn't possibly eat 2 breakfasts.
The adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Pam, one of us has to wait here for Bill.
Well, all right, but... Jerry!
Those were gunshots.
They came from the corridor.
Come on, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Witness. Friday evening, and Jerry North, driving home through the heavy evening traffic, has many plans for the cold winter weekend ahead. Plans that include an easy chair in front of the fire, a good book, leisurely meals, some television perhaps, and a nap or two, if that should strike his fancy. Nice plans, simple plans. Seems too bad he won't be able to keep these promises.
Your place is in the next block, isn't it, Andrews?
Yes, Mr. North. But you can drop me off at the corner. I have to stop at the grocery.
Okay.
I'll have those figures you asked me for first thing Monday morning. I'm going to work on them at home this weekend.
Oh, fine. But don't worry about them, Andrews. No rush.
You can pull up right here, Mr. North.
Right.
Well, thanks for the lift, Mr. North.
Don't mention it. See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Have a nice weekend. Well, good evening, Mr. Samuels.
Good evening, Mr. Andrews. Got your order right here, ready to go.
Oh, fine.
Here we are. Excuse me.
Sure.
Samuel's Grocery. Hello, Mrs. Andrews. Well, Mr. Andrews is here now. Just walked in. Why, sure you can. Your wife.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Doris.
Paul, you're early.
Mr. North gave me a lift.
Oh, I was calling Mr. Samuels to have him add a pound of coffee to the order.
Coffee?
Uh-huh.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's all, dear.
Be right home.
All right.
Pound of coffee. Here we are. Now, let's see. That'll be $4.93. Be with you boys in just a minute. $4.93 out of 5.
You'll take care of us right now, Dad.
What?
Just leave the cash register open.
Hey, what is this?
What's it look like, man?
Now, see here.
Hand over that dough, Dad. Here. Put it in this paper sack and hand it over. And do it quick.
And you, man, leave us have your wallet, huh?
Here.
Thanks.
Come on, Dad. Come on.
Here, you rotten little scum.
What? What did you call me?
You heard me.
Take it easy, Mr.
You
Samuels.
shut up. Take the sack, Nessie. Yeah, Dad, I heard you. Come around here. Come here.
Let go of me.
Leave the old man alone.
Shut up, mister. Scum, huh, Dad? Okay, take off your glasses. I never hit a guy with glasses. Take them off. Okay, drop them on the floor. Drop them, Dad. Step on them, Nifty. Why, you... scum, huh, Dad?
Leave me alone.
Scum, huh? I'll show you who's scum!
Samuels.
Come on, Ace. Let's get out of here.
Jerry?
I guess now.
Darling, wake up. Wake up.
Oh, holy smoke, man. What are you doing with the lights on?
The lights aren't on, silly. That's the sun.
In the middle of the night? Impossible.
Oh, Jerry, please, get up.
Okay.
I have 101 things I have to... Well, I'll answer it. And you get up.
Okay.
Oh, good morning, Pam.
Well, Bill, come in.
Thanks.
Oh, you're up and around early this morning.
I've been up and around all night. Is Jerry home?
We're just getting up. Jerry, it's Bill Wigan.
Darling. Oh, good morning, Bill.
Hi, Jerry.
Hey, what are you doing here at this hour of the day?
Working.
Oh?
Have you ever seen this manila envelope before, Jerry?
Manila envelope?
Hey, where'd you get that? From your office, isn't it?
Yes, but...
It was found in the alley behind a grocery store on 1st Avenue near 48th Street.
A grocery store?
Run by an old fellow named Samuels. Now, yesterday evening, about 6:15, Samuels was robbed, beaten, and murdered.
Oh.
Yeah, but this envelope...
Now, wait a minute. I'm getting to that. The newsboy on the corner heard the shot and saw a couple of men run out of the store. They went to the store and saw a third man bending over Samuels. And then the man ran out the back way.
And dropped that envelope, huh?
Well, that's my guess.
Andrews.
Andrews?
Paul Andrews. Works in my accounting department. I drove him across town last night after work. Left him off at that grocery store.
What time?
Oh, about 6:15, maybe a few minutes before. May I look inside the envelope?
Well, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, these are some figures Andrews was preparing for me. He said he was taking them home and to work on them over the weekend.
Where does Andrews live?
Gaylord Apartments, 49th Street.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't get it, Bill. It doesn't make sense. If Andrews was in the grocery store when this man Samuels was robbed and murdered, why didn't he call the police? Why did he run away?
Well, that's exactly what I want to know. Why?
Nifty? Come in.
You seen the newspapers, Ace?
Nah.
Oh, we'll take a look at this. Here, here's the story.
Wait till I make some Java.
Read the story, Ace.
What's the matter?
Read the story.
Hey, there's something screwy here.
Yeah.
Says some newsie found the old guy and called it John's. Don't say nothing about the guy that was in the store. What gives?
You tell me.
The guy must have taken a powder after we blew.
Yeah.
But why?
I don't know. But maybe this is a break, huh, Ace?
What do you mean, a break?
Well, I got to thinking after I got home last night how that guy could finger us, maybe. Maybe he spotted our pictures in the cop's mug file. But I figured it was too late to do anything about it. Until I saw the papers. And when I did, I went back to that garbage can behind Connie's and got this back.
The guy's wallet.
Yeah, and his name and address is in it. Paul Andrews, Gaylord Apartments, 49th Street.
Good boy.
I got my brother's car.
I'll get dressed. Hey, take a look at this. Bought it in a joint on Times Square after I left you last night.
Man, that is a real necktie.
Half a sawbuck I paid for it. Something, huh? I don't get it. That guy in the store, why didn't he call the cops?
I don't know. But let's go ask him.
Paul? Paul?
Yes, Doris.
Breakfast.
Coming.
Sit down. I'll pour your coffee.
Thanks.
You didn't sleep well last night, did you?
No.
Paul, what is it?
What's what?
This is about the fourth time you've read that story about Mr. Samuels.
Sorry.
Oh, it's a terrible thing. And the fact that it must have happened right after you left the store.
All right, Doris.
Paul.
Well?
Oh, nothing. You pour the coffee. I'll see if the milkman's been here.
Morning, Miss Andrews.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Branch.
Milkman ain't been here yet.
So I see.
And I guess we won't be running around the corner to buy anything from Mr. Samuels anymore, will we? You heard what happened, didn't you?
Yes, we read it in the morning paper.
Ain't it awful?
Horrible.
Poor Mr. Samuels. I was just down to the store. Oh, not inside, of course. Police won't let nobody in. But I talked to Pinky. He's the newsboy on the corner, you know. And he says the police just can't figure out about the man in the brown overcoat.
Brown overcoat?
The man Pinky saw run out the back door. He was wearing a gray hat and brown overcoat.
There wasn't anything about that in the paper.
No, but I guess the police don't tell the papers everything. But Pinky told me, and he saw
Excuse
him.
me, Mrs. Branch.
Who were you talking to?
Mrs. Branch. Paul,
Yes?
what happened in Mr. Samuels' store last night?
What?
You hadn't left the store before Mr. Samuels was killed. He was still there.
No.
The man the newsboy saw run out the back way was wearing a brown overcoat and a gray hat.
Doris.
That man was you.
Doris, please, you...
Wasn't it?
Yes.
Paul, what happened? Why did you run away? Oh, darling, what are you afraid of?
Nothing. I just don't want to get mixed up with the police.
But, Paul, if you saw what happened,
If you can describe the men who killed Mr. Samuels, identify them, perhaps...
I'm not going to get mixed up in this thing, Doris.
Paul, what is it? What's wrong? Oh, Paul, you didn't have anything to do with what happened to Mr. Samuels, did you?
No.
Then what is it? Why are you afraid of the police? What are you hiding? Paul,
All right. All right, I'll tell you. There's something you don't know about me, Doris. Something that happened a long time ago, 20 years ago. Police.
What?
Down there, look. Police car. I've got to get out. Don't answer that.
Paul.
Don't answer that.
Oh, in the name of heaven, Paul, will you... Paul, where are you going?
I don't know. But I'm not going to talk to the police. I can't talk to them.
This is a pretty good bus your brother's got, Nifty.
Yeah, really souped, ain't she? Other night, up on Riverside, I had her up to 90.
90, yeah.
I did.
I'll bet.
Ask Blackie next time you see him. He was with me. He'll tell you. 90. Maybe more.
Okay. Here we are. Pull up.
Okay. You all set?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Wait. Push that rear view mirror this way. Yeah. How about that necktie, huh?
That's real sharp.
Let's go. Oh.
Hey, what's the matter?
Look. Parked over there.
Cop's car.
Yeah.
Ain't no Johns in it, though.
So, they must be up talking to the guy.
What do we do now?
I don't know. But we'll... Hold it. Look. Coming from around behind the building.
The Andrews guy.
He must be ducking the Johns.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Hey, Gase. Look. He's grabbing a hat. Let's take him.
No, not here. But come on. Let's get back in the car and see where he goes.
Oh, please, Lieutenant. I've told you the truth. I've told you everything I know.
All right, Mrs. Andrews. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yes, Donahue. Put him on.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Jerry.
Have you talked to Andrews?
No, that's why I had Donahue call you. Andrews saw my car in front of his apartment building, knew I was coming to question him, and he ran.
What the devil's the matter with that guy?
I don't know, Jerry. Neither does his wife. I have her here in my office now. But she says he admitted he was in the Samuels store during the robbery and killing, and he didn't want to get involved with the police because of something that happened years ago.
But he didn't tell her what that was.
No. Now, look, Jerry, I got a couple of men going over Andrews' apartment to see if there's anything that'll give us an idea of what he's afraid of. And I'd like to do the same to his office.
Well, there's no one in the office on Saturday, Bill, but Pam and I were just going uptown. We can meet you there.
Well, swell. I'll meet you there in about an hour.
Drawer.
Pam, dear, there's nothing but business correspondence in those files. If there's anything here that'll explain Andrew's behavior, it'll be here in his desk.
Well, then let's...
No.
But, Jerry...
Look, we're going to wait until Bill gets here, Pam. Now, you sit down and restrain your curiosity for...
What's the matter?
Listen.
There's someone in the outer office.
Yeah.
But who else would...
Shh. Come on, behind the door.
Jerry, it's...
Quiet. What the... Oh, Pam.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I dropped my purse.
Mr. and Mrs. North.
Hello, Andrews.
What are you doing here?
I was just going to ask you the same question.
Well, I just stopped by to pick up some papers. I need to work on those figures you want.
And what are you going to do about the ones in the envelope you lost behind Samuel's grocery?
What? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, Andrews.
And a friend of ours, Lieutenant Wygant of Homicide, is looking for you.
Call him, Pam. See if he's on his way.
All right.
Put down that phone, Mrs. North.
Andrews.
Put it down. Now, you, Mr. North.
Get away from that door.
You're staying here, Andrews.
Open that door.
Jerry.
Look, Mr. North. 20 years ago, I killed a man with the same gun. I wouldn't want to have to kill another one.
So that's why you're afraid of the police. You're a murderer.
No, not a murderer. I killed a man, yes, but it wasn't my fault.
Well, what do you mean?
I was broke. I was riding the rods to get here to New York. I had a job waiting for me. There were a couple of other guys on the freight. They were drunk. They picked a fight with me. I don't know why, no reason. They just drunk. One of them had a gun. This gun. I took it away from him. The other one came after me with a knife, and I shot him.
If it was self-defense, why didn't you go to the police?
Well, that was in 1933. I was just a bum, just a hobo. Who was going to believe me? In those days, everything was cheap, including electricity. I'd have gone to the chair so fast.
Not if you're telling the truth.
Or if not the chair, prison for life, probably. Nice choice.
Andrews, listen to me. That was 20 years ago.
There are still prisons and electric chairs.
But you can't run away forever. The police will get you sooner or later.
I'll kill myself before they do.
Mr. Andrews.
I mean it. And if you don't quit stalling, Mr. North, I'll kill you if I have to.
Jerry, darling, please let him go.
Wait. Look, Andrews, you're just cheating yourself.
I'm telling you for the last time, Mr. North.
Don't you see? Everyone will be on your side. Everyone will believe you that you killed that man in self-defense if you give yourself up in order to help the police find the men who killed that grocer.
You could identify the men, couldn't you?
Yes, but no.
Okay, Andrews. It's your life. Kick it away if you want to. Here's the door.
Mr. Andrews.
You'd better leave while you can, Andrews. Our friend from Homicide will be here any minute.
I'm sorry. I'd like to believe you.
You can, Mr. Andrews.
No, I can't. Now get out of my way. I'm leaving.
There's the elevator.
Hiya, Dad.
Did I do something for you, boy?
Yeah. We're looking for a friend of ours.
Tall guy. About 50. Come in here just a few minutes ago.
Name's Andrews.
Oh, Mr. Andrews.
You know him, huh, Dad?
Sure, he's with the North Publishing Company, 3rd floor.
Now, let's go, man.
Kind of lonesome around here today, huh, Dad?
Oh, it is Saturdays. Ain't nobody in the building.
We're here.
And Mr. Andrews is here.
I mean...
We know what you mean, Dad.
North Publishing Company's at the end of the hall.
Thanks, Dad.
Down this way. Oh, I wish we'd taken care of that Andrews in the store last night. What's that?
What's what?
What you whistling?
Huh. You heard that. That's it. Hold it. Coming out of the door down there.
Our boy.
Get over there around the corner.
Yeah.
Hiya, Mr. Andrews.
You?
Yeah, man. Us.
Well, we certainly guessed wrong that time.
Oh, I thought sure he'd listen to us.
Yeah, so did I.
Darling, what are you going to do?
Well, there's only one thing we can do. I'm going to try to follow him. Now, you stay here.
I'm coming with you.
No.
Yes.
Pam, one of us has to wait here for Bill.
Well, all right, but... Jerry!
Those were revolver shots.
From out in the corridor.
Come on.
Darling, look. Those men running toward the elevator.
That's Andrews on the floor.
Mr. Andrews?
Andrews.
Mr. North.
Pam, go back into the office and call an ambulance.
Well, where are you going?
Those men must have gone down the stairway. I'm going to try to follow them.
No, Jerry, don't go. Come back here, Jerry.
One more flight, East.
Hold it, Nippy.
What's the matter?
Listen.
Someone's coming down after us.
Yeah.
Well, let's go. That must be the door to the lobby.
Nifty, look. Going in the front door.
John's.
Stephen Drew McBride, right here.
Close the door.
Come on, Ace. Down to the basement.
Now where?
Down this way. Here, try this door.
It's locked. How about this one?
It's dark in there.
Yeah. But come on.
Light a match, Ace.
Okay.
Hurry up, will you?
Take it easy. There.
There's a light switch.
Furnace room.
There ain't no way out of here.
Relax.
What are we gonna do, Ace?
Don't start getting the jumps.
But we gotta get out of here. When them Johns find that guy Andrews, they'll turn the joint inside out.
Shut up, will you?
Ace, we gotta...
Shut up!
Yeah, okay, sure. I'm sorry. I'm okay.
Okay.
We'll get out of here somehow.
Sure.
Sure. No John's ever gonna... Somebody's at the door.
Douse that light. Get over against the wall.
It must be that guy who was on the stairs.
Yeah.
Let's take him. Hey, what? Slug him, Ace. Slug him. Hit him again, Ace. Hit him. Feed his brains out. Kill that.
Cut it, Nifty. Cut it.
I'm getting out of here.
Nifty.
I'm getting out.
Nifty, you crazy fool. Cut it. Hey, you two, hold it.
John.
They gonna take me.
Let go, Lieutenant.
Let him have it, Stephen.
Ah!
Let go, Lieutenant.
All right, fellas, you want the same thing?
Okay, copper, okay. You win.
Drop that gun.
Okay.
All right, now turn around, face the wall, and keep your hands up.
This one's dead, Lieutenant.
I told you to keep your hands up.
What's the matter, copper? Can't a guy even straighten his necktie?
Bill. Bill, where's Jerry?
Let's take a look.
Bill, if anything's happened to Jerry, I'll...
Now, take it easy, Pam. Let's look in here.
Jerry? Jerry, are you... Oh, Jerry!
Holy... Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, darling. Jerry.
Oh, Pam.
Oh, darling, your head.
Head? Oh, which head? I feel like I have one for every day of the week.
Though Andrew's condition is still critical, the doctors are pretty certain he'll pull through.
Oh, wonderful, Bill. But what about the killing Paul Andrews was involved in?
Well, if Andrew's story about him being self-defense is true, and I have a hunch it is, you won't have anything to worry about. Oh, but tell me, Pam, how's Jerry feeling?
Well, he still has a couple of lumps, but he's much better. In fact, he wants to go to a movie tonight.
Well, say hello to him for me, will you?
I will. Thanks for calling.
Right, bye.
Come on, Jerry. We'll be late for the show.
Well, once again, Mr. and Mrs. North have come up with the right answer.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
He's coming out, Jerry.
Yeah. Jerry, you and Pam get back in case there's anything.
Bill, look out. He's got a gun.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Checkmate.
Hello?
Tina, it happened, Tina, it happened.
Henry, what is it?
It's good, Tina. The news is good.
Good?
Tina, listen to me carefully. I have a job. You hear me? I have a job. Tina, you hear?
Oh, yes. Yes, I hear. I can hardly talk.
I'll be right home to tell you all about it.
All right, but hurry, yes?
Tell Stanley. He'll be pleased, too.
Oh, yes, I will.
Goodbye, dear. I'll be home quickly.
Goodbye. Stanley?
For Pete's sake, Ma, do you have to bust in like that? Can't you see I'm busy?
Stanley, your father has a job.
Well, what do you know?
Aren't you pleased?
What for? Took him long enough to land something, didn't it?
But Stan...
Well, didn't it? How long's he been on the rocks? A year, 18 months?
Most of that time he was in the sanatorium. You know that.
All right.
He's only been home 4 months.
All right, Ma. What kind of a job is it?
Well, I don't know. He will be here soon. He hoped you would be pleased, too.
Yeah, I am. Now he won't be coming to me for dough all the time.
The name of the company is the Checkmate Corporation.
Checkmate? Is that a good company, Henry?
Oh, a big company, Tina. They make machines that write checks automatically.
Oh, sure. I've heard of them.
Very good machines. Every check is stamped with little perforations and special markings to ensure against forgery. You know what I mean, Stanley.
Yeah, it's a good machine. What's your salary?
There is no salary.
No salary? What?
I sell the machines for commissions.
I figured that'd be a catch.
You wait. Mr. Morton at the company spent all day with me. He showed me all about the machine. He explained to me the sales technique.
It better be a good one.
Here, make a little room here.
What for?
Write your name, Stanley. Go on, write it.
Okay.
This machine is designed to protect you, sir, against forgery. Do you realize how easily your name, sir, can be duplicated by a professional forger? Give me the paper, Stanley.
Okay, salesman, let's see.
Mind you, sir, I am not an experienced forger. I am only a salesman for the Checkmate Corporation. But notice how even I can duplicate your signature.
Oh, it is upside down, Henry.
This is the technique, Tina. You turn the signature to be copied upside down. That way, it becomes merely a scribble to you, not a series of letters. Then, slowly, so very slowly, you copy the scribble. Each little turn, each little twist, very slowly.
Oh, look, Stanley. It looks like you're writing.
See, that's not bad. You're bound to make money, Paul. One way or another.
There, you see, Mr. North. And certainly, for your publishing company, you must sign many checks, no?
Well, yes, Mr. Myers, but I don't really think...
Please, Mr. North, look at this carefully. Look how I have copied your signature. You saw me do it, and I am no expert. You need protection against such things, Mr. North. This...
That's fine, darling. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
Oh, it's all right, Pam. Come on in. Mr. Myers, this is Mrs. North.
Hello.
Mrs. North, how do you do?
Mr. Myers has been showing me how to forge signatures.
Sounds fascinating. Lots of money in it.
Look at this. Pretty good copy, isn't it?
Frightening. You did this, Mr. Myers?
Mr. Myers wants to sell me a machine to protect me from this sort of thing.
Well, for heaven's sake, buy it. If names could be forged this easily.
Well, I must admit it's mighty persuasive.
And you'll buy a machine?
Well, I'd have to check with the accounting department and...
The machine is a good one, Mr. North. If you would buy it, well, even on a trial basis...
Well, what sort of trial?
Take one for 2 weeks. If it is unsatisfactory, you may return it.
Well, now, Jerry, what could be more reasonable than that?
Oh, all right.
I'm outnumbered here.
Oh, thank you so very much. If you will sign this order form, here, right here. If you will sign, please.
Okay.
Your hand, Mr. Myers, it's trembling.
Huh? Oh, yes, Mrs. North. I am so new at this. Tina!
You here, Henry? You are so early, dear.
Tina, is that maybe a little wine?
Wine? Why should we
To
have...
celebrate, Tina, to celebrate.
Henry, you sold the machine.
Yes, today, yes.
Oh, I am so happy, so very happy.
Look, the order. My first order, signature and all. Jerry North. You see? It is our beginning, our new beginning.
Oh, I get the wine.
I'll go. It's Stanley, maybe. I'm coming.
Is Stan here?
No, not yet.
Then where is he?
I don't know. Is there something...
You his old man?
His father, yes.
All right, where's that punk kid of yours?
Henry? Who is it?
The name is Marty Webster. I own the Paradise Bowling Palace down the street. Your sonny boy works for me.
Oh, what kind of work, Mr. Webster?
My assistant, sort of, runs the place when I'm gone, stuff like that. Stan don't tell you much, does he?
Well,
No, he tells us very little. Is there something wrong?
Yeah, a kid of yours owes me $1,200.
$1,200?
Huh?
Stanley?
Oh, no. No, you must be mistaken.
Oh, yeah? Look here. I got his markers right here. 1 for $600, 2 for $300. That's his name, ain't it?
Yes.
The $600 I gave him a few months ago. He said his old man was sick. You sick?
I was for about a year.
Yeah, you never saw that dough, I bet. He blew that whole wad on the horses. And then this $600 he took right out of the till. Not one word to me. Well, his credit ain't that good, Mr. Myers. I want my $1,200.
But if he left the notes, surely he will pay you. He was not stealing.
Did I say he could have the dough? No. Now, listen, I've been patient because I'm a nice guy, basically. But I ain't rich. I can't afford to have that little punk supporting these two-bit bookies on my money.
I don't know what to say.
I'll tell you what to say. You just say, don't worry, Marty, I'll see you get paid back your $1,200.
I have no money, Mr. Webster.
In that case, the next best thing is go out and get some.
But where? We are in debt ourselves.
Now, listen, I've been patient, I've been considerate, but unless I get paid up complete inside of a week, little Stanley gets turned over to the cops. Agreed?
Mr. Webster, wait, please.
Like I told you before, basically I'm a nice guy, but that crummy kid brings out the worst in people, even me.
Henry, what can we do?
$1,200. $1,200.
Can we get it? Where?
I will get it. I will get it. One way or another.
Hello?
Hi, Pam.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, glad you called, darling. The insurance man was here. Something about one of our checks being returned from the bank.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling, dear.
Oh. Are we poor?
Poorer than we think. The bank just called me. Our personal account is way overdrawn.
Overdrawn? But we...
I know. I don't get it either. You haven't written any big checks recently, have you?
No, just the usual ones, bills and things.
Well, how about the stubs? You made them all out, didn't you?
Jerry, no, if you're talking just like a husband, it's possible, that you might have made a mistake in figuring up the balance.
Well, it all came out even last month. I can't see how we... Are you busy now, Pam?
No, just got rid of the insurance man.
Well, can you meet me in the bank and at, say, in half an hour? We'll go over our canceled checks.
All right. Think they'll let us in?
Oh, they'll let us in, all right, but they may not let us out. Insurance, $242.50. Grocery, 44.
44 even?
44 even. Mm-hmm. Phone company, $14.75. Electric company, $8.45.
I told you we shouldn't keep that hall light burning all night.
Cash, $450. Susan's millinery. Wait a minute. What's this check written to Cash?
I don't know. You wrote it.
I don't remember writing any $450 check to Cash.
It's only 3 days old, Jerry.
Cash right here in this bank.
I haven't even been in this bank since last week.
Jerry?
I tell you what. Here, look, another check to Cash. This one's for $550.
With your signature on it.
Pam, don't raise your eyebrows at me. I didn't write these checks.
Well, then who did? You are Jerry North, aren't you?
Pardon me. May I see the checks a moment, please? These are your signatures, aren't they, Mr. North?
They certainly look like yours, Jerry.
Maybe I'm going out of my mind.
Maybe.
Pam.
You know, it is possible that these checks were forged.
Who'd bother to forge my name?
Well, the bank would be more than willing to check into this matter for you.
Well, anyway, Jerry just bought a machine last week.
Well, that was for the business checks, Pam, not for the person. Hey, that salesman.
Jerry, that's right. Oh, no, darling, not with his face.
You don't forge checks with your face, Pam. Mr. McGee, would you have the bank do some investigating?
I certainly, Mr. North, be glad to.
And we'll do a little investigating of our own. Come on, Pam.
But, Jerry, Mr. Myers had such an honest face. Now whom are you calling?
The police.
Wait, Jerry. Jerry, don't you think you should call Mr. Myers first?
And give him time to clear town with our money?
Jerry.
Pam, for Pete's sake.
Put the phone down, please.
What now?
Listen to me. Before you call the police, it might be wise to check up on Mr. Myers.
Let the cops do it.
No, Jerry, you don't know for sure that he forged those checks. Call him up. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, sure. And ask him to apologize for stealing $1,200.
If he stole that money, darling, if he really forged those checks, do you think he'd be hanging around? Find out if he's still in town. If he's gone, then call the police.
Well, maybe. Hand me that phone book, will you, Pam?
Hello? No. No, he has not come home yet.
Who is it, Ma?
No, he usually comes home about 6 or 6:30.
Who is it, Ma?
Shh, Stanley, for your father.
Who is it? Find out who it is.
Who is calling, please? Mr. Who? Oh, yes, Mr. North.
What does he want?
Is there any message?
What does he want? Find out.
Stanley. My husband will be here about 6 or so, Mr. North. May I have him call you? Oh, all right. Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
What's he want? Why did you tell him Pa would be home?
What is the matter with you, Stanley? He's a customer of your father's. He bought that first machine a week ago.
So what? So what's he calling for now? What did he say?
Oh, for pity's sake, it is none of our concern. He wants to ask a question about the machine.
Is he coming over here? Well, is he?
What in heaven's name is wrong with you? Why do you act like this?
Answer me. Is he coming over here? Answer me!
Oh, Stanley, you are hurting me. Oh, let's go.
I'll see you later.
Oh. No.
What do you mean, no? I got a date.
You are staying right here till your father comes.
Oh, where am I?
Yes, until your father comes home. Then we will find out why you are acting so crazy.
What time is it, Pam?
Oh, just about 6:15.
The house must be one of these along here. Can you read that address?
452.
Yeah, that's it.
Myers aren't expecting us, are they?
No, I told Mrs. Myers I'd call back. This visit will be more effective. Come on.
Well, at least they didn't leave town. Their lights are on inside.
Mm-hmm.
I told you he had an honest face.
Yes, darling. So have you. Well, here goes.
Those are cute curtains.
Mm-hmm.
She probably made them herself.
Why don't they answer the doorbell?
Probably having dinner. Ring again.
Lights are on. Someone should be home.
Look at the fancy stitching in those curtains. How do you suppose she... Jerry! Jerry!
What? Pam, what's the matter?
Look, in there, Mr. Myers.
Holy smokes.
He's lying so still. Do you suppose he's...
Yeah. Come on. Now we've got to call the police.
Oh, Pam, Jerry, come on in. I'm terribly sorry to keep you down here so long.
We don't mind as long as we can help.
Oh, sit down, sit down.
Any new developments?
Well, I've had the whole department working on it. Those checks of yours were forged, all right, Jerry.
I'm glad to know I'm not crazy anyway.
You know, but frankly, I can't make myself believe Henry Myers did the forging.
It wouldn't matter much now. Any idea who killed him, Bill?
Well, Jerry, you said you talked to Mrs. Myers on the phone, and you heard her talking to someone named Stanley, right?
Mm-hmm. And she was trying to shut him up.
That's her son. And from what we've learned, little Stanley is no Boy Scout. Strictly the pool room type.
Would he have killed his father?
I don't know. The murder was done in hate. There were signs of a struggle. The chances are it was accidental. Anyway, Henry Myers is dead, and his son is hiding.
And so is Mrs. Myers.
Yeah. We have a bulletin out for both of them. But a woman just couldn't have hit that hard. She'd have to be awfully husky. And this killing was a man-sized job.
And so's the job of finding the killer.
Well, maybe. Look, you two get some rest now, and I'll call you as soon as something breaks.
More coffee, Jerry? Jerry?
No, thanks, darling.
Anything in the paper about the murder?
Nothing we don't already know. May I have a little more coffee, Pam?
Yes, darling. I'll get it. Hello?
Hi, Pam. Bill Wagon.
Oh, good morning, Bill. Anything new?
Lenny, we just got a confession.
What?
That's right. A full confession.
Well, how in the world did you manage that?
Well, it was easy. She just walked into my office and confessed.
Well, gosh, Bill, that's... Gee.
Yeah, Mrs. Myers. I've got the confession, but frankly, I don't think I've got the killer.
I've told you, Lieutenant. I've told you and told you. I killed my husband.
Why?
100 times I've told you.
Well, tell me again.
Oh.
Well, come on, let's hear it.
My son was in debt, in trouble. I forged checks to get the money for him.
Where'd you learn to forge checks?
I've told you that.
Tell me again.
From my husband, from his work, he showed me how.
He showed your son, too, didn't he?
Yes, but I forged Mr. North's name. I did it. From the order form he signed when he bought the machine.
Let's see you forge the name again.
I have already done it 3 times, Lieutenant.
And each one was very unconvincing.
And I am tired and nervous. What can you expect from me?
The truth, Mrs. Myers, but I'm not getting it. Now, go on.
My husband found out about the forgery. He was angry. He struck me. I lost my temper and hit him. He slipped and fell. I kicked him, then I kicked him again and again and again.
And your son, where was he?
Stanley was not there. I told you he had a date.
Where's he now?
Why do you want Stanley? I killed my husband. I did it, Lieutenant. The confession is signed.
Is he worth it, Mrs. Myers? Is he worth protecting?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about a cheap little sneak, a liar, and a petty crook. A nasty little kid whose parents are wondering where their next dime's coming from while he steals money to play the horses.
It's not so. Stanley's good. He's a good boy.
Ask Marty Webster about that. He's in the next room. I'll call him in.
No.
Why not? Webster knows Stan better than you do, and he doesn't think he's worth protecting. He calls Stan a crummy little punk.
Oh, what do you want from me? Please, what do you want? What do you want?
I want the truth, Mrs. Myers. The truth about the forgery, the truth about the killing, the truth about Stan and where he's hiding. Well?
I forged the checks. I killed my husband.
Come on, Mrs. Myers. Mrs. Myers, this is Mrs. North and Mr. North.
Hello. Oh, hello, Mrs. Myers.
Mrs. Myers, we can't help feeling responsible for so much of this. Is there anything we can do?
No, thank you, no.
What about your son? What will he do?
Stanley is all right.
I mean, what will happen to him after... after all this.
Oh, you are being cruel, Mrs. North.
Oh, no, we'd like to help. We'd like to help him if we can.
Oh, let me alone. Please let me alone.
Mrs. Myers, your son has committed crimes. You're protecting him now and making it easy for him to commit more crimes. You're not helping him at all. You're just getting him into more trouble.
You're not just sacrificing yourself for Stanley, Mrs. Myers. You're sacrificing Stanley, too, don't you see? He deserves a fair trial, a chance to clear up his reputation.
All right, that's enough now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't...
Lieutenant.
Yes?
Stanley, he's in the Paradise Bowling Palace. In the basement, hiding. He has a gun. Be careful, please.
Sergeant.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Get a squad ready. We're going to get ourselves a killer.
Okay, Bill. The sergeant says everyone is cleared out of the building.
Thanks, Jerry. Well, here goes.
Stanley, listen carefully, please. This is Lieutenant Wigan of the Homicide Squad. Now, listen carefully. You're completely surrounded. I have men stationed at every door and window of the basement. They have guns and tear gas.
Please don't hurt him.
You'll not be hurt,
right,
Stanley,
Myers,
if you
don't
do as
worry.
I say. Come out quietly with your hands over your head, and you'll not be hurt. You'll be given a fair trial, Stanley. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Stanley?
I can hear you, Copper.
Come out with your hands over your head, and you'll not be hurt. If you don't come out now, we'll be forced to smoke you out.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'm coming out.
Oh, thank heaven.
Nothing to worry about now, Mrs. Myers.
Put down your guns. I ain't gonna shoot anybody.
All of you, stay clear of that basement door, and you men keep your guns ready.
Here he comes.
Put your guns down, coppers. I ain't gonna shoot.
Oh, Stanley.
Mrs. Myers, wait!
I
Stanley!
knew you told the cops. My own mother crosses me up.
Look out, he's going to shoot.
I ain't gonna shoot nobody, coppers. Nobody but her. He got the woman. Let's take him, Lieutenant. Hold it, man. Hold it.
Jerry.
Easy, man. Take it.
Never mind the kid.
Let's take care of his mother. Nice kid. Came out with the express purpose of shooting his own mother.
Is she badly hurt, Bill?
No, not too badly, Jerry. Bullets didn't penetrate, just flesh wounds.
Oh, no, they're not. They must have gone a lot deeper than that. It was her own son who did the shooting, remember?
Hey, nice work, Pam. A perfect strike.
Next time you take me bowling, young man, be prepared to lose.
Oh, I'm ready now.
Say, excuse me, folks. Don't I know you too?
No, I don't think so.
Sure. We met at the police station.
Oh, our distinguished friend.
Yeah, you're Mr. and Mrs. North. Yeah, me, I'm Marty Webster. I run this place.
Webster. Oh, sure. You and Stanley Myers.
Oh, no, please. Stanley Myers. That's a memory which I choose mostly not to remember.
Oh, well, that's understandable.
That little punk, fortune checks, killing his old man when the old guy found out, shooting at his mother. You know what else that little punk did?
What more could he do?
While he was hiding out in my basement, he raided my cash register again. Now, how can a nice guy like me make a living under them conditions?
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Those shots came from over by the fountain.
Come on.
Wait, look, that man running out of the park. Pam, you and Ellen stay here. I'm going to follow that guy.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Murder for Sale. On a February night such as this, the fog steals up the East River from the bay. The Williamsburg Bridge is an island in the mist.
The dark waters below the bridge are cold and moody. A reflection of the eyes of the tall, prosperous, middle-aged man who stands at the rail, unaware of the woman approaching him.
Got a cigarette?
What?
I asked if you had a cigarette.
No.
Okay, so I'll smoke one of my own. Stinking night, ain't it?
Look, honey, don't do it.
Do what?
What you're trying to make up your mind to do? What you was thinking about back in Dutch's?
Duchess?
Yeah, the bar that you was just in. I saw you, staring into your drink the same way you're looking down at the river.
Would you mind leaving me alone, miss?
Just call me Lucille. You know, I had a hunch you was headed for the bridge when you left Dutch's.
Very intuitive of you.
Yeah.
Now, would you please go away?
What is it, honey? Is it poor health, money, a woman? Gotta be one of the three, but you don't look sick. And the roll you flashed in Dutch's didn't come from a county relief check, so...
So it must be a woman.
Yeah.
A shrewd deduction.
Yeah. Yeah, but it ain't worth it. You know, that river's wet and cold, and when you're dead a long, long time. Here. Have one of my smokes, honey.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Dame must be quite a dame, huh? Your wife? Mm-hmm. Your wife. And another guy, I bet.
Would you please let me...
And so you're going to make him feel real bad, like a couple of heels by taking a brody into the river. Well, that's okay, except they'll get over feeling bad, but you won't get over being dead. So, from your angle, it don't add.
Have you ever been in love? You said your name's Lucille. Lucille what?
I'll just leave it at that, huh? I'll call you Mr. Smith. So you're Mr. Smith and I'm Lucille. I'm cold, I'm broke, and I'm thirsty.
Could I buy you a drink?
Oh, anything but water, honey. I hate water. Rough pipes. It drowns people.
It's after 9. Let's get out of here.
Okay, darling.
I hate these cocktail parties.
So do I. Come on, let's go.
Who are you looking for?
Well, I thought Charles and Ellen would be here.
The Prescotts?
Yeah. I wanted to see Charlie on a business thing.
Jerry!
Huh?
Jerry! How are you? I haven't seen you for months.
Mark!
How's the publishing business?
Oh, fine. How's the stock market?
Oh, up and down.
Mark, I'd like you to meet my wife.
So this is Pam. I've heard a lot about you from Ellen, Mrs. Prescott.
Pam, this is Mark Willard.
How do you do?
You two aren't leaving, are you?
Afraid so, Mark. I was hoping Charlie and Ellen Prescott would show up, but...
Oh, Jerry, there's Ellen coming in now.
Yeah, but Charlie doesn't seem to be with her.
Excuse me, will you, Jerry?
Well, sure,
Nice to meet you, Mr. Willard.
Ellen? Ellen?
Oh, Mark, you were able to make it.
Yeah. Charles isn't with you.
No.
Keep your coat on.
Mark, where are you taking me?
Out on the balcony. What a jam. Ellen.
No, Mark. Please, somebody might see us.
I wish somebody would.
Mark.
Some fat-mouthed gossip who'd go running to Charles. Apparently that's the only way he's going to find out about us.
Mark, will you...
Or have you told him?
You know I haven't.
I know you've promised to. Last week and the week before that and a couple of months before that. Ellen, how long is this going to go on?
Mark, why must you always make a crisis of every time we see one another?
I don't. I merely want to know what you're going to do about telling Charles you want a divorce.
Well, it's so hard.
Is it any easier than this? Look, Ellen, if you don't tell him, I will.
No, please. Mark, give me a little more time.
How much more?
A week.
Ellen.
A week, Mark, please. I promise you. A week from today, you'll have your answer.
Another round here, Dutch.
Okay.
So, go on, Mr. Smith.
And that's it?
After 10 years, your wife's in love with another guy, huh?
Yes.
Is she younger than you?
Almost 20 years younger.
Here, your drink.
Yeah, thanks, Dutch.
Take it out of this.
Sure.
Put something in the jukebox, huh, Dutch?
Okay.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just wondering why I've told you all this.
Honey, you're in the kind of mood where you talk to a lamppost if it stands still and listens. And so just because you lose your wife, you want to step off the middle of a bridge. Look, like I said, you can make your wife and her chum feel like, well, something you wouldn't scrape off the sidewalk. And you can be the greatest guy in the cemetery. You take a Brody and your wife's a jerk, her boyfriend's a dog. Everybody feels sorry for poor old Smith. Everybody has a good ball. So what do you get except a good funeral? Listen, you say your wife doesn't know that you know anything about this guy, right?
Yes.
Doesn't even suspect? Nobody does?
No?
Then you wouldn't be suspected if something happened to the guy.
Happened to him? What do you mean?
You know what I mean.
Are you
I'm
suggesting that...
suggesting a funeral for him instead of you. Okay, so that doesn't make your wife love you again. Maybe it doesn't even keep her from leaving you. But if you can't have her, why should she get what she wants?
No.
It's better than a river, honey.
I'm not a murderer.
I know you're not, honey. But I got a gentleman friend who is.
What?
If you got $1,000, my friend's got a gun.
You're not serious.
Oh?
You can't be.
Oh, stop looking like you forgot to take your hat off in church. I make a federal case out of something so simple.
Simple?
Yeah, simple. Just life of yours, ain't it?
No.
Well, then what were you doing out there on the bridge? Enjoying the view of Flatbush in the fog or just enjoying feeling sorry for yourself? Guys like you make me sick. You got as much backbone as Dutch's bar towel. Hey, Dutch, set me up one at the bar, will you?
Wait.
Well?
Nothing.
Look, Mr. Smith, I'm not trying to sell you anything. You got a problem. I told you how you could solve it. You don't like it my way? Okay, have it yours. No skin off my nose. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me.
It's awfully nice of you to drive me home.
Not at all, Ellen.
I'm sorry Charlie couldn't make the party.
Yes, it was too bad.
By the way, I didn't know Charlie and you were acquainted with Mark Willard.
Mark? Oh, yes. Yes, we met him last summer in Southampton.
Oh, Mark's a nice fellow.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Oh, here we are, Jerry.
Right.
Well, thanks again for the lift.
Okay, Ellen.
We'll have to get together real soon, Ellen.
Yes. Good night.
Say hello to Charlie for us.
Ellen?
Oh, Charles, you're home.
I just got in a few minutes ago. Did you go to the Lindell's party?
Yes, I'm sorry you couldn't make it. I called your office about 9, but there wasn't any answer.
I felt like getting a little fresh air. I went for a walk.
Is anything wrong, Charles?
Wrong? Well, no, darling. Not with me. But you look terribly tired.
I am. I think I'll go straight up to bed if you don't mind.
Of course not. I'm going to read for a while. Good night, Ellen.
Charles?
Yes?
Charles, I'd like to go away.
Away? Where?
Well, I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I just want to get away.
Alone?
Yes.
A little sudden, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I suppose it is, but...
How long would you be gone?
A week.
All right, darling. We'll talk about it some more in the morning, and I'll have the office make the necessary arrangements.
Thank you, Charles. You're awfully sweet to me.
It's not hard, Ellen. Loving you as much as I do. Good night.
Good night, Charles.
Ellen,
Yes?
was Mark Willard at the party?
Why, yes, he was. Why do you ask?
Just wondered. He's handling a little stock transaction for me. I thought he might have mentioned how he was making out on it.
Well, no, he didn't say anything about it.
Well, I'd better call him in the morning in case he's going out of town.
Good night, Charles.
Hello?
Is this Duchess Heaven?
Yeah?
Is Lucille there?
You want to talk to her?
No, just tell her Mr. Smith called. Ask her to wait for me there. I'll be in to see her within an hour.
Give me a couple of nickels, Dutch.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Ain't your friend showed yet?
No.
Said he'd be here in an hour.
He'll be here.
I don't want him to see me.
I know.
So?
So go sit in the last booth. I'll steer the guy into the next one. He won't see you, but you'll be able to hear us.
Okay.
Hey, you're late.
Sorry?
What made you change your mind?
Never mind. Let's get this over with.
Sure. Let's take this booth here. Huh? Here we are.
You said your friend would work for $1,000.
That's right.
There's 1,000 in this envelope.
Okay.
Don't you want to count it?
I trust you, honey. Well, what's the setup?
The man who's been seeing my wife is named...
Let's keep it sort of impersonal, huh? Just tell me where he'll be and when.
Do you know Simmons Park?
You mean the little park across from the cathedral up on Maynard Drive?
Yes, there's a fountain in the center of the park. He'll be there at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening.
You're sure?
He'll be there at 9 sharp.
And you?
Spending the evening with several friends miles from Simmons Park. Is there anything else you need to know?
That's all. Good night, Mr. Smith.
Not good night. Goodbye.
Sure. It's been nice knowing you. Did you hear?
A cinch.
Jerry. The alarm clock. Turned off.
No, Pam, it isn't the alarm clock. It's the doorbell.
Oh. Must be someone at the door.
Sounds logical.
Put on your robe and slippers, dear.
Yeah, coming. Yeah, now what do you think? Ellen.
Jerry, may I talk to you?
Oh, sure. Come on in.
Thanks.
Pam, it's Ellen Prescott.
Ellen?
Come into the living room, Ellen.
I'm sorry to barge in at this hour of the morning, Jerry. It must be about 5, isn't it?
Yeah, 5:30.
Ellen, darling, what is it? Is something the matter?
I'm not sure.
Oh, what is it, Ellen?
I've been up all night trying to find Charles. He was home when I came in last night. I went directly upstairs, and a few minutes later, I heard him leave the house.
And you haven't seen him or heard from him since?
No.
Do you have any idea where he was going?
None. He didn't say anything to me about going out. Something's happened to him. I know it has.
Now, take it easy, Ellen.
If anything had happened to him, if he'd been in an accident or if he'd been taken to a hospital, you'd surely have been notified by this time.
Oh, Pam, you don't understand. If something's happened, it wasn't an accident.
Huh?
What do you mean, Ellen?
I don't know how to tell you. I've been such a fool.
Ellen.
Come on, tell us about it, Ellen.
I believe Charles knows I've been seeing another man.
Oh, Ellen, no.
I thought Charles knew nothing about Mark.
Mark Willard?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Mark wants me to divorce Charles. Marry him. But last night after the cocktail party, I don't know what happened, but I decided to tell Mark I still love Charles, and I'm not going to divorce him.
Ellen, what did you mean when you said that if something had happened to Charles, it wasn't an accident?
I'm afraid he might.
Kill himself?
Jerry.
Sorry, but that's what she means. And this is no time to be delicate, though my guess is that Charles isn't stupid enough to do anything like that.
Well, then where could he be?
Pam, get Ellen to bed. Make her get some sleep. I'm going out.
Where?
To find Charles.
I don't understand, Charles. What is it you want to see me about?
That stock deal we were discussing a couple of weeks ago. I want to talk to you about it again.
At 9 o'clock in the middle of Simmons Park?
There's someone I want you to meet, Mark. A man I think you can do some good with in a business way. He lives near the park, and I thought we could meet there and go on together.
Well, all right, Charles. Simmons Park, 9 o'clock.
Sharp.
Charles.
Jerry. Well, this is
When the devil did you get home?
Why? What's wrong?
I've been looking all over town for you since 5:30 this morning, and before that, Ellen had spent half the night doing the same thing.
Something the matter?
Oh, no, not a thing, except that no one has heard from you for over 18 hours. And Ellen is at our apartment out of her mind, worrying about you.
I'm sorry. I should have told her I had to run down to Philadelphia this morning.
Now, look, Charlie, let's stop kidding.
Kidding? Oh, about what?
Philadelphia, and whether Ellen would worry and about Mark Willard.
Mark Willard?
You know that Ellen's been seeing him, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. But something I know you don't know is that Ellen is still in love with you.
In love with me?
Yes.
Jerry, if this is some sort of a joke...
It's no joke. If you think it is, call Ellen at my place and let her tell you herself.
But Jerry, look, I have to make a phone call.
All right, I'll wait for you.
No, please don't.
Charlie,
Listen,
what
Jerry, go on home and tell Ellen you saw me and not to worry, and I'll be there shortly.
But
please. Okay. Thanks.
See you in a little while, huh?
Yes.
Willard and Company.
Mr. Willard, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Willard isn't in.
Not in.
He left for the day.
Well, where can I reach him? This is Charles Prescott.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Willard didn't say where he could be reached.
But it's urgent. You must have some idea where I can get in touch with him. You must.
I'm sorry, Mr. Prescott, but all Mr. Willard said when he left was that he was going out for cocktails and dinner before keeping a 9 o'clock appointment.
Sure, I know Lucille. Say, you're the guy that was in here with her last night, ain't you?
Yes. Can you tell me how I can get in touch with her?
Well, she usually comes in here about 9:30.
I have to get in touch with her immediately. Do you know where she lives?
No.
You're lying.
Now, just a minute, mister. No guy's gonna call me a liar.
Please. I'm sorry. I apologize, but I have to find Lucille.
What you do, slip you a Mickey and take you for that roll you was flashing last night?
No.
Then what's your beef? Look, who picks up who or what in here and what happens after they leave is none of my business. So?
Listen to me, please. Listen. It's worth $50 to me if you can give me any idea where I can find Lucille.
50?
Here.
Oh, that Lucille must have more on the ball than I figured. Okay, mister. I got a phone number. That's all, and that's on the level. Just a phone number.
All right, give it to me.
Yeah, let's see now. I had it written down right here.
Will you hurry up?
I'm looking. Hold your horse. Here. Pennsylvania 60599.
Pennsylvania 60599.
Hello?
Lucille?
That's right. Who's this, honey?
Mr. Smith.
Smith?
The man you met on the bridge last night.
Bridge? What bridge?
What's the matter with you? This is the man with whom you made certain arrangements.
What is this, a gag?
Listen to me. It's after 8. We haven't much time. Those arrangements must be canceled. You must get in touch with your friend and tell him not to keep the appointment in Simmons Park.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't meet any man on the bridge, and I didn't make any arrangements. And I never knew anybody named Smith.
Will you listen to... Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Jerry, darling, where have you been?
No, ask me where I haven't been. It'd be easier to answer.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw Charles at his house, but he practically showed me the door.
What?
Let me finish. After I left, I waited in the car. In a few minutes, he came out and took a taxi to a dive called Duchess on the Lower East Side. Then he left there, went to Mark Willard's apartment, and after that, he went to practically every restaurant and cocktail lounge in town.
Well, where is he now?
I don't know. I lost him. And I gather you or Ellen haven't heard from him.
No, but Mark Willard called Ellen here and said he had an appointment with Charles at 9 in Simmons Park.
Simmons Park? Well, why the devil are they meeting there?
I don't know. Neither does Mark Willard. All he said was that Charles insisted on it.
What time is it now?
It's about 8:35.
Look, you and Ellen take a taxi and meet me at the Maynard Drive entrance to the park. If the three of us hurry, we can just about make it by 9.
In the name of heaven, driver, can't you go any faster?
I'm doing the best I can, Mac.
But it's only a couple of minutes to 9.
And relax, Mac. It's a couple of minutes to 9 twice a day.
But you don't understand. This is a matter of life or death.
Yeah, sure, Mac. It always is.
It is if I'm not at Simmons Park by 9.
But you're there, Mac. Right now. There we are. Hey, listen, 9 on the nose. Hey, Mac. Hey, what about my fare?
Mark! Mark! Look out!
Oh.
Jerry, here we are.
Sam, Ellen, come on.
Have you seen Charles?
Yeah, he just jumped out of a cab and ran into the park.
Jerry!
Those were gunshots.
Oh.
Come on.
What in the world is happening?
I don't know, but hold it.
What?
Look over there, that man running out of the park.
Well, he must have been over by the fountain, too.
Yeah, Pam, you and Ellen go on to Charles and Mark. I'm going to grab the car and try to follow that man.
Jerry, darling, be careful.
Come on,
Charles! Charles!
Ellen, Pam, what are you doing here?
Never mind that now. Go call an ambulance.
No, don't bother.
Go on, Mark.
Yes.
Charles, who was it? What happened?
That is meant for Mark.
For Mark?
Jerry told me you weren't going to leave me.
Never, darling. I'll never leave you, darling.
Thank you.
Charles? Charles!
Ellen, he's dead.
Just as I drew a bead in that guy standing by the fountain, some joker runs into the park yelling, Mark, look out.
Go on.
Well, the guy at the fountain moved just as I let it blast, and the jerk that yelled at him ran to the 3 slugs.
Was the guy you shot the guy was in here talking to me last
I tell
night?
you, I don't know who he was. It was dark. Didn't even see him till after I started blasting.
What? Must have been. Why, the stupid jerk. What was he doing there?
I don't know, and I didn't wait around to ask.
Well, you sure messed this up.
I messed it up.
Yeah.
You're the one who made the deal. You're the one who said it was solid.
All right.
Besides, what difference does it make? In fact, it works out better this way. We get the dough, and the only guy could hook us up with the caper ain't going to be talking.
Yeah, that's right. I hadn't thought of that.
So cheer up. I say we blow this joint, huh?
Where you want to go?
What do you think? Come on.
Night, Dutch.
Yeah.
Stinking night.
Me, I like the fog.
Oh, you would. My place?
Your place.
Sorry, but it's going to be my place.
That's the man, officer.
Well, my old friend Spade Loomis. This'll be a pleasure. Spade's worn these cuffs off, and I'm thinking of having a monogram with his initials. Come along, Spade. We'll take you down.
Rotten copper, Look out, Murdoch! Are you okay, Murdoch?
Fit as a fiddle, Mr. North.
Spade! Oh, Spade!
I'm afraid he can't hear you.
Like you said yourself, lady. It's a stinking night.
Well, it certainly didn't take that Lucille woman long to break down once they got her down to headquarters, did it?
Nope.
Tired?
At 4 o'clock in the morning, what do you think?
We'll be home soon.
Yeah. Oh, here we are, driver. Pull up in front of that tavern. Here you are. Keep the change. Oh, I wish the police would have let me drive our car instead of riding in the squad car. We'd have been home by this time.
Stop grumbling, sleepyhead.
I'm telling you, if I'm not home and in bed within 15 minutes, I'm dead.
Well, you will be. And instead of grousing so much, you should be thankful that nothing happened to you in that gunfight between Officer Murdoch and that Loomis man.
Well, here's the car. Come on up. Oh, no.
What?
Look at that tire.
Flat.
What did you say about nothing happening to me in that gunfight?
Well, what has the gunfight to do with it?
Look at the way the tire's ripped. One of the bullets hit it.
Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry, look.
Carl Benson.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Snowbound. In the little upstate town of Lakeville, there's one small hotel, the Benson Hotel, owned and operated by Carl and Vera Benson. The Benson was never elegant, never pretended to be, but it was and still is clean and comfortable. Though the years have left it a little shabby, it's a warm and friendly haven from the violent winter storm raging outside.
Benson Hotel.
Hello, honey. Carl.
Carl, where are you calling from?
Oh, I'm still over in Forest City. How's the weather over there?
Oh, it's terrible. It's snowing so hard right now I can hardly see across the street.
Same here. But I got chains in the car, so I'll be all right. Yeah, I'm leaving right away, but I might be late, so you better have Pop check the furnace.
All right. Carl.
Yeah.
Did you see the man at the bank over there?
Yeah.
No luck, huh?
No. He said he couldn't lend us anything till we pay off the present mortgage.
Well, now what do we do?
Look, honey, I better get moving. We'll talk about it when I get home.
Oh, all right, Carl. Be careful driving.
Sure.
Pop! Hey, Pop!
You call me, Vera?
Yeah, I just talked to Carl in Forest City. He'll be late getting back.
Lucky if he gets back at all. The way it's starting to drift out there. Going to be a bad night, real bad.
Well, Carl asked to have you check the furnace, Pop.
I got to see about that faucet in 23, then I will.
Mm-hmm. Turn on the radio, will you, Pop?
Okay.
And that concludes another afternoon interlude of piano selections. And now, here is the news. In a daring daylight holdup in Syracuse, 2 masked gunmen killed an armored truck guard and escaped with more than $25,000. The robbery occurred this morning as the payroll for a manufacturing firm was being transferred from the armored truck to the company's offices. The guard was cut down by a blast of shotgun fire, but he is believed to have seriously wounded one of the 2 holdup men as they made their getaway.
Oh.
With one of the bandits helping the other,
sorry, I didn't
the 2
see.
made off in the late
You mind if I
model
turn
green
that off?
sedan.
No.
Syracuse and New York State Police believe the holdup...
That's better. You have a room?
Double or single?
I'm alone.
Will you sign the register, please?
Yeah.
George Martin, New York City.
Right. Any place to eat in here?
No, sir.
You mean I have to go back out and that stuff?
Oh, well, there's a lunchroom next door. I can have them send a tray up to you if you want me to.
Oh, do that. I like a steak, thick, and a bottle of bourbon, the best.
Yes, sir.
Vera, that faucet up in 23 is... Oh, excuse me.
Pop, will you take this gentleman's suitcase up to 14 and...
Never mind. I can carry it.
Yes, sir. Want me to take the car around back to the garage?
I don't have a car.
Well, then you must have come in from Forest City on the afternoon bus.
Yeah, that's right.
How are the roads? My boy, Carl, he's driving back from there this afternoon. Carl owns the hotel. Carl Benson. I'm his dad.
Pop.
And this is my daughter-in-law, Vera.
Pop.
Huh? Oh, okay, Vera. Vera thinks I talk too much.
Go check the furnace, Pop, will you?
Okay.
A nice old guy.
Yeah. Here's your key.
And you're the boss's wife, huh? Too bad.
Oh?
Yeah. I was hoping you were the answer to how a stranger could spend a pleasant evening in this town.
Golly, Jerry, this is getting a little frightening.
Oh, now take it easy, Pam.
But the snow's so deep we can't even tell where the road is. How much farther do we have to go?
Oh, it's about 4 miles to Lakeville, and Henry Grayson's place is 15, 20 miles beyond that.
Darling, we can't drive another 25 or 30 miles in this storm.
We have to. If Grayson is thinking about changing publishers, I've got to get to him and persuade him that North Publishing is the company for him.
Oh, Jerry, we're skidding.
Okay, we're okay, darling.
Jerry, North, we absolutely cannot go any farther.
What are we going to do? Stop right here and build an igloo for the night?
Well, there must be some place we can stay overnight in Lakeville.
Yeah, but what about Grayson?
He isn't expecting us tonight, is he?
That's just it. He isn't expecting us at all.
Well, I don't care. I'm scared, and I mean it. Darling, you can telephone him from Lakeville, and we can go see him after it stops snowing and the roads are cleared.
Well...
Please.
All right, dear. We'll stop in Lakeville.
Oh, thank you, darling.
I'll call Grayson and...
the matter?
Right up ahead. Looks like a car stalled.
Oh, it is. You'd better stop.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in it?
Can't tell yet. You wait here. I'll take a look.
I'll come with you.
Now, stay there, Pam.
I've got my galoshes on.
Brother, what a night.
The wind is horrible. Golly, this is a real blizzard.
Well, if it isn't, it'll do until a real one comes along. Here we are.
The car's empty, Jerry.
Let's take a look inside. It's empty, all right. And whoever left it must have gotten a ride into town. Well, come on, Pam, let's...
Jerry, what's the matter?
Look down there on the floorboard.
Oh, Jerry. Darling, that looks like a pool of blood.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Brother.
Evening, folks.
Good evening. Would you have a room for my wife and me?
Sure would.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
A nice double with bath, $6.50.
Oh, sold.
Sign the register, please.
Sure.
That'll be $6.50 in advance, unless you got a suitcase.
Oh, our bags are out in the car.
I'll fetch them for you if you folks want to go on up. Room 15, second floor.
Oh, thanks. Now, can you tell me how I can get in touch with the local police?
Oh, police?
What is it, Pa?
Oh, Vera, this gentleman wants to call the police.
Oh, is there something the matter? We're not sure, but my husband and I saw a car stalled on the highway about 3 miles out of town.
There'll be a lot of cars stalled tonight.
Yeah, but that isn't all. We saw blood on the floor of the front seat.
Blood?
We think it's something the police should know about.
Well, I'll call Constable Brady and have him come over here. Thank you. If you want to go on up to your room, Pop will get your luggage.
Sure, we'll get it right now.
And I'll send Constable Brady right up to see you. Thank you.
Come along, Pam.
Vera?
Carl!
Hiya, honey.
Oh, Carl, you're home.
So you're surprised. I told you I'd make it.
I know, but gee, this is the worst storm in years. Now, oh, Carl, I was so worried about you.
Come here.
Carl, someone might see us.
Baby, it's cold outside. Now, that was worth it. Even if I had to crawl from Forest City on my hands and knees, it'd have been worth it.
Honey.
And you know something? I thought for a while I might have to crawl, or at least walk. Even the bus line gave up and canceled the afternoon run from Forest City.
Oh, Carl, you shouldn't have run the risk. What did you say? About the bus line canceling the afternoon run.
Yeah, that's right. Thought for a while I'd leave the car and take the bus.
Are you sure there wasn't an afternoon bus from Forest City?
Positive.
But the man who checked into 14 said that he...
Said what? Vera, honey, what is it?
What? Oh, sorry, Carl. It's nothing. Nothing at all.
What was it?
Mrs. Benson, may I have your tray?
Come in. Tray's over there.
Was your steak all right?
Yeah, fine. Snow's still coming down.
It's getting worse, if anything.
Street down there is dead.
Is there anything else I can do for you, Mr. Martin?
No, thanks. Oh, wait. What time can I catch a train out of here in the morning?
The railroad doesn't have any passenger service out of Lakeville. The nearest train connection is Forest City.
How far's that?
You just came from there, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I did, but...
On the afternoon bus, I think you said.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
Close that door. You got something on your mind, Mrs. Benson?
Well,
Your hands are shaking. You better put down that tray before you drop it. Put it down. Now.
You didn't come in from Forest City on the bus this afternoon. The afternoon run was canceled because of the storm. So I wonder how you did get here.
Got any ideas?
One. Some people who just checked in saw a car abandoned on Route 105 about 3 miles out of town. I called the police for them.
Why the police?
They said there was a lot of blood on the floor of the car.
Oh? Someone must have been hurt.
Highway 105 is the route from Syracuse.
What's in Syracuse?
A dead armored truck guard, for one thing.
Care for a drink, Mrs. Benson?
No, thanks.
Then what do you want, Mrs. Benson?
$10,000, Mr. Martin.
Hello. Speaking. Yes, that's right. Henry Grayson. What? Oh, yes, I see. Yes, keep trying, will you?
Who was it, Jerry?
Oh, the switchboard. The telephone company says Grayson's phone is out of order. Apparently the storm has knocked down a line.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, let's mush over to the restaurant next door. I'll get it.
Mr. North?
Yes?
Constable Brady, local police.
Oh, yes. Come in. This is my wife.
How do, Mrs. North?
How do you do?
Mrs. Benson called me and said you'd seen that car that was stalled out on 105.
Oh, so you already know about the car, Constable.
Yeah, it's been identified as the one used in the payroll holdup down in Syracuse this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we heard something about the holdup on our radio. One of the guards on the truck was killed.
And so was one of the bandits. His body was found a few hours ago lying alongside a road outside Syracuse. Apparently, he died in the car and his partner dumped him.
That's where all the blood came from.
That's right. The dead man's been identified. He's Ernie Carson, a thug with a record 1.5 yards long.
How about the other man? Any idea who he is?
Syracuse thinks he's probably a man named Frank Ross. You folks didn't happen to see anyone on the road just before or after you saw the car, did you?
No, not a soul.
You couldn't have missed Ross if he'd been on the road. He's a big fellow, over 6 feet, weighs almost 200.
Well, do you think he's still in the vicinity?
Must be, Mr. North. Couldn't get far in this storm. Snow stopped everything for a couple of 100 miles in every direction. Ross is holed up somewhere near here, and he won't get away. Unless he's got friends. Someone to help him.
Pop, where's Carl?
In the office, Vera.
Take this tray next door, will you, Pop? I'll watch the board.
Okay, Vera.
Carl.
Oh, come on in, honey. I was just going over the...
Carl, listen, I have to talk to you.
Hey, what's the matter?
Carl, do you know about that payroll holdup down in Syracuse?
Yeah, I read about it in the paper over in Forest City. Why?
The man in 14 is one of the bandits, Carl.
What?
It's true.
How do you know?
I was just up there. I told him who I thought he
You
was,
what?
and he practically admitted it.
Hey, wait a minute. Slow down.
Carl,
will you?
listen.
Vera,
Listen to me. Listen, this man, he calls himself Martin, has over $25,000 up in his room.
What are you getting at, Vera?
$25,000.
What are you getting at?
He's going to pay us $10,000.
Vera!
He's going to pay, or we'll turn him in.
You out of your mind?
And I've already told him that, Carl.
In the name of heaven, Vera, what's got into you? What are you thinking of?
Of us. I'm thinking of us, Carl. Of the years and work we put into this place, and for what? Nothing if we don't get some money.
We'll get some money.
How? Where? The bank in Forest City was our last chance, and you know it.
All right. Okay, then we lose everything. But I'm calling the police.
Carl.
682.
Carl, didn't you hear me? I've already told that man I wanted $10,000. If he's arrested, he'll tell the police I was willing to protect him.
Oh, dear.
We have to go through with it, Carl.
We can't.
We have to. And we're going to. This is our chance, and we're going to take it.
Come on, Pam. Come on. I'm starved.
Ready?
Well, then let's go.
Oh, just a minute, Jerry. I want to get the... Oh, Jerry, the light.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
It looks like they went out all over the building.
What the devil's going on?
Oh, hello there. We were just wondering the same thing. The wind must have blown down a power line or so... Oh, wait. Here they come on again.
Oh, thank goodness.
Well, that's better. But it looks like we're certainly in for quite a night, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he was real jolly, wasn't he?
Jerry.
What?
Come back into the room.
Oh, but Pam, let's...
Come on, Jerry.
What is it, Pam?
Didn't you look at that man across the hall?
Well, what about him?
Well, didn't you notice how large he is?
So?
Oh, Jerry, don't be so dense. You remember what Constable Brady said about Frank Ross, about what a huge man he is?
You mean you think that guy is... Oh, Pam.
Darling, call Constable Brady.
Oh, Pam, don't
Please.
be ridiculous. No.
Well, all right, have it your way. Don't call him.
Yeah, that's better.
But I'm going to.
Vera.
Shh, Pop.
No, I don't have any idea who the man is, Mrs. North. Stranger in town, as far as I can tell from your description. What room's he in?
The one right across the hall from ours.
Vera, you be quiet.
Won't hurt nothing to come around and check up on him. Thanks for calling, Mrs. North.
Not at all. Bye.
Goodbye.
Vera, I wonder if Carl wants me... What's the matter, Vera?
Never mind. If you're looking for Carl, he's in the office.
I gotta see him about that faucet in 23.
Hello?
This is Mrs. Benson. Listen, you have to get out of the hotel right away. The police are coming over here to question you.
Well, thanks for the tip.
Don't thank me. You're paying for it. Now, listen. Meet me in back of the hotel as soon as you can, and be prepared for a long hike.
Oh? Where are we going?
My husband and I have a cabin up in the hills behind town. You'll be safe there till the storm's over and the roads are cleared, and then you can move on. Now, hurry.
How much farther is this place?
A couple of miles.
Holy, I gotta rest.
No, you can't.
Look, I'm moist. I'm freezing.
Well, you're not going to get warm sitting down. We have to keep moving.
Okay.
This way.
Where are we going?
We're going to cut across this field.
Well, let's stay on the road.
It's shorter across the field.
Oh,
Stop arguing.
All right.
Now, be careful here. No, wait. Be careful.
What's the matter now?
There's a deep gully between the road and the field. Wait.
What are you looking for?
There. Come on. We'll cross over on this log, but be careful.
Yeah.
I'll go first. Watch your step.
Okay.
All right. Just a few more feet. Ah!
What the? Mrs. Benson. Mrs. Benson.
Help me. Come down here. Help me.
Okay, I'm coming. What is it? What's the matter? Can you stand up?
I don't know.
We'll try it here. Put your arm around my shoulder. Okay, now?
Put me down! Ooh, put me down!
All right.
Broken. Must be broken.
Oh, great. Fine. Now what do? We should have stayed on the road. You said it went right by the cabin.
Shut up.
If we'd have stayed on the road, this wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't have slipped off
Shut
the
up. Will you
log.
shut up?
Okay, but you got yourself into this mess, so get yourself out.
You're not going to leave me here.
Well, I can't lug this suitcase and carry you at the same time. And I can tell you this, I'm not leaving a suitcase full of money behind just to help you.
Oh, you can't. You mustn't leave me.
I'll be seeing you, Mrs. Benson.
No, don't. Come back. Don't leave me, please. Come back.
I'm telling you for the last time, Brady, I don't know where Vera is. And I don't know anything about this guy Martin or Ross or whatever his name is. I wasn't here when he checked in yesterday afternoon.
Were you here last night when he checked out?
Brady, instead of asking me questions, why aren't you hunting for Vera? What's happened to her?
Come in. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. North, come in.
Good morning.
Any news, Constable?
Well, yes and no, Mr. North. There's nothing new about Frank Ross, but there is about Mrs. Benson.
Oh, what about her?
She's disappeared.
Disappeared?
She hasn't been seen or heard from since 8 o'clock last night.
Well, she was on the switchboard when I telephoned you last night.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Mrs. North.
Oh, why?
Oh, he's got some fool idea that Vera overheard you and warned this guy Ross to get out of the hotel.
Somebody warned him, Carl.
Well, it wasn't Vera.
Then where is she?
I don't know.
You don't seem to care much, and I want to know why. I think you know where she is. I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, hello, Doc. What? Yes. Where? How? Yes, all right.
What is it, Brady?
Vera's been found, Carl.
Where?
In a gully beside the Gold Hill Road up by the Ryan place. She's dead.
Dead?
The crew plowing the road found her and called Doc Carter. Doc says she apparently was crossing a log over the gully, slipped, fell, and broke her ankle. She couldn't move. She froze to death.
It was nice of Constable Brady to let us leave Lakeville.
Well, there was nothing more we could do there. Boy, this road is as slick as glass.
Darling, are you sure this is the way to Henry Grayson's place?
That's what I was told. Gold Hill Road.
This is the road where they found Mrs. Benson. Do you think Constable Brady is right that she helped Frank Ross out of the hotel?
I don't know. And
Look out! Let's get him!
Don't grab the wheel, Pam. Oh, nuts. Now, Pam, dear, if you want to drive, just say so.
I'm sorry, Jerry. I just lost my head.
Yeah, and we lost the road.
Are we stuck? We're stuck.
But good.
Oh, there's a house. Maybe someone there can help us or let us use their phone to call a tow truck.
All right, let's go. Oh, what a nightmare this trip has turned out to be.
Well, you're the one who absolutely had to see Henry Grayson.
Yeah, and you're the one who suggested we make the trip in the car. Come on, now, careful of these steps.
Knock again.
Anybody home?
Hello?
Nobody here.
Somebody cleared those steps. Let's try the door.
But, Pam, we can't...
Come on. Maybe there's a phone.
All that has to happen now is get ourselves arrested for illegal entry.
Must be somebody around. There's a fire in the stove. Close the door, Jerry.
I'll get it.
Hey, what...
Oh.
Frank Ross.
Oh, Jerry.
Thanks for dropping in. I was wondering how I was going to get my hands on a car.
You won't get far in my car, Ross.
It's stuck, I know. I saw you slide into the snowbank. But we'll get it out, Mr. North.
Oh, so you know my name.
Mrs. Benson told me who you are. Come on. Let's get your car unstuck. Now, listen. A snowplow is still working on this road. It went up a few minutes ago, and in just a few minutes it'll be back. It'll pull you out.
And where will you be?
Sitting in the back seat with your wife. And if you try to tip that road crew off, I'll empty this gun into her before you can open your mouth. And don't make the mistake of thinking I'm bluffing, because I'm not.
I believe you.
All right, then let's go. Come on, move. Head straight for the car and don't...
Holy... Out on the road, Jerry, look.
Carl Benson. Come on, Ross is hit.
He dropped his gun.
Get it, Pam. Get it.
I got it.
Benson, stop it. Stop, you crazy fool.
Get out of my way, Mr. North.
Give me the gun, Pam, and get inside.
No.
Pam.
No, I'm staying here with you.
Get out of the way, North.
Benson.
Get out of the way. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm going to kill Ross if it's the last thing I do.
No, you're not.
Are you going to stop me?
With this gun if I have to.
Jerry.
You'll have to, Mr. North. Get up, Ross.
Benson.
Get up.
I can't. He's hurt. Good Lord, Benson. Come to your senses.
All right, Ross. Take it lying down.
No.
Put that rifle down, Carl.
Pam, look.
Constable Brady.
I'm right behind you, Carl. Now put that rifle down, or I'm going to straighten the next shot out.
Give me the rifle, Benson. Take it.
Oh, thank heavens.
Yeah, that's better, Carl. I'd have hated to see you make a mistake.
Oh, where the devil did you come from, Brady?
I followed Carl.
But how did you know Frank Ross was here, Mr. Benson?
Well, when I heard where Vera had been found, I guessed she was bringing Ross up here last night. And I guessed what had happened. I just wanted to square things on my own.
Oh, you got here just in time, Brady.
Yeah, just.
Hello, operator. Yes, I'm still waiting.
Are they getting through?
Shh. Hello. Is this the Grayson residence? Is Mr. Grayson there? I beg your pardon.
What's happening, Jerry?
Quiet, Pam. What? Oh, he isn't.
Oh, golly.
Well, who is this speaking? Oh, Mrs. Grayson. Oh, well, when are you expecting Mr. Grayson back? When?
What, Jerry?
Please, Pam. Pardon me, Mrs. Grayson. Where did you say he went? Where? To see whom? Oh, well, thank you, Mrs. Grayson. Oh, Pam.
Well, Jerry, what's the matter? Where's Mr. Grayson?
Snowbound. In New York.
New York?
He went there yesterday to see me.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
calling no cops.
Studs, let go of me.
Put it down the road.
No, Studs, don't!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Cry Foul. Sooner or later, anybody who wants to see Greenwich Village as the village sees itself goes to Victor's. It's a place of cigarette haze, music, candlelight, and wine. A place where every man should go at least once with his best girl or favorite wife.
Would you like another brandy and coffee, darling?
Oh, no, Jerry. You've already paid the check. Let's go, huh?
Okay. It is pretty late.
And I'm dead.
But happy?
Blissful.
Besides for the lady,
You haven't danced with me as much since...
Oh, no thanks.
Just one left, only $1.
Oh, thanks, but my wife and I were just leaving.
If I could just sell this last one, I could go home, too. Well, thanks anyway.
Hey, wait a minute, fella.
Huh?
Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Me? Huh? Oh, I don't think so, mister.
Wait. Sure I have. You're Studs McGowan.
Yeah, I'm McGowan.
Well, I'll be Studs McGowan.
I don't think I know you, mister.
My name's North, Jerry North, and this is my wife. Pam, meet one of the greatest middleweights that ever lived, Studs McGowan.
How do you do, Mr. McGowan?
Hi.
Oh, the last time I saw you, let's see, it was in 1938 against Ace Moran.
You saw that fight, huh?
Oh, just about every other bout you ever had in New York. Jack Nemo, Benny Tucker, Kid Tornado.
That kid, he was a good boy.
Turk Lassen, Lefty Havana.
You really saw all them fights?
Every one, from the last row of the last balcony most of the time, but I was there.
Oh, them was the good days.
Oh, what about these days?
Oh, they're okay. I do pretty good with these corsages sometimes. Ain't many remember me like you do, though, Mr.
North.
I don't remember so good myself sometimes. Look, Mr. North, would the lady let me give her the corsage?
Why, Mr. McGowan.
Would you take it, lady?
I think this is, one of the nicest things that's ever happened to me, Mr. McGowan.
Oh, that's okay, lady. Ivy.
What?
Ivy.
Well, Studs, this is a surprise.
Let me look at you, Ivy. Gee, you're really looking swell, Ivy. You look wonderful.
Thanks.
Gee, Ivy, I ain't seen you since...
Since the last time I told you to stop bothering my wife, McGowan. I know you're punchy, but I don't think you're hard of hearing. If you don't stop annoying my wife, you scrambled brain bum, I'm gonna...
Don't, Studs. Don't. Hold on.
Kill him.
Stop it. Come on. That's better.
Hey, what is wrong? What's the trouble?
Oh, there's no trouble.
There won't be if you got this bum out of here.
Let's go, Jerry.
Come on, Studs.
Okay, Mr. North.
Everything is all right, ladies and gentlemen. Some music, please, party. Some music.
Well, what was all that about?
Who was that man, Studs?
Norman Desmond.
The fight promoter?
Yeah.
And the woman?
Ivy. Me and Ivy was married.
Oh.
That was a long time ago. When I was still up there. Still the champ. Ivy, she was just a kid, and after I lost the title, things got kind of tough, you know. I had to take fight where I could get 'em. Ivy, she stayed here, and Desmond, he started taking her around places, and...
Oh, Mr. McGowan.
Ivy, she was all I had left. And he took her away from me. It wasn't Ivy's fault. She was just a kid then. Desmond should have left her alone. Ivy would have stuck with me if he'd have left her alone. But I'll get even with him. I told him that once. I told him I'd get even with him, and now I'm gonna.
Oh, Victor.
Yes, sir.
2 more martinis, please.
But of course, Mr. Dick.
I wish you wouldn't insist on staying here, Norman.
Why should we go? Just because that stupid pug wanted...
Well, you're the one who made the scene.
I made it? McGowan starts pawing you in public, and
Pawing me? Oh, for heaven's sakes, Norman. Can't a man even take hold of my arm without...
I want McGowan to keep his hands off of you.
Why do you let him bother you so much?
Look, exactly whose side are you on, anyway?
I'm your wife now, Norman, but I don't think it's smart for you to keep riding Studs the way you do, every time you see him.
Listen, all
I know Studs pretty well, Norman. When you've goaded him to the point where he says he'll kill you, you've not only asked for trouble, but you may get it.
Now, let's let Webb worry about that, hon. That's what I'm paying him for, isn't it?
Yeah, but even the best bodyguard may not be there when you need him the most.
Stop worrying. He'll be there to handle anything McGowan wants to dish out. Webb Gardner's a good man.
Yes, he is. A very good man. All right, Norman, you know what you're doing. Excuse me a minute, will you, while I put on a new face?
Yeah, sure.
Be right back. Webb.
Ivy.
Webb, listen. I'm calling from Victor's down in the village. Something just happened. The kind of thing we've been waiting for.
What?
Studs was in here selling those corsages of his. He and Norman argued. Studs threatened him, tried to hit him, and everybody in the place saw it.
Go on.
Webb, darling, don't you see? This is our chance. If something should happen to Norman now, tonight... Webb?
Well, I'm thinking about it, Ivy.
What's there to think about? I thought we had thought about it. Thought about it and talked about it and...
No, but don't you understand?
But what? Listen to me, Webb. This is our chance. And if you want me and Norman's money, you'd better make up your mind right now to take that chance. Are you going to put the car in the garage, Norman?
Yeah.
Or would you let me out in front? I have a splitting headache. I'd like to go straight in.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll be right in. Ivy.
Oh, so you did show up.
Well, I said I would.
Yes, but I still wasn't sure. Well, what are you waiting for?
Ivy,
It's now or never, Webb.
Ivy, are you sure we can
Yes,
get
positive. But it's up to you. I'm not going to discuss it anymore. Good night, Webb.
Mr. Desmond? What? Oh, Webb, it's you. Well, you gave me quite a start. What are you doing here? Hey, wait, did Ivy call you and tell you about the run-in I had with Studs McGowan?
Yeah.
I knew it. Ivy's always worrying that something's going to happen to me. I'm sorry she butted into your night off.
No, that's okay. I wanted to see anyhow, Mr. Desmond.
What, at 2 in the morning? It must be pretty important.
It is.
Well, come on in the house, then. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing with that gun? What's going on?
Webb! Webb, you crazy fool!
Coffee and the Sunday papers in bed. Have you read Prince Valiant, Jerry?
Not yet. Have you seen Little Abner?
Trade you.
The deal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone's at the front door, Jerry.
Yep.
Well, aren't you going to answer it?
Your turn, dear.
I got up and made the coffee.
And I got up and brought the papers in.
Oh, darling, be a gentleman.
Sorry, dear, but this is my day of rest, and I'm much too comfortable to be anything except comfortable.
Oh, you're horrid. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll flip you for it. Heads, you see who it is. Tails, I do.
Fair enough.
There's some change over on the dresser.
Okay, I'll get it and... Pam.
As long as you're up, darling, answer the door.
Oh, all right. Oh, where's my slippers? Here.
Your robe's on the chair, darling.
I know. Oh, boy, did I walk into that when I ought to have my head... All right, I'm coming.
Mr. North.
Studs.
Mr. North, I gotta talk to you.
Well, come in, come in.
Who is it, Jerry?
Studs McGowan. Put on a robe and come out here, will you? Oh, something's wrong, Studs.
Yeah. Look, Mr. North, sometimes I don't remember things too good. Sometimes things, they get kind of mixed up. I don't know, kind of...
Well, what is it, Studs?
Mr. North, what did I say to Mr. Desmond last night? Did I try to poke him and tell him I'd kill him?
Why?
I remember seeing him and Ivy, but did I say I'd kill him? Did I?
Why?
Well, did I?
Yes, you did.
Then what them cops said was true.
The police? Oh, Studs, has anything happened to Desmond?
Yeah. Outside his house last night. He was shot and killed.
Holy... Pam, come in. Oh, there you are. Did you hear?
Yes. How do you know about Mr. Desmond, Studs?
Well, I went out for a cup of coffee this morning, and when I got back, I saw a cop's car out in front of the rooming house, so I snuck around the back way.
Why?
I don't know. I kind of thought maybe they was there for me.
Why should you have thought that?
I don't know, Mr. North. It was just a hunch, like you get sometimes, you know. Well, I snuck in and heard those two cops talking to Mrs. Munson.
Who's Mrs. Munson?
My landlady. And that's how I found out about Mr. Desmond. The cops were saying how I'd killed him. And then I snuck out and came here. Mr. North, remember when we left Victor's?
Yes.
What time was it?
Almost 1 o'clock, exactly.
Studs, what did you do after you left us outside of Victor's?
I don't know, Mrs. North. I keep trying to remember. I think I walked straight home.
But you're not sure?
What are you going to do, Jerry?
I'm going to call Bill Wygant.
Who's that?
A friend of ours on the police force, Studs.
Cops?
You're going to need help, Studs. All the help you can possibly get.
No. You ain't calling no cop. Put down that phone.
No, Studs! Studs, let
Put
go
down
of
that
me.
phone.
Studs,
Put it
listen,
down.
you... Oh!
Jerry!
I thought you was my friend.
Studs! Studs, come back here. Oh, Jerry, darling, wake up.
Oh.
And when Jerry started to telephone you, Bill, Studs grabbed him and hit him.
Yeah, and that left hook of his is just as good as I always thought it was.
And then Studs ran.
Well, I'd say that just about cinches it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess it does.
Jerry, no.
It's pretty open and shut, Pam. McGowan threatened Desmond.
Yes, but...
And outside Victor's, he told you that he'd get even with Desmond for taking his wife away from him.
Yes,
Now, Studs left you at 1 o'clock and can't account for his time between then and 2 a.m. when Desmond was killed.
Yes, but...
But what, Pam?
But Studs McGowan didn't murder Norman Desmond. He couldn't have. Studs is no killer, and no one can ever make me believe he is. He's sweet and gentle and kind, and... You don't believe me, do you?
Oh, darling, it isn't a question of whether or not...
Look, I've got to run along. Oh, no, don't bother to get up. I'll let myself.
Bill Wygant, you come back here and... Oh, that man. Sometimes he can be the most bullheaded person
Pam,
and so can you. But I'll show you.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Put on my hat and coat.
Where are you going?
Out.
Don't you think you've had enough of that stuff, Webb?
No.
Webb, darling. Nothing to worry about.
Well, that lieutenant asked an awful lot of questions.
And he got all the right answers and left here convinced that Studs killed Norman. Help me with my coat, will you?
Where are you going?
To see Norman's lawyer. And on the way, I'll take care of that little matter you neglected last night.
You got the gun?
Mm-hmm. In my purse.
What are you going to do with it?
I think the best place for it is at the bottom of the East River.
You want me to get the car out of the garage for you?
No, I can do it. Now, give me a kiss.
Ivy.
You love me, Webb?
Didn't I prove it last night?
Oh. I won't be gone long, darling. And please, don't drink any more.
All right, honey.
Bye, darling.
Bye. Ivy! It's me, Ivy.
Studs!
Don't be afraid, Ivy.
What are you doing here?
I had to see you. I had to tell you. Ivy, I didn't do it. I didn't kill him. I wouldn't do a thing like that, Ivy, because you loved him, and I wouldn't do nothing to hurt you.
Don't touch me.
You gotta believe me, Ivy. I love you, Ivy.
Let me go.
I love you. I wouldn't do nothing to hurt you.
Let go of me, you... Oh, my purse. Now look what you've done.
Ivy. Why, you got that gun in your purse.
Give it to me.
No.
Give me that gun.
You did it. You killed him.
Stay away from me, Studs.
You killed him.
Let me go.
You told the police I did it.
Studs, don't. Let me go.
You said I did it.
Studs, let me go, Studs.
I'll kill you.
I can't breathe. Studs, please. Let me explain. I did it for us.
Us?
Yes.
What do you mean?
I love you, Studs. I never stopped loving you.
What?
All these years I never stopped. I should never have left you, never have married Norman. And last night when I saw you, I knew I couldn't go on without you. That I'd have to go back to you if you'd have me. And last night after Norman and I got home, I told him I wanted a divorce and why. We argued and Norman was drunk. He was horrible. He threatened me and I took his gun from the drawer and... Oh, Studs.
Don't, Ivy. Don't cry.
Oh, Studs. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Oh, Studs. Studs, could we go away?
Go away? Where?
Well, to Mexico, perhaps. No one would know. You could go first. Think you could get in touch with me after I got Norman's money, and I could meet you, and we could get married again.
I ain't got no money, Ivy.
Oh, I'll give you some. I have some in the house. I'll get it for you. You wait right here in the garage.
Okay, Ivy.
Now, I'll be right back.
Ivy,
What?
can I kiss you?
Oh, Studs, we have to hurry if you're going...
Please, Ivy. I love you, Ivy. I'd do anything for you. Ivy, why are you trembling?
Because I'm so happy.
Come in, dearie. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Munson.
What you say your name is?
North. Mrs. Gerald North.
And you're a friend of Studs McGowan, huh?
Yes.
Well, sit down, dearie. Sit down. Too bad about what Studs did, ain't it? First rumor I ever had to move out 'cause he'd killed somebody. Could have been worse, though. Yesterday was rent day, so Studs wouldn't be leaving owing me anything. Now, what can I do for you, dearie?
Mrs. Munson, did you happen to hear Studs come home last night?
Well, now, as a matter of fact, I did.
Oh, good.
Like I say, yesterday was rent day, and rent days I always treat myself to a little nip or something. Gin, mostly.
Mrs. Munson...
It's got juniper berries in it, you know. Gin does. And juniper berries are good for a body.
Mrs.
Of course,
Munson...
you got to drink the gin straight. Don't get the full effect of the juniper otherwise.
Mrs. Munson... Could you tell me what time Studs got home?
Why do you want to know, dearie?
Well, Norman Desmond was killed at 2 o'clock this morning. And if Studs got home before then...
Oh, I see what you mean, dearie.
Did Studs get home before 2 o'clock, Mrs. Munson?
Oh, well, now I don't know as I can say. Would the information be worth anything to you, dearie?
Yes. Here, take this.
Oh, only $10, dearie.
Mrs. Munson. Oh, here's another 10. That's all the money I have with me. Now tell me, did Studs get home before 2?
Well, now it just so happens he did.
Oh, thank heaven.
About 1:30 it was.
Then he didn't kill Norman Desmond. He couldn't have killed him if... Mrs. Munson, you are telling me the truth, aren't you?
You got the answer you wanted, didn't you, dearie?
Well, yes, but... Oh!
You care to have a little nip with me, dearie?
No.
Going my way?
Jerry! Darling, how did you get here?
Oh, I followed you. Did you find out anything in there?
No. All I got was the answer I wanted. Dearie.
It won't work, Ivy.
It will. The old fool believed every word I said. He'll go to Mexico and rot there waiting for me.
And what if he's caught?
He won't be.
Ivy...
Stop arguing me and give me some money to take out to him, Webb.
Okay, but you got... I wonder who that is.
I'll answer it.
Hello, Mrs. Desmond.
Oh, Lieutenant. Back again, huh? Well, come in.
Thank you. Mrs. Desmond, this is Mr. and Mrs. North.
How do you do?
And this is Webb Gardner. He was Mr. Desmond's bodyguard. Hello, Mr.
How do you do?
Mr. and Mrs. North are friends of Studs McGowan, Mrs. Desmond. And Mrs. North tells me Studs' landlady will testify that Studs was in his room at 2 o'clock this morning.
But that's impossible. He couldn't have been in his room if he killed Norman.
No, if he killed him.
McGowan's landlady is lying.
Or mistaken.
Perhaps. But since talking to you this morning, Mrs. Desmond, I've had reports that you and your husband quarreled rather often and quite bitterly at times.
Why, I don't know who could have told you that, Lieutenant. But whoever it was mistaken. Well, Norman and I quarreled, yes, but our differences never came to the shooting stage, if that's what you're thinking.
You made a telephone call from Victor's last night, Mrs. Desmond. Whom'd you call, and what was the call about?
What difference does it make?
Oh, it's all right, Webb. Yes, Lieutenant, I made a call. I called Mr. Gardner because I was worried about Studs threatening Norman.
Oh, you were afraid something might happen to Mr. Desmond on the way home?
Yes.
But Mr. Gardner didn't go to Victor's and accompany you and your husband home.
Well, no, he didn't, but...
Why not, Mrs. Desmond, if you called him?
I went to Victor's, but Mr. and Mrs. Desmond had left.
That's right.
Well, why didn't you wait for Mr. Gardner?
Because Norman wanted to leave.
Well, according to Victor, your husband and you were in the club for at least another hour after you made your phone call.
Are you calling me a liar, Lieutenant?
No, Mrs. Desmond. But I'm saying your story can stand more investigating.
Now, would you mind coming down to headquarters with me?
Why, any questions you have to ask me can be asked right here.
You're refusing to come down to headquarters?
I see no need for it.
Well, if you have nothing to hide, Mrs. Desmond, I can...
Leave me alone.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Desmond, but you'll have...
alone.
What?
Studs! She didn't do nothing.
Put down that gun, McGowan.
You can have the gun. I'm giving myself up. I killed Desmond. And this is the gun I used.
Oh, Studs, no, you didn't.
I did.
But Mrs. Munson said you were home before 2.
I don't care what she said. I killed Desmond. I got the gun, ain't I? That proves it, don't it?
But if you were home...
Pam, darling, you said yourself Mrs. Munson may have been lying, didn't you?
Well, yes.
Come along, McGowan.
Okay, Lieutenant. Bye, Ivy.
Goodbye, Studs.
Don't worry about me, Ivy. This is the way I want it. I'll be okay. Just don't you worry about me, huh?
I'll try not to.
Let's go, Lieutenant.
Pam, Jerry.
Coming, Bill.
Goodbye, Mrs. Desmond. Mr. Gardner.
Goodbye. Oh, that was close.
Brother, do you have that old bum hypnotized?
Well, how about you?
Not like that.
Oh? Oh, then I'd better start doing something about it.
This is as good a time as any, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ivy. Ivy, I love you so much I got...
Oh, excuse me.
What do you want?
I forgot my purse.
Ivy!
McGowan, come back here.
You was kissing him!
Wait, look out!
Get away from McGowan!
Stop him!
I was going to the chair for you, and you was playing around with his dick. Stop it, McGowan! You lied! You said you was in love with me.
Pam's right, Bill. Don't stop him. You're getting the truth.
Yeah.
Your left, Studs. Use your left.
And you're right, too. Stop him! Get off him! Use this.
Oh, Pam, give me that candlestick.
Your left.
Studs, come on, your left. How about that, Bill?
Just like the old days, Jerry.
Get up. Get up, you big slog.
Stop him! Call him off!
Get up.
Stop him! I'll tell you the truth. Stop him!
Okay, Studs.
All right, that's enough, Studs.
Okay.
All right, Gardner, let's have your story.
Keep your mouth shut, Webb.
Relax, Mrs. Desmond.
I killed Desmond. Ivy and I planned it after McGowan threatened him.
Yeah, you planned it to make Studs the fall guy, is that it?
Yeah.
You yellow spineless...
Be quiet, Mrs. Desmond.
Then Ivy kidded McGowan into thinking she killed Desmond because she wanted to get a divorce and marry him again.
Ivy.
Oh, take it easy, Studs.
The poor stoop.
He may not be the brightest guy in the world, Gardner, but for my money, he still has the best left hand in the business.
Jerry. Darling, it's late. It's after midnight. And tomorrow's Monday.
Pam, what's a 6-letter word meaning culpable negligence?
Darling, please, forget that crossword puzzle tonight.
And the 4th letter is H.
Oh, give me that.
Oh, Pam, darling, you know perfectly well that my entire week is ruined unless I finish the crossword puzzle in the Sunday paper.
Oh, all right here.
Thank you. Well, let's see. A 6-letter word meaning culpable negligence.
Jerry, the phone's ringing.
I hear it.
Well, aren't you going to answer it? Well, I'm not going to.
Let it ring. Oh, Pam.
No.
Oh, all right. Hello. Oh, hello. Yes, this is Jerry. Well, how are you? Yeah, I haven't seen you in a long time. Oh, fine. Huh? Just a moment. Pam, it's Marilyn Harris.
Tell her I'll call her in the morning, Jerry. I'm terribly busy.
Busy? Busy doing what?
I'm finishing your crossword puzzle.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Look out, Bill. I'm all right. Get back. You two get back. Do you hear me? Get back.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Collector's Item.
It's almost midnight on New York's 57th Street. The street is dark except for the one light burning in the rear of the Jonas Art Gallery. The street is silent, deserted, except for the clicking of a woman's heels. Now we hear her pounding on the door of the Jonas Gallery.
Philip! Philip, open up! Philip, let me in, do you hear? Philip, Well, nice of you to bark.
Come in, dear, come in. You wake up the dead.
I suppose you have no idea what time it is. I suppose you forgot all about phoning me. I suppose you were so busy, the mere idea of phoning your wife
All right, Margaret, I did forget.
Just too much trouble for you. Always too much trouble for you.
All right, Margaret, all right.
What were you doing? Painting again?
Yes. You want to see it?
No. And, of course, you can't possibly take 2 minutes away from painting a picture to phone me and tell me you'll be late.
Margaret, I get so little time to do any painting.
Oh, Philip, we've been over this 1,000 times. You're an art dealer now, not an artist.
I could have been an artist.
For the life of me, Philip, I don't know why you insist on trying to paint. You're making a fine living as a dealer.
All right, Margaret, forget it, please.
You're doing well. Just look at that Rosa painting.
What about that Rosa painting?
A $40,000 sale. Who was it that bought it?
Thea Dennison.
Oh, of course, the authoress. $40,000. You meet fascinating people. You make good money. What difference does it make whether you sell pictures or paint them? Art is art, isn't it?
Yes, Margaret. Art is art. Let's go home.
Really, darlings, I'm utterly devastated by all this. Utterly devastated. Jerry, sweet. What have I done to deserve a party like this?
Well, when Thea Dennison writes a new book, the publishers like to celebrate. So we're celebrating.
Nevertheless, I simply can't make myself believe I deserve so much fuss and bother.
And frankly, Thea, neither can I.
Oh. Yes, Sidney, dear. How are you?
Fine, thank you, Thea. Good evening, Jerry. Pam.
Hello, Sidney.
Evening, Sid.
Delightful party, Jerry. My compliments.
And from our town's most caustic critic, that is a compliment.
Oh, then you read my review of your book.
Oh, let's not get into a literary discussion.
Not at all. Let's discuss Thea's book.
Mr. DeWitt, Mr. Sidney DeWitt, I am fed to the teeth with your snide remarks in print and in conversation.
Tell me, Thea, have you bought any new paintings recently?
Yes, Jerry, I have. Sidney, in regard to your review of my
do you
novel...
collect paintings, Thea?
Yes, of course I do. Sidney,
I'm fascinated by the great masters. What artists do you have, Thea?
Well, just last week I picked up a glorious oil by Salvatore Rosa.
Rosa, huh? Italian, 17th century, gloomy landscape.
Well, are you interested in art too, Sidney?
I was art critic of my paper for 7 years.
And I suppose you don't approve of Rosa.
Oh, on the contrary, love. Rosa's work impresses me greatly. Which one did you buy?
Something from his early period. It's called Death of a Leader. An absolute steal at $40,000.
$40,000 for Death of a Leader?
Well, the title is intriguing. I'd like to see it.
A good idea. Let's go right now.
Oh, you can't leave now, Thea.
Oh, don't be absurd, Jerry. As guest of honor, I can do anything. Pam, Jerry, get your coats. Go on. We'll go to my place, have a drink, look at the painting.
Really, Thea, another time would be better.
Tonight. Now. The Dennison impulses are at work.
Dear Thea's right. I think we should go right now.
I don't recall inviting you, Sidney.
Your poor taste again, love. But I'll tolerate a visit to your home for a look at a Rosa painting, if it is a Rosa painting.
What do you mean, if it is a Rosa painting? What do you think I paid $40,000 for? A tattoo?
Tattoo might have been a better investment.
Well, I thought you were a Rosa fan, Sidney.
As I recall, the original Rosa painting titled Death of a Leader was destroyed by bombs in World War II.
You're out of your mind. I wrote the check for it just last week. I'll show you the painting on my wall.
And if I'm not out of my mind, dear heart, you are probably out $40,000.
Well, children, what do you think of it?
It's magnificent, Thea.
The man was a master, all right.
Mm-hmm. And you, Sidney? Anything profound to say?
I agree. The man is a master, all right. And so was Rosa.
What are you talking about?
The original Rosa painting was destroyed during the bombing of Italy. Here, look at this.
What are you doing? Stop scratching that, but...
A painting 300 years old would flake much more readily under a fingernail. Thea, my love, not only are you a mediocre writer, but as an art collector, you're a fool, and as a businesswoman, you're a sucker.
Of all the unctuous, supercilious, vapid, and oh, one moment. Just one moment. Jerry, let's get out of here.
Good idea.
See.
Party's getting rough.
We'll see who the fool really is.
If you're phoning Salvatore Rosa, he's been dead for 3 centuries.
I'm calling my art dealer, a man I trust, respect, and admire. If Philip Jonas tells me that... hello? Hello, Philip? Philip, this is Thea Dennison. Never mind all that. I know it's late, and I'm not sorry. I want you to come over here immediately. Immediately, do you hear? I have a pompous toad of a man named Sidney DeWitt with me who claims that I am a fool, and you are a thief.
Looks like you have an argument on your hands, Sidney.
I want you over here immediately. Thea, would you excuse us? It's getting awfully late, and...
Oh, stay. By all means, stay. Things may get bloody in a little while.
Another time. We'll call in for the final verdict.
As you wish. Oh, I'm sorry the evening came to this. You've both been darlings, really. I'll phone you in the morning.
I'll get it, Pam. Hello.
Morning, Jerry. Bill Wagon.
Oh, hi, Bill. How are you?
Busy. I hope you and Pam haven't any plans for the day. I'm sending a squad car up for you.
Well, that's very nice, Bill, but we don't need a squad car, do we?
You were at Thea Dennison's last night, weren't you?
Yes.
With Sidney DeWitt?
Well, yes, but what...
Well, DeWitt was found in the elevator of the building early this morning. Dead.
Dead?
Beaten over the head. Murdered.
And after she phoned her art dealer, Bill, we decided it was time to go. Sidney stayed and we left.
Oh, now, wait a minute. From what you two tell me, the main reason for going to Thea Dennison's apartment was some painting or other.
That's right. Death of a Leader, it's called by somebody or other.
Salvatore Rosa, 17th century.
Funny. I questioned Miss Dennison for an hour. She didn't even mention the painting.
Didn't mention it? Oh, Bill, she must have.
Excuse me a minute. Miss Dennison.
This entire thing is becoming a frightful bore. You'd think nobody was ever murdered before.
Will you come into my office, Miss Dennison, please?
I prefer to speak out here in front of witnesses.
You'll have an audience in the office, too. After you.
If my idiotic attorney hadn't indulged so freely at that cocktail party, I'd have some legal protection to... Jerry, Pam, how are you?
Morning, Thea.
Hi, Thea. Sorry about this.
Sit down, Miss Dennison, please.
I imagine this chair is wired. Just throw the switch, Lieutenant. I'm ready.
Miss Dennison, Pam and Jerry have given me an account of the evening in your apartment, up to the time they left. Will you describe the events from that moment?
Events? There were no events. Sidney stayed on for a few moments only because he had a fresh drink, and he's not the type to leave a full glass behind him. He finished his drink and left. I went to sleep.
Well, Thea, didn't your art dealer come at all?
What, art dealer?
The way I understand it, Miss Dennison, you and Mr. DeWitt had a difference of opinion over some painting you had bought.
Painting?
Thea, that painting by Salvatore Rosa. The one that...
The last painting I bought was a pin-up on a 1944 calendar. I scribbled a mustache on it and sent it to the USO.
Oh, now, Thea, stop trying to be witty. If it weren't for that picture, Sidney DeWitt would still be alive.
More's the pity. Are you trying to incriminate me, Jerry?
No one is trying to incriminate anyone, Miss Dennison. We'd just like to find out the course of events.
Lieutenant, I'd love to be able to claim full credit for Sidney DeWitt's murder. Unfortunately, I slept through it.
Thea, what in the world is wrong with you? You invited us there to see that painting. You called your art dealer to prove to Sidney that the painting was worth $40,000. Thea, what's the matter with you?
All right, Pam, easy.
But, Jerry, that's why Sidney stayed on to argue with the dealer. Thea insisted.
Take it easy, Pam.
Oh, but...
Lieutenant, as melodrama, this is turning into a frightful bore. May I go now?
Sure, let's all go. I'd like to see that painting.
Good idea.
What painting, Lieutenant?
The one that is or isn't in your apartment.
I doubt if any of my paintings are worth battling over. The Grant Wood is good, but that Picasso reproduction
That's where it was. But where the Picasso is now.
Pam, darling, you're becoming somewhat disgusting.
It was there, Bill.
Describe that painting for me, will you, Jerry?
Well, sure. It was large, about half again the size of that Picasso. It was called Death of a Leader, painted by Salvatore Rosa. A moody kind of a thing. Showed a riderless horse nuzzling the body of a fallen bandit. Big hulking mountains and storm clouds all around.
It's so nice to know my friends insist upon calling me a liar in front of the police. You're welcome to search the place, Lieutenant.
Oh, no, it's all right.
I'm sorry about this, Miss Dennison.
But, Bill, we...
Skip it. You need us anymore, Bill?
Oh, no, not now. But stay in town, though. I may need another version of your story.
Hello?
This is Thea Dennison.
Oh, good morning, Miss Dennison.
What's good about it? I've been hauled down to police headquarters. I've been hauled home. I've been questioned, badgered, and insulted, to say nothing of being swindled out of $40,000. I want to see you, Mr. Jones.
Miss Dennison,
Immediately. And you'd better have my $40,000 clutched in your hot little hand.
you said nothing to the police about the painting?
No, because I'm more interested in getting my money back than in seeing you rot in jail. But if I don't get it back right away, I'll see to it
I'll
that
have to call you back, Miss Dennison. In here, Margaret.
I came downtown to do some shopping, Philip, and Philip, is something the matter? You look as if...
I'm all right, just tired.
Well, is it any wonder when you stay up all night painting? Philip, when are you going to get over this ridiculous idea?
Shut up!
Well, I must say...
I'm sorry, Margaret. Margaret, listen. Something is the matter. The painting. The one I sold to Thea Dennison, the one I thought was a Salvatore Rosa.
What was?
It's turned out to be a forgery, a fake.
A fake? How do you know?
Never mind.
But you just...
Listen to me, Margaret. Miss Dennison is demanding that I return the money she paid for it.
Well, I should think she would.
$40,000, Margaret.
Do we have it?
Yes, we have that much.
Well, then just give it to her.
If we give it to her, it's going to mean going on here, running the gallery for the rest of my life.
Oh. Did you have other plans?
Yes. Margaret, let's go away.
Go away?
Close the gallery. Sell it. Give it away. Lock the door and leave if we have to, but...
Are you out of your mind?
Margaret, if I'm ever going to really paint, if I'm ever going to do anything of my own, I have to do it now. This is my chance, my last chance, Margaret. Margaret, will you come away with me?
No. I've never heard anything so preposterous. A man your age
Margaret, can't you understand?
Understand what? That you want to steal $40,000, throw our lives away, and rush off somewhere to indulge your stupid, childish obsession to be a painter?
All right, Margaret. Forget it.
Good afternoon. May I help you?
Yes. We're looking for Mr. Jonas, Mr. Philip Jonas.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Jonas has been out of town for a week now.
Out of town? But
I'm Mrs. Jonas. Is there anything I can do?
Funny he should be out of town. One of your customers, Thea Dennison, mentioned that she talked to him last night.
That's strange. He's been in Boston on business. I'm sure you misunderstood, Miss Dennison. Is there anything special?
Oh, we're rather interested in Italian art, 17th century. We understand you have some paintings of that period.
No, none that I know of.
Mind if we look around the gallery?
Well, we're closing very soon.
We won't be long.
Oh, there's nothing over there that you care about.
Oh, we're just browsing.
These paintings aren't for sale. They should have been put away. That's why they're stacked.
Well, we're just
I'm
looking...
sorry. They're not for sale. If you'll excuse me, I'll take these.
Jerry, the canvas on the bottom.
I saw it, Pam. Mrs. Jonas, that bottom canvas, the unframed one you're holding, that's a Rosa, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. My husband is...
Oh, sure it is. It's Death of a Leader. I'd know it anywhere.
Who bought this one, Mrs. Jonas? Maybe we can outbid him.
No, not this one. It's not for sale. My husband has promised it to the City Museum, and you know how museums are.
Well, if the museum changes its mind, we'd be interested.
Yes, all right. Thank you. Do come in again.
You want to lose me in this museum?
Dr. Berger's a busy man, darling, and we're late for our appointment.
The curator of a museum should know the value of infinity. Time shouldn't matter to him. Hey, have a heart.
Steady, girl. Now, that's his office over there.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Come in. Oh, Mr. North, come in.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. Sorry we're late. Had a little taxi trouble.
Don't worry about it. When you deal with the immortality as I do, you begin to realize that our moments on Earth are mere ticks in eternity.
There, you see, darling.
Yes, dear. Doctor, have you met my wife?
Charmed, indeed.
How do you do, Doctor? Jerry has spoken of you very often.
Ever since you wrote the preface to that art book we published.
Oh, of course. Sit down, please. Now, what can I do for you? Another preface, perhaps?
No, not this time, Doctor. We'd like some information. Can you tell us anything about Salvatore Rosa?
Rosa?
Did he ever do a painting called Death of a Leader?
Death of a Leader. Death of a... Oh, too bad. A momentous piece of work completely destroyed.
Are you sure it was destroyed, Doctor?
Afraid so. Members of our own staff here tried to patch the pieces together. A hopeless job. Why do you ask?
What would you say if we told you that painting is right here in New York, at the Jonas Gallery?
Here? Death of a Leader?
We saw it, Doctor, just a few hours ago. That's why Jerry called you.
Well, I can't quite believe that. I'm afraid I'd be forced to call the painting you saw a fake, a forgery.
Well, would anyone pay $40,000 for a forged painting?
It's been done. Art forgeries have fooled experts, Mr. North. Frequently, they've fooled the very artists who painted the originals. And lately, there's been much of this form of forgery in this part of the world.
Would you like to see the one at the Jonas Gallery?
Indeed, I would. If what you say is true, it's an absolute counterfeit.
Well, then let's go... No, wait. Maybe we'd better call Bill Wagon. Would you mind if we brought a police officer with us, Doctor?
My dear Mr. North, I heartily recommend it.
Philip, stop this foolish ranting and raving. You're acting like a child. I told them you were out of town. I lied for you. What more do you want?
I wanted that painting destroyed. Now they've seen it, Margaret. I didn't want anyone to see it.
Well, if you didn't run and hide when they came in, you could have taken care of them.
That's not the point.
What more do you want of me? They didn't buy the painting. I told them it wasn't for sale. I told them a pack of lies to protect you. And still you act like I've thrown you to the wolves.
You don't understand. You never understand. You never understand anything about me, do you?
Philip, you're upsetting yourself.
Of course I'm upsetting myself. I didn't want anyone to see that painting.
Will you please stop shouting? You want to be heard in the showroom? Suppose a customer comes in.
I wish you'd try to understand if you'd only try.
What are you so worried about? You've taken a forged painting off the market. Why feel guilty about it? It's not your fault that a counterfeit painting was...
Yes, Margaret. It is my fault.
What did you say?
Where do you think these fakes come from? Who paints these counterfeit masterpieces? Someone must imitate the masters, Margaret.
Well, yes, I know.
Someone must do it. Someone capable of immortality must paint his heart out, imitating the immortals instead of being one. Who, Margaret? Who could be doing that? Tell me.
Philip, I don't...
I'm doing it. Your respectable, successful, art-dealing husband. You keep telling me I do so well as a dealer. But tell me, what paintings do I sell? What paintings have made me so successful?
Philip, I can't believe...
My paintings have done it, Margaret. Mine. My paintings sold for fabulous prices, sold under the names of great artists, bearing their names, their techniques. But nevertheless, my paintings... You didn't think I could paint. You did everything possible to keep me from painting. But look, all this, all we own... All our successful respectability comes from my paintings.
But to deliberately counterfeit them, to forge...
No one has known, Margaret. It's been my personal secret. My private joke against you, against the whole art world, against myself.
But you can't continue doing this.
No?
Of course not. I won't permit it. It's illegal. I won't have a husband of mine
Listen to me, Margaret. I gave up my identity just to please you. The names belong to others, the techniques belong to others, but the painting is mine. It's my life. Do you understand that?
Philip, we should have a long talk.
No, you don't understand that. You'll never understand.
I understand one thing, all right. I won't let you go on breaking the law.
My life, Margaret. It's all I've been able to salvage from you. A man will kill to protect his own life.
Now that is the most stupid remark I've ever...
I mean it. I've done it once, when my life was threatened. I'll do it again.
Philip.
Last night, I killed a man named Sidney DeWitt. I didn't know him. I'd never seen him before. But I had to kill him because he was going to destroy my life. Just the way you are, Margaret.
Stay away from me, Philip.
No. I'm going to kill you, too.
No.
Come back here.
Let me go.
It's your life or mine, Margaret.
Stop. You're choking me.
That's the way it's been for 20 years, your life or mine.
Please.
Now we have to decide, Margaret. Once and for all. and for all.
Well, the place seems deserted.
Well, there must be somebody around, Bill.
Hello? Anybody here?
Oh, here's someone.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen. Madam?
You're Jonas, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
I thought you were in Boston. Your wife said you were in Boston just a few hours ago.
Yes, well, I just got in rather unexpectedly.
Mr. Jonas, this is Dr. Berger of the City Museum.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Lieutenant Wygand of Homicide.
Homicide? What's this all about?
We're interested in a painting, Mr. Jonas. A painting called Death of a Leader, which you might have sold to a Miss Thea Dennison.
I? Well, Miss Dennison is a customer here, but I haven't sold any such painting.
Evidently not. Your wife showed it to us when we were here earlier.
Well, I think you must be mistaken.
Now, look, we can't be that mistaken that often. We saw the painting here a few hours ago. We saw it hanging on Thea Dennison's wall last night.
I'm
we know
terribly sorry, but that painting has...
Would you mind if I looked around, Mr. Jonas?
Look around? You mean search the gallery?
If you don't mind.
Well, I certainly do mind. You're a police officer. I'm a private citizen. I'm entitled to my rights, after all.
Mr. Jonas, I have a search warrant. Now, if you'll please let me...
Stay out of there. You can't go back there.
Let go of me, Jonas.
Stop it, Jonas. Go back there.
Jonas. Jerry, Dr. Berger, hang on to it. Come here, Jonas. All right, now stop.
You can't go back there.
What the devil are you trying to... Holy good Lord.
Oh, Jerry.
It's my wife.
And you killed her?
Yes. Yes, I killed her. I took her life because she'd taken mine.
What?
She wouldn't let me paint. Neither canvases of my own or the forgeries I resorted to give her the money and respectability she wanted. She took my life as surely as if she'd run a knife through my heart. Now, if I may get something out of the drawer.
Just a minute, Mr. Jonas.
Bill.
Look out, Bill. He's got a gun.
Jonas.
Stand back, Lieutenant, and the rest of you. Don't you move either, and no one will get hurt. Now, excuse me.
Jonas. Jonas, stop or I'll...
Look out, Bill.
Get back, all of you. Jonas, put down that gun or I'll...
Oh, you're what, Lieutenant?
You're not leaving me any choice, Jonas.
You hit him.
Come on. Just be careful.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah.
What a crazy fool. The way he was standing right out here in the middle of the gallery. He should have known he didn't have a chance.
I think he did. I think this is the way he wanted it. In here. You have 15 minutes.
Hello, Thea.
How are you, Thea?
Well, my erstwhile publisher and Frau. Pull up a bail bond and sit down.
I'm sorry about all this, Thea. If there's anything we can
Don't
do...
be a fool, Jerry. It's done. They're holding me as an accessory before the fact, or after the fact, or during the fact, or whatever.
Why didn't you speak up when you had the chance, Thea, instead of protecting that killer?
The one time in my life that I kept quiet when I should have talked. I end up in jail. Tell me, Jerry, how's my book selling?
Oh, terrific. The sales began to zoom the day you were arrested.
Well, bless my little criminal heart. Damn sweet. On your way out, be a doll and tell the jailer to throw away the key. It's good for business.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Let me go. Let me go, you fool, Mr. North.
Let him go, man.
I know where your wife is, Mr. North.
Where? What part of the ship?
She isn't on the ship. I saw her being dragged under the dock, out into the water.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Winter Honeymoon. The East 64th Street apartment is a perfect example of the decorator's art. too perfect. And Aline Sheridan, the apartment's occupant, possesses the same degree of physical perfection. Yet an apparent lack of warmth robs her of real beauty. Even now, in anger, there's not one blonde hair out of place.
Sure you don't want a splash of soda in yours, Walt?
You know I never use soda.
That's right. I know all about you, don't I?
Oh, come off it, Aline. This isn't the way you're supposed to take it.
What did you expect?
Pleasant smile, a goodbye kiss, and a few kind words.
Who's the girl, Walt?
Aline, this isn't like you.
You've never gone to the trouble of finding out what I'm like.
There's no one, believe me.
Walt, who's the girl?
Well, if you insist on knowing, I'm going back to Judy.
Why?
Why? She's my wife, isn't she?
You must have a much better reason than that. And she'd have to have an awfully good reason for taking you back.
She'll take me back, all right.
The infallible harm and charm, Well, it'll never work with me again. And I've got a pretty good idea that it won't work with her.
You seem to know a great deal about Judy.
Oh, don't worry. She doesn't know about me. I've been very discreet. Not one of your precious friends dreams that anyone by the name of Aline Sheridan even exists.
And you can be certain it's going to stay that way.
Don't shout at me, Walt Harmon. I'm not one of the jailbirds you defend.
I'm through with the jailbirds, honey, just as surely as I'm through with you. I'm stepping upstairs. No more petty crooks or cheap racketeers. No more ambulance chasing. The next time I break into print, it'll be on the society page. Judge and Mrs. Walter Harmon were weekend guests at the estate of the Honorable Maxwell Cushing.
Oh. So you finally did manage to scrape an acquaintance with Cushing.
Some very fancy scraping, Aline. He happens to be the one who was giving me the appointment. But much as the old boy sold on me, he dropped me like a hot potato if even a hint of scandal came out about me. I know the type.
It'll be much more than a hint, Walt. I can promise you that. If you think I'm going to let you walk casually out of here after...
You're not going to make any trouble for me.
Walt, put down that poker.
I tried to be decent with you, but you didn't want it that way.
Walt!
No one will ever connect me with you, Aline. We've never been seen in public together. No one's ever seen me come in here. Both of us have been discreet, haven't we, darling?
Walt, in the name of heaven.
I've worked too hard for this appointment to have a blackmailing little champ cheat me out of it.
Walt! Walt! I don't know, Walt. You're being more thoughtful and attentive than you've been in years, but... Well, there's something I don't know.
Well, maybe I'm trying to rush things. 4 days isn't much of a trial, is it, Judy? But I got a hunch that when we land in Trinidad tomorrow, the romance of the place will hit you.
Walt, what are all those people doing at our table?
Oh, there aren't really too many. Just the Norths, a nice young couple we met the first night out, and Miss Reimer, who happened to be sitting near me on the deck when I invited them.
Oh, here they are now. Hi, Judy. Walt.
Hi, everybody.
I'm glad you finally got here, Judy. I've had a terrible time keeping Jerry from opening the champagne without you.
Champagne?
The captain sent it over. He isn't lucky enough to have a honeymoon couple aboard every trip.
Oh, well, I'm afraid you're making
I better sit over here, Judy, darling. Might be a little drafty over there.
Oh, thank you, Walt.
How about that champagne?
Oh, what's the matter, Judy? You look sort of dazed, huh?
Don't start thinking on it, Jerry. You know what a tropical moon does to a bride.
Oh, how should I? With us, it was the Hoboken Ferry, and it was raining.
Always quibbling. Oh, quick, everyone. Turn around. Pretend you don't notice him.
Huh?
Notice who? Oh, that horrible little worm of a cruise director. He's heading this way. Every time he comes near me, I simply shudder. He's positively ghoulish.
Well, everyone having a good time?
Just wonderful, Mr. Meekin.
Oh, everything's fine.
Oh, sorry we're crowded here a bit, or we'd ask you to join us.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of intruding. I just wanted to let you know there's dancing going on in the main salon.
Thank you, Mr. Meekin.
Mrs. Harmon, I was wondering if you'd do me the honor of dancing with me.
Why, thank you very much, Mr. Meekin, but I'm terribly tired. I was just about to...
You don't have to make up excuses. If you don't care to dance with me, it's perfectly all right. Good night, everyone.
Oh, I'm...
Wow. Pardon me a second, will you, folks? Mr. Meekin! Mr. Meekin! Yes, Mr. Meekin. Maybe it's none of my business, but you sort of jumped to a wrong conclusion just now.
Did I?
You see, I asked Judy Harmon to dance a second before you came up, and she turned me down, too. Maybe we both forgot for a moment that she's on her honeymoon.
That wasn't why she refused to dance with me, Mr. North. She doesn't like me.
People never like me. They smile and pretend to be friendly sometimes.
Oh, but we like you very much. You just imagine that people don't like you.
It's not imagination. I've heard them talk. They think I'm small and insignificant, that I'm not suited to my job. They whisper about me behind my back. Well, no one better say it to my face. If anyone does, I'll kill them.
Oh, Mr. Meek.
Who's your first patient, Dr. North?
Oh, Pam, I didn't hear you come out. How come you left the party?
It left me. Judy decided to go to bed, and Walt wouldn't let her take the long, dangerous trip all the way to their stateroom alone, so the festivities came to an abrupt halt.
Oh, what a terrible waste of champagne. Well, I guess we might just as well head for our cabin.
What?
I was just thinking of the call I got from Bill Wigan just before we left. You know, the poor guy was really jealous of us taking this holiday.
You never did tell me why he didn't get down to the ship to see us off.
Oh, he was on a case. A beautiful blonde, a woman named Aline Sheridan, I think he said, was found beaten to death with a poker.
I didn't see anything about it in the newspapers.
Well, her body was found just before we sailed.
Oh, let's not talk about it. Jerry, did you notice anything strange about him?
Bill?
No.
Meekin?
I was talking about Walt Harmon.
Harmon? Oh, now what's strange about him?
Well, he just doesn't seem to act like a newlywed to me.
Are you kidding? He's the most attentive bridegroom I've ever seen, outside the movies.
Well, that's just it. When a man makes such a public display of his affections as Walt Harmon does, it's obvious that he must be trying to hide something.
You, Mrs. Harmon.
Yes, Mr. Meekin.
I wondered who could have wandered up here at this hour. Passengers aren't supposed to be up on this deck at all.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go below.
No, it's all right. I thought you said you were tired, that you were going to bed. That was hours ago.
Well, I couldn't sleep after all. I thought maybe if I got a little fresh air, it might help.
It is nice up here, isn't it? Most passengers don't even know about this little deck, but I climb up here lots of times. It's a good place to come if something's troubling you. Something's troubling you, isn't it?
No.
Oh? Foolish of me, wasn't it?
Foolish?
To think a beautiful woman on her honeymoon would have any troubles. And if she did have, that she'd want to share them with anyone like me.
Mr. Meekin, why do you insist on...
All right. But be careful up here, Mrs. Harmon. The sea's getting a little choppy and the rail isn't really high enough. Passengers aren't really supposed to be up here at all.
Oh, lucky thing they haven't got a crow's nest on this tub, or I never would have found you.
I'm sorry, Walt. I thought you were asleep.
I was until an hour ago. I've been searching for you ever since.
I just wanted to think things out for a little while. Walt, why did you lead all those people into believing we're on our honeymoon?
Well, I can see now that it was a crazy idea, but when I planned it, I thought maybe if everyone aboard treated you like a bride, it might be easier for you to pretend.
Pretend?
That it is our first honeymoon. That was my whole idea in insisting we'd rush like crazy to catch this particular ship before she sailed. I figured same boat, same destination, same people. Maybe we could shove the calendar back 5 years.
I'm afraid I've forgotten how to play make-believe.
Oh, don't make a decision yet, Judy. Maybe I can still make you forget some of the mistakes I've made. I know I've neglected you in my anxiety to build up a good practice, but...
It isn't that, Walt.
Well, at least you know there's never been any other woman.
Walt, will you answer something truthfully for me?
Sure, kitten.
Who's Aline Sheridan?
What was that name you asked me about?
Aline Sheridan.
I'm sorry, it didn't register. Am I supposed to know who she is?
She's been asking about me at my beauty parlor, and I couldn't figure out why.
Well, maybe she wanted your endorsement on a facial
She was a customer there, a new one. And according to my manicurist, she wasn't the type to patronize a little neighborhood place.
So you thought she might have come here to spy on you because she was interested in your handsome husband?
Yes.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you, kitten, but I've never heard of the lady. But I might look her up when I get back if you decide you aren't picking up my option.
Walt, I don't know. I guess maybe I do still love you a little.
or I wouldn't have been jealous. I've been repeating that name 1,000 times.
Look, maybe you better try it in your bunk instead of counting sheep. It's time we grab little Shut-Eye. Tomorrow's going to be a big day.
On dry land again, isn't it, Miss Rymer? I don't know. I still have my sea legs.
Attention, everyone, please. Those wishing to go on the conducted tour of Trinidad, please report promptly to me here at the far end of the dock. We'll depart just as soon as everyone is...
Aren't we ready to leave yet, Mr. Meekin?
You don't have to tell me what to do, Miss Rymer. I know the duties of a cruise director.
The travel folder said promptly at 7 a.m., but I suppose you won't start until your favorite passenger arrives.
I haven't any favorite passenger, Miss Rymer.
I happen to know differently. Oh, here comes Mrs. Harmon now. Are you quite ready, Mrs. Harmon?
Well, of course, Miss Rymer.
Oh, we're set any time, Mr. Meekin.
Fine.
I thought you said you weren't going on the tour, Walt.
Well, I changed my mind. Judy wants to go, and I certainly don't want to get separated from her all day.
You sure you and Jerry won't come?
This is a vacation. Oh, Pam and I might work up enough energy to take in a couple of curio shops, but that's about it.
Care to take a New York newspaper along with you, Mrs. Harmon? It's from the day after we sailed. They fly them over.
Thank you. It might be pleasant at that.
Oh, we'll get along without the paper. I mean, might as well enjoy a few days without the stock market reports and the war scams.
I'd like to look at it if you don't mind.
No, that goes for you, too. Dick Tracy will just have to get along without you until we get home.
Okay. Ready for our shopping spree, Master?
I'm sorry you're not coming with us, Pam.
Say, your expedition gets back at 4 and the ship doesn't sail till 5. Why don't we all get together for a drink?
Hey, that's an idea. Suppose we meet at the Flamingo.
The Flamingo?
A little calypso joint I heard about. It's supposed to be very colorful. Probably anyone in town can tell us how to find it.
Sounds okay to me. Meet you there at 4.
Please.
Come on.
Last call for the official sightseeing tour of the island, including a visit to Pitch Lake, one of the wonders of the world. Having produced 5 million tons of asphalt during the last half-century, and having given up many amazing fossils of animals entrapped during past ages in its bubbling depths.
Oh, come along, Judy. This should be very interesting.
I'll be perfectly all right, Walt. You go back and join the others.
I wouldn't know where to find them. They're spread out all around the lake.
Well, I think most of them went up toward the other end. I'm sure you can catch up with them.
Maybe, but we're due to head back toward town in half an hour, so I might as well wait and meet everyone back at the cars. Why can't you wait that long,
I
Judy?
told you, Walt, I have a terrible headache. I'll find a jitney up on the road and get back to the ship by myself. I'll be all right alone, Walt.
The headache came on suddenly, didn't it, Judy?
Yes, I guess so.
Just after you borrowed Miss Rymer's newspaper, wasn't it?
I suppose so.
What did you see in the paper, Judy?
Nothing of interest. I have a headache, Walt. Why can't you leave me alone?
Maybe you saw a little item that concerned me.
Yes, I think there was something about your having been mentioned for a judgeship.
And then you saw another little item about a girl's death, and you started to put 2 and 2 together, and it gave you a headache.
I didn't see anything about anybody's death. I don't know what you're talking
Think
about.
hard. Maybe it'll come to you. No one else would ever have connected me with the name, but you would have. You liked the name. You said so. You've repeated it over and over and over to yourself. Aline Sheridan, Aline Sheridan, Aline Sheridan.
Lovely, isn't it, Jerry?
This little street or that scarf in the window?
Both.
Come on, let's go on in and buy the darn thing. You've been drooling over it for the last hour.
No, I won't give in to myself, Jerry.
Okay, darling. But it's right next door if you change your mind while we're in the Flamingo.
I never change my mind. Well, hardly ever. Say, Walt was right. It is a colorful-looking place, isn't it?
On the outside. Well, hope it isn't too doggone colorful inside.
Oh, it is attractive.
And look at that quaint little native behind the bar.
Welcome to the Flamingo, ma'am. Governor.
Native, huh?
Oh, now, sir. I wasn't exactly born on the island, sir. But I come over more than 25 years ago. Might just as well be a native, sir.
Well, I'll bet you can mix up a better gin and tonic than any native who ever lived.
Oh, that I can, sir. And what'll it be for the lady?
Oh, something sweet, not too strong.
Right. Be back in half an hour.
Funny, the Harmons haven't shown up yet. It's after 4.
Oh, here comes Walt now.
Alone?
Yeah, maybe Judy's next door buying that scarf from under your nose. How was the trip, Walt?
Oh, fine. Have fun?
Oh, wonderful. For once, the travel folders didn't exaggerate.
Where's Judy?
Oh, she developed a headache, decided she'd be better off on the ship.
You let her go back by herself?
Well, we were right in the middle of the tour, and she insisted she didn't want to spoil my fun. There were a lot of jitneys around. She said she'd grab one of them.
Here you are, folks. Like the world seemed brighter.
All I can say is that when Jerry and I were on our honeymoon, he wouldn't have let me go wandering around a strange country by myself.
Oh, take it easy, Pam.
I'm going back to the ship and make sure she's all right.
Well, now, look, if you wait a second, I'll pay for the drinks.
I can take care of myself. You boys take your time, but keep an eye on the clock.
Okay.
Oh, I guess maybe Pam was right. I had better head back to the ship as soon as I grab the fast one.
Here you are, sir. Another gin and tonic for you, sir.
No, thanks. This take care of it?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Will you run along, Walt? This gives me a chance to run next door and buy something Pam's been eating her heart out for.
Oh, thanks for the drink.
Oh, I hope Pam doesn't stir up any trouble for you, Walt.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, what were you doing?
Sorry, Mr. North.
It's all right. You missed me. What are you doing ashore, Purser?
Well, I got a rather alarming phone call. You haven't seen a large party from the ship?
No, I just came out of the shop. I haven't seen anyone.
They were supposed to be headed this way.
Here we are, Purser. Over here. Pull to the curb, driver.
Well, I guess we'll get all the gruesome details now.
Well, what's happened?
Mrs. Harmon was murdered out at Pitch Lake.
What?
We have the murderer, Purser.
They're all wrong, Purser. I had nothing to do with the murder. I was trying to
Let someone else decide that, Mr. Meekin.
He was caught red-handed.
In the name of heaven, listen to me.
Wait a minute. One at a time.
Well, Miss Reimer seems to be the head of the posse. Why don't you let her lead off, Purser?
Gladly. It was this way. Mrs. Harmon had a headache and decided to head for the road to find a jitney back to town. She'd hardly gone when Mr. Meekin left the party to follow her. Well, poor Mr. Harmon left in the first car, and then I organized a search party. We were too late to save Mrs. Harmon, but we caught Mr. Meekin.
Mr. North,
Yes?
You said you liked me. Could I talk to you alone for just a minute?
Well, why not? Is it all right, Purser?
It's up to you.
Be careful, Mr. North. He's a maniac.
Look, you don't believe I killed her, do you, Mr. North?
I don't know. But last night you were sounding off about killing somebody or other.
I was just talking. I was upset. I didn't kill her. It was Walt Harmon.
Well, you think you'd be able to convince a jury that a groom killed his wife on their honeymoon?
They weren't on their honeymoon, Mr. North.
What?
They were married 5 years ago. Took the same cruise that time.
Well, Walt said he'd never been to Trinidad before.
They were here, all right. I know because I was a room steward at the time. I never let on I knew them because I didn't want anyone aboard to find out I was never a cruise director until this trip.
Come on.
Well, where are we going?
Just into the Flamingo here.
Now, forget something, Governor?
I remembered something. I was in here a little while ago with a Mr. Harmon, right?
Now, was that his name, sir?
Well, you must have known him. You brought him a drink without asking what he wanted.
Well, that's right, Governor. You come in any time and I'll set up a gin and tonic for you, sir. I don't often get to know me customers by name, but I never forget what they drink, sir. The gentleman who was with you hadn't been in for 4 or 5 years, I'd say. Only once or twice then. But I knew he was a Scotch over ice man, no soda.
Thanks.
Well, where are you going, Mr. North?
After Walt Harmon. He left here only a little while ago, a step or two behind my wife.
What's going on? Who is this?
I'm trying to reach Lieutenant Wygand in homicide.
This is Wygand. Pam?
Yes, Bill, I'm in Trinidad.
Where's Jerry?
Well, he's probably back on the ship by this time. I sneaked off so he wouldn't know about this call. I'm phoning from a booth on the dock, Bill, but you mustn't tell Jerry I phoned if I turn out to be all wrong about what I've been thinking.
Well, whatever it is, you better get it off your mind quick.
Bill, there's a honeymoon couple aboard. Only she's not aboard, and I don't think they're on their honeymoon.
Perfectly clear.
clear so far.
Well, I know it sounds crazy. That's why I'm trying to find out about it.
Go ahead.
Well, he said they were married last Thursday, but I just got hold of last week's papers, and there's no Harmon listed in any of the marriage notices.
Harmon?
Yes. I thought you could check with the Bureau of Vital Statistics and see if Walt and Judy Harmon were married sometime during the...
Pam, what's happened? Pam! What's wrong, Pam? Pam, can you hear me? What's happening, Pam? Pam!
Just how long do you expect to hold up the sailing, Purser?
That's not up to me, Miss Ryder.
Any sign of her, Purser?
I'm sorry, Mr. North. I've had the ship combed from stem to stern, but there's no trace of Harmon or your wife. Have you tried going...
Every place ashore. The police are looking, but...
Let me go, you fools! I've got to talk to them. I saw them, I tell you. I saw them. Purser! Mr. North!
Let him go, men. Who did you see, Meekin?
Harmon and Mrs. North. I could see them from the little cabin they put me in.
Where are they? What part of the ship?
No, I saw them out the porthole. They're under the dock. He was dragging her out into the water.
Let go of me!
You'd minded your own business. Scream your head off, Mrs. North. No one will hear you.
There they are, Mr. North! What the... Grab him, Mr. North! He's trying to get away! Grab him!
Back here, Harmon.
You...
Oh, no, you don't. Oh. What did you think you'd accomplish with this murder, Harmon?
He may have a little trouble answering if you keep holding his head underwater, Mr. North.
Oh, I'd like to hold it under permanent.
Here, let me handle him. You look after Mrs. North.
Pam, darling, are you all right?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, it's all right now, darling. It's all right. It's all over. It's all right. You'd better get below and get those wet clothes off, then.
I'm all right.
Here, put this on.
Oh, Jerry, the scar.
Sorry to interrupt, but the international operator wants you, Mr. North.
Oh, it's probably Bill calling back.
There's a plug-in right over here.
Yeah, thanks.
Tell him
Sure, I'll give him the message. Hello.
Jerry, in the name of heaven, what happened to Pam?
Oh, she's all right, Bill, except for a little cold in the nose. Maybe that'll keep her from sticking it where it doesn't belong.
That's what I like about you, Jerry. You're always the optimist. You always see the bright side.
Well, it isn't hard to look at the bright side of this, Bill. You should see Pam's nose. Bright red.
Pam and Jerry are sure to have more exciting adventures next week. Listen in, won't you? There's always mystery well sprinkled with humor on Mr. and Mrs. North. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Watch it, Bill. His gun.
Look out, Bill!
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Cross My Heart. The word goodbye is a melancholy word, but there are times when goodbyes are said under happy circumstances. In this particular case, the happy and the sad are blended in one big...
Oh, goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. North.
Goodbye, Frida. Lots of luck to you.
Oh, she's had her luck already, Pam. Now, Frida, just see that you use it well.
Oh, I will try, Mr. North. I am so excited. I will miss you both so much.
Oh, we'll miss you, too, terribly.
We sure will. Oh, think of it, Frida. Instead of keeping house for us, you'll be having someone keep house for you.
Oh, no. No, Mr. North, I couldn't.
Well, after all, when you inherit $50,000, you've got to find some way to spend it.
Now, Jerry, you let Frida handle it her own way.
Never have I dreamed I would have so much money. Even now, I cannot believe it.
Have you made any plans at all, Frida?
Oh, no. Who can make plans? Everything, it has been so hectic, so confused. Maybe I will go back to Sweden again. Maybe not.
There's your taxi, Frida.
Or maybe I will stay right here and find myself a husband.
Well, that shouldn't be any trouble for you, young lady.
Oh, at my age, with my looks. Oh, it has been trouble for years. Oh, my taxi cab.
She'll be right there.
Now, Frida, take good care of yourself. And don't go around buying yourself a husband. They don't come cheap.
I know it. I know. But I tell you something. A woman my age who is lonely for so long. And suddenly she is rich. She's willing to... Oh, I talk too much. My taxi will be angry. Goodbye, Mrs. North. Mr. North. Thank you for being so good.
Goodbye, Frida. Keep in touch with us.
Goodbye, I will keep in touch.
And we want an invitation to your wedding.
All right, I promise. Goodbye.
Miss Jorgens?
Yes?
Come in, please. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Flora Lamar. I run the Heart to Heart Agency.
How do you do?
In fact, you might say I am the Heart to Heart Agency. Now, I take it you're a single woman?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Well, we'll do our best to take care of that for you.
Well, yes.
Now, since you and I are about to enter a rather personal venture, you won't mind if I ask some personal questions?
Oh, no. That is all right.
Fine. Your full name, please.
Frida Jorgens. Jorgens.
Mm-hmm. And your age?
51.
Well, let's just say 43 on the application, shall we? Well, now, about the type of man you prefer. Since you're a working woman, I imagine a gentleman of means.
Oh, no. No. Money does not matter to me. I no longer need to work.
Oh?
You see, I just inherited some money from my family in Sweden.
Is that a fact? Well, honey, I'm just delighted for you.
I do not care what the man looks like. I just want one who will love me.
Of course, dear. Now, tell me this, and be frank now. What factors about yourself do you consider attractive to men?
Well, I cannot say. Maybe the $50,000 I have inherited.
Miss Jorgens, please. Please understand. The Heart to Heart Agency is dedicated to the cause of lonely people seeking love and understanding. We do not cheapen our cause with commercialism.
Oh, I am sorry.
Our initiation fee is $15, and we charge $10 for each introduction we make for you.
All right. Will a check be all right?
Naturally. Of course, we make a definite point to study the qualifications and the personality of each applicant and choose the introductions accordingly. Now, if you'll just sign this application right there and fill in your phone number, I'll call you just as soon as we find the right man for you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lamar.
And don't you worry. We consider everything when we make our choice. We'll take good care of you.
$50,000 and you even hesitate about the right guy, Flora? Baby, you're slipping.
I know what you're thinking, Dave. But I don't want any funny stuff with this one. We've had too many close deals. Pass the salt, will you?
Oh, baby, that was years ago, centuries ago. Here you are. We left all our mistakes behind us when we left L.A. This is New York, Flora, the biggest business town in the world.
Okay. But funny business don't go so well here either.
Look, it's just about time we made some decent dough from that agency, huh? And there's no reason why it can't be this Jorgens dame's dough.
What do you want to do? Knock her on the head and steal it? She don't carry it around in her shoes, you know.
Ah, Flora, baby, you're underrating little David.
Okay, so you try blackmail. What do we use for pressure? She has no kids, and what family she has is in the old country. And
You're still underrating little David, baby. I'm still the same kind of a thinker I've always been, huh? I still got the same old charm left? Well, I can still charm you, can't I?
Yeah. Wipe off your chin, there's gravy on it.
Now, from what you told me, this dame will fall for a good line. She's been waiting 51 years to hear one. All right, I'll have her on cloud 7 in no time.
Pass the pepper. But just don't forget, Casanova, you're still married to me.
So introduce me as your brother, specialty of the house, personally endorsed by the management. What could be better, huh? I'll get her to sign over a dough to me, and then we'll make a fast exit. Europe, maybe, huh? Be nice seeing Europe on somebody else's dough.
I don't know, Dave.
Flora, baby, what do we got to lose if she doesn't go for me, if she doesn't sign her dough over to me, so she's just another client. But if she takes the bait, then...
Yeah. Well, maybe, but I...
Oh, baby, stop worrying. I'm a thinker, a good thinker. I think things out real carefully, don't I? Now, just leave this one to me.
Okay, Dave. She's all yours.
Hello?
Hello, Frida. This is Pam North.
Oh, Mrs. North, I'm so happy to hear from you. How are you? How is Mr. North?
We're fine, Frida. We miss you, though. How are you getting along?
Mrs. North, I cannot tell you how happy I am.
Well, you certainly sound happy.
Heaven, Mrs. North. Heaven has found me, or I have found it, or something like that.
Oh, sounds like you're in love.
Oh, yes. Yes, I am, Mrs. North. I am... how does he say it? I am on cloud number 7.
Well, Frida, that's wonderful. Tell me about it. What's he like?
He is... Oh, I cannot really say. For every day for 2 weeks, he comes to see me. Today we are going to Coney Island.
Well, if he still looks good to you after Coney Island, then you are in love. Frida, the reason I called... Oh, I hate to be so prosaic at a time like this, but we've been having trouble finding someone to replace you. I wonder if you know of someone you could recommend.
Oh, I see. Well, for the moment, I cannot think of anyone, Mrs. North. I will find out. Oh, the door. That must be David. Mrs. North, I will call you soon.
All right, Frida, go ahead. And have fun at Coney Island.
Oh, you look mighty pretty up there on that horse, ma'am. Mighty pretty.
Oh, David, you are so silly. Oh, dear. Over so soon?
Want to go loping through the sagebrush again, ma'am?
Oh, no, Mr. Cowboy, not now.
Here, let me help you down. There we are. Here's a bench. Popcorn?
Oh, no more. Thank you. What are you looking at, David?
You? Mind?
Oh, no. No, I like it very much.
Remember the question I asked you last night when we said goodnight?
Could I forget it? Ever?
Are you going to answer it? Ever?
I have been answering it every moment since you left me last night. Mrs. David Lamar. Oh, such a nice name. Such a lovely name.
Frida. Darling.
Oh, David. I will have some more popcorn now, please. Oh, David, it has been such a wonderful day. The loveliest day of my life.
There's a bigger day ahead of us, the best of all. When'll it be, darling?
Soon, quickly, very soon.
Look, tomorrow we'll get our license, huh? In 3 days we can be married, and then off we'll go to Europe. Sweden, maybe.
Oh, wonderful.
And maybe around the world. Or even to Cloud 8.
Oh, 7 is best. 3 days will be... when? A Friday?
Look, I'll tell you what. Let's use the 3 days to get all ready for the trip. Huh? Do our packing, make our reservations, get our traveler's checks, you know.
So much to do. How could I do so many details? My mind is still on the merry-go-round.
I'm the detail man from way back. I'll handle everything. Look, tomorrow I'll make an appointment with the Justice of the Peace. I'll get the reservations for the ship.
Imagine. Frida Jorgens comes back to Sweden with a husband.
Oh, Frida Lamar, if you please. Now, look, tomorrow, go down to the bank and change your account to a joint checking account, huh?
What is that for?
Well, for us. I'll have to pay for the reservations, you know, get the traveler's checks. We'll pool our money in one account so that we'll both be able to sign the checks.
Oh, all right.
Now, put it in the name of Mr. or Mrs. David Lamar. Mr. or Mrs. Okay? Then we'll be able to go right from the ceremony to the boat and off to Cloud 7.
Mr. and Mrs. David Lamar. Oh, nice.
Not and, Frida. Or. Mr. or Mrs. David Lamar. It's more convenient that way.
All right, Frida, wonderful. We'll see you Friday. Bye. Jerry!
In here, Pam. Say, how's this tie go with his shirt, huh?
Blue and green? Oh, listen, we've just been invited to a wedding.
A wedding? Oh, I hate weddings.
You'll like this one. It's Frida's.
Yeah, but they're always the same. Bad drinks, bad jokes. Everyone Frida's? Frida's getting married?
Uh-huh. Friday at 2:30.
Holy smokes, what, $50,000 won't do.
She's like another woman. So excited she can't talk straight.
Oh, that's wonderful. Who's the guy?
I don't know. His name is David Lamar. From the way Frida talks. He's a cross between Clark Gable, Bernard McFadden, and Apollo. We'll meet him Friday. Oh, incidentally, we should be honored. We're the only guests being invited. Frida insisted on having us.
Well, she's kind of a sweet old gal at that.
We'll pick her up Friday and drive down to the City Hall. David will meet us there.
Well, can't he pick her up? After all, he's the groom.
But it's bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the ceremony. We don't want to change Frida's luck, do we?
Come on, Frida. The taxi's waiting.
All right, I'm coming. Now, let me see.
Got everything now, Frida. Jerry has the luggage in the cab. Anything else you need?
Well, no, I don't think so. Oh, the key.
You're not coming back here, remember? You're going right to the boat.
Oh, my head. I'm dizzy. I already turned in the key to the landlord.
You're starting a new life, Frida.
Oh, yes.
Then slam the door. Slam it hard.
Mrs. North, I do that with pleasure. There.
That's it. Now, let's go.
Hey, come on, you two. Let's get there before the groom changes his mind.
Oh, welcome. Come in, all of you.
No, I'm sorry we're late, Judge. Traffic was pretty heavy.
Perfectly all right. I take it this is the lucky lady?
Oh, no, not me. It's Miss Jorgens here.
Oh, of course. Miss Jorgens?
These are my friends, Mr. and Mrs. North. They are already married.
Of course. Well, Make yourselves at home.
Isn't David here?
He phoned a moment ago, said he'd be a few minutes late. Last-minute arrangements and all. You know how prospective husbands are.
Oh, I hope he won't be too much longer. I have waited so very long already. What is the time now, Mrs. North?
It's only 5 after 3, Frida. Now, don't worry. Traffic is awfully heavy today.
But the boat leaves at 4:20. There won't be much time.
I'll keep the ceremony down to essentials, Miss Jorgen.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Well, I tried calling David's house 3 times. No answer, so he must be on his way. Any place else we might call, Frida?
Oh, he'll be here, Jerry. Now, stop worrying.
Well, maybe he stopped for a moment at the agency.
Which agency?
To say goodbye to his sister. Maybe. He will be here. David loves me. I know. He has all the tickets, all the traveler's checks, all the money.
The money? Your money, Frida?
Our money, Mr. North. We're getting married, remember?
How come he has all the money?
For convenience. So much to do, getting ready for the honeymoon, buying traveler's checks, everything like that. So, naturally, I put the money into an account for both of us.
Your money for both of you? Before you even married the guy, Frida?
But we're getting married, Mr. North. And that is why we are here, no?
Miss Jorgens, it's none of my affair, but perhaps you might call this agency just to see if Mr. Lamar has been there.
It might be a good idea, Frida.
You're darn right it's a good idea.
No. Wait a little longer. David will be here. David loves me. I know.
Okay, that's the last suitcase. Now let's get down to the pier.
You got everything, Dave? You sure you covered everything?
Yeah, Flora, baby, look. Money, $45,000 in cold cash and traveler's checks. I left her $5,000 to get well on.
Betsy.
Don't grab. Take a ladylike look.
Hey, those traveler's checks, they're made out to Mr. and Mrs. Montague. What goes?
Baby, you're not thinking so good today. When we get on that ship, we become Mr. and Mrs. Montague.
But you made the reservations for Mr. and Mrs. David Lamar. I heard you on the phone.
Sure, but that's for Frida's benefit, in case she decides to check up on me. But I also reserve staterooms for us, Mr. and Mrs. Montague, see?
Oh.
Maybe Frida will start checking before the boat pulls out. She checks to see who picked up the Lamar reservation. She's told nobody has, so she's stymied, you see? It's clear thinking, baby. Now grab that suitcase and let's go.
Suppose they get wise in a hurry. Suppose they wire the boat to have them hold us.
Hold who? How will they know we're anybody but Mr. and Mrs. Montague?
Description, maybe.
They can't hold us anyway. It's a Swedish boat. Once we sail out of that harbor, we're out of U.S. jurisdiction, you see? Little David thinks in all directions. Now, come on. What the devil do you think you're doing?
Just what it looks like. Aiming a gun at little David.
All right, what's the gag? Look, baby, it's getting late.
Stay put. You've been doing a lot of thinking. And so have I.
Well, save it for when we get to the boat, huh?
Now. You know what I've been thinking? I've been thinking that anyone who can do such a good, clean job of crossing up that Jorgens dame can do a good job of crossing me up, too.
Look, Flora, baby, you know me better than that.
I know you fine,
Look,
Dave.
baby, we're partners. You don't think I'd try...
Partners. Right. So I'm protecting my investment. I'll hold the money.
Okay, sure. Just put that gun away.
No, first I get the money. All of it.
Look, Flora, baby, let's talk about it on the boat. It's getting late.
Now. Give me the money now, Dave, or I'll call the cops.
Cops? Are you out of your mind?
I mean it, Dave. I mean every word.
Don't answer it, Flora.
Why not? What are you afraid of?
Don't answer it, I said.
Dave, what are you...
Put down that phone.
Hello? Hello, Mrs. Lamar. What is it? What's the matter there? Hello? Mrs. Lamar?
Here. This is the place.
Heart-to-Heart Agency. What?
Is this where you met David, Frida?
Yes.
Oh, Frida.
Oh, please. I know what you think.
Sorry, folks. This is... Oh, hello, Jerry. Hello, Pam.
Hi. Hey, you got here fast, Bill.
Left as soon as you called. Afraid it wasn't fast enough. Look.
Oh, Mrs. Lamar. Oh, no.
Here, Frida. Come over here. Sit down.
Is this Frida Jorgens?
Uh-huh. Frida, this is Lieutenant Wygand of Homicide.
Oh, David. I cannot believe, David.
Miss Jorgens, I know it's difficult for you, but I must ask these questions. Now, can you tell me just what you heard on the phone?
David. My David. He couldn't do
Miss
this.
Jorgens.
She's in bad shape, Bill. Didn't Jerry explain when he called you from the judge's office?
Oh, is that the whole story?
That's all we could get from Frida. She was pretty shaken. She heard David's voice and this woman's, then a struggle and the shots.
Well, obviously, this Mrs. Lamar was going with him wherever he was headed. These are suitcases.
Of course. They must have been going on the boat with Frida's reservation.
What boat?
Their honeymoon. He has all of Frida's money, everything.
Probably had a battle over the dough or something right here. You know which boat?
Well, Frida does. It leaves from Pier 9. What time is it?
3:40.
All right, the boat leaves at 4:10. Can we make it to the pier?
We sure can try. Come on.
Coming through. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Oh, you still with me?
Yeah, we're all right behind you.
Oh, dear. Isn't that the warning whistle?
I'm sorry, sir. No more visitors allowed on board now.
Police business. I'm Lieutenant Wygand, Homicide.
Oh? Is anything
We're
wrong?
looking for a David Lamar.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. The boat's due to sail in a few minutes.
He's wanted for murder.
Murder?
We left orders to hold the ship here if necessary. He had reservations on this boat.
Well, I'll see if they were picked up.
They weren't. We checked at the traffic office.
Then surely
we want to check some of the other staterooms.
Now, really, Lieutenant, the ship is...
You want to head out to sea with a killer on board? Now, come on. Let's do some checking. Police orders.
Well, that just about covers all the first-class staterooms, Lieutenant.
Well, there's a couple more over there, aren't there?
Just two. None for the name Lamar, though.
Well, what are the names?
Let's see. One's for Benson, the other's for Montague.
Those names ever used by David, Frida?
Well, I don't know. How can I tell anything anymore?
Well, this one has been claimed already.
No one there?
It's funny. Passengers usually go straight to their staterooms.
Open the door. Use your passkey.
Oh, all right.
What is...
I'm sorry, Mr. Montague. I didn't know you were in here.
All right, Stewart. Now that you know, you can beat it.
David! That's him! That's David!
Watch it, Bill. His gun!
Oh, David!
Sorry to put a hole in your gun hand, mister, but you won't be using it again. Now, come on.
Oh, David, I am sorry for this, David.
All right, Frida, come on, let's go.
David, won't you even look at me?
Will you keep this dame off of me, copper? I got enough troubles with you.
I thought he loved me. I really thought he really loved me.
Always sure that's going ashore. Always sure that's going ashore.
Oh, Jerry, you darling.
Who, me?
You're sweet and considerate and good and kind, and I love you. There.
Oh, well, thank you, ma'am. I've been telling you that for years. What did you do? Buy a new hat?
Don't be silly. I'm just thanking you for doing the dishes and cleaning up in the kitchen while I was out.
Oh, that. Well, after all, Hey, Pam.
Yes, darling?
I didn't clean up in the kitchen. I just came in a few minutes before you did.
Oh, cut it out, Jerry. The dishes are all... You didn't?
No.
Well, then who did?
I did, Mrs. North.
Frida!
Well, Frida, how did you...
I just came down from Cloud 7. I like it down here best of all. Do you mind if I come back to work?
Mind? We'll love it.
Well, welcome home, Frida. Come on, let's have a party.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry, look. That car's pulling away.
I've got to try to stop it.
Oh, darling, be careful. Look out. Dory, he's going to hit you.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, The Fallen Star. You've seen Sarah Keith many times in the last 25 years, on the stage and in motion pictures. And she can be seen tonight in the Colonial Club. The woman sitting at the end of the bar, talking too much, laughing too much.
Barney.
I mean it, Sarah.
I know you do, Barney, darling. I know you do. That's one of the things I've always adored about you. You're always so sincere.
Oh, knock it off, Sarah.
Albert, darling, 2 more martinis.
Yes, miss.
Honestly, Barney, darling, I don't understand you. An actress agent should get her jobs, not try to discourage her from
Look,
taking
Sarah, let's drop it. You don't want to discuss it seriously,
But
so
I
let's...
do, darling. It's just that you haven't given me one good reason why I shouldn't do Lady in the Night. Not one.
I've told you the play's a dog, a turkey, an egg, just waiting to be laid. It'll never even get out of New Haven.
Bob.
Okay, Sarah, find it out the hard way. But there's another consideration.
There is, darling. What?
Not what, who.
Who then?
Gloria.
Barney, dear. Suppose you confine yourself to managing my professional affairs and leave my personal life to me.
Gloria's going to be down from school this evening, isn't she?
I believe her train arrives at 9:30, or is it 10:30?
And she's expecting to sail for Europe with you on Friday.
Oh, I'll explain. She'll understand.
She won't, not this
Oh,
time.
now, Barney, dear.
Good Lord, Sarah, don't you have any sense of obligation to Gloria? Don't you understand how much she's counting on this vacation with you? Spending a few months with her mother?
Really?
Listen to me, Sarah, listen to me. Gloria's lonesome. She's sick with
Oh,
lonesomeness.
Barney, leave the dramatics to me. Gloria's delightfully happy at Mrs. Trumbull's
Oh,
school.
I-
And why shouldn't she be? Lord knows Mrs. Trumbull charges enough tuition.
You leave me absolutely speechless, Sarah.
Oh, I wish that were true, Barney, dear.
I think you really believe that all you have to do is shunt Gloria off to the best boarding school in the East, and that's the end of your responsibility
Oh,
to her.
don't be ridiculous.
Then forget Lady in the Night and take Gloria on a trip, as you promised her you would.
Barney, dear, do I have to remind my own agent that I have a career?
Your career can wait a couple of months, but Gloria can't. Now, if you needed the money, I could understand, but you don't. And
Jerry!
Huh?
Jerry, darling, over here.
Okay, Sarah.
Who's that?
Jerry North and his wife, Pamela.
North?
You know, the publisher who's bringing out the autobiography. That strange little writing fellow ghosted for me. We're meeting to discuss a title. Oh, Jerry, darling, how are you?
Oh, fine, Sarah.
And Pamela, dear, oh, you look lovely.
Thank you.
This is Barney Nolan, my agent.
How do you do, Mrs. Nolan?
Don't mind Barney. He's not usually so glum. Only when he's reminding me of my responsibilities as a mother.
As a mother?
Well, now, don't tell me you haven't read the proofs on my book, Pamela, darling.
Well, as a matter of fact, I haven't yet.
Oh, for shame. Well, I have an entire chapter on Gloria. About the difficult time I had when she was born. The ghastly experience of her father's death when she was 5. Gloria's 15 now. Now I struggled and... Oh, well. Let's get a table and get down to business, shall we? Albert, dear, will you have Michael get me a table?
This certainly, Miss Keith.
Oh, thank you. Now, Barney, either cheer up or run along, will you? Barney's been trying to talk me out of doing a new play, Lady in the Night, because I promised Gloria I'd take her on a vacation. But I thought, since you'll be bringing out my book soon, Jerry, that it would really help the sales tremendously if I were being seen on Broadway at the same time. Now, don't you think?
Well,
Well, I'm sure you'd agree, too, Pamela, dear.
Well, it'd probably help, Miss Keith, but if you promise your
Oh,
daughter...
look, Gloria's such a sophisticated child. She's a doll, really. When I explain to her, well, she'll understand. Well, completely. And I'm terribly sorry I didn't make it to the station to meet you, Gloria, darling. But when I got talking to Mr. and Mrs. North...
That's all right, Mother. Barney was there.
Yes, good old Barney.
I think Barney's wonderful.
Well, so do I, dear. So do I.
I always sort of imagined that Daddy was like Barney.
Well, there are certain similarities, I suppose, if one cares to look for them. Give me a cigarette from the box there on the table, will you, darling?
Here.
Oh, thank you.
I'll light it for you.
Thank you, darling.
Mother, do you like it here in this new hotel?
Oh, well, one hotel suite is very much the same as another, except for the names on the towels.
Then why didn't you take an apartment or a house the way you said you might? I was so hoping you would, that we'd have a real home for once, and I could live here and...
Here? In New York?
Yes.
Oh, what about school?
There are schools in New York.
Darling, don't you like it at Mrs. Trumbull's?
Yes, but... Oh, Mother, think about it some more while we're away, will you, please?
Well, all right, darling. I'll think about it, but, well,
What is it, Mother?
Well, darling, something has come up. A play. A really wonderful thing. Lady in the Night. Well, it's the best script I've read in years, and, well, I promise I'll do it.
When?
Well, rehearsals start next week.
Next week? But we're sailing on Friday. You have the tickets, our passports, visas, everything.
Oh, Gloria, darling, I know you're going to be disappointed.
Mother, you promised.
I know, Gloria. I'd rather die than break my promise.
Then why are you?
Well, Gloria, darling, try to understand. I didn't want to do this play, but with Mr. North bringing out my book
and... You promised me we'd have a vacation together.
Oh, we will, darling. We will. I'll take a leave of absence from the play next summer. We'll have our vacation then.
You're lying.
Gloria, after all,
a promise doesn't mean anything to you. Is that what you were going to say?
Oh, now, Gloria, stop it. I'm your mother.
You're not my mother. I don't have a mother.
Gloria.
You're just some woman I know, and I never want to see you again. I hate you. I hate you.
Gloria, come back here. Come back. Gloria, come back here. Come back.
Ran out of here screaming that she hated me and never wanted to see me again. Oh, please, Barney, you've got to do something. You've got to try to find her.
Yes, Mr. North, I know this friend you mentioned at dinner is in homicide, but I thought you could get him to go to the Missing Persons Bureau and have them get more men on the job. Gloria's been gone over 12 hours now. Okay, Jerry, okay. Missing Persons is probably doing everything it can, but I'll check with them if it'll make Sarah Keith feel any better. Now, will you and Pam be at her hotel? Okay, I'll see you there.
If you'd listened to me, Sarah, this wouldn't have happened. I told you last night Gloria couldn't stand another disappointment from you.
Stop it, please, Barney.
Now, let's stop beating a dead horse, huh, Mr. Nolan?
Oh.
That won't find Gloria.
Well, you're right. I'm sorry, Sarah.
Oh, why don't we hear something from that friend of yours, Jerry?
We will, Sarah. Now, just take it easy.
Miss Keith, why don't you go into the bedroom and lie down?
That's a good idea, Pam.
Oh, I couldn't sleep.
Well, you could at least rest.
Go on, Sarah. We'll let you know the moment there's any news.
All right.
That's a good girl.
Come along. I'll help you get comfortable.
Poor woman.
I wish I could feel sorry for her.
Relax, Nolan.
If anything's happened to Gloria,
Nothing's happened to her. She's just another kid who's run away from home.
Home? This?
Oh, all right, Nolan. As a mother, Sarah Keith won't win any Academy Awards, but the police will find Gloria.
Yeah. Oh, that may be your friend Wigan now.
I'll get it. Hello, Jerry. Come in. Bill, this is Barney Nolan, Sarah's agent. Nolan, Lieutenant Wigan.
How do you do? Hello.
Where's Miss Keith?
I'll get her.
Oh, no, wait. I'd rather talk to you and Jerry first.
What is it, Bill?
Has Gloria been found?
We know where she is.
Where?
In the East River.
What? East River?
Dead. Suicide.
How do you know she's dead, Bill? Has her body been recovered?
Not yet.
Then how do you know?
Do you recognize this Tam, Mr. Nolan?
Tam? Yes.
The girls?
Yes, it is.
Where did you find the Tam, Bill?
The harbor police found it floating in the river. Mr. Nolan, I want you to look at something else.
Hmm?
Here, this.
What's this?
A note that was found stuck in the railing of the Queensboro Bridge.
I can't go on living like this. Gloria Keith.
A pedestrian found it on the bridge early this morning and turned it over to the harbor patrol. The patrol started dragging for the body and found the Tam. When they found out that I was interested in the girl, they turned the note and Tam over to me to break the news to Miss Keith. Mr. Nolan, how well did you know Gloria?
I've known her all her life.
Do you think she'd fake a suicide?
Fake a suicide? Bill, do you think...
I'm not thinking anything, Jerry, just asking a question. Well, Mr. Nolan?
Well, I don't think so, Lieutenant. No, I'm sure she wouldn't.
Well, all right, Mr. Nolan. Go get Miss Keith. I'll tell her what's happened.
Give me another cup of coffee, Ida, huh?
What's the matter with you? You got a broken leg? Get it yourself.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. Got to take the ashes out today.
Okay.
And I don't want to have to tell you 10 times.
Okay. Give me a chunk of the paper, huh?
Sure.
Hey, what are you doing tearing the paper like that?
Giving you the only chunk you're going to read this morning. The help wanted classified.
Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. Look, Frank, I'm sick of the only dough coming in is what I get managing this flea bag rooming house. You're going out and look for a job today.
Yeah. I thought you wanted me to take out the ashes today.
Look, short, squat, and stupid. Let's see if you can manage both the ashes and a little job hunt in one day, huh? You know, just for kicks.
There's the doorbell.
No.
You want to get it or you want me to?
Oh, no, you sit still, Frank. You must be worn out after walking clear over to the stove and back to get your coffee.
Real funny, ain't you?
Yes. All right already. Well,
I noticed you have a sign for a room for rent.
3rd floor rear, $10 a week in advance. Passed on the 2nd floor, share it with 6 others. No cooking in the room, no radio playing or noise after 10.
May I see it?
Well, not from out there. Come in. Just a minute. Hey, let me look at you.
Well?
A little young, ain't you?
I'm 21.
Minus how much? Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Why, no. I just arrived in New York.
Wait a minute. Yeah. I'll get the key. You wait here.
Thank you.
Who was it?
Give me that paper.
Hey, what?
Oh, shut up. Where's the front page? Here. Yeah, it is.
It's what?
Look at this picture. Look.
Huh? Daughter of famous actress of suicide. So what?
Suicide, my eye. See, that kid's out in the hall right now. Waiting to look at the 3rd floor rear.
What?
I'm telling you, it's the same kid.
You're crazy.
Well, if you don't believe me, look out in the hall and see for yourself.
But how can it be?
I don't know, but it is. I'm going to call the cops.
Hey, wait.
What?
Let me see this story. Maybe there's a reward.
A reward for what? The kid's supposed to be dead.
Yeah, that's right. But she ain't, is she?
Of course she ain't. She's right out in the hall.
Well, then get out there and show her the room.
Huh?
You heard me.
Hey, what are you up to?
Look, Ida, the kid's old lady is Sarah Keith.
So?
So a famous actress like that ought to have a lot of bucks, shouldn't she?
Well, yeah,
well,
but...
me and you are going to get a few of them bucks. Now, look, you go out and rent that kid the room. Give her the room if you have to. But keep her here and leave the rest to me.
Oh, my baby. My baby.
Try not to think about it. No, light, dear. I'll be back in a minute.
How is she, Ben?
Terrible. Has Bill left?
Yeah, and Barney Nolan went with him down to Harbor Police Headquarters. I told Nolan we'd take Sarah to our apartment.
I think that would be best.
I'll go down and bring the car around to the front of the hotel.
We'll be down in a moment.
Right.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Is this Sarah Keith?
No, Miss Keith.
Let me talk to her.
Well, I'm sorry, but Miss Keith can't come to the phone. She's...
Who is it, Pam?
Oh, some man asking for you.
I'll talk to him.
Well, all right.
This is Miss Keith.
Look, lady, keep quiet and let me do the talking.
What? Who is this?
Never mind, just listen. Your kid ain't dead. Shut up and listen.
What is it, Miss Keith?
That suicide note was a phony. The kid's alive, and I know where she is.
Where?
Be at the corner of 6th and Taylor in 2 hours with $5,000, and I'll take you to her. But come alone. All alone, understand?
Hello? Hello?
What's the matter, Miss Keith? Who was that?
Oh, it was nothing. No one. I have to go out.
Miss Keith! Miss Keith, where are you going? Miss Keith!
This is some sort of a trick.
Ah, it's no trick, lady. Your kid's here. Here. Down this way. Here.
Gloria. Gloria. She isn't here.
Oh, that's funny.
I doubt that she ever was here.
Oh, maybe she just went out to get something. Something to eat.
You're lying.
Why should I lie to you? Why would I tell you she was here if she wasn't?
For $5,000. Get out of my way.
Now, wait a minute. You're going to call the cops, ain't you?
Get out of my way.
No.
Open that door.
You're staying here.
Let me out of here.
What do you want to do? Make trouble? I was just trying to help you. Your kid was here, I tell you, and she'll be back.
Let me out of here. I'll scream.
Now, don't scream. Keep your mouth shut, you. Miss Keith.
Frank. Frank, what's going on?
Frank. Shut up and close that door.
What happened?
Well, the kid wasn't here. The dame was going to call the cops, and I hit her and...
Miss Keith. Miss Keith, are you... Oh!
What's the matter?
Frank. She's dead.
Dead? You're crazy.
She is. Look.
What?
She hit her head against the radiator. Oh, Frank, you fool. You stupid fool. What are we going to do now?
Shut up. Shut up and let me think.
Think? It was your thinking that got us into
Will
it.
you keep your mouth shut for a minute? If the girl had been here, this wouldn't have happened.
I couldn't stop her from leaving. She must have guessed we were up to something.
How do you know?
Because I followed her.
You know where she is?
Yeah, a little hotel up near Columbus Circle. How I know she must have realized we knew who she was.
Wait a minute. Yeah, maybe this is our way out. What's the name of that hotel?
The Pontiac.
I'm
Why,
going up there.
Yeah, well, and leave me here?
Yeah, and leave you here. To call the cops.
Medical examiner's through upstairs, Lieutenant.
Okay, Donahue. We'll be up in a few minutes.
Okay.
Oh, and Donahue.
Yes, sir.
Get Mr. and Mrs. North on the phone for me, will you?
Right away.
Go on, Mrs. Spears.
Well, like I said, I recognized the girl from the newspaper picture, and I called her mother. Told her I thought her daughter was here, and she came right over, and I showed her up to the room.
And Gloria Keith was up there?
That's right.
And?
Well, and I came back down here and waited. About an hour, I guess. Then I got to wondering what was happening up there.
So you went back up?
And found Sarah Keith lying there on the floor. Well, just like you saw her.
I got Mr. North on the phone, Lieutenant.
Oh, thanks, Donahue. Excuse me, Mrs. Spears.
Sure.
Hello, Jerry.
Hiya, Bill. What's up?
I'm calling about Sarah Keith.
Have you found her?
Yeah. She's in a rooming house down on Taylor Street. Dead.
Dead?
Murdered. And my hunch about Gloria Keith faking that suicide was right. Gloria's alive, and I want her for killing her mother.
It looks to Bill is that Sarah and Gloria argued there in the room, and then, well, Gloria either hit or pushed Sarah, and Sarah fell, striking her head against the radiator.
Oh, Jerry, how horrible.
Yeah. I'll answer. Hello.
Hello, is Mr. Barney Nolan there, please?
Mr. Nolan? Well, no, he isn't.
His office said I might reach him at this number.
Who is this calling?
Do you know where I could reach Mr. Nolan?
Well, just a minute. I think he's coming in now.
Jerry, why did you say that?
Pam, I think this is Gloria Keith.
Gloria Keith? Oh, Jerry, what'll we do?
I don't know.
Here, give me the phone. I'm going to see if it's true what they say about honesty being the best policy. Hello, this is Mrs. North. Is this Gloria Keith speaking? It is, isn't it?
I want to talk to Barney Nolan.
He isn't here, Gloria, but don't hang up. Please don't. Listen to me. You're in trouble.
I know. I heard about Mother on the radio.
Gloria, where are you? Where are you calling from? Mr. North and I want to help you.
You want to call the police, you mean?
No.
I want to talk to Barney.
Then tell us where you are, and we'll try to find him for you.
And you won't call the police?
No.
How can I believe you?
I promise you.
I don't know.
Please, Gloria, I give you my word. Gloria?
I'm in a hotel up by Columbus Circle, the Pontiac Hotel, room 311. I'll wait for you.
Gloria.
Gloria.
Gloria, what is it? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Then listen, and hard. I'm calling from the kid's room in the Pontiac.
What? Where is she?
Right here. Tied up and gagged.
Frank, what in the world?
Shut up and listen. We're not safe as long as the kid's around to blab, and that's what she's starting to do. I caught her making a phone call, and...
Look, Frank, we're in enough trouble.
And there's only one way out of it. So listen. You go around to Marty's garage and borrow a car. Give him some dough if you got it. But get a car, understand?
Yeah.
Then come up here and park in the alley beside the hotel. I'll be waiting there for you with the kid.
How are you going to get her out of there?
Pack her down the back stairs.
Somebody will see you.
Oh, not this time of night.
Oh, they will, too. Frank, in the name of heaven...
Stop arguing and do like I tell you.
Oh, all right. But what happens to the kid after we get her out of there?
She goes where she tried to make everybody think she went. Into the river.
There's the hotel, Jerry.
I see it.
Darling, be careful with that bus.
Relax.
Darling, look. Oh, that must be Bill's car.
It is. He got here in a hurry.
Oh, and there's Bill coming out of the hotel. Bill!
Hey, Bill!
Hi, Pam. Hello, Jerry.
Did you find Gloria, Bill?
No, the room was empty.
Oh, golly.
There was a struggle in the room, and a sheet from the bed was ripped, as though someone had tried to bind and gag her.
What are you going to do, Bill?
I'm getting some men to search the hotel and find out that...
Oh, I'm tying up traffic. I'll find a place to park, and Pam and I'll meet you in the lobby.
Right.
Darling, there's an alley. Oh, why don't you see if you can park there?
Okay.
Well, there's a car up ahead.
I'll leave ours right here.
All right, darling. Let's... Jerry, look.
What?
At that car up ahead, the one facing this way. That man and woman.
Yeah. Looks as if they're putting something in the back seat.
Is it something or someone?
Holy... Darling, you're right.
Gloria?
Yeah.
Jerry, they're leaving.
I've got to stop them.
Jerry, be careful. Look out, darling. He's going to hit you. Jerry! Oh, darling.
All right. That car smashed into the side of a bus. Come on, Pam.
All right, get back.
Oh, there's Bill.
Bill,
Get
hey,
back.
Bill, in the back seat of the car. Gloria Keith.
What? What the devil are you talking about?
Gloria Keith's in the back seat, Bill.
Look. Holy... Come on, Jerry. Help me untie her.
Right.
Donahue, look after the couple in the front seat.
Okay, sir.
Gloria.
Get that gag out of her mouth, Jerry.
Hurry, Jerry.
There.
Oh. Is she all right, Bill?
I think so. Just right.
Frank, look out.
Almost alive, Lieutenant.
But look at the guy, Bill.
Bill, he's dead.
Yeah. But the way he was driving, it's lucky he didn't take a few people with him.
Yes, darling, including you. Yes, Bill, I'll tell him, and thanks for calling. Jerry.
Oh, darling, what time is it?
8:30.
Holy smoke, I've got to hurry.
Here's your tie. Oh, and that reminds me, don't forget to stop at the cleaner.
Yeah, oh, I won't.
Here are the letters I want you to mail. I'll put them in your pocket.
Yeah, okay.
That was Bill on the phone. That Spears woman has confessed. Her husband killed Sarah Keith, and they were trying to get rid of Gloria and make her look as if she'd really committed the suicide after killing her mother.
Yeah, nice people, the Spears.
Uh-huh. Oh, and another thing. Pick up my watch at the jeweler's. That's next door when you stop by for the grocery order.
Yeah, okay.
That's an awful lot to remember. Don't you think you ought to jot it down in your notebook?
No, nonsense.
But, Jerry...
Now, don't worry, Pam. Nothing will be forgotten. That list is indelibly stamped in my memory. Hand me my hat, will you?
Here. Believe me, Jerry, you'll be sorry if it isn't in your notebook.
Sorry? Why will I be sorry?
Because your notebook is in your pants.
So?
And your pants are still in the closet.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Jerry.
Bill, please.
And you too, Pam. Both of you get back. Whoever it is that's in here killed once, and they can kill again.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Barbara Britton and Richard Denning. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, 2 Deaths for a Hero. There is no silence like the silence of a hospital at night. And here now, a woman waits in the chill gloom of the corridor, feeling the stillness grow colder, darker.
Doctor? Oh. How is he, Doctor? Will he? Oh, no. No.
Papers, all late papers. Maxwell Packer dies. Maxwell Packer dies. Nation mourns Maxwell Packer. Get your papers.
Hey, Johnny, give me a Times, huh?
Okay, Mr. Sears. Say, what do you think of old Maxwell Packer dying?
Yeah,
huh?
I heard.
Maxwell Packer yet? How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
And as the body of Dr. Maxwell Packer was laid to rest on his palatial estate this morning, this nation and the entire free world mourned the loss of the man whose almost legendary life as philanthropist, scientist, and explorer
Okay,
endeared
Ralph,
him
you
to
win.
all who...
Well, you see what I mean, Jerry? The man is a legend. And a book that tells the real story of Maxwell Packer will have everything. Romance, adventure.
Okay,
service
Ralph,
to
I'm
mankind,
convinced.
Charity, mystery.
That's the hitch right there.
What hitch?
The mystery. The way Packer always kept his personal life separated from his life as a public figure.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Jerry, you know me better than that. How many books of mine have you published?
4 or 5.
And you still think I can't get past the gate of the Packer estate? Look, after chasing dictators, foreign ministers, and generals all over 3 continents, I can...
Ready for lunch? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
Oh, come on in, Pam.
Your secretary was out.
You know Ralph Sears, don't you?
Hi, Mrs. North. Nice to see you again.
Mr. Sears, of course. I didn't recognize you.
Now, Pam, darling, you never say that to a best-selling author.
Oh, especially not me. I'm the sensitive type. Delicate instrument.
Yeah. Ralph Sears, the demure meat cleaver.
Hey, that's pretty good. Can I use it someplace?
See what I mean, Pam? Ralph here has been trying to convince me that he can cleave through the secret life of Dr. Packer.
Maxwell Packer? Oh, gollies, that would make a wonderful book. He certainly was a great man.
There you see, Jerry. Packer's death is no subhead in the obituary page. It's a national tragedy. Who wouldn't want to know what makes a man like that tick?
Well, there hasn't been any biography of him, has there?
No, that's the trouble. No one has ever been able to get close enough to him or his family. I doubt if Mrs. Packer would be very receptive to the idea.
Well, one way to find out.
Think she'll see you, Ralph? She's practically been a recluse since Packer became ill.
I'm having tea with her tomorrow afternoon at the Packer estate.
Myself. Did I get you very wet?
No, it's all right. I guess I got off course. All these bridle paths, fountains, gardens. You must measure this estate in light years.
Oh, now I know. You must be Ralph Sears. Mother's expecting you.
You're Dr. Packer's daughter, right?
Well, call me Karen. It's better for my disposition. Help me out of this glorified bird bag, will you?
All right. Here we go.
Hey. Now, if you'll pass me that towel.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
Chilly. You'll find Mother in the West Garden through the gate next to that pot-bellied Cupid over there.
I'm in no hurry.
I know, Mr. Sears, but she is.
You going to join us?
As soon as I dry off a bit. I wouldn't miss this Donnybrook for anything. No, Mr. Sears, I'm sorry.
My husband has always considered his personal life to be a private affair.
Now, Mrs. Packer, your husband was a public figure, was a national hero. The people of this country and other countries worshipped him, and they deserve to know more about a man like Dr. Packer. After all, they're the ones who established him as a man of influence and wealth, and then...
Power? That's the word you want, isn't it, Mr. Sears? Karen. Sorry, Mother. My husband's reputation, Mr. Sears, was not established by anyone but himself. His story is told in his work. My husband built his own monuments, Mr. Sears. The Packer Institute of Scientific Research, the fellowships and scholarships he established. He's given his worshippers, as you call them, the benefit of his vast service to mankind. He's given them vicarious romantic thrills in his expeditions to the Arctic and Tibet. And
what Mother is saying, Mr. Sears, is no.
The gates to this estate are closed to curiosity seekers and snooping newspaper men. You were permitted to enter because of your reputation as an author.
It's the second time you've used that word, permit.
If you consider yourself a newspaper man, you can consider the gates closed to you, too. Goodbye, Mr. Sears.
Well, that's that.
Oh, Mr. Sears.
Yeah?
Why don't you write a book about some other famous man? Like, say, Benedict Arnold.
Ralph, you had another book you've been wanting to do. The one about those primitive tribes in Kurdistan.
No, Jerry, that can wait.
After all, Ralph, you've got to understand that her husband's been gone less than a week. She's bound to be emotionally upset.
No, Pam, it's more than that. There's something more than sentiment in her attitude, and I'll dig it out. You watch. Oh, pass me the salt, would you, Pam?
Oh, I wish you'd forget it for now, Ralph. Let it rest for a while. Maybe later.
Oh, sure, later. Later, some other cluck will get the same idea and start digging. Anyway, I've broken ground already.
Oh, what do you mean?
Got a date with Karen tomorrow night.
What?
Yeah. I'm calling for her at that wind tunnel known as the Packer Mansion.
I thought the gates to the place were closed to you.
And so did I. Evidently, Karen intends to open the gates.
As soon as I get comfortable.
Get that, will you, darling?
Oh, all right. Hello.
Hello, North? Jerry North?
Speaking.
Let me talk to Jerry North.
This is Jerry North. Who's this?
This is Ed Bigley, North. You don't know me, do you?
Ed Bigley? No, I don't recall.
Nobody knows old Ed Bigley. You know Karen, don't you? Karen, old man Packer's daughter?
Oh,
That's
yes.
my wife.
Your wife?
Yeah, Karen's my wife, you know. Listen, North, are you really going to publish that book Sears wants to write?
Well, Ralph and I have discussed it.
Who is it, Jerry? You look worried.
You're going to get yourself in a jam, kid, you and Sears. The old lady's real sore at Sears to snoop around and everything. And when that dame gets sore, look out. And listen, North, you can bet that if you publish what Sears writes, she'll never let it get put on sale.
Okay, Bigley, tell your mother-in-law there's a law that has something to do with freedom of the press.
Oh, specious. Now listen, North. That dame has a lot of loot, North, and she's strong, too. She could put you right smack out of the publishing business.
Now, look, Bigley, I'm not...
North, I mean it. Now, that dame, well, she is tough and she is strong, North, and she's got more power than you or anybody thinks she has. So play it smart, North. Don't make her use it.
Jerry, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't like anything about it.
Oh, Pam, I know, but Ralph Sears is a big boy now. I can't tell him to keep away from the Packer family.
But, Jerry, that man Bigley and Mrs. Packer, there's something evil about all this. I'm afraid for you and for Ralph, and, well, I'm just plain afraid.
No, now, honey, the Packer family may be important, but they're not that important.
I don't care how important they are. You're important to me, and I don't want anything to happen.
All right, look. I'll call Ralph in the morning and talk to him about it. Maybe I'll be able to take the edge off that meat cleaver.
I'm afraid Mrs. Packer's the meat cleaver here.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Hello.
Hey, Jerry, this is Ralph.
Oh, hi, Ralph.
Now, listen, I just took Karen home. I spent the whole evening talking to her and taking notes, and, Jerry, I've got a story here that'll... Look, I'll be over there in 10 minutes.
No, you won't. We're going to sleep.
All right. I'll wait till tomorrow, but I don't like it. Now, Jerry, you'll be able to sell the rights to this one to the dailies for a pre-publication run and then come out with a book that'll clean up. What time will you be at your office?
Well, let's meet for lunch.
For lunch? What'll I do until... Oh, all right. I'll tell you what, I'll bring Karen along. I'll pick her up on the way. I'll meet you at the Algonquin at noon.
Sometimes I wish I hadn't married. All my wife does is nag.
What happened now?
Oh, she keeps telling me I should get SGLI insurance night and day and night. SGLI.
Then you haven't signed up for SGLI?
Right.
You don't have security and protection for your family?
Yeah, right.
And you're not buying the lowest cost insurance found anywhere?
Right.
And you aren't taking advantage of SGLI's new rate, which is 15% lower since July 1st?
Yeah, right.
You know what you are.
What?
Wrong.
What time do you have, Pam?
12:30. Funny Ralph isn't here yet.
Yeah, after all that eagerness.
Well, look, there's Bill Wigan.
Bill Wigan hit. Well.
Bill! Oh, Bill!
Hi, Pam. Jerry. Your office told me you'd be here.
Hi, Bill. How have you been?
Sit down, Bill. Join us. We're having lunch with Ralph Sears.
No, I'm very much afraid you're not.
We're not?
Oh, we certainly are. He's a bit late, but...
Sears won't be here, Pam. He was found at the Maxwell Packer estate about an hour ago.
Found?
Yeah, found. Shot in the back. Dead.
Golly, this house is like a wind tunnel, isn't it?
The family's in here.
Well, Lieutenant Wigan, we were beginning to think you deserted the force.
Had to step by for the ballistics report. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. North, this is Mrs. Bigley, Karen Bigley.
How do you do?
And this is Mrs. Packer.
I suppose, Mr. North, that you've told Lieutenant Wigan all about my son-in-law's phone call.
I wasn't aware that you knew about it, Mrs. Packer.
I knew about it. I knew all about it.
Evidently, Ralph Sears knew something you didn't want him to know, Mrs. Packer.
What are you trying to do, Lieutenant? Establish a motive for the killing? Mother was with me when it happened.
As far as I can see, the motive has been established. Sears was killed to keep him quiet. Now, just what are you people hiding? What are you afraid of?
We're not afraid of anything, Lieutenant, including you. If we do have secrets, we're entitled to protect them. My husband's reputation is worth protecting.
Look, Mrs. Packer, a man's been murdered, killed, shot in the back. Now, is that the kind of protection your husband...
I happen to love my husband, Lieutenant. I love him as much now as I did when he was alive. If a muckraking, mudslinging ghoul like Ralph Sears wants to rob his grave and ruin his name...
How, Mrs. Packer? How could Sears ruin your husband's name?
Mother, stop it.
Mrs. Packer, is this your revolver?
Yes, it is.
Now, according to the report I received, the bullet that killed Sears came from this gun. Did you know that?
No. No, I didn't.
Well, Mother was with me when it happened. We were at the pool.
The angle of the bullet as it entered the body points directly to your bedroom window, Mrs. Packer.
Mother was with me, Lieutenant, with me.
Karen.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Packer, but I'll have to hold you on suspicion of murder.
Mother, don't let them do
Now,
this.
if you folks will wait here a moment, I'll escort Mrs. Packer out to the car.
Mother was with me. With me.
I'm terribly sorry about all this, Mrs. Bigley.
Forget it. Some of my best friends are murderers.
Oh, really?
Forget it, I said.
Look, Mrs. Bigley, I suppose
Will you stop this Mrs. Bigley business? Call me Karen.
All right, Karen. I suppose you knew your husband phoned me last night.
I didn't until Mother told me about it.
Well, how did your mother know, and why?
Haven't you people heard? Mothers know everything. My mother knew that Ralph Sears knew too much, and Ed was right. She would go to any lengths to stop him from writing about it. She loved my father in spite of...
In spite of what, Karen?
What difference does it make? She didn't kill Ralph. She didn't.
In here, Mr. Bigley.
Sure, Lieutenant, sure. What's the matter, honey? You upset about all this, honey? Oh, don't let all this upset you, Karen. It'll be okay. You wait and see. It'll be okay.
Mr. Bigley, I have a few questions.
Ralph Sears was standing in the patio of the summer house when he was shot.
Oh, poor Searsy. Poor old Sears.
Your wife was at the pool.
And Mother was with me.
Now, that was about 10 to 11 this morning, Mr. Bigley. Where were you at that time?
Me? Well, I was in the bar right down the hall there, in the good old bar.
Could you prove that if you had to?
Look at him. Does he have to?
Oh, poor Searsy. You know, it's a great little guy, that Searsy. Last night, him and me and Karen, well, we just talked and talked and talked.
Ed.
The kind of a fella guy could talk to, that Searsy. Ever been married to the daughter of a national hero, Lieutenant?
No, afraid not.
You, Mr. North?
No.
You know, a fella marries the daughter of Maxwell Packer. And you know who he ends up being? Mr. Karen Packer. That's who.
Ed, for heaven's
Oh,
sake.
but seriously, he understood things like that. Fella a guy could talk to. First fella to be interested in anything I had to say since I became Mr. Karen Packer.
Ed, shut up.
Just what did you talk about, Ed? You and Sears?
Well,
Shut
we
up, Ed,
talked
you hear?
about it.
You don't have to say anything. You don't have to answer. Now, shut up, do you hear? Shut up!
There's no doubt about it. Karen's right. None of them has to say a word without a lawyer.
From the looks of things, Ed Bigley said too many words, especially to Ralph Sears.
And Bigley seems to be the only one who doesn't care if a family skeleton is aired.
What about Karen? She made the date with Sears against her mother's wishes. She must have had a reason.
Well, the way I figure it, she may have done that to appease him, just to keep him happy and maybe throw him off the track. And then maybe her husband talked too much.
I'd sure like to know what Ralph knew.
It must have been big the way he talked to me on the phone.
Jerry!
arm.
Didn't Ralph take notes? Of course he did. He told you he took a whole slew of notes on what he found out.
Yeah, that's right, he did.
Where's he live, Jerry? Where did he live?
In the village. He had a little apartment just off Washington Square. Lived alone.
Hey, take it easy, Bill.
Well, tell me which house it is when we get there.
These old apartments. They're always 6 stories up or down in the cellar.
Yeah. Now, here we are. 3C over there. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, Bill?
Look.
I don't see anything.
Under the door, there's a light in there.
Well, after all, it is nighttime and, well,
Yes, dear, but Ralph left here in the daytime.
what are you going to do, Bill?
I'm not sure yet. You two stay back out of the doorway.
Look, Bill, we
Stay
can...
back, I said. Get away from the doorway. If there's someone in there, it's probably because of those notes. Now, stand over there, both of you. And whoever it is, if they can kill once, they can kill again.
Oh, be careful, Bill. Be careful. Look out, Bill. Oh,
Nobody's here. Come on in.
oh, thank heaven.
Wonder why the light's on, Bill. I doubt if Ralph left it on.
Well, nobody's here now, but someone's been here, all right. Look, it's desk drawers.
Gee, they've been rifled, all right.
Yeah, and look here. Fragments of paper in his typewriter, as if someone tore the paper out of the machine in a hurry.
But who, Bill? Who?
I don't know. But think about it, though. Who knew that Sears had these notes? Mrs. Packer? But she's in police custody. She couldn't have been here.
Maybe Karen or her husband, Ed.
Maybe. Let's find out.
Oh, hi, honey. Drink?
No, don't you ever stop.
Karen, honey, your husband is cold sober.
Well, that's a switch.
That's the kind of a guy I am, honey. Drunk every day, and when I have something big to celebrate, I go out and get roaring sober. Come on, have one.
What are you celebrating this time?
Our future.
You know, sometimes I think my father was right. You are out of your mind.
Listen, your father's dead. Forget him.
It's not that easy.
It's easy enough for me. I had to stay drunk to forget him while he was alive. But he's gone now, and that hatchet-faced mother of yours just about gone, too.
Ed.
Well, isn't she? I've got her for killing Sears, haven't they?
She was with me when it happened, Ed, with me.
So they'll think you're protecting her. Look, they've got a gun. The bullet came from her bedroom. And after what I told Sears about your old man, she had a motive for the murder. A good motive.
What are you talking about?
Karen, honey, wake up. Everybody knows how your mother felt about your old man. He was a god. She'd do anything to protect his name. When the cops find the note Sears took, that's it, the motive. She's as good as convicted.
And if they don't find those notes?
No, they'll find them. Where are you going?
Getting my purse. Are these the notes you mean?
Where'd you get them? Where'd you get those?
From Sears' apartment.
What the devil did you do that for?
Because I'm the sweet, wholesome type who doesn't want her mother convicted of a murder she didn't commit.
You idiot. You stupid fool. With her out of the way, who gets all this? Who gets all the dough and all this estate with its green grass and pot-bellied statues and swimming pools and all the money and...
My father was wrong about a lot of things, but he was certainly right about you.
But your father's dead now. Dead and buried. Just like the thousands, the millions of people he helped kill with the chemicals he sold them during the war. He's dead, and the world's going to know him for the man he really was. A fraud, a traitor, murderer.
And I suppose you're so much better. What do you call someone who kills a man in cold blood?
Shut up.
Kills a man so he can inherit the fortune of a traitor and then frames someone else for the crime. What do you call someone like that, Ed?
I call him smart. I call him real smart. Come here.
Keep your hands off me. You stay away from me.
Smart, I call him. Playing the lush all these years, waiting around, being stepped on, then setting all this up. Oh, that's smart, Karen. You should be proud of me.
Don't you touch me.
Come here.
Let go.
Karen, come back here. Karen! Karen, come back. Come back here. Okay, honey. You asked for it.
No!
Bigley. What? Oh, no, you don't.
Get his gun, Jerry. I got it. Well, he won't be bothering us. Is Karen all right? Yeah, Pam's with her. Just a flesh wound. You were a better shot than Bigley. Yeah. Guys like Bigley make good targets.
Feeling better, Karen?
Much better, Mrs. North, thank you.
Anything I can get you?
Oh, no, I'm fine, thanks. Mrs. North?
Mm-hmm?
The newspapers, are they being pretty rough on my father?
He was a traitor, Karen. You can't protect him forever.
No, I guess not.
You and your mother knew about him and his dealings, didn't you? Certainly your mother knew.
Well, not till after the war, when it was all over.
Well, then why did she protect him so?
Ever been in love, Mrs. North?
I still am.
Come in.
Hi, Karen. How are you feeling?
Fine now, Mr. North, thank you.
Jerry, you fool, you idiot, you goof.
What?
Walking around out there in the rain without a hat or coat, you'll catch cold and...
See what I mean, Mrs. North? Love. Protection.
Gesundheit, my love.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin, and brought to you by
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
Jerry and Pamela North often drive Bill Wygand to the verge of insanity. However, for all their bewildering antics, they often help him, too. And at times he even goes so far as to ask them for advice. Tonight is such a time, because he's faced with a dizzy situation. Now, as Bill seats himself in the North's living room, Jerry says to him,
All right, Bill. Now, what's this great problem that's puzzling you?
It's a case that I'm working on.
I know. Somebody crept to the window and shot him in the middle of his dinner.
What?
Yes, I read about it in the paper. He was dining alone.
Who was?
Walter Middleton, of course, dear. Mrs. Middleton's been dead for years, and the son and daughter were out, so he was alone. The butler heard the shot and ran into the dining room, but Mr. Middleton was already dead. It's been on all the front pages.
Oh, I only read the funnies.
He was rich as anything, so there's the motive. Cigarette, Bill?
No, thanks.
The son and daughter are the most obvious suspects, so that lets them out. How about some candy, Bill?
No, not just now. Why does it let them out?
That's too obvious. Fruit?
No, thanks.
Nuts?
Yeah, I'm beginning to think so.
Bill, is this Middleton case what you wanted to ask us about?
Yeah, it has a screwy angle. I thought it would be just up the North Alley. You see, we have two confessions.
You mean two people have confessed to the same murder?
That's right, and each claims he worked alone.
Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's what I said. And since sense doesn't work in this case, I thought intuition might. How about it, Pam?
Have to have something to go on. Who are these people who confessed, Bill? Not the son and daughter?
No. They're a couple of friends of the Middletons. Larry Chapman and George Warwick.
Oh, can I meet them?
Sure, we're holding them at headquarters.
Well, let's go.
All right.
I wonder what's in back of it, Jerry.
I know. They heard confessions good for the soul.
The dining room window was open, so I just pointed the gun through it and fired.
That's impossible, Larry.
Why?
Because I did.
Here we go again.
Look, Lieutenant, doesn't priority count around here? I confessed first.
But you're lying.
May I ask a question?
Go right to it, then.
Why did you gentlemen kill Mr. Middleton?
Well, it's just that
it's like this.
Well,
that is...
what I was going to say is that...
Hold it. Now, you, Warwick, why did you shoot Middleton?
Well, sir,
I owed him some money, and I couldn't pay him, so I killed him.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
You mean I put them in your mouth? Never even thought of it.
I don't care what you say. I don't care what anyone says. I killed Walter Middleton. I hope to die if I didn't.
It's the other way around, George.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Well, why don't we toss a coin? Winner gets the electric chair.
Wait a minute, Jerry. Now, look. If either of you shot Mr. Middleton, you had to have a gun. All right. Tell us where the gun is, and we'll see if it matches the bullet.
I threw the gun away.
So did I. I mean, that's what I did. I demand you hold me for murder.
You ought to hold him for plagiarism instead.
Where did you throw away the gun?
Who, me?
Either of you, both of you.
I don't remember.
I wrapped the gun in some old newspaper and threw it in some bushes.
What bushes? Where?
That's what I don't remember.
Well, Pam, you're doing fine. Have any hunches yet?
I have a hunch they're both lying.
That's no hunch. It's a logical conclusion based on observation of the facts.
You must believe me. I tell you, I killed Walter Middleton.
With your little hatchet, yeah, we know.
Now, look. Don't either of you fellas want to change your stories?
No. I killed Walter Middleton.
He didn't. I did.
Okay.
Here comes the policeman.
Oh, yes, he has David Middleton with him.
Hello, Lieutenant Wygant.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Nolan.
Hello.
Lieutenant, I don't know how you're going to like this. Maybe it's good and maybe it ain't.
All right, what's up?
Well, you sent me to question young Middleton here and check up on his whereabouts on the night of the murder, so I did.
Yes?
Well, what do you think he tells me? He says he killed his father.
Oh, that's swell. He what?
Yeah. He wants to confess.
Bill, it looks like you've hit the jackpot.
Well, I took your advice, Pam, and released our three murderers.
But what if it turns out that one of them's telling the truth?
Yeah, we can always pick them up again. We certainly have nothing on either one of them as yet.
Besides, if one of them is guilty, this is a better way to trap him. Give him enough rope.
But, darling, you know what some people do with rope.
What?
Skip.
Oh, we'll have to work fast before he has a chance.
Do you have any plans?
I'd like to talk to Helen Middleton. Maybe she can tell us something.
Okay. But if she tells us that she's the one who killed her father, there'll be a second murder. And I'll commit it.
After all, Larry and George are both very dear friends of mine, and David is my brother. You can't expect me to say anything against them.
But if one of them killed your father...
Oh, none of them did. I'm sure.
Why?
Well, I just know it.
Well, then, perhaps you can tell us something to help clear them. They're all under suspicion.
But I don't know what to say. I've told the police all I know, and I've tried to answer your questions.
But unfortunately, it hasn't helped us much.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can't think of any reason why they should all confess?
No.
All right. Well, we won't keep you any longer, Miss Middleton.
Thank you. I hope you'll pardon me if I don't show you out, but I'm so terribly tired, and I don't want to go downstairs again.
Oh, that's quite all right. Goodbye.
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 Well, Pam, what do you think?
You forget, Jerry, I'm not supposed to think. I'm supposed to feel. You know, intuition.
Well, then, what do you feel?
Bewildered. I don't understand. But... Oh!
I'm sorry, madam. I didn't mean to alarm you.
You ought to give more warning when you pop out of nowhere.
Not nowhere, madam. I was concealed in this archway.
Eavesdropping on our conversation with Miss Middleton, huh?
If you wish to call it that, I call it detecting.
Are you a detective?
Unofficially, like yourselves. Officially, I'm the Middleton's butler.
Oh. Oh, you're the one who discovered the body.
Yes, madam.
Perhaps you can tell us something.
I can tell you a great deal. I'm a profound student of crime. Oh, fascinating subject.
Yes.
I'll tell you this. You're on the right track. It's not suicide. It's murder.
Well, of course it is. Nobody suggested there wasn't.
After all, there was no gun near the body.
How do you know?
Well,
How do you know I didn't find a gun and hide it to make it look like murder?
But there's no earthly reason why you should.
Jumping to conclusions. First rule of a good detective, never jump to conclusions.
But you just said yourself that it was murder.
True. As a matter of fact, there was no gun. But you shouldn't take my word for it. Why are you looking at me like that? Perhaps you think I killed Mr. Middleton. Good. Very good. Never overlook anything. First rule of a good detective.
I thought you just said that the first rule was never...
Yes, very good. However, you're wrong. I couldn't have done it.
Why?
The butler never does it. Not anymore. That went out with the bustle. But I'll give you a clue if you want it.
What?
In the back of the house. A little bungalow. Young David Middleton's studio.
What about it?
No one is allowed in it but the young master himself. The windows are all blacked out. My wife does the cleaning here in the main house, but even she's not allowed in there. Nobody is. Doesn't that strike you as significant?
Certainly does.
What mysteries does that studio contain? One time I tried to find out, but young David caught me. He was very angry.
Haven't you any idea what he keeps there?
No, but I'm sure it must be important. If you want the key to the mystery, find out the secret of the studio.
Okay, thanks for telling us. Come on, Pam.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Butler.
Goodbye.
Well, Jerry, let's go and see if we can get in the studio.
Oh, don't be silly, Pam. That butler's slap happy.
But there might be something to that story of the studio.
Nonsense.
But suppose there is, Jerry. We shouldn't overlook anything.
First rule of a good detective.
I mean it.
Well, we'll tell Bill if he wants to investigate, he can.
I think we ought to.
But, Pam...
We're right here.
I don't think we should.
Oh, Jerry, please.
No.
Please.
No.
That must be it in the clump of trees. Come on, Jerry. Careful, nobody sees us.
You know, if young Middleton catches us at this, he'd be within his legal rights if he shot us.
Oh, I can't see that it would hurt any more than if it were illegal. I mean, if you were shot, you wouldn't care, would you, whether it was legal or not? Especially if you were dead. Oh. Let's not let him catch us, huh?
You're right. Let's not. Be careful. This moonlight's pretty bright. Stay close to the bushes.
All right.
I don't know why I let you talk me into things like this.
Because you're sweet.
I think it's your baby blue eyes. They look so sad when you can't have your way. Like a calf's. Well, here we are.
Calf's eyes are brown.
Somehow that seems irrelevant. Well, now that we're here, what do we do?
Let's see if we can find some way to get in. Oh, golly, it seems kind of spooky, doesn't it? It's all dark.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Oh, wait a minute. Thought I heard something. I guess I was wrong. Well, now, what do you want to do?
I think I'll just try the door. Oh, Jerry! Jerry, how can you laugh? I've been shot.
You're all wet.
I'm not. I've been shot. Oh, I am, aren't I? I thought it was blood.
No, darling. You just walked into a trap. A bucket of water fell on your head.
I'm soaked to the skin.
What's going on here? Oh, hello, Middleton. My wife decided to take a shower.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. North. I hope you're all right.
I guess so. Only I'm cold.
Well, come on back to the house and you can warm up. I'm sorry about this, but I don't like people to go near my studio.
Yeah, so we found out. You know, that's quite an effective booby trap you have there, young fellow. Isn't it, Pam? I beg your pardon?
Shoot! Jerry, stop laughing and come to bed.
I can't help it, Pam, when I think of the way you look. Like a drowned cat.
Before I was a calf.
Well, you will go snooping into other people's business.
Well, Bill asked us to help him.
I'm afraid you weren't much help.
I guess not. You know, Jerry, in spite of it all, I like that David Middleton.
Yeah, he seems to be a nice kid.
I would like to know what he's got in that studio.
Maybe he's hoarding sugar.
Oh, now what?
I'll answer, dear. Hello. Yes?
This is George Warwick.
Oh, yes.
I've been trying to get hold of Lieutenant Wygant. Do you know where he is?
No, but I think I can find him for you.
Good. If you and he come out to my house right away, I'll show you something very important.
What is it?
I've just discovered a very important clue. Now I know who killed Mr. Middleton.
Well, I thought you said you killed him.
I'll explain everything. How soon can you get here?
I don't know. As soon as I find Bill.
All right, I'll be waiting. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who is it, Jerry?
George Warwick. You better put your clothes on again, darling. One of our murderers has something to tell us. And this time, it's not a confession.
Well, this is it.
I wonder what he wants to show us.
Well, it better be good. I don't like coming out in the middle of the night for nothing.
I doubt that this will be as good as he promised. Somehow, I don't trust
Wait
that.
a minute, Bill.
What is it, Pam?
I think there's somebody standing by the corner of the house.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, boy, he's shooting at us.
No, hey!
Now, a brief intermission for a message of special interest to the ladies.
If you are not a user of Woodbury cold cream, I think I know why. It isn't because you believe your complexion is already flawless. Doubt if any girl has such a perfect skin she doesn't want to make it lovelier. No, the reason probably is you haven't yet been convinced that Woodbury cold cream can make a real difference in your complexion. But that just proves you haven't yet tried Woodbury cold cream. For using it once will show you how extra effective it is. You see, Woodbury cold cream isn't just another cold cream at all. It's a complete beauty cream. It actually does everything for your skin. Why not take 3 minutes tonight to see all it can do? Smooth the silky cream over your face and throat. It leaves your skin sparkling clean, glowing. Now pat on more. And this time, let a trace remain on your skin overnight. Tomorrow, well, you may scarcely believe your eyes. Your skin will have such a radiant, new, smooth look. Now, that's the famous Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. Do it every night. But don't forget, Woodbury cold cream is as grand for daytime beautifying. It leaves your skin looking lovelier. Helps your makeup have that professional finish you envied. Woodbury cold cream gives such remarkable results because of 4 special softening, smoothing ingredients, and because of another exclusive ingredient working constantly to purify the cream in the jar in case blemish-causing germs should get in. Try this amazing, complete beauty cream. Get Woodbury cold cream tonight.
And now back to Mr. and Mrs. North. The Norths and Wygand were approaching George Warwick's house when someone began shooting at them.
Golly, he's shooting at us.
Stop, hey!
Jerry!
There he goes. He's running back of the house. You got your gun, Jerry? Yeah. Good. Go around the other side. I'll go this.
Okay.
See anything, Jerry?
Pam, you shouldn't have followed me.
Well, I wasn't going to stay back there alone.
Well, all right.
There's someone by the back door.
Yeah, back, Pam. Who's there?
Hello, that's you, Jerry.
Bill. Yeah.
See anyone, Jerry?
No.
No, neither did I.
What do we do now?
Well, I guess we'd better go the other...
What's that?
Someone's calling for help.
It's coming from inside the house. Come on. Here's the door. It's locked. I have to break the glass. Then I can reach in, turn, and out. Look out.
Okay.
There we are.
The call's coming from upstairs.
Right, let's go.
I can't see anything.
Now, wait, I'm feeling for the light switch. Oh, here it is.
Oh, that's better.
Now, come on.
Hello, where are you?
In here. Sounded like that room there.
Right.
Hello in there. The door's locked.
Break it in.
Okay, I'll shoot off the lock. Stand back, Jerry. There we are. Hey, where are you?
Over here, behind the bed.
But, oh, it's Warwick.
His hands and feet tied. What happened, fella?
Larry knocked me down, tied my hands and feet, and ran out.
Larry Chapman, eh?
Yes. He wore a mask, but I recognized him anyway.
He must be the one who shot at us.
Probably. I heard the shots. I wondered what was happening.
Can you roll over a little so I can get to this other nut?
Yeah.
That's it. I'll have you loose in a second.
What did Chapman want, Warwick?
Well, he must have been snooping around and heard me phone you. He's probably stolen the clue.
What clue?
The gun that killed Walter Middleton.
You mean you found the gun?
That's right.
Well, there you are, all untied.
Thanks.
Now, what about this gun?
I had it locked in my desk downstairs. Perhaps he didn't find it. Come on, we'll see.
Okay.
You see, on the night of the murder, I saw Larry throw a package wrapped in newspaper in some bushes. I didn't think anything of it until today, when he mentioned wrapping the pistol in newspaper and throwing it in the bushes.
And you went back to the same spot tonight and the gun was still there?
Yes. I went back as soon as you released me. Then I went to see Helen.
Why?
I had to be sure she wasn't involved. As soon as I found out she had a perfect alibi, I phoned the North.
Oh, then you confessed before just to shield Miss Middleton.
That's right, Mrs. North.
But it wasn't necessary. Chapman had already confessed.
I know, but he was just making a play for her benefit. He's cut in enough already. Until he came along, I thought my chances with her were pretty good. Now I'm not so sure. Well, here we are. In just a second, I'll open the desk. Ah, it's still here.
Yeah, so it is. Let me see it.
Here.
Well, apparently that isn't what Chapman was after then. Maybe he just wanted a chance to shoot us.
But why would he want to kill us, Jerry?
I don't know.
Well, I can't explain it. All I know is that he knocked me down, tied me up, and then I heard him run out the door. And the next thing I knew, there was shooting.
Say, wait a minute. Let's see that.
What, the gun?
No, the paper it's wrapped in.
What is it, Jerry?
Warwick, you say you saw Chapman throw this package in the bushes on the night of the murder.
That's right.
That's very strange.
Why?
Well, the murder took place a couple of days ago. But this newspaper the gun's wrapped in is today's paper.
What? Why, I don't understand.
I think I'm beginning to.
Well, there's some mistake.
I'll say there is, and you've made it.
Oh, no. You can't think that I...
Oh, can't we, though? How about that other story of yours?
Which story?
About Chapman attacking you and tying you up.
It's true, he did.
Oh, he did, huh? And then he ran out the door.
That's right.
How do you explain the fact that when we reached the door to your room, it was locked from the inside?
I don't know.
According to your story, you couldn't have locked it because you were tied up. Chapman went out through it.
Well, it must have... Oh, I don't know.
Jerry, look out. He's grabbing the gun.
Stop him, Bill.
No, you don't. I've got the gun now. Stand back, all of you. That's it.
Now, look here, Warwick. You
don't
can't
move.
get away.
I'm getting out of here.
He's getting away.
Yes, darling. I'm afraid he is.
And you're sure you haven't any idea where he might go to hide out, Miss Middleton?
No, I haven't.
All right, thank you. We'll run along now. I'm sorry we had to disturb you in the middle of the night like this.
Well, that's all right.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, no luck here. We'll have to try something else.
You know, Bill, I can't help wondering.
About what?
If he really was guilty, why did he confess?
Oh, that was clever. By seeming to protect Miss Middleton, he threw suspicion off himself.
Of course, that's it. Bill, Jerry, I just thought of something.
You think you know where he is?
I think I know, but... Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look, there's a light under the door in David Middleton's studio. Come on.
Why? You don't think Warwick's there, do you?
No, but I've just got to find out what's in there.
You and your curiosity. You know what I got you before.
Well, watch out, Jerry. I know what to look for this time.
Pam, we've got a murderer to track down.
Oh, you men. Don't you have any curiosity? Besides, it won't take any time. Come on.
All right, let's go, Bill. There'll be no living with her until she's satisfied.
Well, all right.
Oh, you're darlings, both of you.
Where's Saps?
Yeah, I don't know why I agreed. I don't have to live with her.
Shh, Bill. We're getting close.
Too bad you forgot your bathing suit.
Shh. I won't touch anything this time, Jerry. I'll just stoop down and see if I can see through the keyhole.
See anything?
Yes. He's in there.
Young Middleton?
Uh-huh.
What's he doing?
Sewing.
Sewing?
Yes.
What's the idea?
I lost my balance.
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost my balance. I fell against the door, and I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to... I didn't mean... I fell.
Doggone it, I told you to keep away from here. Oh, Mr. North, too. I'm the lieutenant. What do you want?
I wanted to be able to live with my wife.
Huh?
Yes, she just had to see what you have in here.
Well, now you see. I hope you're satisfied.
Dolls?
Yes, I make them. Silly, isn't it?
I don't think so.
I just like to make dolls. Sort of a hobby. There's no law against it, is there?
No, not that I've heard.
I know. I ought to fool around with shortwave radio or electric motors or something. But I'd rather make dolls. Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you laugh?
I don't feel like it.
Look, son. Is this where you were the night of the murder?
Yes. That's why I confessed. So you'd all stop asking questions about where I was. I didn't want to have to tell about it. I was safe enough. 2 confessions before mine, and I could always tell the truth if I had to. But I hoped I wouldn't have to.
Oh, you shouldn't feel so ashamed, David. These dolls are beautiful. Why, you're an artist. Look, Jerry, all kinds of characters.
Yeah, they're absolutely perfect.
Look, every little detail exact. Some of these dolls are so tiny, and others are almost life-size.
Thanks, Mrs. North. You can have one if you like.
Oh, thank you, I would. This one, this little old man with a pipe.
Okay, he's yours.
Oh, thank you, David. Jerry, look, isn't he cute? Little wrinkled-up face. Jerry. Dolls.
What about them?
They give me an idea. I think I know how we can catch the murderer.
With dolls?
Yes, Jerry. With dolls.
You see, Miss Middleton, it was quite a scheme. By pretending to shield you, Warwick could throw suspicion off himself.
The very confession of murder would suggest he was innocent.
And then being found tied up right after we were shot at, it would again make him seem innocent of that, too. And the gun plant would throw the blame where he wanted it.
Clever. It's too clever.
Anybody who'd work out such an elaborate scheme wouldn't make such stupid mistakes as the date on the paper and the locked door.
Besides, he's a slitherer.
A what?
A slitherer. There are 2 kinds of liars. Twisters and slitherers. Twisters figure out 3 or 4 twists ahead and lie accordingly, while slitherers just slide into whatever lie seems to fit at the moment. Mr. Warwick is a slitherer.
But how do you know?
At the jail, Mr. Chapman was always way ahead of Mr. Warwick. He confessed first, and he lied much better. He's a twister.
It was he who confessed to throw suspicion off himself. Warwick simply confessed out of jealousy at Chapman's getting all your gratitude.
Only a twister would have thought of that first confession.
And get this twist. Instead of framing a case against Warwick, he lets Warwick frame a case against him. A case that will fold up and make Warwick seem guilty.
You mean Larry is the murderer?
Well, sure.
But then why did George run away?
He saw so much evidence piling up against him, he was afraid we'd be able to pin the murder on him. Chapman's scheme was working.
And it was an elaborate scheme, too. Chapman planted the gun in today's paper and put it in the bushes.
And after tying up Warwick, he walked to the door, slammed it, and then quietly locked it. Slipped to the window and got out that way. Warwick, on the floor behind the bed, couldn't see him.
I can't believe it. Why? Why would he do all this? Kill Father and then try to put the blame on George?
Simple. With your father's death, you and your brother share the inheritance. And by framing Warwick, Chapman hoped to eliminate him and marry you for your money.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't.
Unfortunately, it's true. We haven't told Bill yet, but as soon as he gets here, we're going to tell him that
You're not going to do anything. I'm shutting you up now.
All right, Chapman, drop that pistol. I've got you covered. That's it. Okay, folks, you can come out from behind the sofa.
Helen. And Mr. and Mrs. North.
Yeah, what you shot were just dummies. Life-size dolls, which you probably can see yourself now that you take the time.
Mr. and Mrs. Proxy. Oh, poor Mrs. Proxy. You hit her right between the eyes.
Helen, you were in on this. You invited me here, left the front door open so I'd come in and overhear you.
Yes, Larry.
She didn't want to. But when we convinced her that you'd killed her father, she agreed.
Well, you can come along with me, Chapman. We didn't have any proof against you before, but we have now.
Thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Proxy. Gollies, Jerry. You know something?
What?
We're not such bad twisters ourselves, are we?
You think a film star has an easy life? Well, she doesn't. Making a picture is unusually hard work. She has to be up at dawn to have her makeup on and be ready in time. She works all day under blazing lights. Then there are personal appearances, for every star is busy with war work these days. And off the set as well as on, she has to look glamorous. Well, the beauty care that can keep her skin soft and radiant through all that has to be remarkably effective. And here's what Veronica Lake does, the Paramount star now appearing in So Proudly We Hail. She told us,
I take the 3-minute Woodbury Beauty Nightcap every night with Woodbury Cold Cream. The beauty results are thrilling.
Well, girls, your skin may not have such hard treatment as a film star's, but if Woodbury Cold Cream can do so much for them, think what it can do for you. That's because Woodbury is much more than just cold cream. It's a complete beauty cream. Jars, 10 cents to $1.25. That's Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Cold Cream. Get a jar tonight. Tune in again next Wednesday evening at the same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying good night for
Woodbury, 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 for the skin you love to touch.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Woodbury Cold Cream.
Lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss.
The makers of Woodbury Cold Cream, the beauty cream for the skin you love to touch, present The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North. Pam and Jerry knew Albie Baker couldn't have committed the murder. But there was all that evidence against him. And as his own lawyer said to the Norths one night in their apartment,
I don't like it. I'm his lawyer, and his story doesn't even sound good to me.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, but you must believe him. Albie'd never kill anyone, never.
What makes you so sure?
Why, Jerry and I've known him for years.
Well, I'm afraid that wouldn't convince a jury, Pamela.
Pam's right, though. Albie's no killer.
All you have to do is look at him, Mr. Hanson. He has one of the kindest faces I've ever seen. Oh, if only there was some way of finding that letter.
Yes, if. The letter is the only piece of evidence to support Baker's story. And nobody has ever seen it except Baker himself.
Al said he showed it to Krug.
But Krug denies it.
He's lying.
Well, it's Baker's word against Krug's. And with all the other evidence against Baker, I'm afraid the jury will believe Krug. All right, Mr. Baker, just tell the court your story the way you told it to me. Now, you've told us that Private Detective Anderson questioned you about the stolen goods in your store.
Yes, sir. He asked me where I got the merchandise, and I said from Mr. Warren. But I didn't know where Warren got it.
What did the detective say to that?
He said he'd investigate Warren.
And then what happened?
Well, about a week later, I got a letter from Detective Anderson. He said he thought he had the goods on Warren and asked me to invite Warren to my apartment. I was to introduce Anderson to Warren as a friend of mine. Well, then...
So, Mr. Baker, Detective Anderson wrote you a letter telling you that he wanted to meet Warren in your apartment, did he?
Yes, sir.
Where is that letter?
I don't know.
You don't know? I see. Did anyone besides yourself ever see that letter?
Yes, I showed it to Wilbur Krug.
Why?
Well, I wanted his advice. After Anderson was murdered in my apartment, I was in a jam.
I thought Wilbur would help me. I showed him the letter and asked him what I should do.
What did he do with it?
I don't know. He must have destroyed it.
Did you see him destroy it?
No, sir.
You didn't see what he did with it?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, wasn't that a rather strange thing to do? To give someone such a vital piece of evidence and then not even notice what he did with it?
I was upset and confused. I hardly knew what was happening. Besides, I thought he was my friend. I didn't think of
Mr. Krug, did the defendant ever show you a letter to him from Frank Anderson, stating that Anderson was to meet Warren in the defendant's apartment?
No, he did not.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this case is very simple. Stolen merchandise was found in the store of the defendant. This is a fact. A man investigating the stolen goods was murdered in the defendant's apartment. This is a fact. Against these facts, we have only the defendant's word and the letter he claims the dead man Anderson wrote him. Very well, where is that letter? Did anyone but the defendant ever see that letter? No. And why? For the very simple reason that there is no such letter. There never was such a letter. Frank Anderson didn't go to Baker's apartment to see Warren. He went there to see Baker. And it was Baker who killed him.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant guilty as charged.
Jerry, I'm just sick. Think of it. Albie Baker convicted of murder.
Yeah.
Such a nice little fellow. If only there was something we could do. Oh, darling, I don't feel like seeing anyone.
Well, I'll go send whoever it is away.
Ah, Mr. North.
Oh, hello, Mr. Krug.
May I come in? I have something to tell you.
You mean you're ready to tell the truth about that letter?
More. I'm ready to produce it.
What?
Yes. Oh, don't think I've enjoyed playing the part I did. I despise myself. But I'm really a very weak character, and in my own way, I have to look out for myself. Every man for himself in this dog-eat-dog world, I always say.
Skunk would be more like it. But come on in if you really have something to offer.
Oh, thank you. Don't be too harsh in judging me. I'm prepared to undo the wrong I've done.
Good.
But for a price. Ah, Mrs. North, as lovely as ever, I see.
Darling, this worm has decided to take a turn for the better. He's going to let us have the letter.
Oh, good.
But, as I mentioned before, for a price.
All right. What price?
Well, it depends.
On what?
On Cupid Warren.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, the letter, while clearing Albie, would convict Warren. Under the circumstances, he'd be willing to bid on the letter, too.
You mean you're going to give that horrible thug a chance to buy that letter? To practically buy Albie's life?
You know we can't match dollars with that gangster. He's big time, and I don't have that kind of money. As for Al, the poor fellow sank his last cent on the trial.
You have friends.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Mr. Krug, you're... Oh, there are no words for you.
Well, after all, Mrs. North, I do have to eat, you know.
Why?
Me. Everyone hates me. Well, it's to be expected. But do unto others and you wind up on the breadline, I always say. I'd much rather be comfortable and well-fed than popular. So, let's get down to business. Now, tomorrow you come to the address I'll give you. Naturally, you won't mention this to the police till the deal's off. I'll see to it that you're not followed. You'll go up one flight of stairs, knock on the door 3 times, and if everything is ready... Mr. and Mrs. North, I've been waiting. Come in. Mr. and Mrs. North, allow me to present Mr. Cupid Warren.
How are you?
Why are you locking the door?
So we won't be disturbed. Well, now let's get started, shall we? Come over to the table and sit down.
All right.
All right, Bright Eyes, where's that letter?
In time, Mr. Warren, in time.
I ain't got time, and I ain't bidding till I see what I'm bidding on.
Very well. Just a moment, and I'll get it.
North,
If you and your missus are smart, you're going to keep your mouth shut when I start bidding.
Unfortunately, we're not very smart.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. If you wake up in the morgue some morning, you'll know why.
All right, folks, here we are. The one and only genuine Frank Anderson letter to Albie Baker.
Let's see that.
Mr. Warren mustn't touch.
Give me that letter.
Oh, a gun?
Yeah. Now hand over that letter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. North. You hit him with that chair just in time. And now I have the gun. I was very foolish. I should have seen to it that he was disarmed before he came in here.
Get up, Cupid. You're all right.
Oh, I'll get you for this, North.
Well, folks, shall we start the bidding?
Yes, let's get it over with.
Very well. What am I bid for this 100% foolproof perfect alibi for Albie Baker?
I'll give you $1,000.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me.
$1,000, he says. $1,000. Don't you realize your life hangs on this piece of paper, Mr. Warren? Is that all your life is worth to you, a measly $1,000?
His life isn't worth a measly 20 cents. I'll bid $2,000.
But, Mr. North, Albie Baker's life also depends on this paper. Is $2,000 all you bid for your very dear friend?
He was supposed to be your very dear friend, too, remember?
Come now, let's stop this fooling around. I want a real bid.
$5,000. And if you open your mouth, North, I'll push your face so far back through your head every time you want to blow your nose, you'll have to turn around.
10,000.
All right, wise guy, you'll get yours.
10,000 I'm bid. 10,000. Do I hear 15? Come, gentlemen, what are we waiting for?
15.
20.
Why, you?
Well, now, this is more like it. 20 is bid. Do I hear 30? 30. 30. Do I hear 30?
Jerry, where are we going to get $20,000?
I don't know.
25.
30.
Mister, you're just asking for trouble and don't think you won't get it. Now, I'll give you just one more chance. $40,000, Krug, and that's positively, absolutely my last bid. And North, if you and the little lady don't want to go swimming in the river with your feet in a bucket of cement...
Ignore him, Mr. North. I have 40,000. Will anyone make it 50? 50. Do I hear 50? 40,000, then. It's going at 40,000. Going once?
Jerry, we can't let him get away with it.
I know, darling.
Going twice?
Okay, Krug. I'll make it 50.
All right, brother, if that's the way you want to play.
50,000. Do I hear 60?
You don't hear nothing. Let him take it.
Okay. Sold to Mr. North for $50,000.
How long can I have to raise the money?
You don't have it with you?
Huh, don't be funny.
Well, how about tomorrow noon?
Well, that's pretty fast.
I'm in a hurry. I want to get this over with.
Well, I'll do what I can.
All right. I'll call you tomorrow and make arrangements.
You better make arrangements for his funeral.
Golly, Jerry, how'll we ever get that money? We're not millionaires.
We're not even 50,000 heirs.
Well, we'd better be before noon tomorrow if we want to get that letter. I wonder if it really is the letter.
That's word for word what Albie told me was in the letter.
And we've just got to get that money. Can we, Jerry?
I doubt it.
But you bid.
For time, darling.
There must be some way we can... Jerry, look out, that car.
Quick, Pam, come here.
Oh, Jerry, you pulled me in at this doorway just in time.
Yeah, it seems Cupid's losing no time keeping his promise.
Jerry, car's stopping in the next block. It's turning around.
Oh, come on. I don't feel like playing target for that thug with a machine gun anymore.
Where are we going?
There's a taxi across the street. Oh, here we are. Quick, get in. Driver, start going. I don't care where, only make it fast.
Jerry, they're coming.
Hurry, driver.
Oh, golly.
They're still coming. Driver, turn again at the next corner. See if you can get away from that car that's following us. Good. Oh. Now, if you can shake them, you can name your own tip, but if you can't...
Let's not even think about that, Jerry. After all, I don't have a thing to wear to my funeral. Oh, I hope I never have to go through anything like that again.
No, it was a pretty bad 10 minutes, wasn't it? If our driver hadn't cut through that alley, we never would have shaken them.
Well, what do we do now, Jerry? We can't stay cooped up in this hotel room. Got to find some way to raise that money. Let's see. Do we know anybody with $50,000 to spare?
Do we know anybody with $50,000?
No. Oh, there must be some way to get our hands on some money. Either beg, borrow, or steal it. Of course, Jerry. Steal it.
Oh, now, Pamela, if you think I'm going to rob a bank...
No, Jerry, not money, the letter.
What?
Why don't we steal the letter?
Oh.
Well, we could just... I don't know. But it does seem like a good idea.
We don't even know where he keeps it.
It was in the back room.
Yes, but you can be sure it's well concealed. He probably expects us to try just what you're suggesting.
Well, I know how we can find out where he keeps it, Jerry. You see, when he thinks the house is on fire, he'll go right to the spot.
Wait a minute. Why should he think the house is on fire?
Because of the smoke, silly.
What smoke?
From the bomb.
Bomb? Smoke? What the dickens are you talking about?
A scandal in Bohemia.
Oh, what?
Don't you ever read, Jerry? Nice book publisher. A Scandal in Bohemia is a story by Sherlock Holmes.
Oh.
You know, when Holmes wanted to find out where something was hidden, he had Watson set off a smoke bomb so that the woman who had hidden it would go and get it, and then he could get it. Only he couldn't because she was very clever and,
That's all right, darling. I remember the story now.
Well, how about it then, Jerry?
Well...
You can go see Mr. Krug to ask for more time or something, and then we can set off a smoke bomb, and he'll think the house is on fire, and he'll run to get the...
All right, sweetheart, all right. You win. Let's go see what happens when smoke gets in his eyes. You know just what to do, don't you, Pam?
Yes.
Good. Just watch for my signal. Now, here's Krug's apartment. We've got to be ready to work fast.
Gollies, I hope it goes all right.
Shoot me!
Oh!
Yeah. You didn't expect to find me here, did you? But I thought me and the boys ought to drop over and pay Krug a visit. And now you come to the party, too. Well, that's just swell. Come in.
Well, I think we'd better... we were just leaving.
I said come in. That's right. Look, boys, we got company. Okay, Butch, lock the door.
Now, a brief intermission with a wartime beauty rule for the ladies.
These war days, we can't have all we'd like in the way of... Remember, good grooming can do more than fine clothes to make you lovely to look at. And there's a wonderful way to help your skin keep immaculately well-groomed. A way so quick and easy that it might have been made just for these busy days. You see, there's one cream that all alone does everything for skin beauty. It gives your skin complete beauty care, for it's a complete beauty cream. It's Woodbury Cold Cream. Just try it tonight and see. Dip into a jar of silky soft Woodbury Cold Cream and cover your face with it well. The rich cleansing oils loosen dirt and old makeup. So wipe off the soiled cream. Your skin will simply glow. It's so fresh, so clean. Now pat on more Woodbury and leave some on your skin overnight. That's all. You've given yourself the famous Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. It takes just 3 minutes, and tomorrow, when you see your clearer, smoother, more radiant complexion, you'll want to do that every night. Use Woodbury to cleanse your skin in the daytime, too. Your makeup will go on with a porcelain-perfect finish. 4 special softening and smoothing ingredients make Woodbury Cold Cream so beautifying. Another ingredient makes Woodbury exceptionally safe, for it works constantly purifying the cream in the jar in case blemish-causing germs get in. No other cream gives you this added protection. Try this complete beauty cream. Get Woodbury Cold Cream tonight.
And now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North. In their attempt to get the letter that will clear Albie Baker, the Norths have gone to Krug's apartment, only to be greeted there by Cupid Warren.
You know, Mr. and Mrs. North, you just don't seem never to learn.
Should I give them a once-over lightly, boss, just so they get the idea you ain't fooling?
Not yet, Butch. You're not through with Krug.
Leave me alone, won't you?
Sure. As soon as you tell us where you got that letter.
I'll never tell you.
Okay, Butch.
Right, boss. Now, Krug, this is gonna hurt you more than it does me.
No, brute.
That was nothing, Mrs. North. Butcher's just getting warmed up.
You gonna talk, mister? Okay, how do you like this?
No. No, stop it. Stop it. I'll tell you. I'll show you where the letter is.
Okay, Krug. Where is it?
I'll get it. It's behind this picture. There's a panel.
Jerry, he's getting the letter. What do we do?
Let's set off the smoke bomb. Maybe in the excitement we can get
Of course, Jerry.
Oh, no, you don't. I'll take that thing. Come on, hand it over. Come on.
Okay.
Jerry, we're licked.
Looks like it.
All right. Here's the letter.
Good. Bring it here, Butch.
Here you are, boss.
Ah. So I was supposed to top 50 grand for this, hey, Krug? Now I'll just take this cigarette lighter, and I'll light this corner of the letter, and there goes the last piece of evidence against Cupid Warren up in smoke.
There it goes, Jerry.
Yeah.
$50,000.
Albie's chance for freedom.
Well, that's that.
We failed, Jerry.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Is there any chance of doing anything for Albie now?
I'm afraid not. We can only hope. I'll go, dear.
Ah, hello there, North, old man.
Do you always have to be so blamed cheerful?
Ah, but I have good news for you.
Yeah? What?
I'm a liar, a frightful liar.
Is that good?
But of course. May I come in?
Okay. Well, darling, Krug crawled out from under his rock again. He says he has some good news for us.
Hello, Mrs. North.
Hello.
My friends, do you still wish to purchase that letter?
What do you mean?
It would have been foolish of me to show the real letter, wouldn't it? When I was dealing with a man like Cupid Warren who might pull a gun at any moment. Yes, it would have been insanely foolish. And, Mr. and Mrs. North, I am not foolish. Weak? Yes. Selfish? Yes. But,
Do you mean that letter Krug burned was not the original?
Exactly, Mr. North. It was a copy.
And the original?
Is carefully put away where it shall remain until the money is made ready to change hands.
Oh, thank heavens. Jerry, there's still a chance.
Yes. Well, now, sir, do we do business or don't we?
We do.
Good.
But on different terms.
I beg your pardon.
You were able to force a high bid from Jerry before by the pressure of Cupid's bidding. But since you can't deal with Cupid anymore...
Why can't I deal with him?
Because you tricked him. So he'd never trust you again. He'd never know whether you were holding back a photographic copy or something, and the letter doesn't do him any good unless he's sure that he's destroyed every last copy of it.
That's right, Krug.
Me. So it is. So it is. Distressing fact.
But we'll do business with you because we only have to worry about one copy, the original. But we'll have to make sure it is the original, and we won't pay you anything like $50,000.
What will you pay?
Oh, perhaps $1,000.
My dear man, you're joking. It wouldn't be worthwhile to bother.
You seem to forget, Mr. Krug, that if we don't buy that letter, it's worthless. You might just as well take what we offer. It's all clear profit.
And you seem to forget that if I don't take your offer, Albie Baker goes to the electric chair. I can sit tight and wait. I think you'll come across.
Oh, you're despicable.
I certainly am.
I hate you.
I hate myself.
You seem cheerful enough about it.
That, sir, is because I dislike myself so thoroughly, I enjoy hating me.
Oh.
The trouble with me is I should have been a poet instead of a blackmailer. I have the heart of a poet, the feelings of a poet, the soul of a poet.
Well, then why aren't you a poet?
Simple. My poetry stinks. Tell you what, North, let's settle this matter. $10,000. Take it or leave it.
Okay. It's a deal.
Jerry, do we just stand here on the corner until he shows up?
Uh-huh. Now that he's ready to show the original letter, he's being extra cautious. He's not telling us any address. Afraid we might send the police there.
I only hope this time it is the original.
Well, I got some samples of Anderson's handwriting. We'll compare them with the letter. I'm not giving up $10,000 for any phony. I have too much trouble raising it.
How will we ever pay it back, Jerry?
It won't be easy.
15, 7, $1, 5. Make it $1. That's easier. How many weeks are there in a year, Jerry?
52. Why?
I'm trying to figure out how much we could save if you give up smoking. Oh, I'm afraid it's not very much. It's too bad I don't smoke. Then I could give it up, too, and we'd save twice as much.
Oh, we'll manage somehow, Pam. But it won't be easy.
You know, Jerry, people shouldn't be allowed to blackmail anyone except very rich people.
I think that's Krug coming now.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. North. Get in, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Pam.
All right.
There we are. Now we'll just drive around for a while.
Oh, the OPA is not going to like that.
But I have to make sure we're not being followed. Better to be cautious than sorry, I always say. When I'm satisfied no one is following, I'll take you to a room I've rented just for this little meeting. Well, Mr. North, are you satisfied that that is the real letter?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Good. Then, if you'll pay me, we can conclude our little negotiation.
Here you are.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, seems to be correct. Well, that's that then. I'll run along now, but just one more thing. You want to wait here for 5 minutes before leaving.
All right.
Well, goodbye, and please believe me when I tell you I'm heartily ashamed of myself. Goodbye.
Well, we've got it at last, Jerry.
Yep.
Oh, I can hardly wait to tell Albie. Do they have telephones at Sing Sing?
Well, not private ones.
It'll be a wonderful surprise for him.
Mr. Skippy Warren's in for a surprise, too.
Yes. Oh, how I'd like to see his face when he finds out that what he burned was only a copy and that we have the original.
What's your sister?
Oh.
Well, take a good look.
Cupid.
Yeah, and this time I'm finishing the job. I've had trouble with you two for the last time.
What are you going to do?
What do you think I'm going to do? Nobody plays me for a sucker and gets away with it.
Oh, but it was Mr. Cruz.
I'll take care of him later. Right now I got business with you. I'll fix you so I don't have no more trouble with you.
Oh, wait a minute. Can't we...
No, I won't wait. I'm finishing you now, mister. Oh.
What happened, Jerry?
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. North.
Krug. I never thought I'd be glad to see you.
I saw Cupid coming down the hall, so I hid, and then I followed him back here.
You saved our lives.
Oh, I had to. I rented this room, you see. If you were found dead in it, I'd be suspected, so I couldn't let him kill you. Not here.
How did he know we were here?
I don't know. He must have had someone spying. How is he? Did I... why doesn't he move? Oh, dear. I'm afraid I've killed him.
Looks like it.
I only meant to wound him. Oh, dear. Now his body will be found. I'm no better off than if he killed you.
Somehow I like it better this way.
But look, I was only trying to protect you. That's true, isn't it?
Yes.
You'll say that, won't you? You're the only witnesses you know. You'll testify that he was trying to kill you, won't you? If you don't, they might make a first-degree case out of it. Please, don't let me down. After all, I saved your life.
Yes, you did.
So you will tell them what happened, won't you?
Sure, we will. Don't worry.
Thank you.
However, it's going to cost you just $10,000.
What?
Yes, otherwise we might have a sudden lapse of memory. Isn't that right, Pam?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, how about it?
Okay. You win. Here you are.
Good. Thanks.
Me. Oh, that's life. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I always say. However, it is rather annoying to have ventured so far and still gain nothing. Well, it's no more than I deserve, I dare say.
It's a lot less than you deserve. You ought to be in jail. However, let well enough alone, I always say.
What's that?
Cupid.
What? But you said...
No, I didn't. You did.
Oh.
Your shot missed him completely, but it startled him just enough to give me a chance to clip him. He was standing between you and me, so you couldn't see it. No. Your gun won't help you. I have Cupid's gun now, and I'm ready to use it. Better put yours on the table. Go on.
All right. Me. Seems I've played every card wrong, haven't I? Well, I suppose there's nothing left for me to do but go back to my portrait.
Well, Jerry, we have the letter, and it didn't cost us a thing. And we've caught Cupid. Everything's turned out for the best after all, hasn't it?
Not quite.
What do you mean, darling?
Think what we've done to lovers of poetry.
One of the busiest Bond sellers among the film stars is Dorothy Lamour. And she's one of Hollywood's busiest filmmakers, too. You'll be seeing her soon in the new Paramount Technicolor picture, Riding High. Now, in spite of all that Dorothy Lamour is doing, that luscious complexion of hers stays as fresh and clear as ever. For you see, Dorothy Lamour is mighty smart. She's got her complexion care down to a matter of just a few minutes. And here's what she told us about it.
My every night skin care is the Woodbury Beauty Nightcap. I've never found anything else so helpful. It's all done with Woodbury Cold Cream in just 3 minutes.
And many more among Hollywood's loveliest stars have this same beauty care. Try it, girls. Woodbury Cold Cream gives such remarkable results because it's a complete beauty cream. Besides cleansing, it softens and smooths beautifully and does still more. Jars 10 cents to $1.25. That's Woodbury, Woodbury, Woodbury Cold Cream. Get a jar tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, give to the National War Fund. This fund helps many great works. It combines the appeals of 17 national relief organizations and your own money go for our boys in prison camps, to feed starving children abroad, and, of course, for relief work in your own community. The need is greater than ever. So give when the War Chest Drive is announced in your community. Give as you never gave before. Tune in again next week at this same time for another adventure of Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Alice Frost and Joseph Curtin. For thrills and laughs, be sure to listen, won't you? This is Ben Grauer saying goodnight for Woodbury Cold Cream.
Lovely to look at, delightful to know, and heaven to kiss. Da-da-da.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.